Chapter 1, Goku entering the world of Naruto. Chapter 1, Goku entering the world of Naruto. After a battle with the evil dragon, Goku said goodbye to everyone and left the earth on the dragon. Shenlong, where are we going? On the dragon's back, Wukong was lying comfortably with his hands resting on his head, and asked nonchalantly. Shenlong was silent for a while, then said in a low voice. Wukong, in view of your contribution to the world this time, you have a chance to travel to other worlds. Do you want to go? Other worlds? Travel. Wukong blinked and then asked. Is there anyone strong enough to fight? The dragon was silent longer this time. I'm sorry, Goku, but I don't know if there are people as powerful as you in the world you're heading to. But I know that these worlds have their own unique training systems and fighting methods, which will surely give you a refreshing experience. That's it. Hearing this, Wukong grinned and showed a silly smile. That sounds interesting. Shenlong, please take me there. Naruto World, Konoha 60 years. Kakashi and his Team 7, who had just entered the Land of Waves, were escorting Desna to his home. Here. No, it's here. Naruto was like a lively rabbit, jumping into the bushes on the left, then throwing a kunao at the big tree on the right. Hey Naruto, don't throw kunao randomly, it's dangerous. Kakashi half closed his eyes, looking helpless. Sasuke on the side had a blank expression on his face and watched the scene silently, while Sakura was frantic and said. What are you doing, Naruto? There's nothing here, okay. Ahem, let me take another look. I clearly saw something just now. Naruto coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment, then strode forward again. After Desna revealed the whole situation, they determined that this mission was no longer a simpler C-level mission, but a higher-level B-level mission. During this mission, they will encounter attacks from ninjas and face unknown dangers. They had encountered this situation once before, and Naruto was very dissatisfied with his performance. So now I am trying my best to find the next enemy to show my abilities. Humph. I don't believe I can't find it. Naruto kept walking, muttering quietly and looking around. Bang! Suddenly, he seemed to hit a wall and fell to the ground unexpectedly. It hurts. He covered his head, his heart full of confusion. I didn't go astray, how could I bump into anything on the road? Before he could raise his head and look ahead, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. One of them grabbed him by the collar and threw him backwards. After some dancing, he landed heavily on his butt. What are you doing? The moment he was thrown out, he recognized that the two people beside him were Kakashi and Sasuke. So I became furious, but the anger quickly dissipated. Because he saw a strange man appear in front of where he fell. The man had a strange appearance. He was wearing orange clothes that he had never seen before, and his hairstyle was a crab-shaped head that he had never seen before. At this time, the man looked at him with a silly smile, scratched his head and said apologetically. Sorry, I bumped into you by accident. He was none other than Sun Wukong, who was sent by the dragon to travel to other worlds. After restoring him to his adult form and dressing him in designated clothing as he requested, the dragon sent him to this world. As soon as he arrived in this world, he appeared right in front of Naruto. Because he was a little dizzy after the teleportation, he failed to react in time, so Naruto, who was looking around, bumped into his hard body that had been tempered through thousands of trials. Who are you? Kakashi looked at him solemnly. The other party suddenly appeared just now, so fast that he couldn't even see clearly, which made him feel alarmed. Judging from his attire, he doesn't look like a ninja. A samurai? Not really. Who is he then, and is he here to kill Desna? With all sorts of guesses in mind and the bittern in his hand tightly clenched, he heard the other party laugh heartily. My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? After hearing the name, everyone thought about it in their minds and realized that they had never heard of this name before. Hey! Sun Wukong, right? I forgive you. Naruto got up from the ground, patted his butt and said carelessly, as if he didn't care about Goku's sudden appearance. Hey, he might be here to kill Uncle Dazna. Not far from him, Sakura whispered with a frown on her face while protecting Dazna. Ah? Is that so? I can't forgive you for that. Naruto, who was originally smiling, changed his expression instantly. After pulling out a kunao, he lowered his body and became alert. As they were not far away, Wukong heard their conversation and raised his hands to signal. You may have some misunderstandings, haha. After saying that, he scratched his head in some confusion. Kakashi in front of him clearly felt the kindness emanating from Goku. So he slowly put away his kunao and motioned for Sasuke to do the same. But the next moment, he saw Wukong's brows furrowed, and his heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. Then he knew the reason why Wukong's expression changed. Accompanied by a sudden sound of breaking through the air, a big sword flew out from the forest, whistling and spinning, aiming directly at Naruto and the other two. Be careful! Get down quickly! Kakashi's face changed drastically and he turned and shouted at Naruto and the others. Sakura, who had always been on guard, heard Kakashi's shout and threw herself at the bewildered Dazna without thinking. Naruto had already relaxed after feeling Goku's kindness and seeing Kakashi let down his guard. So the reaction was a bit slow. By the time he reacted and wanted to lie down, the big knife was already whistling in front of him, about to cut him in two. Naruto. Kakashi's pupils constricted, but his body was too late to move forward to save Naruto. The same was true for Sasuke. Seeing the person he hated most was about to die, he not only did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart, but instead felt great fear. Clang! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and slapped the sword away with a casual move. I survived. Naruto, whose body was stiffened by the life and death crisis, stared blankly at the figure in front of him. It turns out that the one who rescued him was Wukong, who had just met them. After Wukong knocked the sword away, his face returned to a smiling expression. Are you okay? After hearing this caring question, Naruto came back to his senses and felt a warm feeling rising in his heart. No, it's okay. Swish! Kakashi, who arrived a step late, looked at Goku and said solemnly, "Thank you for saving Naruto." He was filled with fear. Not to mention that the third Hokage asked him to take good care of Naruto. Naruto was his disciple, and he didn't want anything to happen to him no matter what. After expressing his gratitude, he looked in the direction where the sword flew, his face serious. If he was not mistaken, the sword was one of the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village. Beheading sword. And its master is the rebel ninja of Kirigakure. Kito, Mamakai Zabuza. A few seconds later, a tall and thin figure walked out of the woods carrying an exaggerated sword. He looked at Wukong sinisterly and said coldly, "How dare you ruin my good deeds? New book, please collect and read." End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Sun Wukong, You Can't Beat Me. Chapter 2 Sun Wukong, You Can't Beat Me. At this moment, Zabuza Mamakai was very angry. He was a step late just now and did not witness the scene of Goku appearing in front of Naruto. But from their body language, it was clear that the two parties did not know each other. Since there was no information about this man in his own intelligence, he concluded that he was just a passerby. So while the copy ninja Kakashi was not with Dazna, he threw his beheading sword, trying to chop off the target's head in one fell swoop. At the very least, you can get rid of one of the little brats protecting the target and save yourself from subsequent troubles. But unexpectedly, when the primary goal failed and the secondary goal was about to be achieved, this unknown person whom he didn't take seriously actually knocked his knife away and destroyed the result that was within his grasp. Thinking of this, he raised his beheading sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Wukong. "You make me very angry." However, Goku ignored him and looked at Kakashi and asked, May I ask where is this place?" When the dragon sent him here, he did not tell him what kind of world this was, but only let him figure it out on his own, so he asked this question now. But Kakashi was now focused on Zabuza and had no time to respond to Goku's question. When Kakashi didn't respond, Goku scratched his head and looked at Naruto again. "Ah, here, this is the land of waves." Seeing Goku's look, Naruto thought for a moment and then gave his answer. "The land of waves?" Wukong pinched his chin, looking thoughtful. In his mind, what he was thinking at this moment was, "Is there anything delicious here?" You know, he hasn't eaten for a long time, and his stomach is empty now, and he can't wait to have a big meal. Zabuza, who was ignored by Goku, had veins throbbing between his eyebrows and felt anger rising to his forehead. The famous Zabuza Mamakai. The Kirigakure demon that strikes fear into the hearts of many ninjas. I was ignored by a nobody today? Thinking of this, he could no longer suppress his anger, and without caring about the purpose of this trip, he swung his sword and slashed at Wukong. "Careful!" Kakashi, who had been keeping an eye on Zabuza, growled, then grabbed Naruto and backed away. Just now, Wukong's ghostly speed made him certain that he was a master. So he just gave a reminder and there was no follow-up. At this moment, he also wanted to see how Wukong would respond. Should he continue to retreat with his ghostly speed, or take it head-on? Bang! The next moment, his pupils dilated and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The same expression was shared by Naruto, who was held in his hand, Sasuke, and others who also retreated, and Zabuza attacks Goku head-on. Wukong raised his right hand and extended his index finger, and with just this one finger he steadily blocked Zabuza's beheading sword. "This is..." Zabuza's eyelids twitched. Although he found it unbelievable, he did not draw his sword and retreat. Instead, he became ruthless and attacked Wukong from all directions. Bang 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 bang! But without exception, every attack was blocked by Wukong with a single finger. No matter if he attacks from the front, side, top or back. Wukong didn't move at all, and even his body and head didn't move at all. It was as if he had eyes all over his body. And he took all the attacks without missing a single thing. Whoosh! After many unsuccessful attacks, Zabuza finally drew his sword and retreated, looking at Goku with a serious face. "Who are you?" At this moment, he finally stopped treating Goku as a nobody and regarded him as a character who was as threatening as the copy ninja Kakashi. "I am Sun Wukong." Wukong held his head with both hands and smiled foolishly. "Sun Wukong, I have never heard of you in the ninja world." Zabuza narrowed his eyes. He knew basically all the powerful and well-known figures in the ninja world, but he had never heard of anyone named Sun Wukong. Just based on the fact that he took his attack just now, it can be concluded that he is quite powerful. How could he not have heard of such a person? Could it be that the other party is a secret weapon hidden in a certain village? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Kakashi and others not far away. Is it from Konoha? No, that's not right. Judging from their behavior, they really don't know this guy. Is that Iwagakure or Kumagakure? He didn't even think about Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, where he defected. In his opinion, it was impossible for these two villages to have any secret weapons. But the question arises again, if Sun Wukong is really the secret weapon of Iwagakure or Kumagakure, why does he appear here and help Konoha? If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. As long as he captures Wukong, won't the truth be revealed? Thinking of this, he looked at Wukong coldly and said, "Sun Wukong, I admit that you are very strong in physical skills, but don't think that you can beat me with this. You should know that this is not what I am best at. Kirigakure no Jutsu." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick white fog suddenly appeared around him, enveloping everyone. Be careful. This is Kirigaku's silent killing technique. Kakashi protected Naruto and the others and spoke in a serious tone. After saying that, he raised his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan that had been hidden. In this case, if he doesn't use this eye, he will become blind. If Zabuza attacks them first, he won't be able to react in time. Damn it, how can there be such a ninjutsu? Naruto had cold sweat on his forehead and looked around solemnly, but he could see nothing. This murderous intent. Feeling the chilling murderous intent looming in the air, Sasuke felt goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, Zabuza's murderous intent was almost only directed at Goku, so at this moment he was not stimulated by the murderous intent to the point that his body became stiff and he dared not move. Ah, why is there suddenly a thick fog? Wukong was the only one present who was the calmest. He looked around like a curious baby, without any sign of alertness. Suddenly, his eyes moved and his figure disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, a huge knife emerged from the fog and slashed straight towards the place where Wukong had been standing. But it was obvious that the attack missed. Zabuza appeared and his face became even gloomier as he watched this scene. Hey, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a big hand was placed on his shoulder, causing his expression to change. Immediately afterwards, his body turned into a stream of water. Hey, why did it turn into water? Wukong, who appeared behind him at some point, looked at the water stains on his hands and scratched his head in confusion. Then, he suddenly moved sideways to the right, and a big knife hit the ground almost touching his left arm. Tisk, failed again. Seeing that his attack failed, Zabuza drew his sword and retreated, disappearing into the mist once again. Then, Wukong tilted his head slightly, and his eyes seemed to see something through the fog. Zabuza suddenly appeared behind Dazna. Kakashi, who had opened his Sharingan, immediately noticed this situation. He flashed in front of Zabuza and blocked the opponent's sword with the kunao in his hand. Sure enough, they are coming towards us. He stared at Zabuza and spoke in a low voice. Tisk, copy ninja Kakashi, your Sharingan can indeed see my actions. Seeing that his action had failed again, Zabuza said with a gloomy face. After two previous unsuccessful attacks on Wukong, he knew that he could not defeat the opponent in a short period of time, so he turned to attack the target of this trip. But now it seems that Kakashi is just as recorded in the intelligence, and is also an opponent that is not easy to deal with. Thinking that there were two opponents with similar strength as himself, and he was alone and it was difficult for him to fight two at once, he began to consider retreating. Although Bai is also nearby at the moment, he will come over after giving the signal. But he and Bai may not be able to defeat the opponent. They need to go back and make some plans before fighting the opponent again. Then, after saying I'll come again, he disappeared into the fog and left. Without the support of ninjutsu, the fog soon dissipated, revealing the bewildered Dazna and Naruto, the solemn-looking Kakashi, and Wukong touched his belly and smiled a little embarrassedly. I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Wukong, I want to learn Qi. Chapter 3, Wukong, I want to learn Qi. At Dazna's house. Beiji, Beiji. Gulp gulp. Crack, crack. At the dinner table, Wukong devoured the food in front of him like a glutton. On its left side, empty plates and bowls are piled up like a mountain, forming a magnificent landscape. Everyone stared at him in amazement, as if they had seen a starving ghost. Dazna looked at Kakashi with a twitching face. Look at this meal money. You have to know that he is very poor, otherwise he would not have lied about calling a B-level task a C-level task. What Wukong eats at this place is the food his family has stored for several months, which he bought at great expense of his money. After he had eaten all the food, he had no money left to buy more food. Mr. Dazna, don't worry about this. I will cover the expenses. Kakashi felt a little pain when looking at his wallet, but he still promised. After all, it was he who suggested that Goku come to his house for dinner, and Goku had saved Naruto before, so he couldn't be so shameless as to let his savior pay out of his own pocket. After a long time, Wukong put down his bowl and chopsticks and let out a sigh of satisfaction. Ha, I'm so full. Goku, you haven't eaten in a long time. Across from him, Naruto swallowed and asked the question everyone wanted to ask. Yeah, I haven't eaten for a long time. Wukong rubbed his bloated belly and smiled foolishly. Call. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although this sounds equally incredible, after all, I have never seen someone who has been hungry for a long time eat so much at one time. But this is still more acceptable than other people eating the same amount every meal. But they didn't expect it. Although Wukong's normal appetite is not that huge, it is still exaggerated to a degree that they can hardly imagine. After dinner, Kakashi said to Naruto and the others. Although Zabuza has retreated, he also said that he will come again. I'm sure there will be a fierce battle the next time we meet. So we need to be vigilant and cautious in the future. He knew that Zabuza retreated because of Goku's presence, and Goku might leave soon. Once Zabuza finds out that Goku has left, he will come to kill him again. By then, a fierce battle is inevitable. After all, the other party is the notorious Mist Hidden Demon, whose strength is not inferior to his. Sasuke and Sakura were listening attentively, but Naruto was absent-minded. He quietly approached Goku and asked in a low voice. Hey Goku, how did you manage to catch the sword with just one finger? Can you teach me? The scene where Wukong caught the sword with just one finger had had a huge impact on him, and he felt that this move was both cool and powerful. So he thought of asking Wukong for advice, and tried to learn this move. Defeat the annoying Sasuke. Get rid of the reputation of being the last one. From now on, I will stand up and sing. Well, I put the energy on my fingers, and then I can receive it. Wukong, who was lying on the ground board, perked up after hearing the question and got up. As he spoke, he raised his index finger to demonstrate. Naruto saw a slightly transparent white gas suddenly appear on the index finger, causing his eyes to widen. Previously, when Goku took Zabuza's sword, his speed was too fast, and he was far away from it. So he did not notice the mystery on his fingers. Only after observing it closely did he see this thing. Is this chi? What is chi? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Gas? He didn't seem to have learned this in school. What I learned is something else. What do you say that is? He often slept in class and at this moment he completely forgot that what the teacher taught him was called chakra. Chi is the energy we have in our bodies, and we can strengthen it through practice. Goku explained. Is that so? After hearing the explanation, Naruto thought for a moment, then clapped his hands. Wukong, I want to learn chi, can you teach me? I can treat you to the most delicious ramen. Fearing that Goku wouldn't teach him, Naruto added what he thought was the most sincere way of repaying his request. That's no problem. Wukong agreed without thinking twice. In his perception, Naruto had great potential. If you can practice chi cultivation, you will surely have considerable strength. Great! Hearing Goku's agreement, Naruto jumped 3 feet high, completely forgetting that Kakashi was still making some arrangements with them. Naruto, what are you doing? Before Kakashi could say anything, Sakura stood up, walked over to Naruto and gave him a slap on the chestnut. Teacher Kakashi was talking about something important, and you didn't listen carefully, but you were yelling. It hurts, Sakura. Naruto covered his head and grimaced. Humph. After Sakura finished knocking her head, she returned to her position with a humph in her hand. Ahem, I have basically said everything I want to say. Kakashi coughed, looked at Naruto and asked. Naruto, what were you and Mr. Goku talking about just now? While he was speaking just now, he had paid some attention to what was happening over there with Naruto. But because they don't speak loudly, the sound of my own voice affects my hearing. He heard only fragments of words. It seems that there is some mention of chi. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I won't tell you this yet. You will know it after a while. Naruto said with a grin, holding his head. Joke. How could he tell others so quickly that he wanted to learn how to become stronger from Goku? At the very least, we have to wait until he defeats Sasuke. When he defeats this arrogant guy, he will ask him who is the last one in the ranking. Just thinking about this scene made him excited. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled Wukong up and ran out of the house without saying a word. Naruto, this guy. Looking at their backs, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, wondering what he was thinking of. In the forest. In an open space, Naruto clasped his hands together and said solemnly. Wukong, please start teaching me the practice of chi now. Looking at Naruto, who was studying martial arts seriously, Goku seemed to see his younger self training under Master Roshi and in the Temple of Heaven. After smiling somewhat nostalgically, he sat down and said to Naruto solemnly. Have you really made up your mind? Uh-huh. Naruto nodded vigorously. Really? Real? It's going to be boring. I'm not afraid. Naruto thought Goku wanted to test his resolve, so he patted his chest and said firmly. Then sit down and close your eyes. Naruto did as he was told, closed his eyes and asked, and then? Gone. Naruto opened his eyes instantly, and 3 question marks slowly appeared above his head. Gone. Yes. That's how I practiced in the beginning. Wukong blinked and said sincerely. Looking at Goku's sincere look, Naruto closed his eyes again in doubt. Ga. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes again and said a little frantically. There's nothing. In response, Wukong frowned and pinched his chin in thought. After a while, he seemed to remember something and slapped his left palm hard with his right fist. Ah, I remember, there's one more thing. You need to be still, feel the hidden energy in your body, and then channel it out. New book, please collect and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Naruto begins his chi training. Chapter 4 Naruto begins his chi training. Are you sure it's gone? In the forest, Naruto looked at Goku suspiciously. If he hadn't been able to sense Wukong's sincerity, he would have almost thought that Wukong was playing a trick on him. It's definitely gone this time. Wukong said seriously. Come to think of it, he has never taught anyone how to feel the energy in their body. Whether it is his son Gohan, granddaughter Xiao Fang, or Oob whom he carefully guided. They all felt the chi on their own. At most, he taught them some methods of using chi and fighting. Okay, I'll try again. After confirming that everything was correct, Naruto closed his eyes and began to search for the energy hidden in his body that Goku mentioned. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said excitedly. Is it this one? After saying that, some light blue chakra appeared in his palm. Well. Goku leaned forward and put his head forward, looking closely at the chakra in Naruto's hand. After a while, he pinched his chin, with a strange expression. It's a bit like that, but I don't think it's the right one. At first glance, this energy seems to be no different from chi, but in his perception, there are still some differences between it and chi. As for what was different, he had no idea. Ah? Isn't it? After hearing Goku's denial, Naruto was a little confused. But this is the energy I feel in my body. Really? Ha ha ha, then I don't quite understand. Goku smiled and scratched his head in some confusion. Then, he suddenly remembered that Shenlong had said that the other world had their own unique practice system. Then his eyes lit up. Could it be because of this reason? If this is the case, then it means that they have both chi and this unique energy in their bodies. He suddenly felt enlightened, so he told Naruto. You mean there are two energies in me? Naruto's face wrinkled into a ball and he felt a little pain in his head. This is so troublesome. Why do I have two kinds of energy in my body? In that case, which one should I practice? He folded his arms across his chest, closed his eyes, and was lost in thought. After a while, he seemed to have figured something out, opened his eyes and said firmly, I've made up my mind. I still want to practice chi. Since he often slept in class, he didn't know at that time that chakra training was their orthodox way of training. Plus the power of chi that I had seen before. He still decided to practice chi. After making the decision, he slapped his palm hard to declare his goal. Within 15 minutes, I will sense the chi. After saying this, he closed his eyes and prepared to continue searching for the energy hidden in his body. But at this moment, Wukong suddenly put his hand on his head, and then released it after less than a few seconds. He looked at Wukong with a confused look on his face, but Wukong just smiled and said, It's okay. Go on. So he began to look for the breath. What he didn't know was that the reason why Wukong put his hand on his head was because the dragon had just told Wukong, because the rules of the other world are different from those of the original world, creatures cannot independently perceive the energy hidden in their bodies, and in order to perceive it, they need its help. On the other side, after saying a few words to Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi followed the traces of Naruto and Goku. Although it can be confirmed for the time being that Goku has no ill will towards them, and even has great goodwill towards them. But Wukong's appearance was too sudden and his identity and origin were very mysterious, so he still remained cautious. After seeing Naruto taking the other person out, he quietly followed. On the one hand, he wanted to see what Naruto wanted to do with the other party. On the one hand, it was to protect Naruto. You should know that Naruto is not only his disciple, but also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the only offspring of his teacher. In the past, due to my decadence and depravity, I did not help the teacher take good care of his children. Now that he has accepted the teacher's child as his student, he should make up for the debt he had incurred over the years. What are they doing? He quickly followed the trail and came to a place not far from Naruto and Goku, hid in a big tree, and looked at the two of them. Suddenly, I saw two people sitting cross-legged on the ground. What are you doing? His mind was full of question marks, but he did not show up, but continued to observe quietly. Over the next period of time, he saw Naruto jumping up and down, continuing to sit cross-legged, and chakra appearing in his hands. Then, after Goku said something, Naruto yelled that he wanted to practice ki. Gas. When Kakashi heard the word again, he felt confused. What exactly is chi? What is this chi training that Naruto mentioned? 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Another half an hour passed. In the open space, Naruto opened his eyes and gritted his teeth in a frantic manner. Damn it! Why can't I feel it? During this hour, he had been searching for the chi in his body, but he could not find it. With his impatient personality, being able to persist for so long at one time is already his limit. Therefore, I couldn't help but pause my practice at this moment. There's no rush for this. Opposite him, Wukong, who had also been sitting cross-legged on the ground, looked at him and said, Thinking back, it took me a long time to succeed. Is that so? Naruto frowned, then thought about why he was doing all this and let out a deep breath. Okay. I won't give up. I am a man who wants to be Hokage. How can I give in to such a small matter? After saying this, he closed his eyes again, calmed down, and continued to feel his own energy. Time passes bit by bit. Soon, 2 hours passed. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the tree, felt his legs and feet numb from squatting. He looked at the setting sun with his dead fish eyes, feeling helpless. What the hell is Naruto doing? What am I doing again? Why waste so much time here watching them meditate? You must know that Zabuza may attack again at any time, and at this moment there are only Suzuki and Sakura in the village and a shadow clone he left behind. Although the shadow clone has certain strength, it can delay some time when encountering Zabuza and wait for his original body to return. But there are still certain risks. What if he can't catch up? Thinking of this, he decided to show up and take Naruto back to avoid any accidents when it got dark. But just as he stood up and had no time to jump into the field, a loud voice full of excitement suddenly sounded. I feel it. In the open space, Naruto, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the palm of his hand. I saw a wisp of white gas suddenly rise from the palm of my hand and linger above it. Goku, look at this, isn't it? Naruto quickly put his hand in front of Goku and asked anxiously. With his persistence and hard work, he finally discovered this energy in his body. Although his intuition told him that this was chi, he did not dare to confirm it himself and was prepared to let Wukong make the judgment. Hey! However, before Wukong could confirm, the energy in his palm dissipated due to his lack of concentration. Ah! Why is it gone? Seeing that the chi was gone, he scratched his face a little frantically. You have to focus your mind so that you can direct it out. Seeing this, Wukong reminded. After hearing Goku's reminder, Naruto calmed down, then closed his eyes and tried again. After a few seconds, he guided the chi out again and lingered in his hands. This time, he tried his best to keep his chi alive and carefully extended his hand in front of Wukong. Yes, this is chi. After a little perception, Goku realized that the energy Naruto guided out this time was chi. I succeeded. After hearing Goku's confirmation, Naruto stared at the palm of his hand in a daze. As his attention was distracted, the chi disappeared again. But this time he didn't go crazy, but suddenly jumped 3 feet high. I succeeded, ha 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 ha. After jumping up, he put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Just as he laughed out loud, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The person who came was Kakashi, who had been hiding in the tree for a long time. Hey! You finally came down. After seeing Kakashi, Goku waved and smiled. After hearing Goku's greeting, Kakashi staggered and looked at Goku in disbelief. Have you discovered me a long time ago? Yes. When did you find out? When you come. Kakashi was speechless. So why on earth did he squat on the tree for 3 hours? Please collect and read. P.S. The dragon in this book is a supreme being relative to the other world, so it allows Wukong to travel to the other world easily, and can remove some shackles, allowing people in the other world to have the opportunity to sense the chi hidden in their bodies. The shackles here refer to the fact that due to the different rules of the world, although the creatures in the other world have chi in their bodies, they cannot sense it by themselves. This can explain why before Wukong came, no one in the other world had the bug of being able to sense chi. Then pay attention. Although you cannot sense the chi hidden in the body, if the chi shows energy fluctuations in the outside world, people from other worlds can feel it, but most of them will mistake it for chakra because its fluctuations are close to chakra fluctuations. Finally, as to why the dragon is so awesome, I can only say that this is the setting of the book, Doghead. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Kakashi is confused. Chapter 5, Kakashi is confused. What? Kakashi-sensei, how could you do this? Naruto's face wrinkled when he learned that Kakashi had been peeking at him while he was training all afternoon. This is his secret, a unique skill that he is prepared to show off in front of everyone. I didn't expect that Kakashi would know what I had just learned. In response, Kakashi simply said, Do you know that it's dangerous for you to run out like this? Zabuza may attack at any time. Do you think you can defeat him? Isn't this Goku here? Naruto shrank his neck and looked at Goku. Seeing his look, Wukong didn't say anything, but just smiled. Ahem, Mr. Wukong, after all, we haven't known each other for long. Do you have the nerve to let him protect you? Kakashi coughed a few times, looking somewhat helpless. He couldn't say that part of the reason he came here was because he was wary of others. I know I was wrong, Kakashi-sensei, but could you please not tell Sasuke that I'm practicing ki? Naruto also realized that he was wrong, so he apologized readily, but he didn't want Sasuke to know about this in advance. That's fine, but I have a question. What is the chi you're talking about? Kakashi had heard this word many times, but he really couldn't figure out what the so-called chi meant. Ah? Kakashi-sensei, don't you know? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. In his opinion, even if the great teacher Kakashi doesn't know this, he should at least know about it. A question mark appeared above Kakashi's head. Why would I know this? Seeing this, Naruto laughed awkwardly and then replied. This chi refers to the energy hidden in our body. This time he studied very seriously and was able to express the concept of chi effortlessly. He was totally different from the poor student he was in school before. Hidden energy in the body. Isn't this chakra? How can this kid Naruto still tamper with concepts? After hearing the answer, Kakashi's dead fish eyes flashed with silence. Naruto, this is not called chi, it's called chakra. What do you do when you are in school? At this moment, he couldn't help but have some doubts about the educational level of the school teachers. Chakra. What is that? Naruto's face was filled with confusion. I think you've heard of this before. Where have you heard this before? He scratched his head, unable to remember where he had heard it before. It's the hidden energy in the body you mentioned. Here, this is it. Although he was speechless in his heart, Kakashi still explained patiently and condensed chakra in his hands to show it to him. So this is called chakra. Naruto leaned over to take a look and immediately recognized that the blue thing was the energy he had channeled at the beginning. Yes, this is called chakra, not chi. Kakashi was relieved thinking Naruto realized his mistake. Fortunately, I broke it back for him. Otherwise he would really have a headache. But he didn't expect that Naruto's next words would immediately give him a bolt from the blue. But what I practice is not it, but chi. Before he could come out of his daze, Naruto closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a white gas appeared in his hand. This is... Kakashi frowned, sensing this unknown energy that was somewhat similar to chakra, and felt countless question marks popping up in his mind. What the hell is this? After some explanation, Kakashi finally understood what ki was, but his doubts grew instead of diminishing. For example, why does the human body still have this kind of energy? How is it practiced? Who invented this method? Thinking of this, he looked at the root of all these problems. Mr. Wukong, I have always had a question in my mind, who are you, or where are you from? Whether it is his dress, training methods, or even his appetite, Wukong is very different from them. This made him wonder endlessly. Is there an unknown place outside the ninja world, where people like Goku live? I'm from Earth. Goku, who had been listening to the conversation between the two silently, touched his head and smiled foolishly when he heard Kakashi's question. As for me, I should be considered a traveler now. Wukong looked up at the sky, his gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of the world and he saw all his relatives and friends living peacefully on Earth. Earth? Traveler? After hearing the answer, Kakashi suddenly felt that his guess was pretty much right. Although it is not clear where the Earth is, I think it is somewhere outside the ninja world. This also explains the various differences between Goku and them. Thinking of this, the last bit of wariness he had towards Wukong disappeared. As long as Goku is not from another ninja village, he is unlikely to do anything to hurt them. Combined with the fact that he had previously saved Naruto, this is even more certain. We're back. Naruto pushed open the door and strode in with his head in his hands. Then, he looked at Dazna's daughter, Tsuna, and said, Sister Tsuna, we'll have an extra meal tonight. Hearing this, Tsunami, who was preparing dinner in front of the stove, looked over in surprise. Additional meal. Outside the door, Kakashi looked at the two huge wild boars carried on Goku's shoulders, and a few drops of cold sweat ran down his forehead. On the way back just now, Wukong suddenly left. When he reunited with them, he found that he was carrying two big wild boars. And it is called, dinner tonight. This gave rise to a terrible guess in his mind. This guy, is it possible that he eats the same amount at every meal as he did at noon? Besides, each of these two wild boars looks like it weighs several thousand pounds. It's not enough that he can carry this thing on his shoulders, and it looks effortless. What a terrible power this must be! This kind of power is enough to rank among the best in the ninja world. Although he had given a very high assessment of Goku's power, he didn't know that the power Goku had displayed at this time was just the tip of the iceberg. When Goku shows even more powerful strength in the future, he will be shocked. Isn't this too much? Tsunami walked out of the house and looked at the two big wild boars with her mouth wide open in surprise. They didn't know how long it would take to finish eating two such big wild boars. You guys eat this one. Wukong put one of the wild boars on the ground and said with a smile. Then he pointed to another wild boar on his shoulder. I'll eat this one. Even though Wukong always looks heartless, he actually knows everything in his mind. During lunch, he noticed the conversation between Dazna and Kakashi, and knew that Dazna's family had spent a lot to ensure that he had enough to eat. So when he caught the wild boar for his dinner, he also captured the boar's mate as a reward for the Dazna family. So, both parties were very happy. A world was reached where only wild boars were hurt. In a blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Since Dazna was going to build a bridge, Kakashi took Sasuke and Sakura with him to protect his safety. By the way, he also plans to teach Sasuke and Sakura some chakra practice methods. As for Naruto, he will temporarily hand him over to Goku. On the one hand, he is now more confident in Goku and believes that he will not do anything to harm Naruto. On the other hand, Naruto was determined to practice ki, and he himself wanted to see what Naruto could achieve. If you can't learn anything, it's not too late to continue practicing chakra. On the other hand, Zabuza sent Haku to collect intelligence on them. Please collect and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, The war is about to begin, and everyone is working hard. Chapter 6, The war is about to begin, and everyone is working hard. Kakashi was guarding the bridge. While keeping an eye on the situation on the bridge, he also watched Sasuke and Sakura's tree climbing training. The so-called tree climbing training is to gather the chakra at the soles of the feet and walk up the tree only by relying on the adhesion of the feet to the tree trunk. This training is mainly to exercise the ability to control chakra. For Sakura, this is a new but not difficult training method. As for Sasuke, Tisk, I didn't expect that I would lose to this woman in this respect. Looking at Sakura who successfully climbed the tree and sat on the branch, and Sasuke who failed and fell down on the way, he thought secretly. That guy Naruto, why is he not here to practice properly, but is instead going off with that son Wukong? Forget it. Why should I think about him? Training is more important. I can't lose to a woman, otherwise how can I take revenge on that man? Thinking of this, a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes, but it quickly turned into a burning flame of fighting spirit. Looking at the two people training hard, Kakashi's eyes flashed with relief, and then he thought of Naruto. Naruto, can you successfully cultivate the so-called chi? In the forest, Naruto had two dark circles under his eyes, but he looked very energetic. He kept guiding the chi out and taking it back in front of Wukong, then guiding the chi out and taking it back again. Judging from his performance, he is much more skilled than yesterday. Goku, look at me now. I'm much more powerful. After repeating this many times, Naruto opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of big white teeth. He spent almost the entire night last night practicing chi control in order to become stronger as soon as possible. It is because of his hard work and dedication that he can perform so well now. You're amazing, Naruto. Wukong is never stingy with praise for his juniors. Hee. After hearing Goku's affirmation, Naruto suddenly showed a silly smile. So can I now catch the knife with one finger like you? After grinning, Naruto seemed to remember something and asked expectantly. Well, I'm afraid that's not possible yet. Goku said, rubbing his nose. Your chi is not very strong now. You need to continue to strengthen it through practice. You can do it once your chi becomes strong. What? After hearing the denial, Naruto's face fell, but he immediately cheered up and said. Growing, hey. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the man who will become the Hokage. How can such a small matter be difficult for me? Just as both parties were busy with their own affairs, an uninvited guest came not far from the bridge, hiding in the dark and secretly observing Kakashi and the others. Actually, not together. Bai, who claimed to be Zabuza's tool, rushed over at dawn after receiving Zabuza's order, ready to gather enemy intelligence. After discovering that his target was not in the village, he came here. But it's different from what I thought before I came here. The mysterious man who called himself Sun Wukong was not present. In addition, a Konoha genin was also missing. Where did those two go? Earlier in the village, he found out through indirect inquiries that Goku and Naruto were with Kakashi and the others in the morning. But this time there was no one there. After observing for a while, Bai left. He must find out where the two missing people have gone so that he can give Lord Zabuza complete intelligence. So he began to search the area, trying to find any trace of the two people. When he came to a place far away from the bridge but close to the village, he suddenly heard a sound not far away. 85, 86, 87. In an open space, Naruto was carrying a half-meter wide rock on his back and doing frog jumps in circles. His face was flushed, his whole body was wet with sweat, and his legs were shaking. But his eyes were firm, and he gritted his teeth and persisted. When the count reached 100, he dropped the stone and fell to the ground with a bang in a spread eagle position. Hoo! 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 He kept breathing heavily and felt sore all over. Wukong, will this really work? He turned his head and looked at Wukong, who was leaning against a tree and eating fruit. Previously, Wukong told him that if he wanted to grow stronger, he had to strengthen his body. To this end, Wukong found a big stone and carried it on his back to do frog jumps. Just now, he had completed 10 sets of training, each set consisting of 100 frog jumps. Dongyong biting. Wukong swallowed the fruit pulp, threw the core aside, and continued. That's how Grandpa Kame-sensei trained me. I really miss it now that I think about it. As he spoke, a trace of nostalgia flashed across his face, and the scene of him and Krillin practicing under Master Roshi when they were young seemed to appear before his eyes. Who is Grandpa Kame-sensei? Naruto asked curiously. The person who taught me martial arts was a very powerful old man. Speaking of Master Roshi, Goku seemed to see a funny old man with a tortoise shell on his back, standing on a turtle and making a V sign. It is precisely because of the other party's teachings that he has achieved what he has today. Oh, of course you are so powerful, Goku, your teacher must be very powerful too. Naruto smiled while rubbing his head. Then, he stood up, clenched his fists and said with high morale. I want to be a powerful person too. Only then will I be qualified to become Hokage. After saying that, he picked up the big stone again and continued his frog jumping training. Seeing him continue training, Wukong smiled slightly, then glanced in a certain direction of the forest, then scratched his head and no longer paid attention. Whoosh! In the forest, Bai kept jumping on the branches with a hint of confusion on his face. Just now, did he notice me or not? If you found him, why didn't you catch up with him? Just now, he followed the sound and immediately found Naruto doing frog jumps in an open space. At the same time, he also discovered one of the most important goals of this trip. Sun Wukong. So he hid in the woods and observed the movements of the two men. I found out that Naruto was actually being trained by Goku, and I was surprised. Isn't this guy a genin from Konoha? Why would he leave his companions and come to train with this mysterious man? Just as he was about to continue watching and learn more, he suddenly found that Wukong was looking in his direction. He thought he had been discovered, so he turned and ran away without thinking. I thought the other party would catch up and I might have to face a fierce battle. But I didn't expect that there was no movement behind me, and the other party didn't catch up at all. Forget it, I'd better go back and tell Master Zabuza about this. If they are still separated like this tomorrow, then Zabuza-sama will have a high chance of completing the mission successfully. It is now past noon. By the time he goes back and tells Zabuza the information, it will be getting dark when the two of them set out again, and the enemy may have returned to the village. So today is not a good time to engage in battle. Wait until tomorrow morning, he and Zabuza come together, and the other party will separate like they did today. That will be the perfect time for them to complete the mission. Soon, the time came to the third day. Naruto dragged his aching body and continued to practice under the guidance of Goku. Kakashi continued to take Sasuke and Sakura to the bridge to protect Dasna. At the same time, Zabuza followed by to the bridge and smiled coldly at Dasna on the bridge. Nowadays, I will take your head. Mission accomplished. Please collect and read it. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, The Belated Goku and Naruto. Chapter 7, The Belated Goku and Naruto. On the bridge, Dasna worked tirelessly to build it. Not far away, Sasuke and Sakura were practicing tree climbing. Kakashi was leaning against a tree, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book, seemingly reading with great interest. In fact, he had already focused most of his attention on being alert to his surroundings. Once there is any disturbance around him, he will react immediately and respond in time. The reason for being so vigilant is that he knows. When Zabuza sees that they are the only ones here, he will definitely attack them. If it was not initiated yesterday, then there is a high probability that it will be initiated today. Therefore, today he is ready for battle, just waiting for Zabuza to attack. Just when everything seemed peaceful, his eyes suddenly moved. Then his figure flashed and instantly arrived at the edge of the bridge. Just as his figure appeared at the edge of the bridge, two figures, one big and one small, appeared in front of him. It was Zabuza and his tool Shiro who attacked. Whoosh, whoosh. Sasuke and Sakura noticed the commotion and immediately stopped training and rushed over. Then he stood next to Kakashi, staring at Zabuza and Haku with a wary look on his face. Is there one more person? Kakashi glanced at Bai, who was wearing a mask, and his dead fish eyes narrowed. Judging from his body shape, he should be about the same age as Naruto and Sasuke, but I don't know how strong he is. After thinking quickly in his mind, Kakashi gave the order. Sakura, protect Mr. Dasna. Sasuke, I will deal with Zabuza, you keep a close eye on the person next to Zabuza. After receiving the order, Sakura stepped back a distance and approached Dasna, who was watching nervously on the bridge. Sasuke nodded silently, looking at Bai coldly. Bai, it looks like you have a rival. After hearing Kakashi's arrangement, Zabuza smiled coldly. I just don't know how long I can last under your hands. He knew Bai's strength very well and was aware that facing a genin like Sasuke was like playing. I will definitely help Master Zabuza complete his mission. Bai responded under the mask. Then he moved and rushed towards Sasuke with kunao in hand. Humph! Well done! Sasuke said this secretly and walked forward with a kunao in hand. Then, the two of them started fighting. On the other hand, in order to complete the task as soon as possible and prevent Wukong from coming to support, Zabuza didn't have time to watch Bai's battle, but quickly performed the mist-hidden technique to cover himself and Kakashi. Kakashi, I didn't get to meet you properly last time. This time, I want to take a good look at whether the legendary copy ninja is really worthy of his reputation. In the thick fog, Zabuza's voice sounded vaguely. Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing an ominous blood-red Sharingan. That's right, I had the same idea. 77, 78, 79. In the forest, Naruto held the big rock from yesterday and did squats on the spot. Yesterday's and today's training sessions were able to exercise many parts of the body. According to Wukong, good training is the one that can exercise multiple parts of the body at the same time. This is also what Grandpa Roshi once taught him. On the side, Wukong was still leaning against the tree, grunting as he ate the wild fruits he had picked in the forest. Beside him, fruit cores had already piled up like a mountain. It can be seen how many fruits in this forest suffered. While eating, he glanced in the direction of Kakashi and the others. His eyes seemed to pass through the forest and saw the fight between Kakashi and others and Zabuza. Well, the anger of that person last time. He muttered before looking back at Naruto, who was training. Tell him after he finishes training. Not long after, Naruto finished this set of training and lay on the ground gasping for air. Phew! There are still 17 groups. His goal today was to complete 20 sets of weighted squats, but he had just finished the third set and was still a long way from achieving his goal. I'm really tired, but I can feel the energy in my body getting stronger. It seems that I will be able to defeat Sasuke and become Hokage soon. He thought with a happy look on his face. Naruto, that guy from last time is here again. Out of nowhere, Wukong suddenly spoke up. Hey? Who? Naruto, whose reverie was interrupted, looked at Goku with a confused look on his face. That's the guy I fought with last time. The one who fought with Goku? After Naruto's dull brain was dull for a few seconds, a name emerged in his mind. Kaijin Zabuza. He suddenly jumped up, pulled out his kunai and looked around. Where is it? His little face was full of excitement. After a day of hard training, Naruto will be able to fight against Zabuza. At Kakashi's place. Goku said, pointing in a direction. Seeing Goku pointing out the direction, Naruto wanted to take a step forward, but the next second he froze in place. Where? At Kakashi-sensei's place? Goku, how do you know Zabuza went to Kakashi-sensei's place? He looked at Wukong blankly. Well, you can sense the other person using your chi. Wukong pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Why can't I? Naruto tried it and found that he could not sense anything. Because this requires further practice. Goku gave an explanation. That's it. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then his expression turned serious. Then let's go to Kakashi-sensei now. I can't be left out of this battle. Having said that, he prepared to set off. But Wukong suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him in his tracks. Are you going to come over? Then hold my hand. Huh? A question mark instantly appeared above Naruto's head. But because of his trust in Wukong in the past 2 days, he still held Wukong's hand doubtfully. Wukong was seen raising a sword finger with his other hand and placing it on his forehead. Next moment. Swish! The two figures suddenly disappeared from the spot. On the battlefield near the bridge. Sasuke was covered in wounds, and looked at Bai, who was almost unscathed, with an unwilling look on his face. I'm still too weak. At the beginning, he could fight back and forth with Bai. But ever since Bai performed the one-handed seal, he was completely at a disadvantage. On the other side, in the heavy fog, Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting fiercely, using many killing moves. Suddenly, during a round of continuous offense and defense, Kakashi was accidentally kicked by Zabuza and fell into a puddle. That was what Zabuza had just blasted out with his water dragon bullet technique. Water escape technique, water prison technique. Hey? Not good. Just as Kakashi was about to stand up, the water in the puddle suddenly surged up, forming a water ball in an instant, wrapping him up completely. Zabuza, who was maintaining the water prison technique behind him, smiled coldly. You're still in trouble, Kakashi. Now, you can't prevent me from killing that old man. Just when he created his own water clones and wanted to complete the task in one go. Where are we? Why is there such thick fog? I can't see anything. A slightly childish voice suddenly sounded from the fog. Then, call. A strong wind blew from somewhere and blew away the thick fog almost in an instant. After the thick fog dissipated, two figures, one big and one small, appeared not far away. It was Goku and Naruto who had just arrived at the scene. Wukong stopped breathing, touched his nose and smiled. Then you can see it. Please collect and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Wow, so much water. Chapter 8. Wow, so much water. Please read on. When the fog cleared, Naruto looked at Goku with his mouth open in shock. Just blow it away like that. Having never seen this kind of operation before, he felt like his brain was freezing. But the shock didn't last long as he noticed Kakashi trapped in front of him and Sasuke covered in scars on the other side. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke. At this time, everyone turned their attention to the two of them. In their eyes, some were confused, some were bewildered, and some were relieved. How did they get here so quickly? Zabuza looked at the two of them, feeling confused. According to Bai's intelligence, these two people should be training somewhere far away from here. Even if they received Kakashi's message and rushed here as soon as possible, it would not be possible for them to be so fast. Also, what was that gust of wind just now? He didn't feel any chakra fluctuations in the wind just now, so it shouldn't be some kind of large-scale wind escape technique. And if it wasn't wind escape, where did this wind come from? Yo! Are you taking a bath? Goku greeted Kakashi in the water ball. Kakashi was still secretly thankful that Goku arrived in time, but upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched and he said helplessly. I am trapped by the enemy. Is this so? Wukong scratched his face and said with a silly look. I thought you were taking a bath. On the side, Naruto could no longer hold back and shouted with hand seals. The art of multiple shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of Naruto appeared on the scene. We're going to save Kakashi-sensei, and you go support Sasuke. After these Narutos were assigned the tasks, some rushed towards Zabuza and some rushed towards Haku. The scene was particularly spectacular. How amazing! Tien Shinyan's four-body fist can only separate 4 people, but Naruto can separate so many. Wukong was amazed when he saw the multiple shadow clone technique for the first time. Look at me! Rush! A group of Narutos shouted and rushed towards their opponents, ready to show their skills. However, bang, bang, bang! All the shadow clones were blown up one after another after approaching the opponent, and turned into a ball of white mist and dissipated. It hurts. Naruto's real body was also mixed in with the shadow clones and was kicked away by Zabuza's water clone. What a fool! Kakashi was frowning when he saw this scene. Not to mention Zabuza, there is a high probability that Naruto cannot even beat Haku. Who gave him the courage to fight 2 people at once? Naruto, just go support Sasuke. You don't need to worry about me. Kakashi said to Naruto as he got up from the ground. Naruto looked at Kakashi, then looked at Goku behind him, and seemed to understand something, so he patted his chest and said. Okay, Kakashi-sensei, leave Sasuke to me. After saying that, he rushed towards the battlefield between Sasuke and Bai. Mr. Goku, I'm sorry, but I think I need you to protect Mr. Dazna now. Kakashi said as he looked at Goku after Naruto left. Hey, no problem. I haven't exercised for 2 days, and I feel like my body is getting rusty. Wukong touched the tip of his nose and agreed readily. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza, feeling that something was wrong, took the initiative and used his water clone to fire a much weakened water dragon bullet at Goku. Then, the water clone rushed towards Dazna, who was not far away. As long as he completes his mission, he can retreat calmly. Even if he faces 2 opponents at the same time, he is confident that he can escape. A small water dragon rushed towards Wukong with bared fangs and claws. When it was about to hit Wukong, Wukong's figure suddenly disappeared. Then the water dragon crashed to the ground and turned into a puddle. Wow, that's a lot of water. Wukong, who appeared nearby, looked at the puddle and exclaimed. Then he noticed the actions of Zabuza's water clone. Then his figure flashed again, and in the blink of an eye he came behind the water clone and knocked it down lightly with a knife. Wow! The water clone had no time to react and was split into a stream of water by the knife. How miraculous! It turned into water again. Seeing Zabuza turning into water again, Goku couldn't help but become very interested in the fighting style of this world. Hey, let him go and fight me. He turned around and looked at Zabuza's real body and said. You mean Kakashi won't interfere with our fight? Of course, this is a battle between the 2 of us. After hearing Goku's answer, Zabuza's expression changed from gloomy to happy. He didn't want to let Kakashi go, nor did he want to believe what Goku said, but he seemed to have no choice at the moment. With just the water clone, he would have no chance of killing Dazna. More importantly, he didn't think he could maintain the water prison technique under Goku's attack. Then, you'd better keep your word. After saying this coldly, Zabuza pulled his hand back, and the water prison technique immediately lost its hold. Kakashi, who was in the water ball, escaped immediately and flashed to Goku's side. Thanks a lot this time. Kakashi thanked Goku while staring at Zabuza. If we work together, we can definitely subdue him quickly. In his opinion, Zabuza let him go because he had no choice, not because of Goku's declaration of a duel. So if the 2 of them join forces now, there will be no problem in dealing with Zabuza. But unexpectedly, this is a fight between him and me. You don't have to do anything. Wukong put his hand on his shoulder, his tone unquestionable, totally unlike his usual silly look. Mr. Wukong, you. Before he could finish his words, Goku walked forward and hooked his finger at Zabuza. Hey, let's get started. Zabuza, who thought he would have to endure a combined attack from 2 people, raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw this scene. Son Wukong, I recognize you. But you're going to regret this. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal and said. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a ferocious water dragon that was several times larger than the previous one appeared out of nowhere and attacked Wukong directly with lightning speed. Oh, that was close. I almost got hit. In mid-air, Wukong looked at the water dragon below and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Just now, he jumped up and just avoided the attack of the water dragon. You've revealed your weakness, son Wukong. At this moment, Zabuza's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and he chopped down fiercely with the big knife in his hand. Whoosh! However, after the sound of breaking through the air was heard, the big knife only cut the air. Zabuza's pupils shrank, and he felt a crisis coming, so he instantly used the substitution technique. Bang! A big foot suddenly kicked down from behind him and hit his wooden substitute directly. Hey! It can also turn into wood. In mid-air, Goku revealed himself and exclaimed when he saw Zabuza turned into wood. On the ground, Zabuza, who had escaped the disaster through the use of the substitution technique, twitched his eyes involuntarily after hearing Goku's exclamation. Who on earth is he? How could he not even know the art of substitution? Seeing that Wukong had not yet landed, he immediately seized the opportunity and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escape, the great waterfall technique. Instantly, a huge column of water gushed out from its mouth, rushing towards Wukong in midair with a powerful momentum. Seeing this, Wukong condensed an energy bullet in his hand and threw it at the water column. Bang! The gas bomb exploded like a bomb, instantly blasting away the water column. For a moment, a large amount of water mist sprayed all around, and under the sunlight, a magnificent rainbow appeared. However, Zabuza was in no mood to watch. He stared at Wukong, who had just landed, his face full of solemnity. That thing just now. What on earth is this? End of this chapter. Chapter 9 The Meaning of Existence? Chapter 9 The Meaning of Existence? Please read on. Hoo ho ho. On the field, Naruto and Sasuke were panting and sweating. He's so strong. Naruto looked at Shiro with a serious expression. After he joined the battlefield, he was able to fight back and forth with Bai through cooperation with Sasuke. But after these rounds, the opponent only had a few superficial wounds on his body. Both of them were covered with wounds. You guys are great, but I can't put it off any longer. Across from them, Shiro glanced at Zabuza's battlefield in the distance, knowing that he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Then he clasped his hands together and said, "Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of crystal ice mirrors rose from all around, surrounding Naruto and Sasuke, while Bai himself was hidden in the mirror. What's this? Naruto and Sasuke looked around, alarm bells going off. Next moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of thousands of swords shot out from the ice mirrors in all directions, piercing towards them at a speed that the two of them could hardly react to. Faced with such an attack, the two had no power to fight back and could only struggle to hold on in the raging Senbon. After a while, the attack stopped and the two men half knelt on the ground involuntarily. I saw a large number of new hideous wounds on their bodies, all of which showed the fierceness of the attack just now. But the strange thing is, although these wounds looked horrific, they only caused them to bleed a little and were not fatal. Let's stop here. You are no match for me, and I don't want to kill you. Bai walked out of the ice mirror, looked at the two of them and said calmly. Although he considers himself to be Zabuza's tool, he is willing to do anything Zabuza does. But he is also a kind person who doesn't like killing. He would not kill anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. Hateful. Naruto and Sasuke supported each other and stood up little by little. Although they seem to dislike each other at ordinary times, they actually recognize each other in their hearts. So they cooperated with each other before, including helping each other now without any hesitation. What's his move? Naruto asked through gritted teeth. How could I know? Sasuke responded irritably. It seems that you still refuse to give up. Seeing the two of them standing up bravely, Bai sighed helplessly. Of course. We have people we want to protect. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with determination. Someone you want to protect. After hearing Naruto's resounding answer, Bai's eyes under the mask were a little dazed. He remembered that when he was a child, he also had people he wanted to protect, namely his mother and father. It's a pity that my father killed my mother, and I accidentally killed my father. Overnight, he became a homeless orphan. Until Zabuza found him and took him away, giving him new meaning in life. At this point, the only person left in his heart was someone he wanted to protect. That is Lord Zabuza. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Naruto and said softly. I have people I want to protect, too. The next moment, a large number of Senbon appeared again and flew towards Naruto and Sasuke like wild bees. Earth escape, earth flow wall. At the critical moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of and behind the two of them, quickly formed seals and slapped the ground. Instantly, Two semicircular earth walls suddenly rose up, blocking all the incoming arrows outside. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto shouted in surprise when he saw a familiar figure in front of him. It seems it's not too late for me to come. Kakashi released his shadow clone and chuckled at the two of them. After accepting Goku's desire to fight alone, he rushed over here. As soon as he arrived nearby, he found that Naruto and Sasuke were in danger. So he created a shadow clone and used the technique of instant body movement to descend on the field, using two walls of earth to protect the two people in time. Kakashi-sensei, the opponent is very strong. Although I am very unwilling, I think we may not be able to win. After a moment of silence, Sasuke looked at Kakashi and said. As proud as he is, he has to admit that the opponent in front of him is not his match for the time being. Sasuke! How could you give up so quickly? After hearing Sasuke's discouraging words, Naruto, who never admits defeat, jumped up and down. Humph! Idiot! What did you say? After finding a backbone, the two started bickering again. Okay, you two should stop now. Kakashi felt a headache and stopped him. Then his eyes focused, as if he had noticed something, and he left the protection of the earth flow wall and looked outside. I don't know when, the ice mirror outside disappeared, and Bai's figure also disappeared. He was startled and immediately looked in the direction of Sakura and Dasna. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that they were safe. Then he looked around again and found that Bai's figure appeared on the battlefield between Goku and Zabuza. Let's go back in time. When Goku used the energy bomb to blow up the water column, Zabuza felt heavy-hearted. Because he discovered that this move of Goku did not require any hand seals. A ninjutsu. In the ninja world, almost all ninjutsu require hand seals, only a very small number do not, and are called sealless ninjutsu. Because this ninjutsu was so rare, he himself had only heard of it. Unexpectedly, he ran into one today. Hey, do you have any other moves? After the water column exploded, Wukong fell to the ground and said with his hands on his hips. If not, you will lose. He looked at Zabuza sincerely, and his words caused great hurt to Zabuza. Damn it! Don't underestimate me, you bastard! Zabuza, who was enraged, didn't bother to think about any ninjutsu. He raised his sword and slashed at Goku. But before he could chop down with his sword, his eyes bulged out and his whole body bent down like a cooked shrimp. A fist was slowly pulled out from his abdomen, and its owner was Wukong. After Goku pulled out his fist, Zabuza slowly knelt down holding his stomach, his face full of pain. Damn it! How can you be so strong? He suppressed the pain, looked up at Wukong with a ferocious face, his eyes full of disbelief. He was actually knocked down by a single punch. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew past. Then a figure stood in front of him and said to him. I'm sorry, Master Zabuza, I'm late. Ahem, Bai, what are you doing here? Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, an inexplicable color flashed in Zabuza's eyes. I will protect you, Master Zabuza. Bai said, tilting his head slightly. However, Zabuza did not accept Bai's kindness and said in a cold tone. Tisk, I don't need your protection. But. No buts. Get out of here. After a moment of silence, Bai said softly. Sir Zabuza, after I became an orphan that no one wanted and no one cared about, I couldn't find the meaning of my existence. It wasn't until you accepted me that I realized I still had some meaning in my existence. The meaning of my existence is to protect you and be your tool. And now, you have taken away the meaning of my existence. I have no reason to live in this world anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai pulled out a kunai and wiped it directly on his neck. White. Seeing this, Zabuza's pupils shrank and he shouted loudly. Just now, as Bai spoke out his inner thoughts word by word, his eyes did not fluctuate, but his involuntarily clenched fists revealed his inner unrest. Outsiders know that he is a cold-blooded killer, but few know that he is not a heartless person. Although he only regarded Bai as a tool at the beginning, after accompanying Bai for a long time, he had already regarded Bai as his own relative. So after realizing that Goku's strength was far beyond what he and Bai could stop, he wanted to force Bai to abandon him and retreat. But he didn't expect that Bai would say something that moved him so much and even do such a strong thing. He wanted to stop it, but his body was unable to move, and he could only watch as Bai swiped the kunao towards his neck. At this moment, Wukong, who had been listening to the conversation between the two silently, suddenly reached out and stopped Bai's actions. He then placed his other hand on Bai's head and closed his eyes. And somehow, Bai didn't offer any resistance and just stared at Goku silently. After a while, Wukong opened his eyes and looked at Bai seriously and said, "I have a rough idea of what you've been through. Grandpa Kame once told me something, and I've always kept it in my heart. This sentence is: exercise well, study well, play well, eat well, and rest well. Live a happy, interesting, and energetic life." End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Master Roshi, Am I Dead? Chapter 10, Master Roshi, Am I Dead? Please read on. When Goku expressed Master Roshi's classic ideas, Bai's calm eyes clearly showed some fluctuations. Not only that, even Zabuza on the side and Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, who had just arrived nearby, also had their own reactions to this sentence. Exercise well, study well, and do well. Live a happy, interesting, and energetic life. Kakashi repeated this sentence, and admiration appeared in his eyes. This Master Roshi looks like a master who has reached a very high spiritual level. On the side, Naruto pinched his chin and nodded seriously. Well, isn't this my life now? I used to do sit UPS regularly, and I did some weight training these past 2 days, so it's just good exercise. Not to mention studying, he even took the initiative to seek advice from Wukong on how to practice chi. As for playing, well, the graffiti I did on the Hokage rock before should count, right? As for the rest of the eating and resting, I seem to have done it. So to sum up, he himself is an expert, just as Kakashi teacher said. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. Seeing his look, Sasuke turned his head to the other side and grumbled, "Idiot." At the same time he thought to himself, "Happy and interesting. Ever since that man did that, they no longer exist in my life." Pat. At this moment, Bai slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing a face so beautiful that it could shame the moon and flowers. Female? Female. After seeing the clear and innocent appearance, Naruto shouted. He never imagined that the person who had previously abused him and Sasuke was a girl of the same age as them. Just as shocked as he was Sasuke, who looked over after hearing the shout. I lost to a woman again." He clenched his fists tightly, feeling dissatisfied with himself. It was bad enough that he lost to Sakura in tree climbing before, but now he even lost in a fight to a girl of similar age. When will he, who is so weak, be able to take revenge on that man? Just when he couldn't stand his own weakness anymore, Bai's answer calmed him down a little. "No, I'm a boy." Bai looked at Naruto and smiled gently. Then, he turned to look at Wukong and said sincerely. "Excuse me, who is the turtle hermit you are talking about, and where does he live? If possible, I would like to ask him some questions in person." Hearing this, Wukong scratched his face in some distress. "Ah, this one." He quickly asked in his mind if Shenlong could send Master Roshi over or send Shiro over. After getting a negative answer, he smiled a little embarrassedly. "You probably won't see him anymore." After hearing the answer, Bai felt a little disappointed, thinking that Master Roshi had passed away, so he stopped asking and turned to look at Zabuza, who had remained silent. "Master Zabuza, do you like this kind of life? Or, do you accept me living this kind of life with you?" Zabuza looked at Bai, then looked at Goku and Kakashi and the others who were surrounding him, and sneered. Bai, you are too naive. Do you think they won't kill us? Before Bai could answer, Wukong looked at him curiously and said, you are not extremely bad people, why should I kill you? Kakashi, who was standing by, looked at the numerous but non-fatal wounds on Naruto and Sasuke's bodies, and stood up and agreed. As long as you no longer want to kill Mr. Dazna, we can let you go. After hearing what the two said, Bai looked at Zabuza and smiled slightly, as if to say, Lord Zabuza, do you have any reason to refuse now? Just when Zabuza's face was uncertain, an arrogant voice not far away attracted everyone's attention. Tisk tisk, isn't this the famous Kirigakuer? How come he was beaten to his knees? Look at him, doesn't he look like a dog now? Ha ha ha. A short and fat man in a suit and sunglasses strode over from the bridge and laughed at the hundreds of his men around him. He was the mastermind who hired Zabuza and others to assassinate Dazna, and he was one of the richest men in the ninja world. Cardo. He was able to accumulate a great deal of wealth by controlling the sea routes to island nations like the Land of Waves. The bridge built by Dazna can connect the wave country with the land, which will make him lose control of the wave country and ruin his plan to make money. That's why he spent a lot of money to hire ninjas to assassinate Dazna. As long as Dazna dies, the bridge cannot be built and his plan to make money can proceed as usual. But the successive failures of Zabuza and other ninjas made him no longer believe in the strength of ninjas. So he secretly hired a large number of wandering warriors, preparing to destroy them in one fell swoop when both sides were defeated. In this way, he could not only complete his plan, but also save the expense of hiring Zabuza, which was killing two birds with one stone. When his men heard his laughter, they all laughed grimly and echoed him. Yeah. What the hell is this guy? I can beat him with just one hand. Faced with the overwhelming ridicule, Zabuza ignored it and instead lowered his head, thinking about something. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Cardo lost interest and turned to look at Dazna, who was behind the crowd, and smiled evilly. Old man, who do you think these two are? After saying that, he clapped his hands, and his men escorted two figures out of the crowd. Tsunami. Inari. Daznaban was still watching Cardo's arrival calmly. It was because he felt that even a powerful ninja like Zabuza was defeated, so these people brought by Cardo would not be able to make any big waves. But he didn't expect that Cardo was so despicable and shameless that he secretly captured his daughter and grandson. Old man, if you want them to live, kill yourself. As Cardo spoke, he pulled out a knife and put it on Inari's neck. In order to add bargaining chips to his side, he sent people to capture Dazna's daughter and grandson before coming here. Although this chip can be used or not now, he couldn't help but want to see what choice Dazna would make, so he chose to use it. You despicable villain! Dazna was furious and tried to step forward, but was held back by Sakura. Mr. Dazna, Mr. Kakashi and the others will definitely be able to save Tsunade and Inari. Seeing that Dazna did not obey, Cardo raised his knife and said fiercely, "It seems that you want your grandson to die." Having said that, he made a gesture to chop. At this critical moment, Wukong suddenly appeared in front of him, reached out to grab his knife, and then exerted force. Click, click, click. This hard weapon made of fine steel was like a piece of tofu and was easily crushed by this flesh and blood hand. You are such a hateful guy. Wukong loosened his hands, and many debris fell from his hands. You. Cardo was so frightened that his face turned pale and he stepped back repeatedly. At this time, Kakashi also appeared here and saved Tsunami and Inari. Seeing that his chips were gone, and remembering that there were hundreds of wandering warriors behind him, Cardo became angry and said, "Come on, everyone! Kill them!" After hearing the boss order, the men waved their weapons and attacked Wukong. But the next moment, ha! Wukong clenched his fists and growled, and suddenly a powerful aura emanated from his body. This momentum seemed to condense into substance, and it rushed towards these wandering warriors with overwhelming force. Before the wandering warriors could touch Wukong, they flew backwards dancing and fell to the ground unconscious. In less than 2 seconds, Cardo was left alone, standing alone in front of Goku. Bang! I give up! I give up! Cardo's legs went limp and he kowtowed repeatedly. I have a lot of wealth, all of which can be given to you, sir, as long as you can let me go. You said you had a lot of money. Wukong said, pinching his chin. Yes, I have lots and lots of money. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Sasuke joins the training. Chapter 11, Sasuke joins the training, please read. 2 days later. Goku, Kakashi, and Naruto stood at the door of Dazna's house and said goodbye to Dazna's family, Zabuza and Haku. Mr. Wukong, thank you so much. Dazna held Goku's hands tightly, his gratitude evident in his words. After knowing that Cardo had a lot of money, Wukong thoughtfully gave the poor Dazna family a windfall that would make anyone jealous. This windfall is all of Cardo's wealth. When Dazna found out about this, he almost knelt down to Goku. Fortunately, he still had some sense and knew that this wealth was a hot potato. If their family really takes it, I'm afraid the grass on their graves will be 1 meter high next year. So he only accepted the tiny amount of property. And even this little bit is enough for his family not to worry about money for the next 10 years. Mr. Wukong, I am also very grateful to you, as well as to the old man I have never met. Bai took a step forward and bowed to Wukong. The words of Master Roshi that Goku repeated brought back to life his budding desire to die. He suddenly felt that life didn't seem to have any meaning. All he had to do was enjoy everything in life and make himself happy. Of course, he still couldn't let go of Zabuza. That's why he invited Zabuza to live with him the life described by Master Roshi. Fortunately, Zabuza agreed after hesitating for a long time. According to him, he was a little tired during this period and wanted to change his way of life. He definitely didn't like living this kind of life with Bai. You are all too polite, haha. Wukong touched his head and smiled foolishly. It's almost time, we have to go. Kakashi looked at the sun and said to Goku. At Naruto's invitation, Goku decided to set off with them to Konoha village. Although there are certain risks in allowing such a powerful outsider to enter Konoha. But after a few days of contact, Kakashi believed that Goku would not bring danger to Konoha. So he accepted Naruto's invitation and even decided to vouch for Goku himself after entering Konoha. Yoshi, let's go then. Goku waved goodbye to Dazna and the others, and then set off for Konoha with Kakashi and the others. At the same time, in a field not far from the Dazna family. Hurry up and work. Why are you dawdling? If you can't finish harvesting this wheat field before noon, you won't be able to eat today. Several burly villagers surrounded Cardo and shouted at him. At this time, Cardo was sweating profusely and looked extremely embarrassed. The originally bright and shiny suit he was wearing was covered in dirt, and his sunglasses were missing. He looked at the endless wheat fields and couldn't help wailing in his heart. When will this end? On the way, Sasuke looked at Goku and then at Naruto. Then he suddenly said, Hey, Naruto, you sneaked out these 2 days to train with Goku, right? Naruto didn't say a word about training in front of him in the past 2 days. But with his keen observation, he still found some clues. For example, every time Naruto came back from going out with Goku, he would be dirty and emit a pungent smell of sweat. This is especially common during training. Not only that, Naruto often trembles slightly when picking up the bowl and chopsticks to eat, indicating that his arms have overdrawn their strength and he cannot hold things steadily. This is also a very likely situation during training. In addition, Kakashi only taught him and Sakura to climb trees these 2 days, but did not let Naruto follow, which also explains some problems. Naruto was walking excitedly in front, happily thinking about what flavor of Ichiraku ramen he would eat after returning to the village. Hearing Sasuke suddenly expose his secret, he stumbled. "You, how did you know?" He turned around and pointed at Sasuke in disbelief. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Kakashi angrily and said, "Teacher Kakashi, you promised to keep it a secret for me." He thought he had kept the secret very well, and Wukong stayed with him most of the time, so he had little chance to tell him. Then only Kakashi, who spends most of his time with Sasuke and the others, could tell it. And Kakashi clearly promised him not to tell this secret. Hearing Naruto's question, Kakashi's mouth twitched and he felt very innocent. "Naruto, I didn't say that." He spread his hands, looking innocent. Naruto was a little confused when he heard Kakashi's denial. If Kakashi hadn't leaked the secret, how would Sasuke have known about it? Idiot! Seeing him like this, Sasuke couldn't help but curl his lips. Just as Naruto was getting mad and furious after hearing this, he asked again, "What are you training with Goku?" "Damn Sasuke! I won't tell you." Naruto refused to answer without even thinking. But he didn't expect that someone answered for him. "Naruto is practicing ki with me." Goku, who had been watching the fun from behind, suddenly came over and said, "Chi? What is that?" Although he heard the answer, Sasuke was confused. "After trying hard to think about what I had learned before, I found that I had never heard of it. Let me tell you, chi is..." Kakashi, feeling that he was ready to go on stage, explained before Goku could speak. He knew that after hearing Goku's explanation, Sasuke would do the same as he did before and think that chi was chakra. And by letting him explain, this misunderstanding can be avoided. Following Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke felt his eyes brighten. These days he felt more and more that he was weak, and wanted to find a way to become stronger faster. And this chi that he heard of for the first time, wasn't it obvious that it could help him improve his strength? What's more, Goku is a powerful master who can knock down Zabuza with one punch, so his training will definitely lead to a significant improvement. Thinking of this, he asked Wukong without hesitation, "Wukong, I want to make myself stronger and want to learn chi. Can you teach me?" On the side, after accepting the fact that his secret was exposed, Naruto was squatting in the corner and grieving alone. At this moment, after hearing Sasuke's request to Goku, he surprisingly hoped that Goku would agree. Perhaps it was because he knew what this companion was carrying. "Humph, you stinky Sasuke, even if you join me, I won't lose to you." This is what he thought in his heart. After looking at Sasuke for a while, Goku nodded and said, "Of course." He could feel that Sasuke also possessed considerable potential. And he also saw a strong desire to become stronger in his eyes. If it were someone else, they might attach great importance to these 2 points. But to him, neither of these 2 points is important. As long as someone asks him for advice sincerely, he will teach them generously. Kakashi, who was standing by, suddenly felt confused after hearing their conversation. He is obviously the teacher, so why are all his students going to others for help? Doesn't he have any dignity as a teacher? It wasn't until he saw Sakura, who had remained silent, that he felt somewhat relieved. Sakura is still the best. She knows how to save his face. But at this moment, Sakura also spoke up, "Teacher Goku, I also want to practice chi with you." In the original novel, the deaths of both Haku and Zabuza were extremely tragic. This time, due to Goku's intervention, history was rewritten, and Bai no longer worried about the meaning of human existence. Zabuza was also able to face up to his feelings for Bai. This should be considered a relatively happy ending, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneezing wildly. Chapter 12, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneezing wildly, please read more. Konoha village, in the Hokage's office. An old man with a goatee and wearing a white robe put down the official business he had just finished and looked out the window. According to the time, Kakashi and Naruto should have returned a few days ago. Why haven't they arrived yet? He is the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nicknamed Professor of Ninjutsu. Ever since the death of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, he once again took up the responsibility of leading Konoha and worked hard in this position for more than 10 years. As he puffed on his cigarette, he thought about Kakashi and his team's mission. Escort a person from Wave Country back home safely. This is just a simple sea-level mission, and nothing should go wrong. What's more, Kakashi's strength is quite good and he can deal with most emergencies. This is also the reason why he is confident in entrusting such a special class to him. Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze. Somehow, he suddenly sneezed several times, and the pipe in his mouth was blown out. What's going on? Why do you feel uneasy? After sneezing, he felt inexplicably frightened, as if some crisis was about to happen. But soon, this feeling of horror disappeared, as if it had never existed. He was a little confused, so he called a few Anbu to inquire about the situation. But after some questioning, he found that there was no problem, so he shook his head and ignored it. What he didn't know was that a few minutes ago. Wow, what a big door! On the road outside the gate of Konoha, Goku exclaimed as he looked at the gate that was more than 10 meters high in the distance. After several days of travel, he, Kakashi and others finally arrived here. Is this Konoha? He turned his head and looked at Kakashi and asked. Yes, this is Konoha village. This village was founded by the first Hokage 60 years ago. Kakashi introduced. Wukong nodded thoughtfully, then asked, you said before that the Hokage is the most powerful person here. On the way back to the village, in order to give Goku a preliminary understanding of Konoha, Kakashi gave him a brief introduction to Konoha's current situation. It was mentioned that the Hokage was the leader of their village and the most powerful person in the village. That's right, all the previous Hokages are the most powerful people in the village. The one who is in charge of the village now is the third Hokage. Kakashi replied with a little respect. Is that so? Then I have to go and spar with him. Wukong rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat excited. During the days since he came to the Naruto world, he discovered that although the people here did not practice chi, he could still judge their strength by the strength of their chi. There was just a problem, the strength of their chi in their normal state and in combat state was not consistent, somewhat similar to the way he usually suppressed his chi. So when he sensed this world these days, he didn't sense anyone with a particularly strong aura, and couldn't find a strong person to compete with. Hearing that there was a powerful person nearby, he became excited and felt that he could finally exercise his body properly. You have to know that the battles in the previous 2 days were not even warm ups. When Kakashi heard what Goku said, he almost sprained his back. He quickly said, Ahem, Mr. Wukong, you must never do such a thing, and don't say it again. It will make people think that you are provoking Konoha and challenging the authority of Hokage. After hearing Kakashi's dissuasion, Goku scratched his head with a confused expression. Ah! Isn't it normal to exchange martial arts? Seeing that they were not far from the main gate of Konoha, Kakashi took a deep breath and said quickly. Mr. Goku, it is normal to exchange martial arts, but... In the next short half-minute, he explained to Wukong the seriousness of the matter. At the end, he added, Lord Hokage is old and can't stand the hard work. This successfully made Goku give up the idea of seeking a sparring match with the Hokage. In the future, he will feel deeply grateful for his successful persuasion today. Not only that, when Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat and kept praising Kakashi for being a good subordinate of his. Hey, Kakashi, you guys are back. As they approached the main gate of Konoha, Zaitetsu and Izumo, who were guarding the gate, noticed them and greeted them. Yeah, we're back. Kakashi responded. Who is this? Zisha noticed that there was a strangely dressed Wukong in their group, so he asked in confusion. He is a friend we met on the road, and he came to live in Konoha for a while. He is no longer registered with you. I will tell you when I report the situation to the Hokage later. Kakashi knew that if people from other villages wanted to enter Konoha, they needed to register with Zisha and the others. But Goku's situation is rather special. He does not belong to the ninja world. If he registers here, it might attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. So he didn't plan to let Goku register, but report it directly to the Hokage himself. That's it, okay then. Zisha observed Wukong again and found that although he was rather strong, he looked harmless, so he agreed. Anyway, it doesn't matter who registers. And Kakashi would not do such a thing as hiding the truth. So why should he be worried? After Goku, Kakashi, and the others entered the village, Izumo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Hey, Zisha, I feel like that person is a little unusual. Ah? Really? Why can't I feel it? Zisha touched his head and said in confusion. Haha, maybe I'm feeling wrong. Izumo casually stopped the topic, but he was still thinking in his heart. This person must be a little bit special, my feeling is never wrong. After entering the village, Kakashi first gave some instructions to Naruto and the other two and asked them to take Goku around. Then he set off for the Hokage building to report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had received the news that Kakashi and others had returned, was sitting leisurely in the Hokage's seat, waiting for Kakashi to come and report the situation. Knock knock knock. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Enter. He sat up straight, looked at Kakashi who pushed the door open and smiled. Did the trip go smoothly? I hope Naruto and the others didn't cause you any trouble. Kakashi closed the door, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. Hokage-sama, there were some unexpected situations during this trip, but fortunately they were all resolved. Then he told Sarutobi Hiruzen everything that happened on this trip. At the end, he added. From what Mr. Goku has said and done, I don't think he will do anything harmful to Konoha. What's more, he has helped us many times and is our benefactor. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been listening quietly, with no expression on his face. After Kakashi finished speaking, he tapped the table and thought for a while, then asked. Letting such a powerful and unknown strongman stay in Konoha, do you know how big the hidden dangers are? In his eyes, anything unstable could be a time bomb. It might explode at any time and bring disaster to Konoha. I know, but I personally guarantee that he will not bring any harm to Konoha. Kakashi said solemnly. Even though they had not been together for a long time, for some reason, he believed in Wukong from the bottom of his heart. Maybe this is Wukong's unique personal charm. I see. Let him stay for a while and see. As for where he lived. Wow! Sarutobi Hiruzen had just said half of his words when he saw dozens of gold bars falling in front of him. Kakashi put away the scroll that sealed the gold bar and said to the somewhat surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen. These are the money Mr. Goku deposited with me. Lord Hokage should be able to help him find a suitable place to live. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, I made money, but my hands were shaking. Chapter 13, I made money, but my hands were shaking, please read on. In Konoha village, on a certain street. Naruto pointed ahead and excitedly introduced something to Goku. Goku, look! That's the Hokage rock. Every generation of Hokage will carve his or her face on it. My dream is to become the next Hokage, and my face will be engraved on it. Don't you think it's great? Wukong looked curiously at the four huge human faces on the rock wall in front of him and nodded thoughtfully. Is this the successive Hokage? What a pity that I didn't get to fight with them. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers on both sides of the street looked over in unison, with scrutiny and vigilance in their eyes. After all, Goku's dress was incompatible with theirs. If he hadn't been accompanied by 3 genin, they would have wanted to report him to the ninja patrolling the street. When some people heard Goku say this, they could no longer hold back and walked towards the patrolling ninjas in the distance, ready to report to them what Goku had just said. Seeing this scene, Naruto and the other 2 looked at each other, knowing that the situation was not good. The next second, the 3 of them pulled Wukong tacitly and quickly fled from this place of trouble. Hoo. When they reached another street, Naruto and the other 2 stopped running and stood there, breathing heavily. Goku, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said before? Sakura asked Goku breathlessly, leaning her hands against the wall out of exhaustion. I almost scared her to death just now. Although Goku was brought back by them and Teacher Kakashi. But at the moment, Teacher Kakashi was not around, and the 3 of them had little influence. Once he's called in for questioning, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. At this moment, Wukong, who had just come to his senses, scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Haha, sorry, I accidentally forgot just now. It's not that he didn't remember Kakashi's advice, but he was a warlike person and couldn't help but say some words. Naruto and the others looked at each other, but didn't know what to say. After all, they didn't say anything outrageous, it's just that the villagers were overly sensitive. After this episode came to an end, Naruto suddenly found that this street looked very familiar. Isn't this where the ramen shop owned by the hand-beating uncle is located? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He still remembered that he had said before that he would treat Goku to Ichiraku ramen. Isn't this the chance? Ever since. Goku. The best ramen I told you about before is right down this street. Let's go. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen now. His tone was very heroic, completely unaware that Sasuke and Sakura beside him had strange expressions on their faces. This guy, has he forgotten how horrible Wukong's appetite is? Can he afford it? When Wukong heard that there was something delicious, his eyes lit up and he said hurriedly. Where is where? Soon, Naruto brought Goku to the door of Ichiraku ramen. Sasuke and Sakura also followed. After all, it's time for dinner, and while eating here I can also watch Naruto's embarrassing look later. Just thinking about it makes it delicious. Uncle, I brought my friends here to eat ramen. Naruto pulled back the curtain and walked into the store, shouting to a middle-aged man who was making ramen in the backstage. This middle-aged man is the owner of Ichiraku ramen, handmade. When he heard a familiar voice, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he looked at Naruto. It's Naruto, you haven't been here for a while. Naruto smiled and sat on the high stool, saying happily. Uncle, I was out of the village on a mission recently. I just came back this morning and came to eat here right away. And I brought a friend here, and I told him that the ramen you make is the best ramen. Uncle, you have to cook well later so that my friend can taste your cooking skills. After saying that, Goku, Sasuke and Sakura, who followed behind him, also sat on the high stools and looked at everything in the store curiously. Oh? Are these all your friends? Shouta asked in surprise. He remembered that not long ago Naruto was all alone and often complained to him. He didn't expect to have made so many friends now, which made him feel relieved. Yes, but I only invited him today. Naruto pointed at Goku. So Naruto, and all the guests, what flavor of ramen would you like? I want a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Naruto said without thinking. Then Sasuke and Sakura also spoke up. A bowl of miso ramen. I'm the same as him, I also want a bowl of miso ramen. Wukong looked at the menu, scratched his face and asked tentatively, well, can I have all the flavors? After hearing this, the hand looked over in surprise and asked, did you finish your meal, sir? It was not until this moment that Naruto remembered Goku's terrifying appetite, and his little face suddenly turned pale. It's over, it's over, it's over. How could I have forgotten this? Is my money, no, is my money enough to spend now? When he thought that the money Wukong would spend on food would not only empty his savings, but his savings would not even be enough, he felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Forget it, at worst, I can just buy it on credit first, and then pay it back after I complete a few more tasks. I think it's acceptable to hit the uncle by hand. After struggling for a few seconds, he came up with this solution, which was not a solution. After all, things are set in stone now, and it is impossible to ask him to regret it. He can only grit his teeth and bear it silently. On the other side, after getting Goku's affirmation, Xiaoda didn't ask any more questions and started making ramen. Soon, there was a bowl of ramen in front of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. And in front of Wukong, there were nearly 10 bowls. Wow! It smells so good! Goku looked at the delicious ramen in front of him and his appetite grew. Then I'll start. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up one of the bowls and danced his chopsticks quickly. Sieve. Beiji, Beiji. Gulp gulp. I saw that the bowl of ramen was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 seconds, Goku finished the bowl of ramen. This. Even though Naruto and the other two already knew how much Goku ate, they were still frightened by this scene, not to mention that it was the first time they saw Goku's hands hitting while eating. Please do it again. Before Xiaoba could recover from his shock, Goku had already finished all the ramen in front of him and motioned for him to do it again in the same way. Please wait a moment. For some reason, I suddenly felt heavy in my heart. As if I was about to go to the battlefield. His hands moved quickly and soon he presented a new portion to Wukong. Sieve. Beiji, Beiji. Gulp gulp. Please do it again. Please wait. Please do it again. Immediately. Please do it again. Done. At some point, Xiaoda made the ramen in advance without waiting for Wukong's signal. He finished them almost immediately after Goku finished eating and presented them. So the two sides kept cooking and eating like crazy, leaving the 3 Naruto friends who were watching dumbfounded. They didn't even notice that the ramen in front of them had gotten cold. I don't know how much time had passed, but the speed of hand-making was far behind Wukong's eating speed. Wukong put down the empty bowl in his hand, touched his stomach and said contentedly. "Ha, I'm really full." Hearing this, the hands that were trembling as they made a bowl of ramen in the backstage let out a breath, feeling that they had finally escaped death. What a pity! He made hundreds of bowls of ramen in just 1 hour and finished a day's work. Fortunately, he is in his prime and his body can still bear it, otherwise he would have died long ago. When Naruto and the other two finished their ramen, he looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I won't charge you today. I'll also give this guest a discount on his meal. I'll charge you 20,000 ryo." Naruto swallowed, poured all the money in his wallet onto the table, and said with a shy smile, "Uncle, this is all the money I have now. Can I buy the rest on credit? Ha ha ha." Looking at the amount of money on the stage, which was less than 1/10 of the total, he shook his head helplessly. He knew that the boy definitely didn't have that much money, even if he gave a discount. At this moment, Wukong suddenly rummaged through his pocket and quickly took out a stack of coins and placed them on the table. "Well, is this money enough?" Note: all money in Naruto is in units of 2, including banknotes and coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are doing very well. Chapter 14, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are doing very well, please read on. As mentioned before, Goku originally wanted to give Cardo's money to the Dazna family. But Dazna didn't dare to accept it all, and only took a very small part. So where did the rest of the money go? With the unanimous support of everyone, this huge fortune finally fell into the hands of Wukong. As he had too much money, at the suggestion of everyone, Wukong only carried this stack of banknotes with him. As for the other treasures, Kakashi sealed them in a scroll and kept them temporarily. Wukong had no objection to this, because he had no idea about the amount of this huge sum of money. In other words, he doesn't care how much money he has, as long as it's enough. After seeing the banknotes that Wukong placed on the table, his eyes bulged out immediately. Because he found that the denomination of the banknotes was actually 10,000. Judging from its thickness, the total amount of this stack of banknotes is at least 1 million, which is almost his net profit from a year's work. Is this guest so rich? He looked at Wukong, who was dressed strangely and had a silly smile on his face, and couldn't help but feel a little curious about his identity. Hey, Wukong, I said I would treat you, why are you paying for it yourself? At this time, Naruto said with a frown on his face. As one of the people who supported Wukong to take over the wealth of Cardo, he certainly knew that Wukong was carrying a huge fortune. But he never thought of asking Wukong to pay, because this meal was a promise he had made. You have to do what you promised to do, this is his way of ninja. Didn't you invite me? Goku picked up some of the banknotes Naruto poured out and placed them on the banknotes he took out with a smile. One bowl is also an invitation. Don't be fooled by his usual silly appearance, he is actually very wise. This can be seen in many cases. For example, when he learned that Old Kai had the information to defeat Majin Buu. He took advantage of Old Kai's lustful character and proposed to exchange information with him for Bulma's photo. This scene almost pissed Vegeta off to death, and he kept yelling at him why he didn't exchange it with Chi-Chi's photo. Is this possible? After hearing Goku's answer, Naruto frowned and fell into deep thought. Of course, don't you, boss? Wukong pushed the money in front of his hand and signaled with his eyes. Ha ha ha, of course. Don't worry about it, Naruto. He immediately understood the signal sent by Goku, reached out and took away several banknotes belonging to Naruto, and then took 2 banknotes from Goku's stack. The extra money will be considered as your prepayment. Next time you come to eat, the cost will be deducted from this. After collecting the money, he said this to Wukong. No problem, I'll come again. Wukong held the back of his head with both hands and smiled, revealing his big white teeth. At the same time, not long after Kakashi finished reporting the situation and left, an uninvited guest arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, why is there a guy of unknown origin next to the Jinchuriki? I think you should leave the Jinchuriki in my care to avoid any problems. The man pushed the door open, walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke in a deep voice. He was dressed strangely, with bandages on his forehead and right face, leaving only his left cheek exposed. When he spoke, his left eye was extremely deep, like a bottomless ocean, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry at his sudden intrusion, and was obviously used to it. He looked up at this old friend who had become increasingly withdrawn and cold over the years, and said calmly, Danzo, you don't have to worry about Naruto's affairs. I know everything. Hearing this, Danzo smiled coldly and said fiercely, Haha, Hiruzen, do you know what's going on? If nothing else, it was a mistake for you to let the Jinchuriki leave the village this time. As a strategic weapon of our Konoha, the Jinchuriki should be guarded and restricted, and locked up in the village. How could you let him go out on a mission? Not to mention that when he came back, there was a guy of unknown origin with him. If this guy knew the identity of the Jinchuriki, or if he already knew it and was coming for the Jinchuriki. Hehe, is this what you mean by knowing what's going on? Hiruzen. As the leader of the root organization hidden in the darkness of Konoha, he has always held conspiracy theories about everything and believes that all things that may change need to be firmly controlled in his own hands. Only in this way will there be no problems. Only in this way can Konoha be protected. Because Konoha had long been regarded by him as a possession in his hands, and something that belonged only to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew some of Danzo's inner thoughts, but he didn't care. He felt that Danzo's original intention was for the good of Konoha, even though he was a little paranoid. So even though he was accused by Danzo, he did not get angry. Instead, he took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled. Danzo, Naruto is not only the Jinchuriki, but he is also Minato's only son. I can't keep him locked up in the village forever. As for the guy who appeared next to him, Kakashi also reported it to me. At present, although the specific identity of this person has not been determined, his origins have been studied. And Kakashi personally guaranteed that he would not cause any harm to Naruto or even Konoha. When Kakashi was reporting, he mentioned to him Goku's origin and the chi he mentioned, and said that Naruto and the others were learning chi under Goku's guidance. When he first heard about this, he found it hard to believe, because he had lived for so long and had never seen anyone from outside the ninja world, let alone something that was different from chakra. But after some thought, he accepted it because he knew that there were indeed many places outside the ninja world that they had not set foot in. Not to mention, the 3 holy places are some mysterious places located outside the ninja world. So it is not impossible that this human named Sun Wukong came from such a place. After accepting his identity, he also became curious about chi and wanted to see what Naruto and the others could practice. If it can help improve your strength, there are many things you can do. This is also the reason why he finally agreed to let the powerful Goku stay in Konoha. Oh? What is this person's background? After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo asked calmly. You have to know that before Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha, he already knew that there was a new person named Goku in their group. He sent his root men to look up Wukong's personal information, but found nothing. So doubts began to arise in my heart. That's why he came here just now after watching Kakashi report the situation. Those previous words were just his polite words and he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to listen to him. He came here with only one purpose, which was to find out the origins of Goku from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he thought the other party would answer his question, but unexpectedly, he refused. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his cigarette and looked at him slowly. Danzo, you don't need to know this for now. When the time is right, I will tell you. Not hearing the answer he wanted, Danzo snorted coldly and slammed the door and left. Humph! Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're doing fine. Since the other party won't tell him, he will find out by his own means. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Danzo, bring Son Goku to me. Chapter 15, Danzo, bring Son Goku to me, please read. Mr. Wukong, this is where you will live from now on. Whether you leave Konoha in the future or not, it belongs to you. In front of a single family house, Kakashi pointed at it and introduced it to Goku. This house was decided upon after he discussed it with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The property originally belonged to the Sarutobi clan, but after he threw out some of Goku's money, it became Goku's property. Not long after Goku and Naruto left Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi found them and brought them here. Wow, this house looks pretty nice. Naruto on the side shouted. Hey, isn't that your home over there, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura looked around and suddenly found a house not far away that looked familiar. Looking closely, isn't that Kakashi's home? Ah, that's right. Mr. Wukong is a newcomer after all, so he may encounter some problems that he doesn't understand. If we live close to each other, it will be easier for Mr. Wukong to find me in time. Kakashi explained. There was one more thing he didn't say. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Goku living in the village, he was not completely at ease. Arranging for him to live close to him was also so that he could arrive in time and stop Goku when he did something harmful to Konoha. Although he agreed to this, he didn't take it seriously in his heart. Because he believed that Wukong would not do such a thing, and it's not even certain whether he can beat Goku. Lord Hokage really praises him too much. At the same time, in a dark basement in Konoha, Danzo sat on a chair, looking at the root ninjas kneeling on one knee in front of him, and said coldly, "Find out where that man lives tonight and bring him to me alive." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Soon, it was night. "Goku, I'll continue to ask you to guide my training tomorrow." In front of Goku's house, Naruto smiled and touched his head. After Goku had looked at the place to live, he and Kakashi took Goku to continue wandering around Konoha, and only now were they ready to part. "Mr. Goku, me too. I'll leave everything to you tomorrow." On the side, Sakura glanced at Sasuke and clasped her hands together. In fact, she is not very interested in practicing chi at the moment, but since Sasuke joined, she followed suit. "Me too," Sasuke said succinctly after they both finished speaking. "Haha, no problem." Wukong touched his head and smiled foolishly. He also wanted to see how far Naruto and the others could be trained. He would be very happy if he could reach the level of playing against him one day. "I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll come over and take a look." At this time, Kakashi, who had been looking at them with a smile, also spoke up. As Naruto and his friend's teacher, he has to care about his students' training. It's definitely not because he wants to see how chi is cultivated. After saying goodbye to everyone, Wukong walked into his home and smiled as he looked at the various daily necessities and food on the table and on the floor. Well, the people in this world are pretty friendly. These things were chosen by Naruto and his friends when we were shopping today, and they said they wanted Goku to treat this place like his home. Naturally, Wukong accepted all the things, so all of them went into his home. He picked up an apple and ate it till only the core was left. Then I threw it into the trash can and stuffed the rest of the food into the refrigerator. Then, he took a towel, toothbrush, and other toiletries from the daily necessities and walked into the bathroom with them. He hasn't had a good bath since he came into this world. Pfft! Ha! It feels so good. After jumping into the bathtub filled with hot water, he let out a comfortable groan. Just after he soaked for a while, he suddenly fixed his eyes and looked outside the house through the wall. At this time, 4 uninvited guests wearing animal masks came outside his house. The leader said to the other 3, "This is it. When you catch someone later, be as quiet as possible and don't let Kakashi find out, otherwise things will be troublesome." "Yes." After saying this, the 4 of them moved and jumped into Wukong's house through the open window. Bathroom. After searching the house, the 4 finally set their sights on the tightly closed bathroom. Click. One of them easily turned the handle, and then 4 people came in one after another. However, after entering the bathroom, they found it empty, without a single person in sight. "Hey, are you looking for me?" Just then, a crab head suddenly popped in from outside the door and looked at them with a silly face. "Catch him!" The leader's eyelids jumped, and he was the first to react. He drew out his kunai and pounced on Goku. Lord Danzo only said to bring the target back alive, so as long as the target is not dead, it doesn't matter even if he is missing limbs. What's more, he now realized that the target might be a little tricky. If they don't use weapons, it will be difficult for them to defeat the opponent. Just when he was thinking about which arm of Goku to remove first, he suddenly saw a fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. Bang! As the mask on his face shattered, tears mixed with nosebleed gushed out in an instant, making his vision blurry. But then he could see nothing more, for he had lost consciousness and fallen into a sleep as peaceful as that of a baby. Bang! His body flew backwards and hit a teammate who had no time to dodge. Then the teammate also went dark and fell into a deep sleep. The remaining 2 people were shocked, but did not retreat. Instead, they rushed towards Wukong from the left and right. As members of the root, they had long forgotten their feelings and completed every task assigned by Danzo coldly but firmly. Even if it means death, they will rush forward without hesitation. Because they have already vowed to follow Danzo to the death and are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. But at this moment, their determination was obviously in vain. Suddenly, Wukong flashed and passed through the two people without them noticing and came behind them. Then he swung his hands backwards, and two hand knives gently landed on the back of the two men's necks. As a result, the two of them didn't even have the slightest reaction and fell face first to the ground, then lay there motionless. So, who are these guys? After doing all this, Wukong scratched his head in some confusion. Never mind. Didn't Kakashi say I could go to him if I have any problems? I'll go find him right away. After just a second, he gave up thinking about this question, then held two of the four people under his arms and held two in his hands. It's a bit troublesome to fly over there, so I'll just teleport. Kakashi's Kia found it. After locking onto Kakashi's aura, his eyes lit up, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Disappeared along with him were the four figures that he was holding and carrying. Kakashi's house. At this time, Kakashi was enjoying the intimate paradise. This description. Master Jiraiya's writing skills have improved a lot. I don't know what he saw, but his face suddenly turned red and even some steam came out. Next second. Yoshi, Kakashi, what are you looking at? Boom. Ping 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 rang. Pfft. Big guys, if you think this book is well written, please give me some recommendation votes. I won't ask for monthly votes. I, the humble author, just want some recommendation votes TT. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 What if I insist on moving? Chapter 16 What if I insist on moving? Please read on. At Kakashi's house. After some flurry of activity, Kakashi finally stuffed the intimate paradise under his butt. But I don't know if he was too hurried or the sofa was against him. When he stuffed the book under his butt, he slipped and sat on the ground. But fortunately, the intimate paradise was still firmly pressed under his butt. Even if he slid to the ground, he was hidden tightly. Ah! Seeing this scene, Goku scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why Kakashi had such a big reaction. It's Mr. Goku. After seeing the figure in front of him clearly, Kakashi let out a breath. In fact, he was not afraid of others knowing that he was reading Intimate Paradise, as could be seen from the fact that he could safely hold the book and read it with relish on the street. But what he just read was the most explosive and exciting description he had ever seen. In addition, Goku appeared too suddenly, leaving him no time to think. That's why he was scared like this. After he realized this, he no longer hid it. He pulled it out of his butt in a fair and open manner, and then put it into his pocket. Mr. Wukong, you are looking for me. Before he could finish his words, he noticed four motionless people lying at Goku's feet. Because he was too flustered before, and after he slid to the ground, there was a table blocking his view from Goku. So he didn't notice these four people in time. Only after he calmed down did he realize this situation. This is... After seeing the four people's attire clearly, his pupils shrank, because he discovered that these four people were actually Anbu ninjas. Subconsciously, he wanted to ask Wukong what was going on. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something. So he moved in front of the four people, opened the mouth of one of them and pulled out his tongue. Really? His eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, as expected. An ugly black mark appeared on the tongue that he pulled out. This is the seal to eradicate the evil of tongues, a curse seal that can only be cast on ninjas in the root. From this we can see that this person is not an Anbu ninja, but a root ninja. Then, he checked the tongues of the other three people and found that they all had the mark of eradicating tongue evil. Mr. Wukong, could you please tell me in detail what happened? He looked at Wukong with a serious expression. The root organization to which the root ninja belongs is a special organization that is independent of Konoha. It does not obey the orders of the Hokage but only obeys Danzo. Their style of doing things is even more ruthless and cruel than that of the Anbu. It can be said that they are a terrifying force that even he has to treat with caution after hearing about it. How could such a force suddenly find Wukong? Could it be that that adult has set his sights on Wukong? Thinking of this, he became more solemn and his eyes were fixed on Wukong. These 4 people just broke into my house, and I knocked them out. Wukong put his hands on his hips and said with a grin. After hearing Goku's answer, Kakashi was very upset. Mr. Wukong, please be more specific. He placed particular emphasis on the word detailed. A little more detail. Hearing the question, Wukong scratched his face, propped up his chin and thought carefully for a while. Then said, I was taking a comfortable shower just now when these 4 people suddenly broke in and attacked me, and then I knocked them out. Did they say anything? Well, it seems so, but I don't remember it, haha. Goku scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly. Kakashi held his forehead with his hand. Although what Goku said was still not detailed enough, he could roughly understand the whole story. After receiving certain orders from that adult, these 4 root ninjas attacked Goku at night. There is a high probability that they want to capture him, but there is a low probability that they want to kill him on the spot. But unexpectedly, Goku was so powerful that he knocked them all out. Mr. Goku, I will report this to Hokage-sama and find out the reason. After these 4 people failed, I guess no one will come looking for you tonight. If there are any, please continue to knock them out. Of course, if necessary, you can just kill them. After thinking for a while, he said to Wukong. Then I'll leave these 4 people to you. Wukong said with a silly smile, touching his head. Leave it to me. Then I'll leave. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Kakashi to say anything else, Goku's figure suddenly disappeared. Oh, it looks like I won't be able to sleep well tonight. After Goku left, Kakashi looked at the 4 corpses lying on the ground and murmured with a worried look on his face. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the last official task at hand, rubbed his sore waist, and let out a breath. I am old after all. I am exhausted after working overtime for just a short time. He shook his head helplessly, and then wanted to get up and leave work. But unexpectedly, someone offered him another job. Kakashi suddenly jumped in from the window holding 4 people and said to him solemnly. Hokage-sama, there is an emergency to report to you. A few minutes later. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table hard, and said angrily. This is outrageous. How dare Danzo do this? He didn't expect that just because he didn't tell Danzo about Goku's origins, Danzo would send people to attack Goku at night. You have to know that Goku is quite powerful, as evidenced by the fact that he knocked out 4 root ninjas silently tonight. And he came from a mysterious place, and God knows how many people there are as strong as him. If Konoha offended him, wouldn't it just get into trouble with a group of enemies of unknown strength? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even angrier, and immediately summoned an Anbu ninja who was guarding nearby. Go tell Danzo to come see me right now. Yes, Hokage-sama. At this moment, still in that dark basement, Danzo was also furious. You said that Team Wu lost contact half an hour ago. Then why are you telling me now? In front of him, a root ninja knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said in fear. Danzo-sama, I thought they were on a mission and didn't respond to the message in time. So I thought I'd wait a bit, but I didn't expect there would be no response after waiting for half an hour. Danzo looked at him gloomily, then kicked him on the head. Do you think? Here, only I can decide everything. You don't need to think, just follow my orders. The root ninja who was kicked away by him ignored the blood flowing from his forehead, prostrated on the ground and said respectfully, Yes. Master Danzo. I know I was wrong. Danzo closed his eyes, thinking about something. After a while, when he was about to give an order, an Anbu ninja came in from outside and said to him respectfully. Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama wishes to see you now. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. That Hiruzen guy wants to see me now. Is it possible? Not long after, in the Hokage's office. Danzo, who allowed you to do this? This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give a good look. He pointed at the 4 dead root ninjas lying on the ground and said gloomily. Danzo took a quick glance and understood immediately. Just as he thought, the Wu team sent to capture Wukong failed. As for who subdued them? He glanced at Kakashi, who was standing silently beside him, and snorted in his heart. Humph, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to send Kakashi to protect you. I was careless this time. After seeing Kakashi, he immediately concluded that Team Wu had fallen into Kakashi's hands. So he said in a cold tone, Hiruzen, who is he that deserves your protection? After hearing Danzo indirectly admit what he had done, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt calm. Danzo, you don't need to know this. Just know you can't touch him. Danzo narrowed his eyes, trying to save his face, but also tentatively replied, what if I insist on moving? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him calmly and said. Danzo, you must remember this. I am the Hokage. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Around and Around. Chapter 17, Around and Around. Please read on. The next day, the sun shines brightly. In a remote forest in Konoha. Go around and around. Go around and around. I saw Wukong holding a huge rock 2 or 3 meters high above his head, shouting slogans and running around the trees aimlessly. Behind him, Naruto was holding a stone about half a meter long and followed him, shouting slogans while running around the tree. Behind Naruto was Sasuke, who was also holding a stone about half a meter long, but his face was red and he was speechless. Wrap around! Wrap around! Wrap around! There was another figure behind Sasuke, it was Sakura, who was so tired that her slogans became intermittent. The stone she was holding was even smaller than those held by Naruto and Sasuke. After an unknown amount of time, Sakura finally couldn't hold on any longer. She threw the stone to the ground, and then sat down against the tree as if she had no bones. I can't do it anymore. She looked at the figure who was still holding on in front of her with a distracted look, thinking to herself. I'm sorry Sasuke, I just can't keep up. Ahead of him, Sasuke had actually reached his limit at this time. But when he saw Naruto still running in front of him, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Damn it! I won't lose to this guy. He wouldn't allow himself to lose to Naruto, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen a stone that was almost the same size as Naruto's. But Naruto had trained for several days before, and his adaptability and physical fitness were better than his. Therefore, his stubbornness may not help him defeat Naruto, but may hurt his body instead. At the front of the team, Goku seemed to be only focused on running, but in fact he was also paying attention to the situation of the 3 people behind him. After seeing Sakura stop and realizing that Sasuke had reached his limit, he stopped, turned around and looked at them and smiled. That's enough running training. After saying that, he threw down the huge rock he was holding above his head, and there was a loud bang. Phew! It's finally over. Naruto threw down the stone, wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. He was also extremely tired, and if he ran a little longer he would reach his limit like Sasuke. Sasuke said nothing, silently threw away the stone, and leaned against the tree trunk to rest. He was too tired to say anything. Not far away, Kakashi, who had been watching their training, held his forehead with his hand. This is a hardcore training method. It really looks like someone. In his mind, at this moment, a big man with thick eyebrows who always wore green tights and had a watermelon head popped up. If he met Goku. Sigh. When he thought of the scene that person would see Goku, he shuddered. Fortunately, he's out on a mission for a while now, so we won't be able to see Goku for the time being. After thinking about it for a while, he continued to pay attention to Goku, Naruto, and the others. Is this the beginning of chi training? Turn your attention back to Wukong and the others. After Naruto and the others rested for a while, Goku said to them. Next, Sasuke and Sakura, the two of you must learn to sense and direct your own ki. Only when you learn to control your chi can you use it to fight. As soon as the words fell, Sakura weakly raised her hand and asked, Master Goku, how can I sense and guide my own chi? After hearing this, Goku did not answer directly, but looked at Naruto and said with a smile, well, Naruto, you can tell me. He felt that after all, Naruto and the others still had chakra energy in their bodies, which would interfere with their perception of chi to a certain extent. And Naruto has successfully sensed the chi. If Naruto were to tell the story, he might be able to do it better than he did. Naruto was overjoyed as he enjoyed this honor for the first time. Once upon a time, he was regarded as the last one in school. Not only was his grades embarrassing, he was also looked down upon by his classmates and scolded by his teacher. He never imagined that one day he would be able to teach others, even if it was just 2 students. He stood up happily, cleared his throat and said seriously. Ahem, sensing chi is very simple. As long as we calm our minds and get rid of the interference of chakra in our bodies, we can find another energy hidden in our bodies, which is chi. If you want to guide the energy out next, just control it and slowly pull it out of your body. During this process, you cannot be distracted at all, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Once you are able to control it skillfully, you will be able to guide it out easily like I did. When he said the last sentence, he spread out his right hand, and a white gas slowly rose from his palm. As he spoke, Sasuke stared at him intently. After he finished the demonstration, Sasuke immediately closed his eyes and began to sense the energy in his body. Soon after, Sakura also began to sense. It is worth mentioning that before this, Goku had unknowingly asked the dragon to help the two of them break free from the shackles of sensing energy, so he did not take any unnecessary actions at this time. After the two closed their eyes and sensed, Naruto looked at Goku and scratched his head. Goku, no, Master Goku, what should I practice? He had always casually called Wukong. Because Wukong asked him to call him that, and he also felt that calling him that was closer. But yesterday, after they separated from Goku, Sakura gave him and Sasuke some serious advice. They said that since they were going to train under Goku's guidance, they should call him teacher, just like they called Kakashi teacher. Instead of calling someone by their name, it would be impolite. After thinking about it, he felt that it made sense, so he changed his address to Teacher Wukong today. Wukong ignored his change of address, held his chin and thought for a while before saying, in battle we must not only learn to control our own chi, but also learn to sense the chi of others. This way you can lock onto the enemy's position with your chi, rather than with your eyes. Naruto nodded in understanding. What's the difference between locking with chi and locking with the naked eye? That's a huge difference. Wukong said without thinking. Like, you can see me now, right? He smiled at Naruto. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously. What about this? As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong's figure suddenly disappeared. Naruto opened his eyes wide and looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of Goku. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he turned back sharply, but found there was nothing behind him. What he didn't know was that Goku was actually standing behind him the whole time. Every time he deflected or moved his body, Goku would deflect or move in advance, making him completely unaware that there was someone behind him. Finally, his face fell and he shouted to the air, "Are you hiding? How can I see you if you hide?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt someone patted his shoulder. He felt as if someone had stabbed him in the buttocks, and he was so scared that he jumped forward more than 10 meters. Then he turned around and looked behind him. He saw Wukong looking at him with a smile, his arm raised still hanging in the air. You! He yelled, pointing at Goku. When did you run behind me? He had thought of this situation just now, so he turned around quickly and looked back, but there was clearly no one behind him. Ha ha ha, I'm always behind you. Wukong held his head and laughed. If you had learned to sense other people's aura, you wouldn't have failed to notice me just now. So now you understand the difference between locking with chi and locking with the naked eye. The author, looking haggard, raised the bowl of tickets tremblingly. Dear kind people, hoarse voice, please count your votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 The First Person to Master the Explosion. Chapter 18 The First Person to Master Explosion. It is said that time does not pass in practice, and a month passed quickly. During this month, Naruto and the other two practiced with Goku every day. Although every day was hard, they all persevered and no one gave up. Including Sakura, who initially joined only because of Sasuke. It is worth mentioning that when Sakura and Sasuke were learning to sense and direct their own ki, the former succeeded in just an hour, while the latter took about 2 hours. Sasuke felt a little numb because of this. I lost to her in tree climbing training, and I also lost to her in anger training. However, he was not the most uncomfortable person. The most uncomfortable person was Naruto, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes. This is because it took 3 hours, which is the total time it took for Sasuke and Sakura. Fortunately, Naruto has always been heartless. He quickly forgot about this matter and continued to practice. Afterwards, after Sasuke and Sakura were able to control their energy proficiently, they joined Naruto in practicing sensing other people's energy. But this stage is obviously somewhat difficult. After the three of them trained hard for a month, the most powerful one could only roughly sense the chi within 15 meters around him. If the distance exceeds this, nothing can be sensed. And at this distance it is only a rough perception. That is to say, we can only determine the approximate direction of the chi, but cannot accurately lock the position. Despite this, Goku still praised them for their talent. After all, he had practiced hard in the Temple of the Gods for 3 years before he could skillfully sense the energy of the outside world. It's already amazing that Naruto and his friends have achieved this in just 1 month. Bang bang bang! Clap clap clap! In an open space, 2 figures were fighting fiercely. Upon closer inspection, it was Naruto and Sasuke. Bang! The 2 fists collided with each other like needles hitting wheat spikes, causing a small air wave. Sasuke, you're pretty strong. Feeling the power coming from the opposite fist, Naruto grinned. Humph, Naruto, you're not bad either. Sasuke responded with the same grin. Then he suddenly raised his knees and legs and kicked Naruto in the face with a whip-like kick. Well done. After seeing this fierce attack, Naruto showed no fear on his face. He raised his arm and took the attack steadily. Next, it is impolite not to reciprocate. He took advantage of Sasuke's unstable body and kicked him hard into the air. Whoosh! But Sasuke seemed to have anticipated this. Before he could retract his kicking leg, he kicked hard with his standing foot, and instantly flipped backwards several times, perfectly avoiding Naruto's attack. Not only that, while doing somersaults in mid-air, Sasuke was quickly forming seals with both hands. As soon as he landed on the ground, a fireball suddenly erupted from his mouth and shot straight at Naruto. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Facing this attack, Naruto dodged without a second thought, and then formed seals with both hands. The art of multiple shadow clones. In an instant, dozens of Narutos appeared on the field. Tisk, this trick again. Sasuke cursed inwardly at the sight. For him now, multiple shadow clones is almost an unsolvable move. Because he couldn't tell which one was Naruto's real body, even when he opened the Sharingan. And chi can actually help him distinguish, because the chi of the original body is slightly higher than the chi of the shadow clone. But the number of shadow clones created by Naruto was too many, and with his current half-baked level of perception, he was unable to accurately lock onto Naruto's real body. If he can't lock onto Naruto's body, he won't be able to break this move. Now, there is only one way. Ha! He suddenly clenched his fists and let out a low growl. Immediately afterwards, a white flame burst out from his body, enveloping his entire body. Then, he kicked his right foot hard and rushed straight towards the Naruto group, as if he was not worried at all about being surrounded. The Narutos on the opposite side were all stunned when they saw the arrogance coming from him. It was only after Sasuke had killed several of the shadow clones in front that they reacted and fled screaming. But their escape speed was far inferior to Sasuke's pursuit speed. Sasuke's figure was like a phantom, constantly appearing behind every Naruto, and then he blew up every Naruto clone as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. This scene was like a storm passing through or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. It was so tragic that people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After a while, the last Naruto on the scene, that is, Naruto himself, was kicked away by Sasuke. Wah! Damn Sasuke! When did you master the explosive ki? Naruto, who was kicked away, got up from the ground and stared at Sasuke with an unwilling look on his face. Chi explosion means releasing the chi in your body at an output far exceeding the usual output power. It is a method that can improve all-round strength in a short period of time. The more chi the user bursts out, the more their strength will be enhanced. However, the more explosions there are, the faster the energy is consumed. Once the energy in the body is almost gone, not only will you explode, but even your life may be in danger. Therefore, when users explode, they must reasonably control the output of gas according to the amount of gas they have. Not long ago, Wukong taught them how to explode, but the three of them have never been able to master it. Unexpectedly, Sasuke actually used it just now, which made Naruto feel unwilling and puzzled. Seeing Naruto's unwilling expression, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth. Hehe, I just mastered it last night. After Naruto's taijutsu rapidly improved to a level close to his, he found that he could no longer defeat Naruto. Because after Naruto uses multiple shadow clones, he will be in a dilemma of being beaten up by a group of people. Even if he used the substitution technique, he could only escape for a while. Unless he keeps running away endlessly, he won't be beaten up, but that would be equivalent to him admitting defeat. And now, he has mastered explosion, which allows him to increase his strength far beyond Naruto in a short period of time. In this way, no matter how many shadow clones Naruto creates, he can crush them with his absolute strength. Come one and beat them all, come a group and beat them all. Ah, I'm so angry. How come you can master it before me? After hearing Sasuke's answer, Naruto was so angry that he jumped to his feet. It was obvious that he was the one who practiced ki first. So how come that bastard Sasuke was able to master explosive ki before him? He didn't expect that, although he did start practicing ki a few days earlier than Sasuke, he started practicing explosive ki at the same time as Sasuke. It can only be said that in this area of talent, Sasuke is indeed a little better than him. Just then, Goku and Sakura, who had been watching the fight on the side, came over. Wow! Sasuke, you actually mastered the explosive energy. Sakura praised Sasuke. In order to specifically praise the other person, she didn't say that she actually had mastered the explosiveness. You two are amazing. Wukong first put his hands on his hips and smiled, then he put away his smile. But you still have some problems in your fight. Then, he explained the two people's problems one by one. Naruto and Sasuke also listened very carefully. After each fight, Wukong would point out the problems they encountered during the fight and ask them to improve them. It is precisely because of this that their combat capabilities have made rapid progress in this month. After a while, Goku finished explaining, and Naruto and Sasuke fell into thinking about their own problems. While they were thinking, a young man with thick eyebrows, wearing green tights and a watermelon head suddenly jumped out from not far away. The young man quickly approached them, looked at Sasuke with a fighting look on his face, pointed his thumb at himself and said, "My name is Rock Lee, please fight me." End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Sasuke vs Rock Lee. Chapter 19 Sasuke vs Rock Lee. Faced with the sudden appearance of Rock Lee, Naruto and the other two were a little confused, only Goku remained very calm. He had known that there was someone nearby, but he didn't sense any murderous intent from him, so he ignored him. Rock Lee stared at Sasuke with some excitement. Today, when he was doing handstand walking exercise to burn his youth, he accidentally came to this forest and heard the sound of fighting coming from the forest. So he followed the sound and saw Naruto and Sasuke fighting. At first, he didn't take the fight between the two too seriously. Because he felt that although the two were quite strong, he could easily defeat them after activating the 8 gates. But then, he was dazzled by the strength that Sasuke displayed when he exploded. Because he suddenly discovered that Sasuke in this state was already able to compete with him after he opened the 8 gates. He was eager for an opponent to help him improve his strength faster, so after a brief thought he decided to have a fight with the other party. That's why he came to the field and declared a fight with Sasuke. Opposite him, Sasuke was confused for a moment before he came to his senses and began to look him up and down. Green tights, bowler hair. What's this strange shape? After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. But he soon focused his attention on the tightly bandaged hands. I saw that the bandage, which should have been white, was covered with some very glaring dark brown spots, which were clearly bloodstains that had been there for a long time. This person. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, looked at the training marks on the other's hands, and felt the extraordinary aura emanating from the other, and felt a little excited. The opponent's strength is definitely not weak. It just so happened that he didn't enjoy the battle just now. If the opponent is strong enough to force me to use my explosive power. Thinking of this, he looked at the other party and responded. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and I accept your challenge. In the open space, Sasuke and Rock Lee stood facing each other. Next to them, Goku acted as the referee, while Naruto and Sakura acted as spectators. Come on, Sasuke. Don't lose to this guy with thick eyebrows. Sakura clenched her fists and cheered for Sasuke. Damn it, this guy is stealing the show again. Why doesn't that guy with thick eyebrows challenge me? Naruto held his chin with both hands and said angrily with an unhappy look on his face. Come on, let me see your strength. On the field, Rock Lee was seen leaning slightly sideways, with one hand behind his back and the other hand waving at Sasuke, as if he didn't take the other person seriously. But in fact, he was not careless about Sasuke at all. This move was just his usual starting move. But Sasuke didn't know that and thought Rock Lee was looking down on him. So a little anger arose in my heart. If you underestimate me, be prepared to be defeated by me. Thinking of this, his figure suddenly flashed and he suddenly appeared behind Rock Lee. Then he threw a powerful straight punch at his head. Swish! However, the attack missed. At some point, Rock Lee's figure suddenly dissipated like foam, causing his attack to hit the air. His pupils shrank as he sensed a sudden presence of energy behind him. And he immediately guessed that Rock Lee was attacking from behind. So he dodged to the side without thinking. Bang! Just as he dodged, a big foot hit him hard where he had been standing, making a small hole in the ground. Rock Lee retracted his leg and was a little surprised that his attack missed, but then he felt more and more that he had chosen the right person. If Sasuke was hit so easily by his attack, it meant that his vision was wrong and the opponent was not qualified to be his opponent. After Sasuke dodged, he caught a glimpse of the power of Rock Lee's attack and thought to himself. What a strength! After gaining a preliminary understanding of his opponent's strength, he began to feel serious. On the side, Wukong crossed his arms and watched their fight with a smile on his face. This boy is very capable. Sasuke has met his match this time. On the field. Bang, bang, bang. Clap clap clap. At some point, Sasuke and Rock Lee started fighting again. Sasuke raised his legs and knees and slammed into Rock Lee's abdomen with a force like thunder. Facing this attack, Rock Lee pressed down with both hands and took the blow steadily. Seeing that the first attack failed, Sasuke swung out another swinging fist towards his cheek, creating a gust of strong wind. This time, Rock Lee did not take the attack head-on, but instead took a step back at high speed to avoid the attack. Then, he suddenly exerted force from his waist and hips, and a powerful force instantly passed through his waist and hips to his thighs and then to his calves. Whoosh! In an instant, a long leg like an iron whip lashed towards Sasuke's face with lightning speed and momentum. Seeing this fierce attack coming, Sasuke ducked and dodged without a second thought. But he didn't expect that Rock Lee's attack was actually a combo move. Konoha Tornado. After the whip kick swept over Sasuke's head, Rock Lee did not stop it, but used the inertia to rotate his body. Then, after sweeping in the air, the whip kick swept towards the short Sasuke with great momentum. Faced with this attack, Sasuke had no way to avoid it and could only use his hands to block it in front of him, trying to block it head-on. Bang! Lee Look's whip kick suddenly hit his arm, and a powerful force came out, which knocked him away. What a strength! After taking this blow, he could feel the power of his opponent more intuitively than before. Unexpectedly, it was bigger than he had previously estimated. And at this moment, when he flew backwards for a distance, Rock Lee came under him at some point and kicked him hard. Not good. How is it possible that he is so fast? When Sasuke suddenly sensed Rock Lee's aura appearing beneath him, his pupils suddenly shrank and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. There was clearly no opponent's energy within 10 meters just now, so how could the opponent suddenly appear under him? Could it be that the opponent's speed could allow him to advance 10 meters in an instant? What he didn't know was that the opponent was using a physical technique that could greatly increase his speed. Its name is Shadow Dancing Leaves. Bang! In this situation, he had no time to react and was kicked to a higher place by Rock Lee. Then, Rock Lee bent his legs and kicked the ground hard. Whoosh! Its body shot towards him like an arrow, and soon passed him and was above him. After reaching above him, Rock Lee raised his knees and legs and chopped down at him fiercely. Damn it! He raised his hands to block, but his body fell uncontrollably to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Boom! After a loud bang, dust and smoke billowed from the ground, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke suffer such a heavy blow, Sakura screamed and wanted to rush forward to check the situation, but a big hand stopped her. Don't worry, Sasuke won't be defeated that easily. Wukong looked at the scene calmly, as if he knew the situation very well. Sure enough, when the dust cleared, a figure emitting white aura appeared before them. Next, I will let you see my true strength. Sasuke raised his eyes and said this to Rock Lee, who had just fallen to the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Explosion vs 8 Gates of Eternity. Chapter 20 Explosion vs 8 Gates. Earlier, at the critical moment when the body was about to hit the ground, Sasuke activated his energy burst, and using the greatly increased speed of movement during the explosion, he quickly adjusted his posture, allowing his body to land in a position that would cause minimal damage. Not only that, he also concentrated all his energy on defense to reduce the huge impact when landing. It was precisely because of this that he was able to remain almost intact under Rock Lee's incredibly powerful attack. You finally used this trick. When Rock Lee saw the white aura on Sasuke, his eyes became even more excited. Although he didn't know what move Sasuke was using at this time, he knew. Only by using this move can Sasuke compete with him after he activates the 8 gates. Okay. Sasuke narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It seems that this guy had already come nearby when he and Naruto were fighting, and watched their fight. In this case, the other party still dares to challenge him after knowing his strength when he explodes, which means that the other party thinks that his strength is not inferior to his. In other words, even if it is inferior, it is not much inferior. However, although the strength displayed by the opponent before was stronger than his normal state, it was still obviously not as strong as his strength when he exploded. Could it be that the other party also held back? At this moment, Rock Lee suddenly frowned, clenched his fists and growled. Open the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, open. Second gate, Shiu gate, open. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible aura emanating from him suddenly increased. This is... Sasuke immediately noticed his change and raised his eyebrows. You really did hold back. He began to feel excited. He thought that the opponent could at most force him to use his explosive power, but he didn't expect that the opponent's strength was more than that. It seems that this battle will not end immediately, and he can have another good fight with the opponent. Then let me see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke kicked hard and his body shot towards the opponent like an arrow. Well done! Seeing this, Rock Lee was not afraid at all. He did not wait for Sasuke to rush over, but chose to face him head-on. When the two sides were less than 3 meters apart, they stared at each other and raised their fists at the same time. Boom! In a flash, the two fists collided like a comet hitting the earth. Immediately afterwards, a figure was unable to hold on and was knocked out after a few seconds. And this person is Rock Lee. His power has become much stronger. After being knocked flying, Rock Lee somersaulted a few times in the air, then landed on the ground somewhat unsteadily, thinking with a serious expression. When there was no white flame coming out of the opponent's body, the opponent's strength was obviously weaker than mine before opening the 8 gates. Unexpectedly, after the white flame emerged, the opponent's strength could be increased so much that it was stronger than myself after opening 2 doors. What kind of move is this? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. How dare you be distracted when fighting me? He was suddenly shocked, not good. When he looked up, he found that Sasuke had come in front of him at some point, raising his right leg and chopping down at him hard. There was no time to dodge, so he raised his hands, crossed them in front of his forehead, and tried to take the blow. Boom! After a loud bang, it was seen that although he resisted the attack on his head, his face turned red and his teeth were clenched. His power has grown even greater. Rock Lee only felt his hands trembling slightly, as if they would fall down powerlessly in the next second. Not only that, his feet were deeply embedded in the ground at this moment, which shows the great power of this blow. What he didn't know was that because of his distraction just now, Sasuke was feeling angry. Therefore, when he kicked down, the energy bursting out of his body suddenly rose a little bit, making the power even more shocking than before. It seems that I can't defeat him by just opening the second door. Rock Lee thought to himself. So the next second. The third door, the living door, open. His body suddenly became engorged with blood and turned red. Then, a green energy emerged from his body and enveloped him. Bang! He pushed Sasuke away and stepped back a distance. I was careless just now. I will never be distracted again. He looked at Sasuke and said so. On the sidelines, after seeing Sasuke explode, Sakura said with anticipation. This time Sasuke will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. On the side, although Naruto was unhappy that Sasuke was stealing the limelight, he nodded in agreement. No one knows better than him the power that Sasuke possesses after his explosion. In the face of that force, he was like an egg hitting a stone, without any ability to fight back. Although this guy with thick eyebrows is incredibly powerful, he has to suffer in front of Sasuke's power. As expected, Sasuke completely suppressed Rock Lee with just 2 moves, and it seemed that he would be able to defeat him quickly and end the battle. But then, they suddenly saw a green energy coming out of Rock Lee's body, and the aura he exuded was even higher than before. This is... Next to them, Wukong saw this scene and thought with some surprise. A move that exceeds the power limit. It looks a bit like Kaioken. It seems that Sasuke has met a worthy opponent this time. On the field, after feeling the huge power that Rock Lee suddenly burst out and seeing the changes in him, Sasuke curled his lips. So you still have hidden powers? That's the best. Otherwise, it would be pointless for me to fight. Opposite him, Rock Lee exhaled a breath, said nothing more, and just waved at him. Whoosh! Seeing that the other party was signaling him to attack first, Sasuke had no intention of retreating. He moved his body suddenly and came in front of the other party like a gust of wind and attacked him. Bang bang bang! Clap clap clap! Soon, the sounds of rapid fighting were heard on the field. Along with it came whistling winds and flying sand and rocks. Boom! Suddenly, Sasuke was caught off guard and was kicked by Rock Lee, flying backwards and crashing into a tree as thick as a bowl, breaking it in half. The next moment, he increased his explosive power, flashed behind Rock Lee, and suddenly hit him with an elbow. Bang! Before Rock Lee could react, Sasuke's attack knocked him to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground. But he quickly got up and continued fighting as if nothing had happened. The two of them attacked each other back and forth. In a short while, they were all covered with wounds. It seems that the third door is not enough. Should I open a fourth door? In the interval between the fights, Rock Lee thought with some struggle. After opening the fourth gate, although your strength will be further improved, your body will also begin to suffer irreversible damage. His teacher, Might Guy, always told him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. And now, is this the last resort? After a while, he made a decision. Youth is meant to burn. If he was timid at this moment and had no confidence in winning against his opponent, then, how could he chase the figure in his mind and have the confidence to defeat it? At the same time, Sasuke was also thinking about something. I don't have much energy left. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Then there is only one way to go. It didn't take long for him to make a decision. He planned to release most of the remaining energy in his body at once in the next attack, regardless of his physical limits. In this way, he can increase the power of this attack to the limit and decide the outcome with just one strike. Guess who will be the final winner? End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Who is the winner? Chapter 21 Who is the winner? Please read. After the fierce fight between Sasuke and Rock Lee, the field was in a mess. There are pits of various sizes scattered all over the ground, and there are cracks of various lengths around the pits. Not only that, some of the surrounding trees were broken and fell to the ground at various angles. The hideous broken ends and scattered branches and leaves all tell of the fierceness of the battle. On the field, two figures were crossing each other at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, dazzling Naruto who was watching from the sidelines. Damn it! The guy with thick eyebrows is so strong. Naruto gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. I thought I only lost to Sasuke. Now, even this guy with thick eyebrows that came out of nowhere is much better than him. At this moment, he suddenly hated himself, hating himself for not having mastered the ability to explode. If he had mastered the explosiveness, he could walk onto the field now and declare that he was going to fight two people at once. Beside him, Goku had stopped smiling at some point and was looking at the two people on the field with a serious expression. On the field, the two people who made their own decisions stopped at the same time after a fight. Who? Both of them were breathing heavily, looking exhausted. I admit that I underestimated you before. You are one of the strongest opponents of your age that I have ever seen. Sasuke stared at Rock Lee closely, a look of recognition on his face. As for why it was only one, it was because he still remembered his crushing defeat to Bai a month ago. You two, except for one person, you are the most powerful person I have ever seen. Rock Lee also affirmed Sasuke's strength. Then let's decide the outcome with one strike, Sasuke suggested. That's what I was thinking too. Rock Lee agreed with his idea. Since opening the 4 doors would cause damage to his body, he decided to defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible. In this way, the damage to the body can be minimized. As the two reached a consensus, the atmosphere on the field suddenly became solemn. I don't know how long it took, but I saw the two of them clenched their fists at the same time, leaned forward and growled. Drink ah ah ah. The 4th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the gate of injury, open. Boom. I saw that on both of them, a white aura was getting stronger and stronger, and a green energy was getting more turbulent, and they looked like 2 burning flames. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 2 balls of flame moved suddenly and shot towards each other at lightning speed. I will definitely be the winner. Sasuke held out his fist, gathering all the ki he could muster into it. I must win this battle. Rock Lee did a flying kick sideways, pouring all his strength into his foot. At this moment, the two of them had only one goal in mind, which was, I must win. Just when the two were about to collide violently, swish! A tall figure suddenly and silently inserted himself between the two of them, grabbing Sasuke's arm with one hand and Rock Lee's leg with the other. Immediately afterwards, as if with a little effort, he managed to move a great object. He grabbed the 2 men and spun them around on the spot, skillfully neutralizing the power of their fists and feet. Then with a whoosh, it threw it back in the direction the 2 people were coming from. This sudden change made the 2 of them confused, and they quickly adjusted their posture and fell to the ground. Then they looked up and found that the person who threw them out was Wukong, who was acting as the referee on the sidelines. Let this competition end here. That's what Wukong said to them. Master Goku, why? Sasuke asked somewhat unwillingly. The attack just now gathered all the strength he could gather, and it was the most powerful attack he had used so far. With it, he has full confidence in defeating Rock Lee. Although Rock Lee did not speak, confusion was evident on his face. With that attack just now, he clearly had a chance to defeat Sasuke. Seeing that the two were very confused, Wukong said to them seriously. Your attack just now has clearly exceeded your limits. Under such an attack, not only will your opponent be seriously injured, but you will also suffer a great backlash. After the 2 men had just launched that attack, they were actually unable to control their bodies. That is to say, they can no longer control their attacks and can only allow the attacks to hit the opponent. This is an extremely dangerous thing. If you can't control your attacks, you can't control their power. Once you find that your opponent or yourself can't bear it, you can't withdraw your force even if you want to. By then, if you are not careful, you will be seriously injured or even end up disabled. This is also the reason why Goku did not block them directly, but instead used his cleverness to neutralize the attacks of the two. If he blocked it directly, he would naturally have no problem, but these 2 people would probably suffer the backlash of their own attacks. After hearing Wukong's serious words, both of them fell silent. After a little thought, they realized that what Wukong said was right. It's just that they were so engrossed in the fight just now that they all ignored this point. Hey, how about we call it a draw this time? When I become stronger, we can decide who's better. After a while, Sasuke looked at Rock Lee and said. No problem, we have a deal. Rock Lee showed his big white teeth and gave him a thumbs up. At this time, Naruto was unhappy after hearing that the two had reached a consensus agreement. So he yelled at them, Hey, Sasuke, thick eyebrows. Your opponent next time will be me. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain at this remark. Wait until you master the explosive power, Naruto. His contemptuous look almost made Naruto sick. At this time, Rock Lee came over and looked at Sasuke curiously. What is chi explosion? Is it the move where white flames came out of your body earlier? During the competition just now, the white aura on Sasuke puzzled him for a long time. At first he thought it was chakra energy, but with more and more fights and closer contact, he found that things seemed to be somewhat different from chakra, but he couldn't tell what the difference was. But in the end, he still believed that it should be chakra. After all, only this kind of energy can be produced in the human body. The reason why Sasuke's chakra was a little different was probably because the moves he used caused it to undergo some changes. Correct. After hearing his question, Sasuke replied. Then, out of recognition of this opponent, he briefly explained what is explosion. After listening to his explanation, Rock Lee not only did his doubts not go away, but he became even more confused. What is chi? It turns out that his previous inference was wrong, and this thing really isn't chakra? Chi is. After listening to Sasuke's explanation, he was amazed. How amazing! There is such power in the human body. He never expected that the white energy on Sasuke's body was actually another energy in the human body, which completely contradicted his cognition. At this moment, a silver-haired figure gradually approached them in the distance. Hey, we haven't seen each other for several days. The newcomer jumped into the arena and greeted Wukong and the others. It was Kakashi, who had not been present before. He hadn't been able to watch Naruto and the others train these days because he had missions on hand. The mission was finally completed not long ago, and he rushed over immediately. After greeting Goku and the others, he looked at Rock Lee, who was dressed in an unusually familiar manner. Xiao Li, why are you here too? End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Target, Chunin Exam. Chapter 22 Target, Chunin Exam. Please read. Tien Country, Sound Ninja Village. In an unknown secret base, a pale-skinned, beautiful and long-haired woman is recording something. Experiment number 156 failed. She wrote this sentence in her notebook. In front of her, in a container filled with an unknown liquid, a curled-up toddler appeared to have lost his life. If you extend your gaze to the left and right, you will find that there are hundreds of containers filled with the same liquid on both sides. In each of these containers, without exception, there was a young child quietly immersed in the solution. And among them, more than half of them had lost their breath of life. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would probably have their hair standing on end and scream. Just then, the door of the base opened and a woman with flaming red hair walked in. Lord Orochimaru, I just received a piece of information from Konoha. As she spoke, she handed a scroll to the long-haired woman. Oh! Hearing this, the long-haired girl, no, it should be said that Orochimaru, who had completed the reincarnation technique, turned his head and then opened his mouth. Whoosh! A 1-meter-long tongue suddenly stretched out from its mouth and rolled up the scroll handed to it by the red-haired woman. Then he withdrew his tongue and removed the scroll. Opposite him, the red-haired woman showed no expression at all towards this strange scene, as if she was used to it. After opening the scroll, Orochimaru used a secret seal to unlock the seal, and then saw the contents of the information. The old man is planning to join forces with Tsunagaku to conduct the Chunin exam. After seeing the content of the intelligence, he licked his lips and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It seems like the opportunity has come to me. On the hill behind Konoha, Kakashi, who had learned about the previous fight between Sasuke and Rock Lee, said in surprise. My strength has increased so much after the explosion. Rock Lee is the apprentice of his good friend Might Guy. He often heard Kai bragging to him about how his disciple was like him and how hard he worked. He also claimed that he had the strength to take part in the Chunin exam and achieve good results in it. But such a ninja with the strength of a Chunin could only fight Sasuke to a draw? Could it be that after his outburst, Sasuke has already acquired the strength of a Chunin? He looked at the messy arena where the two of them had competed before, and after silently estimating in his mind, he found that this conclusion was actually very likely to be accurate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the news he had just received not long ago. The Chunin selection exam will be officially held in a month. Then, it won't work if Suzuki and the others don't do it. The idea of letting Suzuki and the others take part in the Chunin exam suddenly occurred to him, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Because currently only Suzuki has the strength of a Chunin, while Naruto and Sakura do not. The Chunin exam requires the participation of the entire team. If a teammate's strength is not up to standard, rashly participating will only harm the entire team. However, the registration time has not yet arrived. Maybe Naruto and Sakura can reach the level of Chunin before registration? Well, tell them then. It will give them more motivation for training. Kakashi held his forehead and looked at Naruto and the other two and said, I have some news for you. Naruto and Rock Lee were discussing their training experiences when they heard the noise. Naruto asked in confusion. What's the news, Kakashi-sensei? Well, Naruto, you really want to be Hokage, right? The content of this news may help you get one step closer to the position of Hokage. Kakashi raised the corners of his mouth slightly under the mask, deliberately keeping the audience in suspense. What? Are you serious, Kakashi-sensei? Hearing this, Naruto immediately jumped up from where he was, rushed to Kakashi, and said urgently. What is the news, Kakashi-sensei, please tell me. Seeing Naruto so anxious, Kakashi no longer kept him in suspense and cleared his throat before saying. Ahem, the news is that we will be holding the Chunin selection exam in a month. The Chunin selection exam? Yes, once you pass the exam, you will be promoted from Genin to Chunin, which means you are one step closer to the position of Hokage. How about it, do you want to participate? Kakashi deliberately emphasized the word Hokage. I do. Of course I do. When he heard that he could get closer to his target, Naruto agreed without a second thought. Idiot Naruto, do you have the strength of a Chunin now? At this moment, Suzuki, who had also received the same information, ruthlessly poured cold water on him. Ah, you stinky Suzuki, what did you say? Naruto said angrily. Suzuki is right. In your team, only Suzuki has reached the level to participate in the Chunin exam, while you and Sakura are still a little short. Kakashi said with a smile. Teacher Kakashi, I'm also very strong, okay? As long as I master the explosive power, I will definitely be stronger than Suzuki. Hearing that Teacher Kakashi also denied him, Naruto said with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. You're right, Naruto. There is still some time before the registration deadline. As long as you and Sakura can reach the Chunin level before then, I will allow you to register for the Chunin exam. Kakashi said with a smile on his face. I certainly will. After hearing the request given by Teacher Kakashi, Naruto raised his fist and swore to the sky. And Sakura, you can do it too, right? Ah? I. Sakura, who was standing by, didn't expect that Naruto would call her out, and she hesitated for a moment. But when she saw the passion in Naruto's eyes for pursuing his dream, she quickly raised her hand and said firmly. I can do that too. Just as they were talking about something else regarding the Chunin exam, a strange voice suddenly rang out between them. Goo goo goo. Everyone looked at the sound. Wukong, who had been listening to their conversation, scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Ah ha ha ha, I'm a little hungry. Everyone looked up at the time and realized that it was noon and time for lunch. Then how about I treat everyone to a barbecue? Kakashi said to everyone. Great. Hearing that there would be barbecue to eat, Naruto supported it with a happy face. Well, I won't bother you anymore. At this time, Rock Lee weakly raised his hand. What? Thick eyebrows, you come too. Naruto put his arm around his shoulders and invited him. Xiao Li, I said I'd treat everyone to a barbecue, and you're also included in that. Yes, yes, Xiao Li. You come too. Kakashi and Sakura spoke up one after another. Although Sasuke didn't say anything, he looked at Rock Lee and nodded. After everyone's strong invitation, Rock Lee finally agreed. Just as they were about to set off, Rock Lee asked them to wait for a moment, then ran into the forest and took out two things from behind a tree. What is this? Naruto went forward curiously to check and found that what he was holding in his hands were two pieces of cloth with the word root engraved on them. This is the weighted iron ring I wear every day. I took it off just now because I was going to compete with Sasuke. Rock Lee explained to him as he tied the iron ring to his leg. Weighted iron ring. Naruto was a little curious, so he prepared to pick up a piece and take a closer look. Hiss! It's so heavy. He wanted to pick it up with one hand, but found it very difficult, so he quickly joined in with his other hand and was able to pick it up more easily. You wear it every day? He asked in disbelief after feeling the weight of the object. Because he found that the weight of this object was almost as heavy as the stone he used for weight training every day. And Rock Lee is wearing too. According to the encyclopedia, Xiao Li's weight is called 1,000 Jin iron ring, so I will write the same thing here, iron ring. But to be honest, this name always sounds like it doesn't fit the description, because it is a thing made of iron wrapped in cloth, just like the sandbag we use for leg wraps, except that the sand is replaced with iron. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Sun, Jin. Sprinkle some water. Chapter 23, Mr. Sun, 1000 Jin. Sprinkle some water, please. Read. In the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, Naruto and his friends were eating barbecue and chatting. Xiao Li, do you really wear them 24 hours a day? Sakura was shocked when she heard Naruto say that Rock Lee had two heavy iron rings tied to his legs. She knew the pain of weight training, or felt it deeply. After all, she had spent a lot of time doing weight training every day over the past month, but she was not exhausted to death. This alone was painful enough for her, so how could Rock Lee be able to carry weights 24 hours a day? No, not really. Seeing Sakura looking at him in shock, Rock Lee rubbed his head shyly and corrected himself. You still have to take it off when you take a shower. After these words were spoken, not only Sakura who asked the question, but also Naruto, Sasuke, and even Kakashi twitched their lips and fell silent. Listen, is this human language? How long do you take a shower? Maybe half an hour at most. This means that you are really wearing weights almost 24 hours a day, every day. Wukong was the only one present who did not show any shock. He blinked at everyone's expressions, somewhat wondering why they reacted so strongly. Is 1,000 pounds very heavy? Is it exaggerated to carry heavy weight for 24 hours? Mr. Sun, who once carried a weight of 40 tons in an environment with 10 times the gravity, said he couldn't understand it. After a while, Naruto broke the silence and clapped his hands. It's decided. I want to be like Thick Eyebrows and always carry a weight on my body. On the way to eat barbecue, he made a bold statement in front of Kakashi, saying that he could not only take part in the Chunin exam, but also win first place in the exam. He was full of fighting spirit, and when he heard that he could train in this way, he immediately decided to train in this way. Hehe, I'm going to work harder this month. Not only will Kakashi-sensei be shocked, but Sasuke and Sakura will also adore me. After making the declaration, he began to imagine in his mind a beautiful scene of himself shining in the Chunin exams and being praised by everyone. Sasuke, who was sitting opposite him, saw his silly smile and turned his head away with a frown. Idiot! Then he looked at Rock Lee. Little Rock, where did you buy this weighted iron ring? After being told this by Naruto, he also decided to train like Rock Lee. I didn't buy this. My teacher gave it to me. After hearing the question, Rock Lee replied somewhat embarrassedly. You don't know where to buy it, do you? Yes. Just as Suzuki was thinking about where he could buy this thing, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. I do know a store that sells these things. I think Kai bought them there. After dinner, I can take you there. After 1 hour. When everyone had eaten their fill, Wukong touched his head and said with a silly smile, then shall I begin? Kakashi, Naruto, and the other two nodded in unison. Only Rock Lee had a confused look on his face. What to start with? But he soon found out. At some point, there were only a few tables of customers left in the restaurant, because the other tables had not received any new customers after the previous customers finished their meal and left. And without exception, these tables without guests were filled with barbecue. When Wukong looked towards the kitchen and shouted, "Boss, we can start." Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, more than a dozen chefs with solemn faces rushed out of the kitchen. They walked solemnly to the empty tables, as if they were carrying out some arduous mission. Then, light the fire, apply oil, and add the meat. The whole process is done in one go. Everyone, come on! Show me your strength. We must make sure that Mr. Wukong can't keep up with our speed today. Following these chefs, a fat middle-aged man came out and yelled at the chefs. Yes, the chefs shouted in unison. Seeing this, Rock Lee already understood what Goku meant by the beginning, but his doubts grew. What on earth is going on? Seeing his confused face, Naruto grinned and explained to him considerately. Thick eyebrows, you don't understand this. Master Wukong's appetite is huge, so huge that even the combined total of us can't even match his appetite. The first time we came to eat barbecue, after we were full, Master Wukong ate for 3 hours because the barbecue was too slow. The boss later found out about this and asked the chefs to use the remaining empty tables to help with the grilling, so that Master Wukong could have a full stomach. So after that, every time we came here to eat, the boss would specially clear a table to help Master Wukong grill meat. After hearing these words, Rock Lee opened his mouth unconsciously, feeling greatly shocked. He had eaten here several times, but had never seen the chef help customers grill meat. I didn't expect that a barbecue restaurant would have this kind of service. What he didn't know was that the barbecue restaurant actually didn't have such a service. The reason why I helped Wukong to grill meat was just because the amount that Wukong spent on one meal is enough to equal the barbecue restaurant's turnover for several days. Next, Rock Lee witnessed with his own eyes the chef's extremely fast grilling skills and Goku's terrifying appetite. I saw a dozen chefs moving quickly between the ovens on the tables they were in charge of. Wearing a glove on one hand, they quickly put the raw meat slices into the oven, leaving no gaps. The other hand holds the meat tongs, and as soon as a piece of meat is cooked, he will reach out and quickly turn it over. After a while, almost at the same time, they put all the roasted meat slices on the plates, and then started the next round of roasting in an orderly manner. At this time, the waiter will bring the grilled meat to Wukong. Waha! Then I'll start. Looking at the dozen plates of fragrant barbecue in front of him, Wukong grabbed a plate of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth regardless of the heat. Beiji, 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 Beiji. In just a few seconds, he had swallowed the entire plate of barbecue. Then he grabbed the other grilled meats and ate them one by one. When he finished eating all the barbecue in front of him, the next round of barbecue came out of the oven and was served to him right in front of him. Gudong! Watching this scene unfold, Rock Lee couldn't help but swallow. He watched Naruto and the others talking to themselves, not paying any attention to this scene, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, he is still behind the world. At the same moment, somewhere in the land of fire, a young man who was wearing the same green tights as Rock Lee and had the same bowler haircut, but his eyebrows were thicker than Rock Lee's, looked in the direction of Konoha and muttered. Xiao Li, how have you been training during this period? Have you been burning your youth well? And Niji, Tenten, how are you two training going? He is none other than Kakashi's best friend, Rock Lee's passionate teacher, and the self-proclaimed proud blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy. At this moment, his companion smiled and said to him, "Kai, it's time to get back to the mission. In a few days, we will be able to complete the mission, and you will be able to go back to see your disciples." After hearing his companion's words, Might Guy came back to his senses, clenched his fists and growled, "Ah, that's right. The mission is not yet completed, and my youth will continue to burn. Little Li, Ningkai, Tenten, I will be able to go back to see you after I finish my mission. Thanks to Wei Wude for the 2 monthly tickets yesterday. This is the first time that this book has received monthly tickets. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank everyone who voted for recommendations and gave rewards these days. Honestly speaking, the current data of this book is very bad, so bad that it can't even be promoted for trial. The number of collections has increased by less than 105 days since it was put into storage. It is a real flop. If the author hadn't seen people following the book and readers voting for it from time to time, he would have lost the motivation to continue writing. Although this book is about the heavens, it is estimated that each world will have hundreds of thousands of words, so the pace will not be particularly fast. I feel that this is one of the reasons why it failed. But there is no way, the fast-paced world changes too quickly, the author does not like this mode, and there are not many worlds to write about, because many of them have not been seen, and catching up on the plot will definitely not keep up with the speed of writing. Therefore, this book has the idea of letting people from another world learn Qi, which can slow down the pace without making the plot too watered down, and can also create some scenes where other people are shocked by the strength of these people who learn Qi. Of course, Goku is the protagonist after all, and he will clash with strong men from other worlds from time to time, bringing Scion shock to these strong men, but this kind of plot will not appear all the time, because it will be boring if it appears too many times. After all, everyone knows that Goku will not lose. Let's stop here. Thank you all for your support again. And then I'll make a promise. No matter what the future holds for this book, at least the story of the Naruto world will be finished, and you won't end up reading it, but by that time, there may not be anyone who is still following the book, ha ha ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Wukong, it seems to be 4 tons? Chapter 24 Wukong, it seems to be 40 tons? After a warm farewell from the barbecue restaurant owner and employees, Goku, Naruto, and the others, led by Kakashi, came to an unremarkable blacksmith shop. "Boss Murakami, I'm here to bring you business." As soon as they entered the store, Kakashi spoke to a middle-aged man who was hammering away in the corner. "Oh? It's Kakashi. What do you want to buy this time, kunao or shuriken?" Boss Murakami glanced at him without even looking up. "Neither. This time, these kids want to buy some wearable weights." Kakashi turned sideways and pointed at the 3 little Narutos behind him. "A load." Hearing this, Mr. Murakami became interested because very few people came to buy heavy objects. After all, weights are something that only people who practice physical skills can use. Ninjas focus on the training of ninjutsu, and even if physical skills are involved, they will not go to the extent of purchasing weights to assist in their training. "That's right. Uncle, we want to buy this, do you have it here?" Naruto pulled Rock Lee in front of Boss Murakami and pointed at the weighted iron rings on Rock Lee's legs and neck. "Oh? Isn't this what I sold to Kai before? It seems you are Kai's student." Boss Murakami recognized at a glance that the weighted iron ring on Rock Lee's leg was the one Kai bought from him a few months ago. Because the word roots is engraved on it, and Kai asked him to engrave this word specifically, saying that it was to motivate his students to train hard. "Yes, boss. I'm Lee Rock, a student of Mr. Kai. Thanks to your weighted iron ring, my strength has improved significantly." Rock Lee bowed slightly to him. "You should thank your teacher. He paid for it. I just sold it to him." "You're right. I'm also very grateful to Teacher Kai for all he has done for me." Without further ado, Boss Murakami walked to an iron box, opened it with a click, pointed inside and said to them, "It's all here." Naruto ran over and took a look, and immediately found a dozen iron rings of different sizes placed in the box. "So much? Well, there are 4 weighing 1000 kilograms, 4 weighing 800 kilograms, and 6 weighing 500 kilograms. Which one do you want?" "I want 1,000-pound one." Naruto answered without even thinking. "Me too." Sasuke walked forward, took a look and chose Kyunjin's as well. Rock Lee was tied with a weight of 1,000 pounds. If they tied less than 1,000 pounds, wouldn't it mean that they were not as good as Rock Lee? At this moment, Wukong walked forward and took a look, then spoke as if he had thought of something. "Boss, do you have weighted wrist guards and vests?" Bang! 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 On the street, Naruto and Sasuke were walking around with ferocious faces, making a loud noise with every step they took. "This is too heavy." Naruto gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, and he felt that he was using all his strength with every step he took. Previously, after Wukong asked the question, Boss Murakami said that he also sells weighted wrist guards and weighted vests. So they ended up buying these 2 things in addition to the iron rings to tie around their legs. At this time, the weight-bearing vests on him and Sasuke weighed 1,500 kilograms, and the 2 weight-bearing wrist guards weighed 300 kilograms each. After adding 2,000 jin iron rings, the weight of the loads they carried reached an astonishing 4,100 jin. "Hey, are you two really okay?" Sakura, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel worried when she saw their performance. "Don't wait, or you'll faint." While she was worried, she also secretly patted her chest in gratitude for her smooth sailing. Fortunately, she had the foresight to not put on the weights right away, but asked Wukong to bring them to the training ground tomorrow. She did this because she felt that she really couldn't stand wearing these things 24 hours a day, and could only accept wearing them during training time. Of course, no problem. Although it was difficult to walk, Naruto still held on with all his might. Let him give up so soon? It must be impossible. Although Sasuke beside him did not respond, one could see determination on his face, and it was obvious that he was determined to fight these heavy objects to the end. Seeing that the two did not listen to her advice, Sakura sighed silently, and then she seemed to think of something and turned to look at Goku who was following beside her. "Teacher Wukong, how do you know that there are wrist guards and vests among the weights? Have you used them before?" "Yes, I used it a long time ago." A trace of memory flashed across Wukong's face. That was what he used when he was practicing in the Temple of the Gods. It has been several decades now. "Then Mr. Goku, how heavy were the ones you used before?" Sakura asked curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, Naruto and Sasuke, who were walking with difficulty in front, pricked up their ears quietly, ready to listen to Goku's answer. Even Kakashi, who was yawning nearby, instantly perked up. Wukong's true strength has always been a mystery in their hearts. After all, when fighting Zabuza before, Goku subdued the opponent with just a few moves, making it impossible to tell his strength at all. And by listening to the weight of the load, we can guess a little. Wukong pinched his chin, frowned and thought for a while before replying. "It seems to be 200 kilograms. Because it has been so long, he is a little uncertain now." "Only 200 pounds. When Sakura heard Goku's answer, her eyes suddenly turned into small eyes. Naruto and Sasuke, who were walking in front, almost stumbled. "How is that possible? Master Goku, you must be lying to us, right?" Naruto turned around with difficulty and looked at Goku angrily. Not to mention anything else, the stone that Wukong lifted when he exercised with them every day weighed several thousand pounds. How could the weight be only 200 pounds? Haha, I was still very weak at that time. Wukong laughed, touching his head. "Then Mr. Goku, how much weight do you think you can carry at most now? Sakura didn't bother to hold on to the weight anymore and asked Goku about his assessment of himself. I'm not sure about this. Wukong scratched his head and replied with some confusion. He hasn't done extreme weight training for a long time, who knows how much weight he can lift now. But then, he suddenly remembered that he had trained on the Great King Kai's planet after he died with Cell. At that time, Lord North Kai seemed to have set a weight of 8 tons for himself. Wait, it seems that King South Kai later adjusted the load to 40 tons? Thinking of this, he suddenly had the answer. He didn't care how shocking the answer was, or how inconsistent it was with his current ability, and just said it out loud. Now I remember, it should be 40 tons. He smiled naively. Take the young master. Everyone thought they would not get the answer, but unexpectedly, Wukong suddenly gave it. But is this answer too exaggerated and beyond human cognition? Hey, 40 tons. How many kilograms are 40 tons? Among the crowd, only Naruto was not shocked by the answer, because he still couldn't figure out the conversion ratio between tons and katis. Naruto, you're an idiot, you don't even know this. Sakura, who was stunned into unconsciousness, came back to her senses after hearing Naruto's loud voice, with black lines on her face. 1 ton is 2,000 kilograms, and 40 tons is 80,000 kilograms. Hey? 8, ouch! Bang! Naruto lost his balance due to a loss of concentration, and with the help of the weight on his body, he came into violent close contact with the ground. Thanks to the happy Yayu for voting for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Move one finger and I win. Chapter 25, Lift a finger and I win. The next day, Naruto and his friends were in the woods where they usually trained. Hey, Naruto, why do you have a bandage on your head? Rock Lee said in surprise when he saw Naruto with a bandage on his forehead. He was apparently fine when we parted yesterday, how come he suddenly got injured? Ahem, thick eyebrows, don't worry about it. Naruto avoided her gaze and answered somewhat unnaturally. Should we ask him to say that he walked unsteadily and was crushed to the ground by the weight on his body, resulting in a big bump on his forehead? In order to prevent Rock Lee from asking more questions, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, thick eyebrows, why did you leave yesterday without buying a weighted vest and weighted wrist guards with us? Yesterday when they were preparing to buy weights, Rock Lee suddenly left on the pretext of having something to do, which made him very strange. Well, it's nothing really. I just felt like the money I saved wasn't enough to buy them, so I went home to check. Then I realized it wasn't enough, ha ha ha. Lee Look did not shy away from the issue of not having enough money. He touched his head and spoke out with a smile. Although few people buy these weights, they are extremely expensive. Not to mention the 1,500 jin weight-bearing vest, just the 300 jin weight-bearing wrist guards, each of which costs 4,000 taels, and 2 of them cost 8,000 taels. This was a huge expense for a commoner like him whose parents had both passed away. He went back and looked through all his savings, and found that he had less than 7,000 taels, not even enough for a pair of weight-bearing wrist guards. Ah, is that so? Naruto scratched his head. In fact, his savings were not enough to buy this whole set of weights. A large part of the money was paid for him by Kakashi, who said that he would return it to him when he made money in the future. Hey, Naruto, Lee, what are you two doing? Come over here and train. Just then, a crisp voice interrupted their conversation. Not far away, Sakura, wearing her weights, shouted at them. Yesterday, after Rock Lee and Naruto discussed their training methods, they found that their training methods were similar, so they decided to train together. Coming! Naruto waved his hand with some difficulty, then walked over with heavy but much easier steps than yesterday. After yesterday's painful experience, he did not wear the 1,500-pound weight-bearing vest today, but only wore iron rings and wrist guards. The combined weight of these two types of weights is only 2,600 kilograms, which is more suitable for his current training. It is worth mentioning that Sasuke also did not wear a weighted vest this morning, which shows that he are in sync. After everyone gathered, Naruto asked Goku, "Hey, Mr. Goku, what shall we practice first today?" There is no fixed order for their daily training programs. Sometimes this one comes first, sometimes that one, and new training programs may be added at any time. Wukong held his chin and thought for a while before his eyes lit up. "No, practice this." Bang! In front of a 5-meter-high rock, Wukong slowly retracted his outstretched fist. A few seconds later. Wow! The huge rock suddenly shattered into egg-sized stones. What a terrifying power! Rock Lee said in shock as he witnessed Goku's power for the first time. No, what's scary is not his power, but his ability to control it. On the side, Kakashi, who came to watch Naruto and the others training, said solemnly, "Anyone who is strong enough can break this huge rock into pieces. But if you want to break it into even-sized stones, it is difficult for anyone to do it." In Kakashi's impression, even Tsunade, who is famous for her extraordinary strength, does not seem to have this kind of control ability. After the huge rock was completely broken into pieces, Goku picked up one of them and turned his head to look at Naruto and the others. "Let's practice this today." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and then he swung the arm holding the stone violently. Whoosh! The stone that was originally held in his hand suddenly flew towards Naruto and the others. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like a cannonball fired from a gun, stirring up strong gusts of wind. Naruto and the others had no time to react to this. They could only see a black shadow flash before their eyes, followed by a strong wind blowing in their faces. Bang bang bang! When the stones shot through several large trees and stopped, Naruto and the others reacted belatedly, and then they all turned their necks mechanically and opened their mouths wide to look at the hole in the tree. Gudong! After a long time, the sound of someone swallowing saliva broke the silence and awakened the dazed crowd. "Goku, Master Goku, when you say practice this, do you mean for us to throw rocks?" Sakura was the first to come to her senses and cautiously probed. She actually had another guess in her mind, but that guess was so terrifying that she rejected it without even thinking about it. After all, Master Goku is such a good person, how could he let them train like that? However, what are you afraid of? Wukong put his hands on his hips and said with a grin, "No, I'm the one throwing the rocks and you guys dodge them." When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. "Dodge them? Teacher Goku, you are lying. How can we possibly dodge the stones you throw?" Naruto said stiffly. With that speed just now, let alone dodging, he would be considered the winner if he could just move a finger. "If I were hit by a stone of that speed, wouldn't I be pierced through like those big trees?" Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and his body became increasingly stiff. On the side, Sakura and Rock Lee nodded frantically, and even Sasuke, who usually appeared to be very cold, nodded quickly, and it was obvious that they agreed with what Naruto said. Kakashi did not nod. After all, he was just there to watch the show. It was none of his business whether someone dodged or not. But at this moment he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead and asked himself, "Can I avoid it?" After seeing everyone's reaction, Wukong touched his nose and laughed, "Haha, don't worry, I will control the speed." The attack just now was just his way of teasing them. How could he possibly use that kind of speed in normal training? Call. After hearing Goku's answer, Naruto and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and came to their senses. That's true, how could Mr. Goku do such a thing? And since it wasn't a random move, that meant that Mr. Goku's previous attack was a teasing on them? Thinking of this, Naruto and Sakura were so angry that their eyes rolled. They said madly, "Teacher Goku, is it fun to play with us?" After a commotion, Naruto and the others calmed down, and Goku picked up a pile of rocks and said to them in a deep voice. Next, I will throw stones evenly according to everyone's strength. All you have to do is dodge. During this process you can only rely on your physical strength and cannot use other powers. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. ×4. Yosh, that's it. Thanks to Kirita for the monthly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Breaking Through the Limits. Chapter 26 Breaking Through the Limits. Please read. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. On the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke were seen using all kinds of weird postures to dodge the stones that were shot at them. Sometimes they raised their arms and legs as if performing acrobatics, and sometimes they twisted their necks and waists like clowns, which made Sakura and others who were watching on the side couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, snapped. When Naruto was dodging a stone, his waving hand accidentally hit Sasuke's face, making a crisp sound. Naruto. Sasuke had been concentrating on dodging the rocks, and had never expected that he would be hit hard by the person next to him. You have to know that Naruto was wearing a wrist guard weighing 300 pounds. After being slapped like that, he staggered and almost failed to avoid a stone that was attacking him. Oh, sorry. Seeing that he had accidentally hurt his teammate, Naruto quickly turned his head to look at Sasuke and said apologetically. But he had apparently forgotten what time it was. Just as he was apologizing and distracted, a stone suddenly shot out from the front and hit him hard in the abdomen. Boom! Wow! It hurts so much. After being hit by the stone, he covered his stomach and almost cried in pain. Don't be distracted during training, Naruto. In front, a man named Sun, who was the instigator of this attack, tossed the stone in his hand with a smile on his face. Damn it! That was an accident. I will definitely not be hit by you next time. After Naruto recovered, he frowned and said angrily. Seeing this, Wukong smiled and thought to himself, we just let them warm up, now it's time to increase the intensity. Thinking of this, he reminded Naruto and Sasuke, be careful next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the stone in his hand suddenly, and then his arm was like a phantom, throwing out more than a dozen stones in succession in just a few seconds. This is... Naruto and Sasuke were shocked and felt that the speed of the stones flying towards them was much higher than before. Faced with these stones whose speed had increased greatly, their muscles tensed up and they had no time to think. They could only subconsciously make various dodging movements. Va! Va! After this wave of attacks passed, both of them had scratches on their bodies. Damn it, it was so close. Sasuke clenched his fists unwillingly. He was just 1 centimeter away from avoiding the last stone. But just this 1 centimeter was like an insurmountable chasm for him that he could not cross. What he didn't know was that Goku had already determined their current limits based on their previous dodging performances. Then, in order to allow the two of them to break their limits, the intensity of the attack was deliberately made to exceed their limits a little bit. That's why he was just 1 centimeter away from dodging, but failed to dodge it. Call. Naruto raised his arm and blew on the wound left on it, then endured the pain and ignored it. Well, do you want to continue? Wukong looked at them and smiled. Of course continue. Teacher Goku, they both said firmly. So next, under the attack intensity deliberately controlled by Wukong, every time the two dodged a wave of stone attacks, there would be exactly 1 scratch on their bodies. Whoosh whoosh. Va. Va. Whoosh whoosh. Va. Va. Soon after, both of them had dozens of scars on their bodies. Not only that, under this high-intensity dodging, the physical strength of both of them was quickly exhausted. Hoo! 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 At this moment, the two men were propped up on their knees with their hands, panting heavily from exhaustion, and sweat was pouring down their bodies like money. The sweat flowed through their wounds, irritating their faces and twitching, but neither of them suggested giving up. Opposite them, Goku looked at them calmly. He felt that their physical strength had reached its limit and it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough, so he planned to let them rest first and let Sakura and Rock Lee take the field. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to speak, Naruto seemed to see something and gave him a hard grin. "Goku, Master Goku, please try again. This time, I will definitely be able to avoid all the stones." On the side, Sasuke raised his head and said to him, I think I have mastered the key points, Master Goku, I will never be hit again this time." There was an extremely strong firmness and confidence in the words of both of them, as if they could really dodge all the stones perfectly in the next wave of attacks. After hearing the two's passionate declarations, Wukong raised an eyebrow, then smiled and said, "Okay, let's do it one last time. After this time, whether you succeed or not, you must take a rest." After that, he picked up a pile of stones from under his feet, then frowned and said, "It's coming." "Aha!" Naruto and Sasuke nodded with firm expressions. Seeing this, Wukong slowly grabbed a stone from his arms, and then whoosh whoosh. As his arms danced rapidly and turned into afterimages, the stones in his arms disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into bullets that shot straight towards Naruto and Sasuke respectively. This time, when they saw the flying stones, Naruto and Sasuke both stopped tensing their muscles and remained relatively relaxed. Then, when the first stone hit him, he exerted force on his muscles and dodged it with the smallest movement. If someone was watching at this time, they would find that the stone almost brushed past their bodies but could not cause any harm to them. Then, they avoided the second, third, and even the seventh stone in the same way. But it's not over yet. After they dodged the seventh stone, the eighth and final stone was coming towards them. Previously, they always stumbled on the last stone. This was because after they dodged the first 7 stones, their center of gravity became unstable and they could no longer make a perfect dodge. This time, they both managed to control their body gravity, and when the stones hit them in front of them, they either turned sideways or tilted their heads back, and avoided them perfectly. Yet, when Naruto found that he had successfully avoided the last stone, he was excited, but he did not notice that his center of gravity, which he had previously struggled to maintain, had become unstable. So the next second, bang! Ouch! He fell to the ground again like yesterday and let out a cry of pain. "Hat, this idiot!" Sasuke on the side was not overwhelmed by the excitement. When he also lost his balance and was about to fall, he used the last bit of his strength to stand firm, and then sat down exhausted. "Sasuke! Naruto! You guys are awesome! Naruto, Sasuke! You guys are working too hard. I've decided that I will work harder than you guys later." Just then, Sakura and Rock Lee, who had been watching on the side, came up to them, one with a look of admiration, the other with a look of being moved and full of fighting spirit. "How can anyone help me up? I can't get up." Naruto was seen lying face down on the ground, supporting himself with his hands and trying to get up, but he found that he had no strength in his body. Seeing this, Rock Lee and Sakura quickly stepped forward and pulled him up together. After pulling him up, both of them stared at his forehead strangely. What happened? Seeing the two people looking at each other strangely, Naruto felt a little strange, and then touched his forehead according to the direction of their gazes. Next moment. "Ah! It hurts. Why has my bag gotten bigger again?" End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Training in Full Swing. Chapter 27, Training in Full Swing. 2 days later. On the training ground in the early morning, the sound of breaking air continued to be heard. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. After a long time, the sound of breaking air stopped. Sakura and Rock Lee walked to the side to rest, covered in sweat, and were replaced by Naruto and Sasuke who were full of energy. In less than a moment, the sound of breaking air was heard again. But this time, Not long after the call, an ecstatic voice suddenly emerged on the field. Ha 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 ha! I can finally avoid the 9 stones. On the field, Naruto was seen with his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. Ever since he was able to avoid 8 stones during his first training session, he has never made any breakthroughs and has been stuck on the 9th stone. Even Sasuke is the same. Just now, he successfully avoided 9 stones and completed the breakthrough before Sasuke, which made him very happy. Hey, Sasuke, did you see me just dodge it? Did you see that? If you haven't seen it, shall I show you again? Perhaps he felt it was pointless to laugh alone, so he approached Sasuke, who had no expression on his face, and used a mean tone to tease the other's nerves. However, Sasuke seemed to treat him as air and ignored him completely. Hey, it's boring. Seeing that his teasing was fruitless, Naruto lost interest and turned to look at Sakura and Rock Lee, who were resting on the side, and gave them a big yet. After his gaze moved away, Sasuke's eyes fixed, and he thought to himself, Naruto, I will not lose to you. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was exhausted from rounds of dodging stones and lay on the ground motionless. Not long after they lay dead, Rock Lee suddenly said, I used to practice taijutsu by myself when Master Kai was not around. It's good to be alone, but it's hard not to feel lonely during training, and there's a lack of comparison. I feel so lucky to be able to train with you guys now. Hearing his sudden sentimentality, Naruto and the others were a little confused, and then they wanted to respond. But before he could say anything, he choked in his throat. After Rock Lee finished speaking, his exhausted body suddenly jumped up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Then, he raised his fist with tears in his eyes and said with high morale, Yo! For this happiness, I decided to do 500 more handstand push-ups. After saying this, he immediately started doing handstand push-ups on the spot, ignoring the stunned crowd. 1, 2, 3. Seeing that he was really doing extra training, Naruto, who was still a little confused, immediately perked up, took a deep breath, and also jumped up from the ground. He is a man who wants to become Hokage. How can he allow anyone to work harder than him? Yoshi! I want to practice more too. I want to do 600 handstand push-ups. As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and imitated Rock Lee to do handstand push-ups on the spot. Sasuke, you won't. Sakura was still staring in amazement as Rock Lee and Naruto began extra training one after another. But it wasn't long before her eyes were drawn to Sasuke. Because she found that the other party also stood up shakily and was ready to join the extra training. You know, because Goku's training results were surpassed by Naruto. Sasuke asked Goku to practice for 2 extra rounds after the 3 of them started to rest. When he came off the field, he was so exhausted that he was shaky. How could he have the energy to continue practicing? Thinking of this, Sakura wanted to hold Sasuke and tell him to have a good rest and not to be stubborn, but a big hand suddenly stretched out and stopped her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Wukong just said to her with a smile. After hearing this, Sakura gave up the idea of stopping Sasuke and silently watched Sasuke join the extra training with difficulty. After a while, she pursed her lips, as if she had made up her mind, and stood up to join the extra training. Goku stood aside, looking at them with a smile, as if he saw Gohan, who had trained equally hard in the Spirit Time Chamber in the past. Under the scorching sun, the figures of the 4 people were stretched extremely long, and beads of sweat the size of beans were dripping like crazy, gradually forming 4 small puddles on the ground. 84, 85, 86, 72, 73, 74. 404,142. 37, 38, 39. Their counting sounds sounded rhythmically one after another, as if pressing beautiful notes on a piano, playing an exciting movement of struggle. 2 more days passed like this. On that day, from time to time on the training ground, there were loud noises like bomb explosions and the sound of trees breaking and falling. Naruto and the other two stretched out a hand each and placed it in front of their eyes, then stared at the palm of their hand intently. After a while, air began to emerge rapidly from the palm of his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the air condensed into an energy bomb the size of an apple. After condensing the energy bomb, they looked serious, each aimed at the target, and threw the energy bomb at it. Whoosh whoosh! After the energy bullet was released from his hand, it drew 3 white lines in the air at lightning speed and shot straight towards the target as if it were precision guided. Then, bang! 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 In addition to the 2 energy bombs that hit the target accurately and exploded, 1 energy bomb deviated from its direction when approaching the target, brushed past the target, and suddenly exploded after hitting somewhere else. Ah! Failed again. After seeing this scene, Naruto rubbed his hair frantically and jumped up and down on the spot. Ever since he learned the key bullet technique a day ago, he has been practicing it with Sasuke, Sakura, and the others. But somehow, the gas bullets he threw would often deviate from the target when approaching it, and would miss it. However, Sasuke and Sakura only had this problem at the beginning, and it no longer occurs now. He asked Wukong for advice, and Wukong's answer to him was, he had poor control over his energy, so he couldn't control the energy bullet well after the distance was a little far, causing it to deviate from the direction. To solve this problem, we can only improve our ability to control chi. To this end, he practiced hard many times. Although there has been some progress, there is still a little gap. On the field, after going crazy for a few seconds, Naruto calmed down and encouraged himself. I am the man who wants to become Hokage. If I fail this time, I will fail. I will definitely succeed next time. Afterwards, he held his head and walked to the sidelines, intending to take a rest. After all, the multiple exercises just now had consumed a lot of energy, and he would not be able to hold on if he didn't rest. Coming to the sidelines, he looked at Rock Lee who was jumping around the tree frog and asked, Hey, thick eyebrows, you really don't practice chi? Although you said that you lack talent in chakra training, chakra and chi are 2 different things. Maybe you are very talented in chi. After a few days of contact, Rock Lee had already become friends with them, so it was natural for them to know that Rock Lee was a special ninja who only knew physical skills but not ninjutsu or illusion skills. The reason why he does not know ninjutsu or illusion is because he lacks the talent in controlling chakra, and therefore cannot control chakra and use them. So they invited Rock Lee to join the chi training, and Goku was very supportive of this. But what was unexpected was that Rock Lee rejected them, saying that since he had a poor talent for controlling chakra energy, his talent for controlling another type of energy would probably be poor as well, and practicing it would only be a waste of time. To this end, they tried to persuade him several times, but Rock Lee never agreed. At this time, after hearing Naruto's persuasion again, Rock Lee stopped frog jumping. A little hesitation appeared on his face, but he soon shook his head firmly. It's not that he didn't have the idea of practicing chi in his heart, but he thought that practicing chi meant he had to recognize Wukong as his teacher. And there is only one teacher in his heart, that is Teacher Kai, who taught him carefully and guided him in the direction of life. He has long regarded Teacher Kai as a father figure. Without the other party's consent and support, he would never decide on his own to recognize someone else as his teacher. Just as he refused and continued to leapfrog, an excited voice came from afar, becoming clearer and clearer. Burn your youth. My youth has no end. Ah! Youth. This is youth. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Konoha's Blue Beast, Might Guy is here. Chapter 28, Konoha's Blue Beast, Might Guy is here. In the woods, a figure was walking rapidly in an upside-down position. Although he was standing upside down, his speed was much faster than a normal person walking. If anyone saw this scene, they would be stunned. While walking upside down, he yelled various passionate sentences containing the word youth, which made Kakashi, who was following beside him, twitch his mouth. Kai is still the same as always. Kakashi half closed his eyes, feeling helpless. My best friend has always been talking about youth since he was a child, and he is always in a passionate state. Even now, more than 10 years have passed, he is still the same. Should we say it is due to his high energy or his personality? I saw Goku, Naruto, and the others. Just as he was thinking, he looked up and immediately saw Wukong and others more than 100 meters away from them. Earlier, when he had finished his work in the village and was about to come over, he happened to meet Might Guy, who had just returned to the village after completing a mission. As soon as Might Guy saw him, he clamored to have a long-awaited youth showdown with him. Under normal circumstances, he might have agreed. After all, if he didn't agree, Might Guy would stick to him like a sticky candy, following him wherever he went and making him exhausted. And now, Kakashi glanced at Goku and the others who were getting closer and closer to them, and fixed his eyes on the figure in the orange martial arts uniform. Wukong, haven't you always wanted to fight with a master? I found one for you. That's right, when Might Guy proposed the youth showdown, he suddenly had an idea and thought of someone who also liked to fight with others. This person is Wukong. Although Goku did not fight anyone during this period, he still remembered clearly that when he first arrived in Konoha, Goku wanted to fight the current Hokage. And after that, he also heard from Naruto and the others that Goku regretted that he could not fight with the previous Hokage. These two things all show that Goku is also a warlike person, and he is a perfect match for Might Guy, who likes to challenge others to youthful duels. So under his deception, under his guidance, Might Guy became passionate and shouted that he wanted to find a master recognized by Kakashi to have a passionate and youthful duel. This is also the reason why he brought Might Guy here with him. Turn your attention to Goku and Naruto. After hearing those familiar and passionate words, Rock Lee suddenly stopped training and said excitedly as he looked at the green figure approaching in the forest. Teacher Kai, it's Teacher Kai. He finally finished his mission and returned to the village. You have to know that this time Might Guy's mission lasted for more than a month, and the long period of not seeing each other made him very uncomfortable as he used to often hear the other party's passionate words. And now, he finally heard Teacher Kai's passionate and youthful words again, and for a moment, his eyes filled with tears. Teacher Kai. Goku, Naruto, and the other two looked at the side. The green figure in the forest quickly rushed out and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Then, the person stood up and struck a seductive pose, while giving a thumbs up and showing off his big white teeth. Everyone! Are you also burning your youth? After seeing the appearance of the person coming, Naruto and the other two were all shocked. Ah, here comes a thicker eyebrow than thick eyebrow / Xiao Li. Goku also widened his eyes, moved closer to the other person, looked left and right, then looked back at Rock Lee and exclaimed. Hey! Are you two brothers? You look exactly the same. The man was wearing the same green tights as Rock Lee, and had the same watermelon head as Rock Lee. Even his thick eyebrows were exactly the same, in fact, thicker than Rock Lee's. After hearing everyone's exclamation, Rock Lee hurriedly said. Hey, Naruto, stop making fun of my teacher. And Goku, he's my sensei, not my brother. Then, he looked at the person who came, that is, his teacher Might Guy, and said with tears in his eyes. Teacher Kai, during the time you were away, I have been burning my youth. Hearing this, Might Guy put away his pose and said with tears in his eyes, Xiao Li. You are worthy of being my good disciple. Teacher Kai. Xiao Li. The two first looked at each other affectionately, and then hugged each other tightly with tears streaming down their faces. The scene was so touching. Ha ha! Wukong, who rarely feels embarrassed, couldn't help but sweat on his forehead and smiled awkwardly when he saw this scene. Not to mention Naruto and his three friends, who were all petrified after seeing this eye-catching scene. Ahem, Don't be surprised. Kai is always like this, enthusiastic and active. Kakashi, who had come to the crowd at some point, held his forehead with his hand, trying to help his friend save his image. After explaining to everyone, he patted Might Guy on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Kai, that's enough. Have you forgotten why you came here?" After being reminded by Kakashi, Might Guy's tears disappeared instantly. He let go of Rock Lee and said to him, "Xiao Li, I will come to check the results of your burning youth these days later. Now, you will see how your teacher burns his youth." After saying that, without waiting for Rock Lee to reply, he took a step forward and glanced at Naruto, the three friends, and Goku. Then he locked onto Wukong, who was the most suitable person for the target, pointed at him and shouted, "My name is Might Guy. Let's have a duel that will burn your youth." Sunday. His passionate words suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at Kakashi and asked a little embarrassedly, "Ahem, Kakashi, what's his name?" He has always been a little forgetful. He might forget the names and faces of people he didn't meet often, let alone remembering people he had never met and only heard the names of once on the street. His name is Sun Wukong. You can call him Mr. Wukong or Wukong. Kakashi, who was familiar with his friend's shortcomings, responded immediately. "Ahem, come and have a duel that will burn your youth with me." Goku. After getting the answer, Might Guy immediately turned around and invited Goku again. Ah! Faced with Might Guy's sudden invitation, Goku scratched his head in confusion. Goku, Might Guy is a very powerful taijutsu master, and he likes to fight strong people. After knowing that there is a powerful warrior like you here, he wants to fight with you. And I remembered that you also wanted to fight with a master, so I brought him here. Kakashi explained. Looking for a fight with Master Goku. Naruto and his two friends all widened their eyes, looked at Might Guy, then looked at Goku, and all of them became interested. Can a master praised by Kakashi defeat Sensei Goku who has been guiding them for many days? After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Goku finally reacted and looked at Might Guy, who was full of fighting spirit, and said happily, "An expert? That's really exciting. Thanks to the book friend 20230714010956535 for the monthly vote. And the recommendation votes from Yanzu Yifei in the past 2 days. In addition, I would like to say that there was a small bug in chapter 21 because it was written a little too excitedly. Now the author has discovered it and corrected it. The bug is that when Rock Lee fought with Sasuke, he could easily tell that the energy on Sasuke was not chakra. In the setting of this book, although chakra and chi are different, they are also similar in some ways. Most people cannot easily distinguish them and will only mistakenly think that it is some kind of change of chakra. So the author changed it in chapter 21 to Rock Lee believing that chi was some kind of variation of chakra, and after Sasuke's explanation he realized that it was another kind of energy. This is a small bug fix. It's okay as long as everyone knows it. It will not affect any plot changes. If you are interested, you can go back to chapter 21 to take a look at the conversation between Rock Lee and Sasuke. Then these are the modifications I made last night, so readers who come later don't need to pay attention to this and just read it normally. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Burn Your Youth. Might Guy vs Goku. Chapter 29, Burn Your Youth. Might Guy vs Goku. Please read. Have you checked everything out? Check it out, Danzo-sama. According to our investigation, this man named Son Goku first appeared in the Wave Country area and met Kakashi and others who had just arrived in the Wave Country for a mission. After meeting him, he traveled with Kakashi and the others, and helped Kakashi and the others defeat Zabuza Mamakai, the rebel ninja from the Mist Village, and a man named Haku who was suspected of using ice escape. After defeating these two men, he defeated the wealthy man Cardo and his men, and took away most of Cardo's property. In my opinion, this person has at least the strength of a Jonin, and is likely to reach the level of an elite Jonin. Okay, I understand. Please continue. Yes, my lord. After Kakashi and his team completed their mission, this person followed Kakashi and his team to Konoha and settled down in Konoha. After that, I spent every day hanging out with Uzumaki Naruto, who was called the Demon Fox, Uchiha Sasuke, the survivor of the Uchiha clan, and Haruno Sakura, who was born a commoner, and often stayed in the back mountains. And one more person has joined these days, and that's Rock Lee, Might Guy's apprentice. Since you told us not to get too close to them, we only found out that this person was helping these little ghosts train. Where's Kakashi? Isn't he following? Your Excellency, Kakashi followed me every day at the beginning, but he went there irregularly afterwards, sometimes only once every few days. Have you found out about this person's experience before he met Kakashi and the others? Your Excellency, I have traveled all over the Land of Waves, and after investigation, I found that this person has never appeared in the Land of Waves before. And all the fishermen who own boats also said that they have never brought this person to the Land of Waves. So I speculated that this person should have entered the Land of Waves on a foreign ship. As for which ship the person was on, it will take a lot of time to investigate, and it will be difficult to find the result in a short time. Well, put the information on the table and you can leave. Yes, sir. In the dark basement, Danzo stared at the documents placed on the table with a gloomy look. Ever since he was defeated by Sarutobi Hiruzen a month ago, he never sent anyone to capture Son Goku again, because he didn't want to fall out with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the time being. But not arresting does not mean doing nothing. You have to know that Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely tries hard to hide anything from him, so there must be something strange about the concealment this time. It is possible that there is a huge secret hidden in Sun Wukong's origin. So he sent his men to thoroughly investigate Sun Wukong's origins, and always pay attention to his whereabouts in Konoha, trying to judge something from his movements. Elite Jonin. Help with training. Hiruzen, what the hell are you doing? And Sun Wukong, who exactly are you? Wukong had no idea that someone was investigating him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For him now, there are very few things that can make him care, but there happens to be one thing at the moment. Yosh, Kai, let's do it. In an open space in the forest, Goku waved to Might Guy. Although he did some exercise this month to keep in shape, he still felt a little rusty because he hadn't fought with anyone. Now, an opponent finally came to him and was said to be a powerful guy, which made him very happy. Youth. Burn. Boil. Opposite him, Might Guy saw him waving and shouted passionately, then kicked his legs and rushed towards him with full fighting spirit. Who will win? Kakashi, Naruto, and Rock Lee, who were standing on the sidelines, all had this question in their minds when they saw the duel begin. Bang! Just as they were thinking about this question, a loud noise suddenly came from the field. In the middle of the field, two fists collided fiercely like needles against wheat spikes. Where the fists collided, an extraordinary invisible air wave suddenly burst out and spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. Goku felt the strong power coming from the opponent's fist, and his eyes lit up. This guy is much stronger than the previous one. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly raised his knees and legs, intending to kick Might Guy hard in the face with a whip kick. But halfway through the kick, he suddenly stopped with a look of surprise on his face. Ah! Why are you crying? 1 second ago. After feeling Goku's power, Might Guy's eyes lit up as well, and he thought to himself. The opponent is really strong. Kakashi, you are indeed my lifelong friend. You understand me so well. You can help me find such a good opponent. He was suddenly so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, scaring Wukong so much that he stopped attacking. At the sidelines, seeing Naruto and his two friends get into trouble just 1 second after the fight started, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through their hearts. Even though Kakashi was familiar with Might Guy's temperament, he couldn't help but frown and was speechless towards his good friend. Only Rock Lee, who was of the same lineage as Might Guy, didn't see any problem at all. He clenched his fists and said with tears in his eyes, "Teacher Kai, he must have thought of something touching. This is so touching." On the field, Might Guy quickly stopped crying, wiped his eyes and apologized to Goku. "Sorry, I just thought of something touching. We can continue now." After hearing this, Wukong blinked his eyes cutely, then chuckled and said, "Okay." As soon as the words fell, the two men threw a punch at the same time. Bang! The fists of both sides collided fiercely again. After this collision, Might Guy didn't wait for Goku to make a move, he suddenly twisted his body and kicked Goku in the face with a whirlwind kick like thunder. Konoha Tornado. Faced with his powerful attack, Wukong remained calm. He raised his hand to block it and took it steadily. Without giving the opponent time to react, he suddenly kicked him in the abdomen. Snapped! Might Guy blocked with both hands and used the force to somersault backwards a few times. Then he kicked the ground with his right foot, making a hole, and attacked again like an arrow from a bow. Konoha Great Cyclone. This time, he twisted his body much more than last time. Because of this attack is much more powerful and faster than the previous one. But facing his more ferocious attack, Goku still raised his hand calmly to block it and took it steadily again. Wow, awesome! Goku was able to take on these two moves from Master Kai. This is a powerful physical technique developed by Mr. Kai. On the sidelines, Rock Lee said in amazement. When learning these two moves, Might Guy told him that these two moves were both incredibly powerful speed-based physical techniques. Most people would not be able to withstand the first blow and could only duck or lean back to avoid it. When the opponent dodges the first attack, you can use the momentum to spin on the spot and then attack the opponent again. At this point, the opponent will have no way to avoid it and can only block the attack forcefully. However, due to the inertia of rotation, the speed of this attack is so amazing that it is beyond the opponent's imagination, so the opponent often finds it difficult to block it successfully. He can only take the attack and suffer considerable damage. Even with these two powerful moves, Goku easily broke them, leaving Might Guy without even the chance to launch a follow-up attack. Please read this article by Yanzu Yifei. There are more new collections in the past 2 days, and the number of readers is also steadily increasing. It seems that there is hope for trial use. So I ask everyone to keep reading these days so that this book can be tested. Whether it can make a comeback depends entirely on you. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 The Gate of Life, Open. Chapter 30 The Gate of Life, Open. Please read. On the field. Two figures flashed everywhere, raising flying sand and dust wherever they passed. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of flesh colliding like drums continued to ring out. Might Guy kept attacking Goku, sometimes with flying elbows, sometimes with side kicks, and sometimes with other moves. Faced with these attacks, Goku countered them with ease. Not only that, it is rude not to reciprocate, so after defending, he also fought back accordingly, letting Might Guy taste his attack. Bang! With a loud bang, Goku was seen taking Might Guy's powerful kick with both hands. The fierce and swift attack created strong winds that blew his hair everywhere. After receiving the attack, he didn't wait for Might Guy to retract his foot, but stretched out his hands to grab forward, and his strong hands immediately grasped the opponent's leg and neck like an iron clamp. Then he twisted his waist. Whoosh! Throw the opponent out hard. Might Guy, who was thrown away, did not panic. He hugged his knees and flipped several times in the air. Then he stepped accurately on the trunk of a tree on the side of the field and kicked with his legs. Whoosh! The whole person rushed towards Wukong again like an arrow. On the sidelines, everyone was dazzled by the sight and felt that there were many after-images flashing quickly before their eyes. Goku-sensei and Lee's teacher are both amazing. Sakura said in amazement as she watched the fierce fight between the two. One day I will be as strong as them. And become stronger than them. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. Sasuke remained silent, thinking to himself. Is this the strength of Mr. Lee? I am still not strong enough. He clenched his fists as he watched Might Guy's fierce and swift attack. During his communication with Rock Lee these days, he learned that the reason why his opponent's strength suddenly increased when fighting with him was because he used the forbidden technique of 8 Gates ninjutsu. This forbidden technique can greatly enhance personal strength. According to Rock Lee, this forbidden technique was taught to him by his teacher, which means that Might Guy also knows this trick. But now, although Might Guy obviously hasn't used this move yet, his strength is already much stronger than when he exploded, which makes him deeply feel that his strength is still too weak. What he didn't know was that Might Guy was a ninja who specialized in physical skills, and his physical skills were among the best in the entire ninja world. Comparing himself with him would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Kai, you can't defeat Goku with this strength. When are you going to use that? Although Kakashi has never fought with Goku, he knows that the other party's strength is definitely not limited to that. If Might Guy wants to defeat his opponent, he must show his true strength and use that forbidden technique. Just as this thought came into his mind, the sound of fierce collision on the field suddenly stopped. After another unsuccessful attack, Might Guy jumped away for a distance, raised his fist and shouted. Oh! This is youth! Being able to fight against a master like you, Goku, makes me feel like my youth is burning even more vigorously. But, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't defeat you. So I can only use that. After saying this, he clenched his fists, his muscles bulged, and his body began to turn red. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, rest gate, and life gate. Boom! I saw a green energy suddenly burst out from his body. It was so powerful that it created gusts of wind, sweeping the gravel on the ground into all directions. Wow! Such momentum! Naruto on the sidelines raised his hand to block the flying gravel and was very surprised by the powerful aura emanating from Might Guy. Oh! I feel like I'm even more excited. Not sure if it was because he was surprised by the momentum after Might Guy opened the 8 gates, or because he was infected by the vigorous fighting spirit in his words. Goku just felt himself getting more excited. Oh! Let my youth burn even more fiercely! After a loud roar, Might Guy moved suddenly, and in a flash he arrived in front of Goku and delivered a blow that was far more powerful than before. Bang! This time, Goku still defended first, but his body was knocked back several steps by the powerful force of the opponent's attack. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. After launching this attack, Might Guy did not hesitate, and in the next instant he launched a powerful attack that was far more powerful than the Konoha Great Tornado. Bang! Although Goku raised his hand to block, his body was knocked flying. Seeing that he had succeeded in his attack, Might Guy took advantage of the situation and quickly caught up with his opponent, then kicked out with an even more powerful kick. Excited, Konoha Diamond Force Cyclone. This attack not only added the power of the 8 gates, but also attached chakra energy to the feet. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous Konoha Gurumi. Bang! Wukong was kicked hard and flew away, knocking down several big trees nearby. For a moment, the branches and leaves on the field were flying all over the sky in the wind, accompanied by the groaning sounds of broken trees. Master Goku! Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that Might Guy could burst out with such powerful force and knock Goku away. But Sasuke remained silent, because at this moment he had already seen clearly through his Sharingan what happened to Goku after he flew backwards. In front of the last broken tree, Wukong stood up and stretched his neck, making several crackling sounds from the movement of his joints. The attack just now was quite powerful. He dusted himself off, then strode out, and everyone saw that he was totally unharmed. Seeing him like this, Might Guy was stunned at first, then he laughed heartily and said, as expected of my Might Guy's opponent, you are not hurt at all after taking my blow. Hey, Kai, let's get going. After standing still on the field and stretching his fists, Wukong looked eager to try. Okay. Let our youth burn to its fullest. Seeing that Goku was so impatient, Might Guy completely accepted him and felt that he had found a good opponent who he appreciated. So he kicked hard with his right foot. Bang! As the whole person shot out like an arrow, a large pit several meters wide appeared on the ground. And around the big pit, there are countless cracks spreading out. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. When he came in front of Wukong, he used the same moves he had just used. But this time, his attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without causing any waves at all, and was firmly taken over by Wukong. After taking his attack, Wukong also kicked up and launched a whip kick as powerful as thunder at the back of his head. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of breaking air behind his head, alarm bells rang in his heart and he subconsciously crouched down. So the next moment, a long leg like an iron whip swept past his head. Bang bang bang! Clap clap clap! Over the next minute, the two men exchanged blows violently, hundreds of times in a row. The two men were either attacking or defending, advancing or retreating, and the fight was fierce. Goku threw a powerful punch, but Might Guy cleverly deflected it with a flick of his hand. Might Guy turned around and used his whip hammer, but Goku raised his hand to block it firmly. For a moment, the scene was extremely tense and exciting, and it was impossible to tell who would be the final winner. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 The Blooming Lotus. Chapter 31 The Blooming Lotus. Please read on. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was dealing with a mountain of official business. All of a sudden, he heard a series of rapid sounds of breaking through the air outside. He was so scared that he thought something had happened in the village, and he hurried to the window to look out. But this time I saw nothing. The village seemed peaceful and tranquil as usual. The only discordant thing was that some villagers and ninjas were looking around after hearing the noise just like him. Just as he was trying to find the source of the sound of breaking air, a loud bang suddenly rang out, causing him to look in one direction instantly. The sound came from the back mountain. Isn't that where Naruto and Son Goku usually hang out? What happened? At the same time, Danzo, who vaguely heard the noise in the basement, gave orders to his subordinates, "Go and find out what happened." "Yes, my lord." Half a minute ago, on the field where Goku and Might Guy fought. After a fight, Wukong suddenly asked, "Hey, Kai, do you have any other powerful moves?" Might Guy was stunned for a moment when he was asked this question. Then he seemed to have thought of something and showed his big white teeth. "Of course. But they are a little dangerous, so I won't use them easily." Hearing this, Wukong touched his nose and said with a smile, "Just use it, I really want to see it. I'm not afraid of my opponent having tricks, I'm afraid of my opponent having no tricks. This is him, a natural-born warrior. Son Wukong." Feeling the strong confidence in Goku's words and thinking of Goku's performance in the fight just now, Might Guy made a decision quickly. "Great! Youth should burn like this. Next, Goku, you'll have a good taste of my trick." After saying that, he suddenly appeared behind Goku in an instant and kicked him into the air before Goku could react. Then, whoosh bang! Whoosh bang! Whoosh bang! Accompanied by a series of shrill sounds of breaking through the air, his figure kept appearing around Wukong, launching one fierce and swift attack after another at him. Under his deliberate control, Goku's body continued to rise, higher and higher from the ground. What is this move? Sasuke, who was standing aside, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene, remembering that when he fought with Rock Lee before, the opponent had also kicked him into the air. This move is called Inner Lotus Flower. It is an ultimate physical technique developed by Mr. Kai that is even more powerful than Outer Lotus Flower. When I fought you before, I used the semi-finished product of the lotus flower, because at that time I hadn't opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu. If you want to use the lotus flower, you have to open at least the first gate. Rock Lee on the side introduced it to him in great detail. Then why didn't you come out when you opened the 8 gates later? After hearing the answer, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and felt a little unhappy. Did the other party hide a powerful move and not use it on him? That's because this move, Biao Lianhua, will cause great damage to the opponent. Teacher Kai has warned me not to use it casually. And let alone Li Lianhua, this is an ultimate move that I don't even have enough confidence in successfully using right now. After saying that, Rock Lee stared closely at Might Guy in mid-air, trying to learn something from his teacher's move. After listening to his introduction, the others all stared at the sky, ready to see how powerful Might Guy's move could be. Might Guy's figure was seen flashing rapidly in the air, hitting Goku continuously at supersonic speed, causing him to fly higher and higher. Somehow, Goku didn't put up any resistance and let Might Guy's attacks continue to fall on him. When the height reached a limit, Might Guy came above Goku, took out a bandage from his pocket, wrapped it around Goku, and quickly pulled Goku towards himself. While pulling, he raised his other hand high in a fist. When Wukong was pulled in front of him, he swung his fist violently. Bang! A powerful blow hit Wukong mercilessly, knocking him straight to the ground. At this moment, Wukong was seen falling heavily to the ground like a comet. Boom! After a loud bang, the people watching the fight felt the earth shaking. Then, a circular wave of air suddenly burst out from the place where Wukong fell, and swept out from the inside to the surroundings. This wave of air made the onlookers squint their eyes, and the surrounding rocks and soil flew, and the trees were swaying. Ahem, is Mr. Goku okay? Sakura, who was accidentally choked by the flying dust, looked at the place in the distance that was covered by thick dust with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, Master Goku won't be defeated so easily. As the first person to follow Goku in training, Naruto has very strong confidence in Goku. In his mind, Sensei Goku is even more powerful than Sensei Kakashi and will never be defeated easily. When the thick dust cleared, what came into view was a huge pit tens of meters wide. There are countless cracks in the pit, like a bunch of enchanting poisonous snakes lying on the ground, which is creepy. And in the center of the pit, a figure was embedded tightly in the ground. The figure suddenly moved and then sat up. Hiss, this blow hurts a bit. Wukong brushed the dust off his head, then pushed himself up with his hands and jumped up suddenly. See? I knew Goku-sensei was okay. Seeing this scene, Naruto said to Sakura very proudly. Yes, yes, yes. Sakura rolled her eyes in annoyance, but she was relieved in her heart. I'm glad that Master Goku is okay. Wukong, you are really amazing. You are not hurt at all after taking my attack. Might Guy, who had already fallen to the ground, looked at Goku walking out of the pit with a serious expression. You have to know that this move of his is extremely powerful. He believes that there are only a few people in the ninja world who can take this move of his without getting hurt. Haha, it's not like I'm not hurt. Upon hearing that, Wukong touched his head and smiled foolishly. Oh? You are hurt? Might Guy's eyes lit up. Yes, you see, I have a small crack here. Wukong pointed to a tear on his clothes, which was accidentally cut by flying stones just now. Everyone on the sidelines was stunned after hearing this. Might Guy raised his thick eyebrows and said, asshole. When I say injured, I don't mean the clothes are injured. Ha ha ha. In response, Goku scratched his head and gave an innocent smile. Might Guy wasn't really angry. When Goku laughed, he said in a deep voice. It seems that I can't defeat you by only opening 3 doors. Although opening the last few doors is a bit dangerous, youth should be burned. At the end of his speech, he became excited again and wanted to open the door again, but a voice stopped him. Kai, that's enough. The noise you made just now has disturbed the village. The village will probably send ninjas to check the situation. If you open the door and continue fighting Goku, the power might affect the village, and that would be bad. Seeing that Might Guy still wanted to improve his strength and continue fighting, Kakashi hurriedly tried to dissuade him. But he knew how powerful his friend was when he opened the last few doors. By then, the villages very close to them would definitely be affected, and it would be terrible if someone got hurt. After hearing Kakashi's dissuasion, the hot-blooded Might Guy calmed down. After a little thought, he realized that his friend was right, so he closed the 8 gates and prepared to cease fire. After all, he definitely can't beat Goku with only 3 doors open, so there's no point in continuing the fight. At this moment, Wukong looked at the two of them and asked in confusion. Hey? Can't we go somewhere else? Thanks to Ruan Lionhead, Book Friend 202000206041179119, Book Friend 202206132331546449, Book Friend 1607201219540021 for their monthly votes. You guys are so awesome. This is the first time that so many people voted for monthly tickets in one day. It brings tears to my eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 The battle continues. Chapter 32 The battle continues. Please read on. Change of place. As soon as he heard Goku's proposal, Might Guy's eyes lit up, but immediately dimmed again. No, there is no place in the village where we can fight. It's not possible to get to places closer to the village, and it's not possible to get to places farther away in a short time. Traveling for several hours just for a competition was unnecessary, even for someone like him who loved to burn away his youth. What's more, a ninja of his level needs to report and get approval before leaving the village, and the Hokage probably wouldn't agree with his behavior. Haha, it's okay, I'll take you there. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong came in front of him and took away the bandage he had just used. Then, it wrapped around his body while he was in a daze. What is this for? Just as he was halfway through his question, a white flame suddenly rose from Wukong's body, and then, whoosh! Pull him up into the sky. Wah-ah-ah-ah! Fly, fly up! When Naruto suddenly saw Goku flying, he was so shocked that he could fit a few eggs in his mouth. Not only him, but also Sasuke, Sakura, Rock Lee, and the calmest Kakashi were all stunned. How can this be? During the time he spent with them, Wukong never performed the flying technique. So they didn't know that Goku could fly. No wonder they were so shocked at this moment. Hiss! It hurts. Naruto, why are you pinching me? Hehe, thick eyebrows, sorry. Naruto clasped his hands together, smiled guiltily, and apologized to Rock Lee beside him. He would never say that he pinched the other person to verify whether he was dreaming. Why don't you pinch yourself? Are there still such stupid people these days? Just as he finished apologizing, Sakura beside him exclaimed, Sensei Goku and Sensei Xiao Li are nowhere to be seen. It turned out that just as he was apologizing, Goku and Might Guy flew farther and farther away until they turned into black dots and disappeared. It's really surprising. Wukong, how many secrets do you have? Kakashi came back to his senses and looked at the sky with his mind wandering. This was the nth time that Goku had shocked him. Everyone keep the fact that Goku can fly a secret. Don't tell anyone. Do you understand? After sorting out his thoughts, he spoke solemnly to everyone present. After all, Goku's identity is rather mysterious, so it's better not to let too many people know that he can fly, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble may arise. On the other side, high in the sky, Wukong, you can actually fly. Kai, who was hanging in the air, was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked up at Goku calmly. Yeah, haha. Wukong responded with a silly smile. After being in this world for so many days, he also learned that people in this world cannot fly, so he was not surprised by Might Guy's surprise. You are so awesome! Might Guy exclaimed subconsciously. In the ninja world, he had never heard of anyone who could fly except the old man in the Uegakure village. And now he had encountered another exception. He wanted to ask how Wukong flew, but thinking that he and Wukong had just met, and this skill was probably a personal secret, he gave up the idea of asking this question and asked instead. Wukong, where are you going to fly? Because most of the fire country is covered with forests, which look very similar. He couldn't tell where they were flying to from the air. Find a place where no one is around. Ah! Got it! It's right here. Goku's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly flew to the front left with Might Guy. There was a huge forest in front of them on the left. At the edge of the forest, there was a blank area connected to the cliff, which was perfect for them to fight. Moreover, he used his chi to sense the surroundings and found that there was no human presence around, so there was no need to worry about their fight hurting anyone. He arrived here in a few seconds and landed on the ground. This place does look nice. Might Guy took off the bandage, looked around, and gave a thumbs up affirmatively. Really? Then let's continue our fight. Goku raised the corner of his mouth, looking eager to make a move. No problem. That's how youth should burn. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, rest the gate, life the gate, open. Might Guy's face was filled with excitement. He opened 3 doors in a row, then took a deep breath and continued shouting. Open the wound door. Duman, open. Boom. I saw a green energy that was far stronger than before suddenly ignite. The powerful energy stirred up the surrounding air, generating strong airflows around the body, which blew away the stones around it. Wukong faced this momentum head-on, his hair flying in the wind and a look of interest on his face. Then white flames emerged from his body and he waved. Youth burns. Bang! Seeing Goku's signal, Might Guy, with veins bulging on his face, roared, then kicked with his right foot and rushed straight towards Goku. Bang! There was another loud noise. I saw the 2 iron knees collide with each other with a loud bang. On the iron knees, white flames and green energy collided with each other, surging violently, as if in a fierce fight. Subsequently, Might Guy suddenly appeared behind Goku and hit him on the back with an elbow with a loud bang. However, this attack missed. At some point, only a shadow remained where Goku had originally stood. At this moment, the afterimage rippled after the elbow strike, and then disappeared. Not good. Might Guy was startled and moved aside without thinking. Bang! He saw a long leg, with a force as huge as a tidal wave, suddenly slamming into the ground where he had just stood, creating a big hole in the ground. Click, click, click. The moment the big pit was formed, several hideous large cracks emerged from the pit and spread outward at a rapid speed. What a terrifying power! Might Guy thought to himself after catching a glimpse of the power of this attack. Then he flashed in front of Wukong, and when his old strength had just gone and the new strength had not yet arrived, he delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin. Snapped. However, Wukong did not let him succeed. He raised his right hand to block his attack, then raised his left leg and struck him with a knee as powerful as thunder. Snapped. He also didn't let Wukong succeed. He blocked with his left hand, which was not used for attack, and then used the force to somersault backwards several times. Then he continued to rush forward and fight with Goku. Bang bang bang! Clap clap clap! The 2 men fought fiercely, and wherever they passed, huge pits appeared and cracks opened up, giving the earth an unusual new look. Shortly after, Wukong, your power is beyond my imagination. Seeing that the power after opening 5 gates was still not enough to defeat Goku, Might Guy decided to open another one. The 6th gate, Jing Gate, open. Boom! The green energy on his body became more powerful and the color of his body became more red. After turning it on, he suddenly jumped up and attacked with a speed faster than before, knocking Goku hard into the mountain on the cliff. Then, he swung out a crazy, super fast punch. I saw balls of fire emerging from the front of his fist like a peacock spreading its tail, and then with a sound of breaking through the air they shot towards Wukong, who was smashed into the mountain. This is the advanced physical skill that he can only use after opening the sixth gate. A powerful move that uses the strong shock waves and flames created by bombarding the air to continuously and fiercely attack the opponent. Towards the peacock. Well, it's the last day of the month. Those who have monthly tickets and think this book is okay, please support this book with some monthly tickets, rubbing hands in anticipation. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Roaring Youth. Roaring Daytime Tiger. Chapter 33 Roaring Youth. Roaring Daytime Tiger. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Dozens of powerful shock waves carrying flames slammed into the mountain with great momentum, creating a bottomless hole in it. Wow! Countless rocks fell madly, not only burying the big hole, but also forming a small stone mountain outside the cave. Hoo! 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 After using this move against Peacock, Might Guy consumed a lot of energy and couldn't help but breathe heavily. So he half-closed the Jingmen, putting himself in a buffer state to minimize his energy consumption. I wonder if Wukong is okay after being hit by my move. He stared at the buried hole, a hint of worry in his eyes. He was so excited when he used this move just now that he didn't consider how powerful this move was. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to defeat Wukong. After calming down a little, he couldn't help but blame himself for being too heavy-handed. You have to know that this is not a life-and-death battle with the enemy. If he seriously injures the opponent, he will feel very guilty. Just when he was wondering whether Wukong would be buried by the stone and unable to move, and whether he should go forward to move the stone and find him. Wow! Suddenly, there were several sounds of stones sliding in the cave. Then, ha! Accompanied by a roar, the stones in the cave shot out as if they were hit by something strong, shattering the stone mountain outside the cave. Then, a figure with white flames all over his body walked out slowly. It was Wukong. Ha! That move you just made was really powerful. After coming out, Goku did some stretching exercises and smiled at Might Guy. This is. Opposite him, Might Guy's eyes fixed and saw that there were no other marks on the other person's body except some dust and some burnt marks on his clothes. In other words, Goku was still unharmed after taking his attack. It was not until now that he truly felt the power of Goku, and his heart became heavy. Kakashi, where did you find such a powerful opponent for me? On the way to find Goku, Kakashi only told him that Goku was a friend they met when they were on a mission outside, but did not explain his origins, so he didn't know where Goku came from. After being solemn for a while, he became even more excited. You have to know that he just broke through to a higher level of the 8 gates of ninjutsu not long ago. In this situation, he has not yet met an opponent who can fight him. And now, this opponent appears. On the other side, after Goku flew away with Might Guy, Kakashi and Naruto dealt with some traces of the battle and left the scene. Teacher Kakashi, why do we have to deal with these traces of battle? Naruto asked puzzledly. Naruto, you have to remember that every time you fight with others, it is best to get rid of your own battle traces. Kakashi glanced at Naruto with his dead fish eyes and continued. If you don't remove your battle marks, someone with ulterior motives can infer your fighting style from your battle marks and then find your possible weaknesses. And if your weaknesses are exposed, your situation will become very dangerous. If someone comes after you and exploits your weaknesses, do you think you can defeat them? Hearing this, Naruto nodded thoughtfully, and Sasuke, Sakura, and Rock Lee beside him also seemed to understand something. So we are helping Wukong-sensei and the teacher with thick eyebrows to cover up their weaknesses. About the same. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. In fact, he did not find any weakness in the fight between Goku and Kai, and helping them cover it up was just a convenient move. Shortly after they left, a team of root ninjas quietly arrived at the scene and spread out to explore the surroundings. After a while, the team gathered and the team members reported to the captain. All traces of the battle on my side have been cleaned up, and I can't find anything. Same here. There are only a few fallen trees on my side, but most of the trees have been burned, so I can't see anything. Got it, let's go back and report to Lord Danzo. Let's turn our attention back to the fight between Goku and Might Guy. Seeing that Goku was still safe and sound after being hit by Peacock's attack, Might Guy knew that he had to use his maximum strength. Even though his body would be in unbearable pain after using this move, so what? Youth is meant to be burned. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 7th gate, the gate of shock opens. Boom! The green energy around him suddenly turned into blue steam, his aura suddenly rose, and invisible air waves swept out in all directions with him as the center. Ho-ho! The gusts of wind swept wildly, blowing down all the trees near him and blowing the rocks that had fallen from the mountain to roll away into the distance. However, Wukong, who was emitting white aura, was not affected by the strong wind and watched the scene quietly. After a while, when Might Guy's aura had stabilized a little, he took a stance and said, "Come on, Kai." After hearing what Goku said, Might Guy, who could no longer hold back the surging power in his body, roared, "Burn your youth! The proud blue beast of Konoha!" Then he kicked his feet, appeared in front of Wukong in a flash, and launched a devastating attack at him. Bang! I saw 2 iron fists burning with fierce flames colliding with each other. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and countless air waves burst out in all directions with the 2 people as the center. Not only that, a huge pit of tens of meters suddenly appeared under the feet of the 2 people, which was daunting. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! After this attack, the 2 men did not hesitate and attacked again. Elbow strikes, knee strikes, punches, everything is used. The speed of the 2 had already exceeded the speed of sound by far, causing a series of shrill sounds of breaking through the air. If there were people present, they would only see 2 balls of light, one blue and one white, colliding wildly, from the side of the mountain to the forest, from the ground to the air, wherever they passed, strong winds were blown and the ground was in chaos. Bang! Suddenly, Might Guy was kicked into the mountain by Goku, creating a human-shaped hole. The next moment, he shot out of the pit, making a peculiar motion with his hands. Hiratora! Suddenly, a white tiger more than 10 meters tall emerged from his hand and roared towards the sky with unparalleled power. Roar! Then the tiger bared its fangs and claws and pounced straight towards Wukong in front of it. Wow, what kind of move is this? Seeing the tiger pouncing towards him, Wukong became interested. He raised his hands and crossed them in front of him, trying to block the attack with his own defense. Boom! The tiger rushed to him and then pushed him into the forest. In an instant, countless trees fell down, and the forest seemed to have been plowed out by a huge hoe, leaving a gully thousands of meters long. When everything calmed down, a voice sounded from the end of the ravine. Dragon Fist Explosion! Thanks to Kirita for the monthly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, The Dragon Fist Appears, Everything Ends. Chapter 34, The Dragon Fist Appears, Everything Ends, please read. In a sparsely populated forest, there is no sign of birds or animals at this moment, and insects are hiding deep in the soil. It is so quiet that it seems as if there is no living thing at all. The culprits behind this phenomenon are just 2 ordinary human beings. They fought fiercely here, and every punch and kick was full of amazing power. Wherever they passed, trees fell down and the ground was pitted, leaving the forest in ruins. Just now, a calamity-level attack blasted out a 1,000-meter-long gully, as if shaving the forest's head, making the scene here even more horrific. At the end of the ravine, Wukong's clothes were a little torn, but his body had almost no scars. He put down his hands that were blocking the day tiger, and said to himself with a smile, "Ha! That attack just now was really powerful. If I hadn't temporarily increased my energy, I would have been injured." He had been suppressing his own energy to a level similar to that of Might Guy, but he did not expect that the power contained in Day Tiger's move was far beyond this level, and he was almost seriously injured. But the opponent seems to be running out of energy. He sensed that Might Guy's energy dropped significantly after he used the Daytime Tiger move, and soon dropped to the level before he fought him. It seems that this battle cannot be fought. In that case, I will return the favor with this blow. In the previous fight, he didn't use any special moves, he just kept fighting with ordinary punches and kicks. Might Guy used many moves, among which the Peacock and Daytime Tiger interested him the most, and he was the most impressed. Especially the Daytime Tiger, which reminded him of a move he created a long time ago. This move was one of his rare physical attack moves, and it was similar to the Daytime Tiger. Therefore, he planned to use this move before the end of this competition, allowing Might Guy to feel it up close to show his recognition of the opponent. Thinking of this, he clenched his right fist and punched forward. Roar! A golden dragon several dozen meters long suddenly roared out from his fist, then rushed forward with a momentum of "No one else can do it but me." The other side of the ravine. At this time, Might Guy closed the 8 gates, half knelt on the ground, and sweat poured down like crazy. Hoo! 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 I really can't control the Day Tiger move very well. The move that Goku just used was the first time he used it. Although he had thought of it before, he had never actually used it because he was unable to open the 7th door. After his body had reached the level to open the 7th gate, he had not yet had the time to test this move, so the use he just made became his first time in the true sense. But because of this, he failed to fully grasp the power and consumption of it. Once used, it becomes the most powerful and most energy-consuming mode. In addition, opening the 7th door also consumed a great deal of physical strength, and he inevitably knelt down after using this move. I wonder what will happen to Goku after he receives this move. Even if he can't defeat him, at least he can be hurt. He smiled tiredly, trying to see clearly what Wukong looked like at the end of the ravine, but found that he couldn't see clearly. After opening the 7th gate and fighting Goku for dozens of rounds without success, he realized that he was most likely no match for Goku. Because in the 7th gate state, his physical strength was consumed very quickly, but on the other hand, Goku did not look like he had consumed much physical strength at all. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. That's why he used the Daytime Tiger, ready to turn the tide with this move. If even Day Tiger can't do anything to Wukong, it means he is completely defeated in this battle. Just as he was staring at the movement at the end of the ravine, he suddenly saw a golden creature flying up from the end of the ravine and rushing straight towards him. This is... He opened his eyes wide and stared at the thing. This is a dragon. There's no chakra fluctuation. Is it a pure taijutsu move like my Day Tiger? As the golden dragon continued to approach him, he finally saw its specific appearance and found that there was no chakra energy on it. As expected of an opponent who can defeat me. To think that you can develop such a taijutsu. After seeing this move, he knew that he was completely defeated, but he was not disappointed, but excited instead. Because this was the first time he saw someone develop a similar move to his Daytime Tiger, which made him feel that he was not alone. In his excitement he forgot his situation. He finally reacted when the golden dragon was only tens of meters away from him. Oh no! How am I going to dodge? I can't move now. He tried hard to stand up, but his legs had no strength at all, so he could only watch the golden dragon getting closer and closer. The proud blue beast of Konoha will not die here today. He had a wry smile on his face, but there wasn't much fear on his face. Just as he was about to face the attack calmly, the golden dragon brushed past him and crashed straight into the cliff. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the cliff mountain was completely shattered. At that moment, the earth shook and countless huge rocks rolled down from the cliff, and it seemed that several of them were about to hit him on the head. At this moment, Wukong suddenly appeared in front of him, picked him up with one hand, and flew to a safe place. Boom! The boulders continued to roll down, and it took a long time for the situation to gradually calm down. Until this time, if someone familiar with the place came here, they would find that the landscape here has changed beyond all recognition. The original cliff disappeared, replaced by a hemispherical pit with a diameter of several hundred meters, which seemed to be formed by a meteorite falling from outer space. Might Guy was moved by this scene, and then he said to Goku solemnly, "Goku, I lost this duel, but when I become stronger, I will challenge you to another duel." Even though he lost this time, he is a blue beast that never gives up. No setbacks can defeat him, but will make him more courageous. Just like when he first challenged Kakashi, he always lost, but after chasing all the way, his number of wins now equals his number of losses, which is quite amazing. Haha, no problem. After hearing Might Guy's declaration, Goku touched his head and smiled. Somehow he suddenly thought of a proud person who often said similar things to what Might Guy said. Then let's go back now. Well, please, I might need to take a nap. As soon as Might Guy finished his reply, his head sank and he fell into a sleep. The previous battle had consumed all his strength, and the fact that he had been able to hold on until now was a testament to his strong will. Now that everything has been settled, his mind has relaxed, his body's mechanism has begun to protect itself, and he involuntarily fell asleep. Seeing him fall asleep, Wukong was not surprised. He raised his sword finger and placed it between his eyebrows. Kakashi's energy is here. Ah, it's here. The next moment, the two men disappeared out of thin air, leaving behind only the devastation waiting to be discovered by later generations. At Kakashi's house, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Rock Lee were waiting for something bored. "Kakashi-sensei, how long do you think the fight between Goku-sensei and thick-eyebrowed sensei will last?" Naruto supported his chin and asked Kakashi, who was reading The Intimate Paradise carefully beside him. "Ah, I don't know." Kakashi replied casually without paying attention to his question. Except for Rock Lee, they all know that Goku has a move called teleportation, which allows him to instantly teleport to the vicinity of another person by sensing his energy. That's why they gathered here, waiting for Goku to finish his fight with Might Guy and then move over instantly. Just as they were silently counting the time, two figures suddenly appeared in the center of the crowd. "Hey, we're back." End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Who is the King of Roles? Chapter 35 Who is the King of Roles? A day later, the sun was shining. On the training ground, Might Guy, with tears in his eyes, told Rock Lee, "Xiao Li, you must study hard. Your opportunity has come. You didn't know ninjutsu or genjutsu before, so you focused on taijutsu. I have always believed that you, who only know taijutsu, will surely shine and become a strong ninja. And now, this new training method can make your physical skills shine even more. It can be said to be an unprecedented great opportunity in your life. You must seize it." After he woke up, he heard a lot of things from Kakashi, including a way of practicing chi brought by Goku. This method of practice is different from their chakra practice method, and can be said to be something completely new, but it is closely related to physical practice. Anyone who can develop a sense of chi and learn to control the chi in their body can use it to enhance their physical strength, which is great news for physical practitioners. For someone like Rock Lee who only knows physical skills, this is even better news. Therefore, after learning that Rock Lee had the opportunity to join the training of chi but did not join, he immediately found him and asked him the reason. When he knew the reason why Rock Lee refused, he was so moved that tears filled his eyes, and he kept praising the other party for being worthy of being his good disciple. Then he gave the other person an iron fist of love, asking him to follow his own inner thoughts in the future instead of letting him, the master, make all the decisions. After that, he took Rock Lee to find Goku and asked Goku to accept him as his disciple. After Goku agreed, the scene where he gives Rock Lee earnest instructions happened. Yes. Teacher Kai. I will definitely work hard and burn my youth well. Listening to Might Guy's earnest instructions, Rock Lee was also moved to tears. Little Lee. Teacher Kai. You. The two hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their cheeks. Haha. Wukong on the side still couldn't get used to this scene. He touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Naruto and the other two weren't used to it either, and their eyes kept twitching. After the two separated, Wukong clapped his hands and said, "Yos, let's begin today's training." Okay. Today I will also be the hardest working person, Naruto said with full enthusiasm, raising his fist. When it comes to hard work, I'm not afraid of anyone. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up after hearing Naruto's declaration. Tisk, two idiots. Sasuke said disdainfully, holding his chest, but secretly swore in his heart that he must be the first. Sakura, who was familiar with the temperaments of the three curling kings, was speechless and sighed silently in her heart. Since everyone else is doing this, what can she do? She can only follow suit. So the following scene appeared. Goku was leading the way, holding a huge rock. Behind him, Naruto, Sasuke and Rock Lee lined up in a row, and no one gave way to the other. They each held a huge rock and followed closely. Sakura followed behind them silently. Although she was at the end, she did not fall behind. It is worth mentioning that at this time, the four of them were wearing weighted wristbands and weighted iron rings, including Rock Lee, who had no money to buy wristbands at the beginning. Xiao Li. Take these things and practice them well. Your master is waiting for the day when you shine. As Rock Lee ran, he recalled the scene when Might Guy handed him the weighted wrist guards and weighted vest not long ago. After learning that he lacked these two things, Might Guy bought them and gave them to him without saying a word, which moved him to tears. Teacher Kai, I will definitely practice hard. I will prove that hard work can surpass genius. Rock Lee thought so, and a blazing flame of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Ah! He suddenly sped up and actually surpassed Wukong and ran to the front. Damn it! Thick eyebrows, don't even think about surpassing me. Seeing this, Naruto frowned, yelled, and quickened his pace to chase after Rock Lee. Although Sasuke didn't say anything, he also quickened his pace and rushed forward side by side with Naruto. No, you guys. Sakura was the only one among the four who looked confused. She was filled with question marks as she looked at the three people who had instantly distanced themselves from her. Who am I? Where am I? Should I follow them? After a moment, watching the three people rushing farther and farther away, she silently gave up the idea of following them and still chose to follow Wukong. If you are tired, just destroy it. Let them roll however they want. All you have to do is complete the training. When the day's training ended, Naruto, Sasuke and Rock Lee were so tired that they lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, not moving at all. Today, I tried my best. No, you have no objection, right? Naruto could hardly open his eyelids, but he still insisted on speaking intermittently. Hee, I don't think so. The one who should be working the hardest is me. Rock Lee retorted. Tisk, you two idiots, I am the first. This time Sasuke did not remain silent, and also spoke up to compete. You. Hearing himself being questioned, Naruto suddenly sat up as if he had a last breath of life and glared at the other two. Sasuke and Rock Lee seemed to have telepathic connection. At this moment, they both sat up straight and glared at the other two. Tsitsaizi. At this moment, there seemed to be sparks flashing in the eyes of the three people, and these sparks extended out and collided violently in the air. But not long after, the three of them seemed to have reached a consensus, closed their eyes, and lay down. Then 3 loud snoring sounds sounded at the same time. Snapped. Seeing this scene, Sakura slapped her forehead and said speechlessly, "You are really..." Although she was also very tired, she was not so tired that she fell asleep because she did not practice as hard as the 3 curling kings. Haha! On the grill, a big fish several meters long was sizzling. Wukong tore off a big piece of meat and ate it while watching the scene with a smile. In the following days, Naruto and the other 3 continued to improve themselves under Goku's training. Rock Lee also learned how to use Chi and truly devoted himself to the practice of Chi. It is worth mentioning that it took Rock Lee even longer to sense the Chi than Naruto, a full 6 hours, which is twice as long as Naruto. But he did not get discouraged and just kept practicing hard. Because he firmly believes that as long as he works twice as hard as the genius and trains twice as hard, he will definitely be able to surpass the genius. While they were training hard, the leaders of all the influential forces in the ninja world received a piece of intelligence. This information is about the sudden appearance of traces of battle by an unknown strong man in the Fire Country. The vast scope of the battle traces and the great power displayed moved them all. Akaji, what do you think of this information? In the Tsuchikage office of the Uegakure village, the 3rd Tsuchikage Noki asked the disciple beside him. Chi too pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "It's a terrifying power. Whether it's the 1,000-meter-long gully that was plowed out, or the more than 300-meter-wide pit, they both exceed the maximum power that my attack can produce. Especially that hole. I can't believe that such a mark could be made by a human being." After hearing his disciple's answer, Onoki looked into the distance with a leisurely gaze and sighed, "No, there is a man in the ninja world who can perform such an attack. But that man no longer exists in this world. Could it be that in the current ninja world, there has appeared another human being with strength comparable to that man?" End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Changed Plot. Chapter 36 The Changed Plot, please read. As the days passed, the Chunin exam was getting closer and closer. Naruto and Sakura had already met the requirements to take the Chunin exam, so naturally, they were put on the list of people taking the exam along with Sasuke by Kakashi. This day was a rare day of rest, and Naruto, his 3 friends and Rock Lee heard that a very delicious fried meat restaurant had just opened in the village, so they decided to go and take a look. If the fried meat tastes really good, they plan to secretly buy some and give it to Wukong to thank him for his teaching during this period of time. Just when they came not far from the fried meat shop, a scene in front of the shop caught their attention. A man wearing a black jumpsuit, with purple patterns on his face and a strange object on his back, pushed several children who were queuing in front of the store aside and said coldly, "Little guys, wait a minute, I want to buy it first." The children who were pushed had no power to resist. They were pushed to the ground by the painted-faced man with a light push. They sat on the ground and cried out in pain. "Ouch! It hurts. Very painful." The painted-faced man didn't care about this at all. After pushing them down, he looked at the menu in front of the store and said to the shop assistant who seemed a little overwhelmed, "Hey, give me a fried beef patty first." Guest, this is inappropriate." Seeing his ferocious face, the clerk was a little nervous, but still refused him. After all, everything is based on a first-come, first-served basis. Those kids had already ordered the dishes and were waiting for him to prepare them. How could he just leave them alone and prepare the things that the guests who came later ordered first? Are you rejecting me? After being rejected by the clerk, the painted-faced man's face darkened and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, which oppressed the clerk so much that his face turned pale. After all, he is a ninja with decent strength, and the aura he exudes has an unimaginable sense of oppression for ordinary people. Just when the clerk couldn't stand this kind of oppression anymore and was about to give in, a voice suddenly rang out, and then he felt his whole body relax. "Hey! Who are you? How dare you cut in line?" Naruto was seen walking towards the painted-faced man aggressively, and yelling at him. He saw it clearly just now. Those children had been waiting in front of the store, but this man in strange clothes cut in line and pushed them aside. Such behavior made him angry, so he stepped forward to fight for justice. A genin from Konoha. The man with the painted face looked over when he heard the voice and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Is there a problem? I am a guest of Konoha, shouldn't I be allowed to eat first? He looked at Naruto coldly. Guest? Where are you from? I've never heard of you. Naruto frowned. Idiot, he is from the Sand Village. You can tell by looking at his forehead protector. At this moment, Sakura came over, first explained to Naruto, then looked at the painted-faced man and said. You were probably invited by Konoha to take part in the Chunin exams. Hehe, finally there is someone smart. Upon hearing that someone knew about the situation, the man with the painted face curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile, but the smile soon froze on his face. Even if you are an invited guest, you must follow the rules of Konoha, or in other words, the rules that apply to the entire ninja world. It's not possible that no one has taught you the rules of first come first served when you grow up, right? Sakura crossed her arms and smiled mischievously. Now, she was stronger than many of her past selves, far stronger than she was at this stage in the original novel. With such confidence, even if the man in front of her didn't look easy to mess with, she didn't feel guilty at all. Damn woman, what did you say? When he heard the last sentence, the painted-faced man's eyes twitched, as if he thought of something unpleasant. So he suddenly attacked and punched Sakura in the face with a straight punch. Snapped. But a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and took his attack steadily. If you want to fight, come to me. Bullying girls is nothing. The person who took his attack was Naruto, who was standing next to him. Naruto clenched his fist with one hand and suddenly exerted force on his hand. Ah! It hurts. You damned guy, let me go. The painted-faced man only felt a huge force coming from Naruto's hand, squeezing his fist until it creaked, and was shocked. This guy is just a genin, how can he have so much strength? He thought that he was a master among the genin, and he found it a little unbelievable. Is there such a master among the genin of Konoha? Naruto didn't really want to do anything to him, so he let go of his hand when he saw that he was in pain. So he hurriedly stepped back a few steps, rubbing his red hands and staring at Naruto. Blonde hair, bearded face. From what he knew, there was no such person among the genin of Konoha. Did that mean that he was a newly promoted genin? Hey, what's your name? He narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. This time they came to take part in the Chunin exam with a special mission, so he had to collect information about these people who might bring changes to them. Me? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the man who will become Hokage in the future, remember that? Naruto raised his thumb and pointed at himself, his words showing strong confidence. Hey, Kankuro, what are you doing? Why are you still taking so long? At this moment, a pretty woman with yellow hair and carrying a huge iron fan appeared from the street entrance not far away and shouted to the man with a painted face. After hearing the woman's cry, the painted-faced man, Kankuro, looked at the clerk, then at Naruto, and realized that he would not be able to eat beef patties for a while. So he snorted coldly, "Just wait for me," and walked towards the woman without looking back. After he left, the children who had been pushed down got up from the ground, came to Naruto and Sakura and thanked them. "Thank you, brother and sister. Brother and sister, do you want to buy some fried meat? If you don't mind, we can give you our portion." Facing the enthusiasm of the little ones, Naruto and Sakura waved their hands. "No need, ha ha ha, you guys buy first, your brothers and sisters need to buy a lot more." After arriving here, they smelled the charming aroma coming from the fried meat shop and immediately knew that this shop was worthy of its reputation. So they decided to buy as much fried meat as their wallets could afford so that Wukong could eat happily. That guy, his strength is not that great, but his attitude is quite arrogant. At this moment, Rock Lee and Suzuki, who had been watching not far away, came over, and Rock Lee spoke. After training together for such a long time, they knew very well how strong Naruto was at this moment, so they didn't come together just now. In their minds, that guy named Kankuro could never beat Naruto. Haha, let's not talk about him. Let's think about what type and flavor of fried meat to buy for teacher Goku. Naruto smiled, touching his head. It's very simple, just click on all the types. As for flavors, order all the flavors except the garlic flavor. Mr. Goku only hates garlic and nothing else. Sakura answered immediately. I saw some readers saying that there were not many exciting moments in the early plots. That's because Naruto and the others haven't developed yet, so it's hard to create any exciting moments. As Goku is an invincible boss, you can't let him pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face all the time. Wouldn't that be uncool? Up to now, Naruto and the others have finally grown up, so I will start to create exciting moments and try my best to make everyone feel comfortable watching. Finally, I would like to thank Sunny Homeboy _DC from Q and Book Friend 20230610114 for their monthly votes, as well as all the great people who cast their recommendation votes these days. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Undercurrent. Chapter 37 Undercurrent. When night falls, at Wukong's home. Wow! These look delicious. Thank you, haha. Looking at the bags filled with delicious fried meat in front of him, Goku clasped his hands together and thanked Naruto, the other three, and Rock Lee. After saying that, he began to enjoy it happily. Seeing him enjoying the food happily, Naruto and the others' originally irritable mood instantly became relaxed. Why were they so anxious? Because they had been waiting in front of the fried meat shop for most of the day. It's really their fault. When they bought the meat, they didn't think about how long it would take for a fried meat shop with only one employee to make the amount of fried meat they needed. The clerk didn't remind them and just continued to make it in silence. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late and they could only wait. As for whether waiting too long will cause the fried meat that comes out of the oven first to lose its freshness. Sakura said that luckily she had learned how to use the storage scroll from Kakashi, so she bought a scroll and put the fried meat into it, ensuring the freshness of the food to the greatest extent. In the end, they got their wish and let Wukong eat the delicious fried meat, which made them feel that their persistence and hard work were not in vain. At the same time, in an inn prepared by Konoha for the Sand Village ninjas who came from afar, 4 figures were gathered together discussing something. Uzumaki Naruto? That's because you are such a loser. If I meet him, I will kill him. After hearing Kankuro talk about what happened during the day, Gaara, the youngest son of the 4th Kazekage of Sand Village and the current one-tailed Jinchuriki, spoke coldly. After his father performed many mysterious operations on him when he was young, he gradually became a cold-blooded and bloodthirsty person. At this moment, even when he said the word murder, his tone remained calm, as if it was a common and inevitable thing. Gaara, don't underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Even Kankuro thinks that the other party is strong, which means that the other party is at least Chunin strength. Every ninja with the strength of a Chunin has certain outstanding qualities. Even if you are very powerful, you must not let your guard down and avoid a setback. At the side, a tall man with a white cloth wrapped around his head heard the strong contempt in Gaara's words and warned him. He is Maki, the teacher of Gaara, Kankuro, and the yellow-haired woman named Temari during the day. As a particularly capable Jonin in the Sand Village, he is deeply trusted by the Kazekage. This time, he led 3 people to Konoha to take part in the Chunin exam just as a cover. The real purpose was to attack Konoha and gain benefits from it. Gaara is an extremely critical link in the attack on Konoha. Before the plan begins, his personal safety must not be compromised. Long-winded. Gaara obviously didn't listen to Maki's warning. He just folded his hands and closed his eyes, as if saying mind your own business. When Kankuro heard that he was being called a waste, even though he was usually very afraid of his younger brother, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment, and his teeth were chattering. Okay, we will take this man seriously. Although he is very powerful, we are not pushovers. Kankuro was just a little careless. Seeing this scene, Temari hurried out to act as a peacemaker. As Kankuro and Gaara's elder sister, she knew their personalities well and usually acted as a lubricant. At this moment, she already knew how to appease Kankuro. Anyway, remember this, we came to Konoha for an important mission this time, and we cannot make any mistakes for this mission. Maki felt helpless about his disciple, so he ignored him and gave instructions to everyone else. He was not afraid that his words would be heard by the people of Konoha, because not only were there their people guarding outside the room, but there was also a soundproofing formation set up inside the room to ensure that no sound could be heard. On the other side, in an unknown corner of Konoha, Lord Orochimaru, you are finally here. A gentle young man with long silver hair pushed his glasses and said respectfully to a beautiful woman in front of him. Hehe, Do, how's the task you asked me to do going? Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his face, then looked at the silver-haired young man grimly. It's all done, Lord Orochimaru. Here is the general information you requested about the more powerful ninjas in Konoha village today. Kabuto took out a scroll and handed it to Orochimaru respectfully. Then he thought of something and added. Oh, by the way, there is a man with a mysterious origin in Konoha recently, who is instructing the 4 Konoha genin in training every day. Oh? Is there anything unusual in here? Yes, Lord Orochimaru, 3 of these 4 Konoha genin are disciples of copy ninja Kakashi. One of them is the one you asked me to pay more attention to, the survivor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. After hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Ever since he was defeated miserably by the man named Uchiha Itachi, he changed the target of his reincarnation container to his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Why did he use the 2 brothers as reincarnation vessels? Because he coveted the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. After witnessing the power of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, his desire for this power increased to an unimaginable level. So after his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, he shifted his target to the other remaining Uchiha member, Sasuke, and this time he came to Konoha with the intention of taking the other party away. Mysterious origin. He looked at Do and licked his lips. Since it was a matter of his own life, he had to care about this mysterious man. Yes, this person appeared in Konoha about 2 months ago. It is said that Kakashi and his 3 disciples encountered him while on a mission outside. He didn't wear a ninja forehead guard, and the clothes he wore were also quite different from those of ordinary people. After much inquiry, I still couldn't find out where he was from. And his daily activities are very regular, almost just between his home and the training ground for those genin. I went to check on them after they left the training ground and found that they were probably doing weight training every day. So I speculate that this person may be a relatively powerful taijutsu ninja. Kabuto understood what Orochimaru meant and told him everything he wanted to hear. A taijutsu ninja? If that's all, he won't have much impact on our plan. As for his identity, the old man would never let someone with an unknown identity enter the village. The fact that you didn't find out just shows that you are not capable enough. When I get a chance, I'll ask that old fellow Danzo. With his intelligence-gathering ability, he must know the identity of the person you're talking about. After listening to Kabuto's story, Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. My abilities do need to be improved, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto pushed his glasses up, looking like he was ready to accept advice. Hehe. Seeing his obedient appearance, Orochimaru chuckled and turned to leave, but after walking a few steps he stopped and asked. By the way, what's this person's name? Do looked at his back and slowly uttered a name. Sun Wukong. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Newcomer? Chapter 38 Newcomer? Please read on. Time passed like an hourglass, and in the blink of an eye it was the day when the Chunin exams began. I heard there are new people taking this exam. Yeah, these brats dared to take the exam so soon after graduation. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. It's just a small problem. Let me teach them a lesson during the exam and make them understand that the Chunin exam is not something that children can participate in. In the Konoha school, 3 Konoha genin who did not deserve to be named were talking loudly while striding towards the teaching building, preparing to go to the classroom to take the first exam. Call. Just then, 3 figures whizzed past them, creating gusts of wind. Hey, who was that just now? The genin looked at the blurry figure that was almost invisible in front of him, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The speed of those people just now was so fast that he couldn't react at all, so he was frightened. No, I don't know. He should be here to take part in the Chunin exam as well, right? Genin O swallowed, his voice trembling. Or, why don't we just go back and wait until the next exam? Genin C, who had spoken the most outrageously just now looked the most frightened and actually suggested giving up the exam. The next moment, Genin A nodded and said, "That makes sense. Let's give this opportunity to the newcomers. Don't accuse us old seniors of not caring about the younger generation." Genin O immediately echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. We old veterans must have a spirit of dedication." After saying that, the 3 of them turned around in tacit understanding and walked out of the school whistling some tunes. When they were leaving the school, the 3 figures that had just passed by them also arrived at the bottom of the teaching building. Ha! After taking off the weighted vest, my body feels so relaxed. After feeling his own rapid speed just now, Naruto smiled comfortably. As early as half a month ago, he and Sasuke had adapted to the 2,600-pound weight of the iron ring and weighted wristbands at the beginning, and then put on a 1,500-pound weighted vest to intensify their training intensity. However, due to the short period of adaptation, the 2 of them are not yet able to exert their full strength under this weight, and the Chunin exam is full of strong competitors, so they cannot afford to be careless. So, at the suggestion of Goku and Kakashi, they took off the weighted vests and only kept the original weight. Firstly, they can both display good strength under this kind of load. Secondly, compared with weighted vests, iron rings and weighted wrist guards are easier to disassemble, which can save them a lot of time if they need to disassemble them during the exam. Hehe, it does make me feel a lot more relaxed. Sakura on the side also agreed with a smile. Her strength and adaptability are not as strong as Naruto and Sasuke, so the weight she carries is much lighter than theirs. The maximum weight she carried during previous training was 2,000 kilograms, but now after taking off the weighted vest, she only carries 1,200 kilograms. Let's go, the exam is about to start, we don't want to be late. Sasuke reminded them after taking a few steps forward. This time, since the 3 of them were very confident in their own abilities and had made it clear in advance that they wanted to take the Chunin exam, there was no scene as in the original work where Kakashi lied to them that they could take the exam or not based on their own wishes. Therefore, they now all know that the exam needs to be taken in groups of 3, and no one can be absent. Soon, the 3 of them arrived outside the classroom designated for the exam. At this time, 2 young boys were standing outside the classroom. They were blocking the door and looking down at Naruto and the other 2. "Hey, new faces. Is this your first time to take part in the Chunin exam?" One of the boys with a hedgehog haircut and 2 long swords on his back spoke to Naruto and the others. "Yeah," Naruto said carelessly, holding his head in his hands. "Haha, newbies, stop here. The Chunin exam is not a game. Many people will die every time." After hearing Naruto's answer, the hedgehog-haired boy said sinisterly. "That's right, I've participated in it a few times before, and I've seen quite a few people die horribly." His companion, a young man wearing a ninja hat, echoed. "Dead people? I'm not afraid. If I don't even have this kind of awareness, how can I be the Hokage? After hearing the threats from the two, Naruto wiped his nose. Not only was he not afraid, but he became even more motivated. Hokage? What an interesting speech, ha ha ha. The hedgehog-haired boy seemed to have heard something funny and laughed out loud. Hey, you have set up an illusion barrier here, please remove it for us and don't block our way. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been silent before, took a few steps forward and spoke coldly to the two people blocking the door. When he just came here, he felt that there was something strange about this place, so he took the opportunity to observe while Naruto was communicating with the two people, and concluded that someone had set up an illusion barrier here. Haha, I've been discovered. The hedgehog-haired boy chuckled, then suddenly moved in front of Sasuke and kicked him, but this is not enough. Snapped. Faced with his sudden attack, Sasuke was not flustered at all. He reached out and grabbed it steadily. Then he exerted force with his fingers, grabbed the opponent's ankle and swung it to the side, throwing the opponent out fiercely. Seeing his companion fail, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the hatted boy, and he suddenly attacked and punched Sasuke in the back. But his goal was not achieved, because a figure stood in front of him in a flash, clenched his fist, and hit his fist. Bang! He only felt an unexpected powerful force coming from the opponent's fist, which forced him to retreat straight back and he almost fell to the ground. If you want to attack my companions, you have to ask my permission. Naruto retracted his fist and looked at him seriously. Then, the hedgehog-haired boy who was thrown out earlier came over, looked at the boy in the hat, and chuckled. Haha, it seems that your strength is extraordinary. In that case, I will let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the original classroom door suddenly turned into a corridor door, and this corridor was the only way to the actual examination place. Hey, let's go. Seeing the two people make way, Naruto smiled again and motioned for Sasuke and Sakura to enter together. After the three of them left, the hedgehog-haired boy and the boy wearing a hat suddenly raised their fingers, and white smoke came out of their bodies with a bang. When the white smoke dissipated, the two teenagers were seen to have turned into two much taller young men. If Naruto and the others were still here, they would recognize that these two were the gate gods of Konoha, Tetsu Kauji and Izumo Kamatsuki. Their strength is beyond my imagination. Zisha said solemnly. Just now he wanted to see how many moves Sasuke could hold out against him, but he didn't expect the situation to be the opposite. It was not a question of how many moves the opponent could hold out, but how many moves he could hold out. That's right. I don't know how Kakashi trained them. The strength of that Uzumaki Naruto is simply amazing. Recalling the scene where he was beaten back by Naruto, Izumo's eyes were a little complicated. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, his strength had reached the level of an adult. Unexpectedly, Naruto, who was only in his early 10 years old, was much stronger than this. What they both don't know is that the credit for Naruto and his friend's current strength doesn't actually go to Kakashi, but to a silly scion named Son Goku. Thanks to Kirito for casting the 4th monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Naruto, I will definitely take the first place. Chapter 39 Naruto, I will definitely take first place. The examination is held in the designated classroom. At this moment, the place was crowded with hundreds of ninjas from various ninja villages including Konoha, Tsunagakure, Omegakure, and Otagakure, gathered together, waiting for the start of the Chunin exam. Suddenly, squeak! With a teeth-grinding sound, the classroom door was opened. Then 3 people walked in from outside the door. They were the 3 Naruto friends who had arrived late. Sasuke, I missed you so much, why did you come just now? As soon as Naruto and the other 2 walked in, they saw a girl with golden ponytails rushing towards Sasuke with a rosy face. Snapped! A figure flashed in front of the girl and held her head with one hand. You stinky Ino, stay away from my Sasuke. It was Sakura. Ino still wanted to move forward, but found that she was being held back and could not move forward at all. So she took a step back, looked at Sakura who was blocking her and said angrily, "Broad forehead. Get out of my way." "No. Will you let me or not? If you don't want to, then don't let me. If you have the guts, just come over here." Sakura made a face. "Ah. Broad forehead, I want to duel with you." Ino was so angry that she howled and rushed forward, wanting to fight her for 800 rounds. But somehow, as soon as she started, her hands were inexplicably pressed behind her back by Sakura, and she could no longer move. "Hehe, you stinky Ino, I'm much stronger than you now," Sakura said jokingly. At this moment, she was half lying on Ino's back, holding his hands with her right hand, pinching his chin with her left hand, and turning his head to face herself. The posture was extremely ambiguous. She and the other person had been good friends since childhood, but they became rivals in love just because they both liked Sasuke, and that's why they would quarrel whenever they met. But even so, they still regard each other as good friends in their hearts, so she doesn't care about such an action at this time. "Damn it, how did you become so strong?" After struggling for a few times without success, Ino gave up resignedly and said with gritted teeth. She hadn't seen Sakura much during this period, so she didn't know that Sakura and Naruto were receiving special training from Goku, and she didn't know why the other party suddenly became so strong. "Hey, why are you here too? It's such a hassle." At this moment, an extremely lazy voice suddenly sounded. A lifeless, thin boy and a fat boy who was eating potato chips were walking towards Naruto and the others, and it was the former who spoke. The two of them are Shikamaru and Koji, who are in the same team as Ino and are from the Ino, Shika, and Joe families of Konoha. "Ha, you're all here. It looks like all of us fresh graduates are here." Before Naruto and the others could reply, 3 more people came over from the other side. They were a rebellious boy with a dog lying on his head, a cold boy wearing sunglasses, and a shy girl with a blush on her face. The former was the one who spoke. "They are Inyazuka Kaiba from the Inyazuka clan, Abarame Shino from the Abarame clan, and Hyuga Hinata from the Hyuga clan." Then, a group of old classmates greeted each other and the scene suddenly became lively. "Naruto, I haven't seen you guys doing any missions recently. What have you been doing?" Inyazuka Kaiba asked. Most of the missions that these genin usually take are D-level missions, which are trivial tasks such as finding cats and dogs. Therefore, they often meet each other in the village when doing tasks on weekdays. But during this period of time, Naruto and the others were training with Goku almost every day, and they did not take any missions. Their activity in the village dropped significantly, so Inyazuka Kaiba was puzzled. "Of course we are training." Naruto laughed, holding his head. "Training? So you are very confident about this exam?" "Of course. Especially me. I want to take first place." Naruto raised his index finger, looking very confident. "First place doesn't necessarily belong to you, Naruto." At this moment, Rock Lee suddenly came up to them and interrupted. He was at the back of the classroom before, so he didn't come over until now. "Thick eyebrows, the first place must be mine." Naruto reaffirmed, then pointed behind Rock Lee and said, "Are those 2 your teammates?" Not far behind Rock Lee, a girl in a pink cheongsam and a cool boy with long hair were looking at them. "Yes. They are my teammates, Niji and Tenten." Rock Lee replied. "Listen to you. You newcomers, I advise you to keep a low profile, otherwise there will be problems." Naruto was interrupted by a sudden voice when he was halfway through his words. A silver-haired young man walked towards me with a gentle expression, adjusting his glasses. He was the most powerful figure in the ninja world, Kabuto Yakushi. On the surface, he is a rookie genin who has failed the Chunin exam time and again, but in reality, he is a super spy planted in Konoha by Orochimaru for many years. "Who are you?" Naruto looked at him suspiciously. Although this person showed them kindness and acted as if he was doing this for their own good, for some reason he always felt that there was something sinister about this person. My name is Do, and I'm your senior. Do pushed his glasses and said gently. Then, without giving Naruto and the others a chance to reply, he pointed to the back and continued, Look, these people who came to take the exam are very unhappy with you now. Naruto and the others looked in the direction he pointed, and immediately saw that among the large group of people sitting on the chairs, many of them were looking at them, especially Naruto, with hostile intent. Obviously, they all heard Naruto's bold words when he aimed his sword at the first place. Hey, I'm not afraid of them. Most ordinary people would panic and quickly restrain themselves when seeing this scene, but Naruto was obviously not an ordinary person. Not only was he not afraid, but he looked directly at these people with bad intentions, pointed at them and said with high morale. Listen carefully everyone, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I will definitely take first place in this exam. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom suddenly became quiet. Not only were the strangers stunned, but even people like Inuzuka Kaiba, Shikamaru, and others who knew Naruto were also stunned, feeling that the class leader who used to be the last in the class seemed to have become a little different. Although his tone was as arrogant as before, there seemed to be something called confidence behind the arrogance. Hey, Naruto, I should be the first. Sasuke on the side seemed to be infected by Naruto's tone. And surprisingly he also got the upper hand in the argument. You two really are. After hearing the two's declarations, Sakura covered her forehead, and the villain in her heart went crazy. I know you've all become very strong now, but can you please be more low-key? After a brief moment of shock, two of the people Naruto pointed at stood up with their tempers slammed on the table and said, Little brats, stop being so arrogant. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on how to behave yourself. After saying that, the two men flashed and went towards Naruto and Sasuke from the left and right respectively. Whoosh! However, their attacks were in vain. At some point, Naruto and Sasuke's figures had flashed to another place, and only a residual image gradually faded away on the ground. Their strength is indeed extraordinary. But this is within my expectations. Seeing this scene, a gleam of light flashed in Do's eyes. You bastards! Just behave yourself! At this moment, a fierce voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, white smoke appeared from an empty space in the classroom, and then a group of ninjas with extraordinary momentum appeared from the smoke, and the one who spoke was the leader. The chief invigilator, Ibiki Marino. Thanks to Brother Peng and book friend 202310260218211098 for the rewards, and thanks to Sumamoye, only read Fanfiction 7, book friend 201904092217599354, and Sunny Houseman _DC for their monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Naruto's Cheating Method? Chapter 40 Naruto's Cheating Method? Please read it. Bang bang bang. Clap clap clap. In an open space, two figures, one orange and one green, were fighting fiercely. After an unknown amount of time, the two figures separated, and one of them panted and said, Hey! Wukong, every time I fight you I always gain something. I wonder how you developed all these skills. Haha, of course it's the result of fighting with strong people a lot. I'm really curious about the place you came from. There are strong people as strong as you. These two people are Goku and Might Guy. Ever since Might Guy was defeated by Goku, he would come to Goku to spar with him from time to time, saying that he was doing it to improve himself so that he could defeat Goku one day. Wukong was also happy about this. He wished someone could help him stretch his muscles every day to prevent his body from rusting. Therefore, the scene of the two men fighting just now has appeared frequently in recent times. Speaking of which, the Chunin exams should be starting soon. I wonder how Rock Lee and the others are doing now. Might Guy said casually, glancing at the sun. At this time, in the classroom of the Chunin exam. After Marino Ibiki appeared with a group of examiners, the candidates all fell silent and looked silently at the fierce man with several scars on his face. Private fighting is strictly prohibited during the exam. Once discovered, the candidate's qualification for the exam will be revoked immediately. Did you hear everything clearly? Especially you two genin from the Hidden Rain village. Ibiki first glanced around the classroom, then stared at the two people who had just attacked Naruto and Sasuke. Hehe, sorry, I couldn't control my emotions just now. The two extra rain ninjas pretended to apologize on the surface, but they were secretly thinking that they would give Naruto and the others a hard time when they had the chance in the future. Ibiki didn't continue to argue, and introduced himself to everyone and announced the start of the exam. My name is Marino Ibiki, and I'm the invigilator of the first Chunin exam. I will now announce the official start of the first exam. Everyone please hand in your application forms, and then, after all this is done, the test papers will be handed to you. Did you hear clearly? If you heard clearly, do it now. After hearing his words, all the candidates started to move, except Naruto, who just stood there with a petrified look on his face. Pen, written test. Just like in the original book, he didn't know there would be a written test in the exam before he took it, so he was completely at a loss. This is a headache. Naruto always got 0 points in his cultural exams. Sakura submitted the application form with a wry smile in her heart. The three of them thought that the Chunin exam was a test of one's combat ability, so they were full of confidence, but they didn't expect that there would be a written test. After everyone had completed all the procedures and sat down, Ibiki said to them, "Now I will announce the exam rules. First, there are 10 questions on the test paper, and you get 1 point for each correct answer. Second, if you are caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted for each time you are caught cheating. If the total number of points deducted is 10, you will be expelled from the examination room. Third, the final score is the sum of the scores of the 3 members of each team. The team with the highest total score wins. There's one last one. For those who get 0 points or are expelled from the examination room, all members of their team will be disqualified from taking the exam." When Sakura heard the third rule, she was so nervous that her heart was in her throat. In her opinion, although she is confident of getting high scores and Sasuke will most likely get some points as well, Naruto will be dragging her down. If the total score is calculated in this way, it is uncertain whether their team can win. But when she heard the last rule, her mind went blank as if she had been struck by lightning. If a person scores 0, all members of his team will be eliminated. Wouldn't their team be in trouble then? You know, the probability of Naruto getting 0 points is as high as 99.999%. Naruto was also dumbfounded at this moment, unable to believe the rules he had heard. He grabbed his hair with both hands, and was mad in his heart. It's over, it's over. It's really over now. If Sasuke and Sakura fail the exam because of my 0 score, I'm doomed. Damn it. I was thinking of getting first place, but now if I fail the first exam, I will be laughed at. Thinking of this, he became more and more annoyed. After a while, the test papers were distributed. Ibiki looked at the people who received the test papers and said meaningfully, "Remember, if you want to become a Chunin, you must act like a real ninja. Don't show off your poor cheating skills. I declare the answer session to begin. The time limit is 1 hour. These questions are too difficult. Even I may not be able to answer all of them." After receiving the test paper, Sakura looked at the questions with a serious face. As soon as she saw them, she realized that the difficulty of these questions was far beyond the syllabus. They were the kind of hellish difficulty that even a teacher might not be able to answer all of them. Naruto really can't get any points this time. She glanced at Naruto, who was sitting in front of her left, and sighed inwardly. Never mind, I'll finish my own paper first. Thinking of this, she stopped thinking about other things and started to answer the test paper seriously. Not far away, Sasuke looked at the questions on the test paper and twitched his lips. Haha, I thought I could do some, but I didn't expect that I couldn't do any of them. He was originally still worried about Naruto getting 0 points, but he didn't expect that now he would have to worry about himself too. It seems that these questions are not difficult for Sakura. He thought to himself as he glanced at Sakura, who was writing furiously in the row in front of him. It's impossible for the test to be so difficult. He glanced at the people around him and found that most of them were still scratching their heads in their seats, looking like they had no idea where to start. Then this test must have a deeper meaning. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and pondered every word Ibiki had said before. A real ninja. Don't you want to embarrass yourself with your poor cheating skills? After thinking of these 2 sentences, he suddenly had an epiphany and discovered the secret of this exam. It turns out that this exam is about how to use advanced cheating techniques to steal the correct answers without being discovered by the invigilator. Hehe. Interesting. In that case, I will use the Sharingan to copy Sakura's movements. As for you, Naruto, you better think about this quickly. For you, that's probably the only way to cheat. He glanced at Naruto, who was sitting right in front of him, and thought to himself. At this moment, Naruto was reading the test questions word by word with his eyes wide open. Damn it! I don't believe I can't write even one, he said angrily in his heart. However, after he finished reading all the questions, he found that he could not understand any of them except the last one, which had not yet given a question. Ah! What should I do now? He grabbed his hair, his mind in a mess. He doesn't want to fail in the first exam. Cheating. I have no choice but to cheat. After a while, he calmed down and made a decision in his mind. Ibiki said that if you are caught cheating once, you will lose 2 points, and you will lose all 10 points before you are disqualified from the exam. That means he has 4 chances to make a mistake. If I use that move, they won't be able to tell I'm cheating. Even if they find out later that I used this move, at most it will only be considered cheating once, and there will be no problem. Guess the cheating method? End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Look at my sun fist. Chapter 41 Look at my sun fist. In the classroom, many smart people have seen through the true intention of this exam and are showing off their skills. On the left, Inyazuka Kaiba gets the answer by spying on others' answers through his ninja beast Akamaru. On the right, Hyaganichi opened his Byakugan and took in all the answers of a person in front of him who had already answered several questions. Later, Gaara used the floating sand eyes to peek at other people's answers. There were many people who used clever tricks, but there were also some who used clumsy tricks. The sharp-eyed invigilators deducted 10 points from their scores and expelled them from the examination room on the spot. Damn it! What gives you the right to accuse me of cheating? A genin who was deducted 10 points was dissatisfied and wanted to struggle. I am the invigilator, an elite chunin who is 100 times more powerful than you. Your every move will not escape my eyes. The invigilator who discovered that the genin was cheating grabbed the man by the collar and threw him out of the classroom without giving him any explanation. After seeing this scene, many people who also used clumsy means to cheat turned pale with fear, fearing that they would be the next to be caught. Only one question left. After finishing the first 9 questions, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Relying on her former status as a top student, she successfully answered all the questions except the last unknown question. I wonder what happened to Sasuke and Naruto. She couldn't see Sasuke from where she was, so she could only look at Naruto in front of her. Naruto's angry? Is he going to use that move? When Sakura finished answering the questions, Sasuke, who had followed Sakura's steps and answered 8 questions, also stopped answering and breathed a sigh of relief. Although I didn't copy 1 question, it's enough. The rest depends on Naruto. He is the key. Not long after he thought about this, his eyes suddenly changed. Is Naruto finally going to start? After making the decision to cheat, Naruto just waited quietly for something. I only have one chance, so I have to wait until he finishes answering all the questions before I can use that trick. He glanced at a candidate who was writing very quickly beside him, and was very curious about him. Somehow, this candidate was able to answer the questions incredibly quickly, answering every question almost without thinking. What he didn't know was that this candidate was not actually a candidate, but an examiner in disguise, whose purpose was to write down the correct answers quickly and then let those candidates who wanted to cheat copy the answers. There are several people like him in the classroom. Not long after, the examinee stopped answering and Naruto's eyes lit up. It's time to start copying. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. God have mercy on him. In order to wait for this moment, he endured the agony of every second feeling like an eternity, and felt very uneasy under the gazes of several invigilators around him. And now, he can finally escape from this miserable situation. After being secretly excited for a while, he began to recall the method of the move he was going to use. Well, I need to concentrate the energy on my forehead and then transform it into light energy. Although Wukong taught him this move, he didn't practice it much in his daily life, so he couldn't use it skillfully at the moment. While recalling the instructions, he placed his hands on his forehead and began to condense the energy in his body onto his forehead. In order to make his hand movements less noticeable, he supported his head with his fingertips, making people think that he was worried about the exam. A moment later, when Sasuke and Sakura sensed the change in his energy, he growled in his heart, "Look at my sun fist." Wow! An extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out from his body, instantly blinding almost everyone facing him, including all the examiners who were watching the movements in the venue. What's with this light? Ah! My eyes hurt so much. I can't open them. Damn it! What on earth happened? Under the glaring light like the sun, both the examiners and the candidates were so stimulated that they burst into tears and had to close their eyes. And those candidates who originally had their backs to Naruto and were not greatly affected by the strong light, could not help but look back after noticing something unusual, and were instantly stimulated by the strong light and tears flowed down their faces. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Naruto, the instigator, grabbed the test paper of the candidate next to him who had just answered 9 questions and started copying frantically. Faster! Faster! He focused on those questions that required the least amount of solving steps and wrote quickly. Although the sun fist just now blinded the examiner's eyes, making them unable to see anything, it could only last for a short period of time. After they recovered, they would be able to slowly recover their vision, and then he would not be able to continue copying the test papers. So now he has to write as many questions as possible. Finish copying 1 question, finish copying 2 questions, and then finish copying. He swore that he had never written down the answers so quickly in his life, and even when copying answers, he had never copied them so fast. Time flies. After copying 4 questions, he suddenly put the test paper he had grabbed back to its original place, then covered his eyes and pretended that he was blinded by the light. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue copying, but he felt that the examiners who were blinded by the light should soon recover their eyesight, and it would be a waste of time to continue copying. As predicted. Not long after he stopped copying, the examiners rubbed their eyes and began to open their eyes slightly. Damn it, what on earth happened just now? Ibiki narrowed his eyes and looked at a certain direction in the classroom. Although the strong light came suddenly, he still caught a glimpse that it was coming from somewhere in the classroom. So now he followed the vague impression in his mind and tried to find the cause of the strong light. When he saw a subordinate who was arranged by him to infiltrate the candidates, his eyes paused. I saw that his subordinate was making a hand gesture without leaving any trace, meaning that the strong light was emitted from the person next to him. So he looked in the direction his men were pointing, Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Naruto didn't know that someone had discovered what he had just done, and he still covered his eyes and pretended that he was also a victim. I copied 4 questions. Should that be enough? At least you won't get a 0 and won't be disqualified from the exam. Or do you want to take another risk later? He kept thinking, unaware that someone was watching him. Uzumaki Naruto, do you know what that light was just now? After staring at Naruto for a while, Ibiki suddenly asked. Ah? What? I don't know. Naruto, who was suddenly called, opened his eyes instantly and looked at Ibiki with a confused look on his face. But he reacted immediately and quickly closed half of it. But it was too late. After seeing this scene, Ibiki instantly understood that the culprit of the light just now was Naruto. Although it is not known how the other party did it, it is obvious that the other party used this strong light to stimulate them so that they could not open their eyes, and then took this opportunity to cheat. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, you have a way. This was the first time he had seen such a method in his long ninja career. Others cheated in clever ways, and even if they still couldn't hide it from him and other examiners, it was not considered clumsy. But Naruto was different. He directly made them lose their observation ability and then cheated openly. He was the only one among the candidates. Okay, the exam continues. We will investigate the source of the strong light just now, so you don't have to worry about it. Ibiki comforted the candidates who were gradually opening their eyes. Even if he knew that Naruto was the culprit, he would not announce it, but chose to deal with it coldly. Because he knew that if this move was used well, it could be a great trump card when fighting with others. If this were to be announced, Naruto's true identity would be known to these ninjas from all sides, which would be detrimental to his future ninja career. Thanks to Animation Theater for the monthly ticket and book friend 20230601111115815 for the reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, the first exam is over. Chapter 42 The first exam is over, please read on. Damn it! How can we continue the exam after something like this happened? I almost thought I was going to go blind. That's right. How can I answer that when my eyes are almost blind? Ibiki's consolation did not make all the candidates keep silent and continue answering the questions. Some candidates shouted in dissatisfaction, and these people were all those who could not answer the questions and were unable to cheat. They knew they had no hope of passing the exam, so they took the opportunity to make trouble and tried to get Ibiki to announce the end of the exam early, so that they might be able to pass. I am the examiner, I have the final say. If you feel that you cannot continue the exam, you can choose to withdraw. Ibiki saw through these people's intentions at a glance, so he responded coldly without giving them any face. After these cold words came out, coupled with his ferocious appearance, all the clamoring candidates were shocked for a moment, and no one dared to say a word anymore. Phew! Looks like I've passed this level. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the exam was back to normal. He was startled when Ibiki called his name out of the blue, and then he realized that his actions had revealed his identity, which made him even more nervous. Although he felt that even if the examiner discovered that he had used the Sun Fist, it would at most only count as cheating, but what if? What if this examiner who looks so fierce is unreasonable? Fortunately, the examiner still abided by the rules. Not only did he not expel him, he also did not tell others that the person who emitted the strong light was his own business. But there is still a question, how did Ibiki know what he did? Naruto is such an idiot, he hasn't realized that the person next to him is a hidden examiner. Sasuke, who saw everything, curled his lips. When he saw Naruto about to use the Sun Fist, he covered his eyes in advance to avoid being stimulated by the strong light. He then watched everything that happened, including the scene where the man next to Naruto gestured to Ibiki. As the exam continued normally, people were constantly being expelled from the examination room after being deducted 10 points. In the blink of an eye, 45 minutes of the exam time had passed, and there were only 15 minutes left until the end. Seeing that the time was up, Ibiki suddenly said, "Next, let's announce the content of the 10th question." After hearing this, all the candidates looked at him. But before that, I have to explain the rules of this question. This is a rule that will terrify all of you. Ibiki looked at the candidates expressionlessly. The invisible aura he exuded and his words gave them a great sense of oppression. The rules that scare us. People with better psychological qualities like Suzuki and Niji narrowed their eyes. They were not overly affected by the other party's words and just waited quietly for the follow-up words. Those candidates with poor psychological quality will start to get nervous, and in serious cases they will even start to tremble. Ibiki was very satisfied with the current scene, because he wanted to make these candidates with poor psychological quality feel fear in order to eliminate them. This rule is: you can choose to take the test or not. If you choose to take the exam, if you answer incorrectly, you will never be allowed to take part in the Chunin exam again in your lifetime. And if he chooses not to take the exam, then he and the 2 members of his team will all lose the qualification for this exam. Boom! As soon as this rule came out, all the candidates were immediately excited as if thunder had exploded in their heads. What kind of stupid rule is this? If you say so, what's the point of our previous answer? That's right. So if we don't take the 10th question, all the previous answers will be useless. Many candidates shouted loudly to vent their dissatisfaction with this rule. However, Ibiki ignored their dissatisfaction and just chuckled and said, "I made the rules. You are unlucky to run into me this year. Those who are afraid of failing the 10th question should give up the exam as soon as possible. After all, you can still try again next year, right? Damn it!" After hearing this, many candidates were indignant, but there were also some who seemed to have nothing to do with it. These were the candidates from other ninja villages. Humph, if I fail this exam, I can just pass it in my own village in the future. You, Konoha, can't control me. Besides, our purpose of coming to Konoha this time is not to take the exam. Kankuro sneered in his heart and was very disdainful of Ibiki's words. The same goes for the people of Otogakuer. They are only on this trip following Orochimaru's orders, and whether they pass the Chunin exam or not has no effect on them at all. To take the test or not. At this moment, Naruto clenched his fists, struggling internally. If he fails the exam, he won't even be able to become a Chunin, so how can he become a Hokage? If he didn't take the test, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? And it would also implicate Sasuke and Sakura. While he was struggling, many candidates from Konoha could not bear the pressure and raised their hands and said, "I choose to give up the exam." Me too. I choose to give up too. All of a sudden, more than a dozen candidates disappeared from the classroom. Hey! I am a man who wants to become Hokage, how can I retreat here? Naruto recalled every detail of his life since becoming a ninja. From being nervous and cowering when encountering the enemy for the first time to facing the enemy bravely when encountering the enemy again. From the originally weak body to the current strong body that has been tempered by many times. From the previous last place strength to the current outstanding strength that even Kakashi teacher praised. All of these were obtained through his unremitting efforts, so how could he let them go to waste? What's more, he is aiming for first place in the Chunin exam this time. Snapped. Come on. I will definitely get first place in this exam. I won't be scared off by such a mere question as yours. He slammed the table and pointed at Ibiki in a decisive tone. This sudden sound made everyone present look over. It really fits Naruto's personality. Sasuke curled his lips. As expected of you, Naruto. Sakura smiled tenderly at the scene. Ibiki, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, remained expressionless. He looked at Naruto and said coldly, "Oh? Have you thought about it? This concerns your whole life. Once you make the wrong decision, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Of course. I don't believe that I will be a genin for my whole life. Even if I really will, it doesn't matter. As long as I become stronger and stronger, I will definitely become Hokage one day. Naruto responded without hesitation. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, you are quite an interesting person. He used that unique cheating method before, and now he calmed others' uneasy emotions with just a few words. Ibiki looked around and found that after Naruto said these 2 words, the candidates who had been struggling suddenly calmed down, as if they had been calmed down by Naruto. For a moment, no one in the classroom suggested giving up the exam. Seeing this, Ibiki, who knew that it was useless to waste any more time, suddenly smiled and said, "Congratulations, you all passed the first exam successfully." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone had question marks on their heads and looked confused. Thanks to GBC and _DC for their monthly votes and Brother Peng for his 500 reward. Then, please keep following the reading these 2 days. I was a step late last week and failed to catch up with the test. This week, with the current data, it is likely to be released, but I am afraid that I will miss it by accident. Then the author will be in tears. So everyone, please follow the reading these 2 days. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Surprise. The woman wants to lick Naruto's face. Chapter 43, Surprise. The woman wants to lick Naruto's face. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, dozens of candidates who passed the exam were following an examiner who called herself Mitarashi Anko to the venue of the second exam. I didn't expect the test just now would be about this. That examiner Ibiki actually lied to us for so long. Really? In the crowd, Sakura complained weakly to Sasuke and Naruto. Earlier, after Ibiki announced that they had passed the exam, he also explained to them the true purpose of the exam, which was to test their intelligence-gathering abilities, and most importantly, do you have the courage to never back down in times of crisis? Haha, actually I saw that a long time ago. Naruto touched his head and replied very shamelessly. Whether it was cheating or the final statement, he actually made the right choice by accident. Haha. Sasuke sneered at his shameless behavior. Just as they were talking, Hongdu, who was leading the team, suddenly stopped, and everyone else stopped as well. Before everyone's eyes was a huge forest surrounded by iron fences that was less than 100 meters long. Quiet, eerie, and filled with seemingly endless terror. This is everyone's first impression of it. Gudong. A supporting candidate swallowed involuntarily, which was noticed by Hongdu. Are you scared so soon? It's not time for you to be scared yet. Once you go in, you will know how terrifying this place called the Forest of Death is. Hongdu put on an evil smile. As soon as the words fell, the extra candidate became more nervous and scared, and some other candidates who were not afraid at first were also frightened by Hongdu's words. Tisk, there's nothing to be afraid of. After hearing her threat, Naruto was not scared at all. Instead, he crossed his arms in disdain. Oh? You know, someone like you who doesn't take it seriously. But you will die first. As the words were spoken, Red Bean, who was not far behind Naruto, pulled out a kunai from somewhere and shot it straight at Naruto's cheek, as if wanting to give him a warning. Snapped. However, the situation was completely different from what she expected. In her expectation, Naruto's cheek would be scratched by the kunai, and then she would move closer and gently lick the wound on his face, so that he would not dare to be careless again. But the reality was that Naruto slightly turned his head to avoid her kunai, and after the kunai flew past his cheek, he reached out and grabbed it, holding it firmly in his hand. Hey! What are you doing? It's very dangerous, okay? Naruto turned around and said to Red Bean dissatisfiedly. If he hadn't sensed murderous intent from the other party and the other party was the examiner, he would have wanted to go up and beat him up. You're quite capable, kid. Hongdu's pupils shrank slightly. She became interested in Naruto's strength and had the urge to subdue him again. But she quickly suppressed the thought because she was the chief examiner at the moment and it was not appropriate for her to do such things. Humph, kid, it's good to know the danger. You will encounter such unpredictable dangers in the next exam. So, be careful, don't wait until the exam is over and I have to collect your bodies. Taking this opportunity, she looked around and gave instructions to all the candidates. Afterwards, she introduced the exam content and rules to everyone. This exam is for the scrolls, which are divided into the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Before entering the forest, half of the team will carry the Book of Heaven and the other half will carry the Book of Earth. And what you have to do is to collect the other half of the scroll from other teams within 5 days and reach a tall tower in the middle of the forest. If you arrive beyond the time limit, fail to collect the other half of the scroll, or if someone in your team dies and cannot continue fighting, it will be considered a failure in the exam. We got the Book of Heaven, so we need to find a team with the Book of Earth. Yes, casualties are allowed in this exam, so we need to be more careful. In the Forest of Death, Naruto and Sakura were communicating with each other, while Sasuke was observing the environment on the side. After signing a consent form for the exam that was similar to a life and death statement, they received a scroll. Then, at the same time, they and 27 other teams entered from the 28 entrances of the Death Forest. The trees here are too big, Naruto exclaimed as he looked at the giant trees that were several meters wide around him. Before, I couldn't fully appreciate the enormity of the trees when observing them from outside the forest, but now I can feel it immediately when I get close to them. After walking a distance, Sakura's eyes suddenly moved. Someone is coming. The next second, Sasuke seemed to have sensed something and looked to his left. Yeah, I sensed it too. Naruto was still a little confused, but he soon reacted and looked to the left. 3 people, it seems to be a team. After another month of practice, the 3 of them have made great progress in their perception of chi. The most capable one, Sakura, could sense a distance of about 60 meters, so she was the first to notice the arrival of the uninvited guest. Sasuke's performance is slightly worse, as he can only sense a range of about 40 meters. As for Naruto, although he is worse than the other 2, he has made considerable progress compared to before, from 5 or 6 meters at the beginning to more than 20 meters now. Soon, they sensed that the auras of the 3 uninvited guests stopped about 10 meters away from them. So they looked at each other and nodded slightly as if they had reached some consensus. Then, whoosh, whoosh. Sasuke and Naruto moved at the same time and disappeared from their original positions in an instant. Sakura stood still, condensed a gas bomb in her hand, and threw it towards an area covered by branches and leaves. At this time, 3 Omegakure ninjas were hiding in the trees. Judging from their faces, 2 of them were the ones who attacked Naruto and Sasuke before the first exam. They were always thinking about teaching Naruto and Sasuke a lesson, so they came immediately after the second exam started. Where are the other 2? Damn it, they must have spotted us. Never mind this, let's get away from this thing. They wanted to wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but they didn't expect to be discovered first. Although one of them didn't know what the gas bomb thrown by Sakura was, he still felt a sense of alarm in his heart, as if telling him not to be touched by this thing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them immediately dispersed in different directions. Next second. Boom. The gas bomb exploded on the branch where they had been hiding, blowing a big hole in the half-meter-thick branch. What kind of move is this? The 3 of them couldn't help but widen their eyes when they looked back and saw this scene. If they had been hit by this gas bomb just now, wouldn't there have been bloody holes in their bodies? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, being distracted during a battle is a big taboo. Sasuke, who had just disappeared, had come behind one of the rain ninjas and kicked him down. At the same time, 2 Narutos appeared beside the other 2 rain ninjas and launched a swift attack on them as well. Bang, bang, bang. After the sound of 3 heavy objects hitting the ground was heard, the 3 rain ninjas all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. Thanks to Mu Dada for the 2 monthly tickets. In addition, the author once again, remember to read it tomorrow, everyone. I wish all the big guys to become richer, richer and richer forever. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 The Mysterious Woman Arrives. Chapter 44 The Mysterious Woman Arrives, please read on. Ah! What bad luck! They are also the Book of Heaven. Looking at the scroll he found from the Rain Ninja in his hand, Naruto scratched his hair in disappointment. After their coordinated tactics of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west just now, the 3 Rain Ninjas were knocked out by them without any ability to resist. So the scrolls on them became Naruto and his companions' trophies. But they were unlucky, and the scroll they found was not the Book of Earth they wanted. It's okay, Naruto, we just keep looking, and we will find the Book of Earth eventually. Sakura comforted Naruto. Then what should we do with this Book of Heaven? Should we return it or keep it with us? Naruto scratched his head. This. Sakura couldn't make up her mind and looked at Sasuke who was standing silently beside her. Take it with you, it might be useful to you. Besides, this is our spoils of war. Since they dare to come after us, we should be prepared to have the scroll taken away. How can we return it so easily? Sasuke curled the corners of his mouth, looking as if it was a matter of course. That's right. We took this with our own strength, we can't give it back so easily. After hearing what Sasuke said, Naruto clapped his hands with an expression of approval. Then let's go. We are not deep into the forest yet, so I don't think there are any wild beasts. Let's let the 3 of them wake up on their own. So the 3 of them left here quickly. Not long after they left, 3 mysterious figures wearing bamboo hats arrived here. Haha, they defeated the enemy with 1 strike? These 3 little guys are quite capable. The black-haired woman in the lead licked her lips, and after seeing the only trace of a fight around, an interested smile appeared on her face. My lord, they should be just ahead. After checking around, one of the men bowed to the woman. Let's go then. Sir, what about these 3 people? The subordinate signaled to the woman whether to cut the throats of the 3 unconscious rain ninjas on the ground. Business matters. Yes, my lord. There are so many bugs in here. If we find the Book of Earth, do you think we should fly directly to the tower from the sky? After using Kunao to chop away several poisonous insects that were about to pounce on him, Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura and asked. Since entering the forest, he has encountered at least hundreds of poisonous insects attacking him, which makes him extremely annoyed. Idiot Naruto, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said that we should not easily reveal the fact that we can fly? After hearing Naruto's question, Sakura replied unhappily. After knowing that Wukong had the skill of flying dance, the 3 of them asked Wukong to learn it. Wukong naturally did not hide it and taught them the skill of flying dance. However, when watching them learn the aerial dance technique, Kakashi also reminded them. Try not to use the air dance technique unless it is absolutely necessary to avoid being discovered by others. The reason is naturally to protect them. After all, people who can fly are too rare in the ninja world. If other people suddenly knew that the 3 of them could fly, not only the people outside the village, but also some people inside the village might have bad thoughts about them. Haha, aren't these bugs just too annoying? After his opinion was rejected, Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Hehe, this can be considered as a kind of training for us. You aren't afraid, are you, Naruto? Sasuke, who knew Naruto's temper well, raised the corner of his mouth and provoked him. I'm not scared. Damn Sasuke! As expected, Naruto was provoked by him and immediately said that he would stay in the forest for the rest of the journey. If those bugs dare to look for him again, he will kill as many as they come. Uncle Naruto will not be afraid at all. Just as they walked a little further, trying to find the rest of the team, Sakura's eyes suddenly moved. There's someone behind us. Then her face changed. What a fast speed! In her perception, there was a person behind her approaching them at an extremely fast speed, and this speed was far beyond the speed of the 3 rain ninjas before. Sasuke, who sensed it a step later, also had a changed expression and turned to look behind. Then Naruto also reacted and turned around to look. The moment he turned around, the uninvited guest also came into their sight. The visitor was a woman wearing a conical hat and had long black hair, and they remembered that she seemed to be a candidate from Kusagakure village. What about her companion? The 3 of them used their chi to sense their surroundings and found that they could not sense anyone else's chi. Hidden beyond our reach. Or did she come alone? After confirming with Sakura that she was not aware of the presence of other people, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and thought quickly. Hey! Are you here to steal the scroll? While he was thinking, Naruto took a step forward, pointed at the woman and asked loudly. Haha, yes. The woman took off her hat and had a chilling and sinister smile on her lips. What scroll are you? The Book of Earth. Really? That's great. Naruto was overjoyed when he heard that the other party had the Book of Earth that they had been longing for. Hey, Naruto, be careful, this guy doesn't seem normal. Sasuke warned. Because the opponent hasn't made a move yet, he can't judge the opponent's specific strength by the intensity of the opponent's energy. But judging from the speed of the opponent's attack, this person is obviously not simple. Of course I know. Naruto put away his smile, looked at the woman and said in a deep voice, I won't be careless. Sakura, be careful later. Because Sakura was weaker than the other 2, he spoke up to remind her at this moment. Well, you 2 should be careful too. He, it seems you are all ready. At this moment, the woman suddenly chuckled, then glared, and a murderous aura seemed to condense into substance and poured towards Naruto and the others. This kind of murderous intent. Naruto and the other 2 froze in shock at the sudden murderous aura. But fortunately, they have undergone extraordinary training in the past 2 months, and their willpower has greatly improved, so their bodies only stiffened for a moment before recovering. Oh? You can actually hold on. The woman was a little surprised when she saw that the 3 people's reactions were not as she expected. She was very clear about how terrifying her murderous aura was, and it was definitely not something these young and inexperienced guys could withstand. Interesting, it seems these 3 little guys are not simple. The woman licked her lips and immediately formed a seal with her hands. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. Hoo ho ho! Suddenly, a strong wind blew up on the field, carrying with it tremendous force and uprooting the surrounding towering trees. Faced with this strong wind, Naruto and the others were blown back repeatedly, and their bodies were almost blown away. Ha! ×3. At the critical moment, the 3 of them roared together, and white flames emerged from their bodies, which stabilized their shaky bodies. This person has such a strong spirit. After stabilizing her body, Sakura said solemnly. When the woman used the ninjutsu, her energy suddenly surged, far surpassing theirs. How could she be a candidate? Her aura is even stronger than that of teacher Kakashi. Sasuke said solemnly. So what if she is very strong? We are no pushovers. Naruto took off the weighted wrist guards on his hands and stared at the woman with a burning desire to fight. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he will never retreat. Here it comes, here it comes. After the training of Chi, to what extent can Naruto and his friends fight Orochimaru? P.S. In the original novel, the 3 were badly tortured. Orochimaru's murderous aura frightened Sakura silly, and frightened Sasuke so much that his limbs became stiff. As for Naruto, he was reinforced with the 9-tail seal just when he was about to explode. Finally, I would like to thank book friend 202212081257145595 for his monthly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Orochimaru takes off his disguise. Chapter 45, Orochimaru takes off his disguise. Please read on. In the forest. After Naruto said these inspiring words, Sasuke and Sakura's originally restless hearts calmed down instantly. Yes, they have gone through 2 months of hard training and their strength is much better than before. Even if it is apparent that the other party is more powerful than them, will they definitely lose? Teacher Wukong has told them that although Qi can help them judge the opponent's strength, it does not mean that whoever has stronger Qi will definitely win. In a real battle, the winner will be affected by a variety of factors. Hehe, I didn't expect that we would meet such a strong opponent so soon. It seems that we will have a tough battle this time. Although he said that he would have a tough battle, Sasuke's expression showed no intention of retreating. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 men took off their weighted wrist guards and iron rings and smashed them to the ground with a loud noise. Are you still carrying heavy objects? The woman did not attack immediately after using the wind escape technique. Instead, she watched the 3 people curiously as they took off their belongings. Haha, that's really interesting. You didn't forget to train even during the exam. I am now more and more interested in this battle. After hearing her teasing, Naruto, who had unloaded the weight, pointed at her and shouted, "No matter who you are, we will definitely defeat you. Then let me take a good look at your strength." The woman curled her lips, bit her finger and slapped it on the ground. Spiritual magic. Bang! A cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared under her feet, and then a huge grey snake coiled its body and lifted her up. What a big snake! Naruto and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes at the huge creature in front of them. The giant snake was 2 meters thick and dozens of meters long, leaving no doubt about its tremendous power. Humph, just because you're big doesn't mean you're powerful. Look how I deal with it. After coming to his senses, Sasuke instantly condensed a gas bullet in his hand and threw it at the snake. Raise Nan? No, it's not. The woman who jumped up from the giant snake's head narrowed her eyes as she looked at the energy bullet released by Sasuke. Boom! After she left the snake, the air bullet hit the snake's head accurately, blasting a bloody hole in it. Hiss! The traumatized snake was extremely angry, and it suddenly exerted force with its coiled body and immediately shot towards Naruto and the other 2 like an arrow. And that bloody mouth opened as if it wanted to swallow them all in one gulp. Seeing the giant snake coming, Naruto and the other 2 jumped up to avoid it. Then, looking at the big snake that had knocked a big hole into the ground, they fired gas bombs in tacit understanding. Whoosh whoosh! I saw several gas bombs passing through the air like meteors in an instant, and then they hit the wound of the big snake as if they were equipped with a positioning system. Boom! The explosion of several gas bombs was so powerful that it blew off half of the snake's head in one fell swoop. Hiss! The big snake raised its head and let out a wail, then its head fell down heavily again and it died. This isn't chakra. How is it possible? When the woman jumping on the branch felt the energy dissipated from the explosion of the gas bomb, her pupils shrank and she was shocked. No matter what kind of ninjutsu it is, there will be chakra fluctuations, but the energy bullet just now did not have that. Although its energy fluctuations were very similar to chakra, she had been doing experiments for many years and knew everything about chakra. She knew that it was definitely not the fluctuations emitted by chakra. Hey! Use whatever tricks you have. At this time, Naruto fell to the ground and pointed at her arrogantly. Hearing Naruto's voice, the woman came back to her senses from her shock. Whatever it is, let's deal with the important things first. Then she glanced at Naruto and said, "What a cute little guy, but he's a bit in the way." The next second, her mouth suddenly opened wide, and a horrifying scene happened. Rustling, rustling. Countless poisonous snakes continuously poured out of her mouth, and then these poisonous snakes twisted their bodies and crawled towards Naruto rapidly. How disgusting! What the hell is this? Seeing this scene, Naruto and the other 2 couldn't help but get goosebumps and felt a sour stomach. Naruto, these snakes are coming for you. You and Sakura deal with them, and I'll go deal with that guy. Seeing that these poisonous snakes were only rushing towards Naruto, Sasuke's eyes moved, and he planned to fight the more dangerous woman alone. Hey! Don't make a decision on your own. Naruto was a little angry when he saw Sasuke rushing towards the woman alone as soon as he finished speaking. In his opinion, it was quite dangerous for Sasuke to fight alone. He wanted to rush forward, but at this moment a large number of poisonous snakes had already come in front of him and blocked him, forcing him to deal with them first. Hey, Sakura, go help Sasuke. I can handle this here by myself. Okay, then you better be careful. Sakura, knowing that Naruto had the strength to deal with these poisonous snakes, nodded heavily and then chased after Sasuke. The art of multiple shadow clones. After Sakura left, Naruto instantly created a dozen shadow clones, and then Naruto and the shadow clones condensed energy bombs in their hands at the same time and blasted them at the surrounding poisonous snakes. Although doing so will consume a lot of energy, time is precious right now, and only by doing so can these poisonous snakes be eliminated as quickly as possible. At the same time, Sasuke had come to a place not far in front of the woman and threw a dozen shurikens at her. Puff, puff, puff. The woman's figure flashed, and all the shurikens shot into the tree, and none of them could hit her. You got fooled. However, Sasuke had quietly come behind her at some point and swung the kunai in his hand towards her neck. The opponent's previous attack was clearly intended to kill them, so he showed no mercy at this moment. The attack was extremely fierce and swift, and the woman didn't seem to expect Sasuke to be so fast, and she only had time to avoid the vital points. Then the kunai brushed past his cheek. Stab la la. After his first attack failed, Sasuke quickly jumped away, ready to wait for another opportunity. However, when he looked at the woman again, his pupils dilated with shock at the horrifying scene on her face. There was not a drop of blood coming out from the place on the woman's face where he had just scratched her. And this is not the weirdest thing. The strangest thing is that part of the other person's facial skin has fallen off, and behind the fallen skin, there is another face hidden. You are not a candidate. Who are you? After calming himself down, Sasuke questioned the other party. He, my name is Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to reveal my true identity so soon. You are really strong. Orochimaru tore off the disguised woman's face and smiled sinisterly. Before the second exam began, he killed 3 candidates from the Kusagakuer village, used his unique facial erasure technique to take over their faces, and then disguised himself as them to take the exam. The purpose is to meet the reincarnation container he has chosen and implant the curse seal into it. And this reincarnation container is Sasuke in front of him. Orochimaru. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and found that he had no memory of this person at all. Although Orochimaru was one of the 3 most famous ninjas in Konoha, he later defected from Konoha, making people in Konoha very secretive about him. When he defected, Sasuke had just been born, so it was normal that Sasuke did not recognize him. Sasuke, let me help. Ah! What's wrong with this guy? Just then, Sakura, who arrived a step late, came here and was also shocked when she saw the strange look on Orochimaru's face. Sakura, be careful, this person said his name is Orochimaru, I don't know who he is. But what is certain is that he is not a candidate like us, but a dangerous person who sneaked in under disguise. And now he's looking for us, I'm afraid. Sasuke didn't say anything more, but Sakura understood what he meant. The fact that this person sneaked in and found them means that he was targeting them. Thanks to Meng Xing Hongchen for the monthly ticket, and thanks to Dragon Ball _ad for the 100 reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, The Strength of Naruto and the Other 3. Chapter 46, The Strength of Naruto and the Other 2, please read. Soft Fist Technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Concealed Weapon Combo. Konoha Tornado. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 loud noises, 3 examinees from Takanan village fell to the ground helplessly. Yoshi! We won the first battle! After knocking down his opponent, Rock Lee gave a thumbs up to his teammates Niji and Tenten. Great! It's the Book of Heaven! We actually gathered all the scrolls so quickly. Tian Tian was overjoyed when he found the Book of Heaven on his opponent. The first opponents they met after entering the forest were the 3 guys they defeated. Unexpectedly, they happened to have the Book of Heaven that they needed. Ah! Are we so lucky? Doesn't this mean that we can now head towards the tower at full speed? After hearing what Tian Tian said, Rock Lee was surprised. He didn't expect that they completed their mission just a short while after entering the forest. All that was left was for the 3 of them to bring the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth to the tower, and they would have successfully passed the test. The distance between the forest entrance and the tower was about 10 kilometers, and they had advanced about 1 kilometer at this time. In other words, they only needed to walk another 9 kilometers to reach the tower. If there are no accidents on the way, they will arrive before sunset and will not have to sleep in the wild. Just thinking about it makes people feel happy. Well, we can move quickly towards the tower, but we still have to stay vigilant on the way to avoid enemy ambushes. Niji, the temporary captain, nodded. Yoshi! Let's go then! Rock Lee raised his fist and said with full energy, at the same time he was thinking in his heart, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, how are you guys doing, did you get the scroll? On the other side of the forest, Naruto and his friends were unaware that Rock Lee's team had already gathered the scrolls and were preparing to head towards the tower. Even if they knew, they didn't care, because at the moment they were concentrating on fighting the enemy in front of them. Bang! Sasuke kicked Orochimaru's wooden substitute and blew it up. He turned his head and looked to the other side. Tisk, you didn't hit him. In the direction he was looking, Orochimaru's figure strangely emerged from the tree trunk, and then looked at him sinisterly. Hehe, although your coordination is good and your taijutsu is not bad, it's meaningless if you can't hit anyone. His words were full of sarcasm. But just as he finished his taunting, a sharp whip kick suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes and slapped him hard in the face. Bang! When he was being whipped away, the man curled his lips and said, "Who told you that you can't hit me?" Looking closely, it turned out to be Naruto who had arrived late. Naruto! You're here! Sakura said in surprise. Just now, after Sasuke and Orochimaru had fought a few moves without success, they wanted to cooperate to severely injure the opponent. The operation is that she first sends out a gas bullet to attack Orochimaru, and then when the opponent dodges, Sasuke will hit him with a heavy blow. But I didn't expect that this perfect cooperation was dodged by the opponent. But what was even more unexpected was that Naruto arrived in time and successfully completed the attack, so that this cooperation did not fail. Hehe, Sasuke, you're not good enough. You haven't dealt with that guy in such a long time, and I, Naruto, have to take action to deal with him. After kicking Orochimaru away, Naruto looked at Sasuke and teased. Under the bombardment of dozens of gas bombs, he quickly killed all the poisonous snakes surrounding him. Then he rushed over and just heard Orochimaru's mocking words, so without thinking, he accelerated with a burst of energy, kicked the opponent away in an instant, and returned the mocking words. Tisk! The opponent is very difficult to deal with. Don't be careless. It seems that your attack didn't have much effect on the opponent. As Sasuke spoke, he looked solemnly towards the place where Orochimaru flew out. In his perception, after Orochimaru was hit by Naruto, there was not much change in his aura. At this moment, on a crooked tree, Orochimaru, whose neck was broken by a kick, stood up crookedly, and then a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from his mouth and tore his mouth open violently. Tick tick. A person who looked exactly like the original body strangely emerged from the mouth, with yellow unknown liquid dripping from his body madly. Haha, Sasuke is right. Orochimaru shook off the liquid on his hands, looked up at Naruto and the others with a sinister smile. Naruto's attack just now was too sudden, and he did not notice it in advance. But when Naruto's attack was about to fall on him, he used his own Orokai-style substitution technique in time. This substitution technique is to use the external body as a substitute to withstand external attacks, and it does not cause any consumption to him, which can be said to be a risk avoidance skill. In the original work, he used this move to avoid Uchiha attack as Amaterasu, which was said to be impossible to escape once hit. Oh, so disgusting, how come this person has so many disgusting moves? The three people who saw this scene got goosebumps all over their bodies again, and felt that they had seen the most disgusting things in their lives today. He can't be a human being. Naruto suddenly blurted out this sentence. Idiot Naruto, please stop scaring people. If he's not a human, then what is he? Sakura, who was frightened by Naruto's words, said unhappily after she came to her senses. The scene was already terrifying enough, but this guy Naruto wanted to make it even more terrifying. If it wasn't the wrong timing, she really wanted to punch him on the head twice. The powerful physical skills covered with unknown energy and the energy bombs made of unknown energy, was this taught to them by the man named Son Goku. Orochimaru ignored Naruto and the others and narrowed his eyes in thought. Although the fight was not long, he was still able to judge the approximate strength of the three little guys in front of him. Their superior physical skills and powerful energy bomb attacks made their strength far beyond the average level of this year's candidates. If we have to give a precise statement, we can say that except for Sakura, who is still in the category of Chunin, Naruto and Sasuke have both reached the edge of Jonin. Especially Naruto's attack just now, it has clearly reached the level of a Jonin. Sun Wukong, what kind of person is this, who can teach them such a powerful thing in 2 months? Orochimaru continued to think. Due to time constraints, he had not had the chance to ask Danzo for information, so at this moment his understanding of Goku was still limited to the few words that Kabuto had told him. But even so, he still relied on his intuition to determine that the two skills used by Naruto and the others were taught by Goku. After all, Kakashi didn't have that ability. Never mind. After this, we must find Danzo to find out more. Such a person might hinder our plan. This time he came to Konoha, in addition to taking away Sasuke, the reincarnation container, he also wanted to launch an attack in Konoha. This attack is called the Konoha Collapse Plan. There are 3 initiators of this plan. The first is Tsunagakure, who thinks he is a chess player but is actually a chess piece. The second and third are him and the leader of the root organization hidden in Konoha, Danzo Shimura. Hey, are you still going to fight? Just as Orochimaru was about to finish his thoughts, Naruto suddenly pointed at him and shouted. At the same time, Sasuke in the other direction focused his eyes, and while Orochimaru was looking at Naruto, he suddenly threw out the large energy bomb that had just been condensed in his hand, aiming directly at Orochimaru. Since physical attacks can't cause any damage, use energy attacks to hit the opponent. He just didn't believe that the other party could still be safe and sound after being hit by this large gas bomb. Some readers have raised the question that it is impossible to practice chi inexplicably with different worldviews, so this book adds a setting. That is, the dragon in this book is a supreme existence relative to the other world, so it allows Wukong to travel to the other world easily, and can remove some shackles, allowing people in the other world to have the opportunity to sense the chi hidden in their bodies. The shackles here refer to the fact that due to the different rules of the world, although the creatures in the other world have chi in their bodies, they cannot sense it by themselves. This can explain why before Wukong came, no one in the other world had the bug of being able to sense chi. Then pay attention. Although you cannot sense the chi hidden in the body, if the chi shows energy fluctuations in the outside world, people from other worlds can feel it, but most of them will mistake it for chakra because its fluctuations are close to chakra fluctuations. As for why the dragon is so awesome, I can only say that this is the setting of the book, Doghead. The above is too long-winded. If you think it is too long-winded, just read here, Only those who have been blessed by the dragon have the possibility of practicing qi. Those who have not been blessed will never be able to practice qi. It is up to Wukong to decide whether to be blessed or not. Those who are interested can go back to chapter 4 to have a look, where there is a plot added to consecrate Naruto. Finally, thank you to Nishan579 for your monthly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Orochimaru is dead? Chapter 47, Orochimaru is dead? Please read on. Somewhere in the forest of death, a horrific scene is happening at this moment. Sand-bound coffin. Sand waterfall funeral. Phew. Phew. After the three wailing sounds came to an abrupt end, countless blood mists splashed out from 3 balls of sand, covering the surrounding trees, earth, and everything else with bloody terror. Oh, weak human! Gaara, the instigator of this massacre, watched it all with cold eyes, and then casually put the blood-stained sand back into the gourd on his back. The 2 moves he used just now, firstly, bound the enemy in the sand through the sand coffin, and then crushed the enemy into pieces through the sand burial. It was a powerful and terrifying combo. Faced with this series of moves, the team of candidates he had just met had no power to resist and were brutally killed by him. Hey, Gaara, that's enough. We've already collected the scrolls. Let's leave for the tower as soon as possible. Kankuro on the side couldn't help but speak out as he looked at his younger brother who had always made him a little afraid. Ever since they entered the forest, Gaara took them to hunt other candidates in the forest, claiming it was just for fun. And it was this game that cost the lives of 3 teams of candidates, a total of 9 people. There were many people who admitted defeat and surrendered in these 3 teams, but Gaara ignored them all and killed them all. He could be described as a cold-blooded and ruthless executioner. Oh, boring, let's go. That's enough. If you keep going on like this, what did you say? Kankuro had already prepared himself mentally for the other party to oppose his opinion, and he subconsciously refuted the other party after he spoke. However, he stopped halfway in surprise because he found that this time the other party actually agreed. You know, his younger brother always does his own thing and never listens to advice. Temari on the side was also a little surprised. She obviously did not expect Gaara to be obedient this time. She had already prepared herself to act as peacemaker if there was a conflict between the 2. Gaara ignored their surprise and walked towards the tower. He didn't follow Kankuro's advice, but he felt it was boring after killing so many weak humans. He wanted to kill those powerful people who interested him, but since he hadn't encountered any for such a long time, he didn't plan to keep looking for them. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to fight those powerful people in the subsequent exams. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, you are lucky this time. I will crush you one by one in the next exam. He thought so. After seeing the 2 of them in the first exam, he had a feeling that these 2 would be the kind of opponents that would interest him. Half of the search just now was for them, but unfortunately I didn't meet them. Elsewhere in the forest of death, Naruto and Sasuke, who were worried about by Gaara, were staring at the large energy bomb attacking Orochimaru. Before that, they made eye contact while Orochimaru was distracted, and reached a consensus that Naruto would attract attention while Sasuke would launch a surprise attack with a big move. So at this moment, I can't help but be more concerned, hoping that this raid will be successful. Whoosh! The watermelon-sized gas bullet shot towards Orochimaru like a cannonball, accompanied by a strong wind. If this attack could hit the opponent, it would definitely blow his body into pieces. Again, this little trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Orochimaru, whose attention was attracted by Naruto, only looked over when the energy bullet was about to hit him. However, facing this close attack, he remained calm and even smiled faintly. His body suddenly rose up, and then bent to one side like a rubber band, stretching his body into a semicircle, and then the gas bullet whizzed through the semicircle. Hey! Damn it! Sasuke didn't expect that Orochimaru could avoid it in this way. In a hurry, he thought about it and immediately let the energy bomb explode. Even if he failed to hit the opponent head-on, he would let the residual power of the gas bomb explosion cause some injuries to the opponent. Boom! The energy bomb suddenly exploded 1 meter behind Orochimaru, and the powerful energy wave spread instantly, blowing the crooked tree that was nearby into pieces. Wow! A large amount of tree debris was flying all over the sky, covering the explosion site completely, and no one could see what Orochimaru looked like inside. If they had not practiced chi and could not sense chi, Naruto and the others would have to stare at the flying debris nervously like most people, and only after the debris dispersed could they know the status of the opponent inside. Now that they have learned how to sense chi from Wukong, even if they can't see the situation inside clearly, they can still sense the opponent's condition through chi. His chi disappeared? Was he killed by your attack? Naruto came closer first and sensed the situation inside, but found that he could not sense any trace of Orochimaru. No, not likely. Be careful. He may be lurking nearby, just beyond our perception. Sasuke looked around solemnly. When he attacked Orochimaru just now, the distance between him and the opponent was beyond the range he could perceive. Although he closed the distance the next moment, he clearly sensed that there was no opponent's energy inside. But for some reason, he always felt a little uneasy, as if the other party was fine, but was hiding in a place they couldn't sense, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Sakura, can you feel it? At this time, Naruto asked Sakura, who came to his side. Among the three, Sakura has the widest perception range, so it is possible that the two of them cannot sense it, but Sakura can. However, Sakura shook her head. No, I didn't sense it either. But... When she said this, Sakura's face became very serious. But I always feel like there are eyes watching us in the dark, like a poisonous snake ready to attack us at any time. Poisonous snake? Isn't this that guy? He looks like a snake and has a lot of snake-like moves. After hearing Sakura's description, Naruto frowned and began to look around. At this moment, there was no sound around except their voices, and the flying debris had already fallen to the ground, waiting for the next passing wind to help them dance again. Suddenly, Sakura looked to the left, followed by Sasuke and Naruto. They felt that some creature was approaching them at a very fast speed. Not long after, they saw a huge, pitch-black snake emerge from the bushes near them in the direction they were looking. Then coil up and spit out its tongue at them. Snake? Could this be that guy's snake? Naruto breathed a sigh of relief after the false alarm and clenched his fist as he looked at the giant snake in front of him. After the previous battle, whenever he sees a snake he would think of Orochimaru, and whenever he sees a snake he would want to go up and beat it up. I don't know, just get rid of it. Sasuke was also annoyed with snakes now, and he condensed an energy bullet in his hand and wanted to kill it. But at this moment, his face suddenly changed, and he felt an extremely strong sense of warning in his heart. So without thinking, he suddenly moved aside. Next moment, whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, a head with a stretched neck suddenly shot out from the woods behind the three people, and then opened its mouth wide to bite Sasuke's neck. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Orochimaru, who are you? Chapter 48 Orochimaru, who are you? Inside a restaurant in Konoha village, Goku was feasting on his meal. Opposite him, Might Guy glared at the food on the table in front of him. He wanted to pick up his chopsticks several times, but stopped halfway every time. Finally, he put his chopsticks on the table and leaned back in his chair, frustrated and weak. But he didn't remain depressed for long, as he sat up straight again and looked at Wukong with flames in his eyes. Although I lost the eating contest again this time, I will definitely beat you next time, Goku. At this moment, his stomach was as big as a ball. That was the result of him showing off his appetite in order not to lose to Goku in the eating contest. Such eating competitions have been held many times during this period, and each time he is full of fighting spirit to defeat Wukong. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up with Goku's eating speed, and even more so, he could not eat as much as Goku. But even so, he would pick himself up after every failure, and passionately declare that he would definitely win next time. Haha, Kai, then all the food you ordered will be given to me. After Goku finished the food he ordered, he picked up the food belonging to Might Guy opposite him without hesitation and continued to eat it. Every time, Might Guy would order the same amount of food as him so that he could intuitively judge the difference between the two. But every time Might Guy couldn't finish it. So the remaining food would always be taken care of by him. No problem, Goku. Might Guy, who was already accustomed to this scene, laughed heartily. While Goku was happily wolfing down his food, he glanced out the window, not knowing where he was looking. At this moment, somewhere in the Death Forest, a neck nearly 100 meters long was running across it. If a timid person saw this scene, he would probably scream and die of fright on the spot. At the front of the neck, a head with a big bloody mouth flew towards Sasuke in front of him, ready to bite his neck. And looking at his face, it was Orochimaru who had just disappeared. What? Naruto heard the sound of wind behind him, and without thinking, he pulled Sakura, who had not reacted, and jumped aside. Then, when he jumped away, he had time to turn around and look behind him. When Orochimaru noticed that Sasuke had dodged, he suddenly turned his head and continued to bite Sasuke. In the critical situation, Sasuke suddenly exploded with energy, and then used the powerful force brought by the explosion to fly back suddenly. At the same time, he condensed energy bombs in his hands and blasted them directly at Orochimaru behind him. Boom! After a loud bang, Orochimaru, who had received a gas bullet on his face, was forced to stop moving forward. His neck quickly retracted and his head disappeared into the forest. What the hell is this? Naruto's face turned pale when he saw this scene. He really didn't expect that after Orochimaru's previous series of unreasonable operations, he would come up with such a bizarre operation that was even more against the will of heaven and more challenging to human cognition. This guy is too dangerous. We are in a passive position like this. Sasuke, who escaped the danger, said with some fear. Orochimaru's attack just now came so suddenly that the three of them were unable to sense it in time through their chi. Only he, who was the target, reacted in time because he felt a warning in his heart. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been hit by Orochimaru's strange attack. In the forest, Orochimaru retracted his head and stretched out his long snake-like tongue to lick the few scars on his face. Sasuke's energy bullet was not very powerful because it was launched quickly, so he did not suffer much damage. They do have some perception abilities, he thought, narrowing his eyes. Naruto guessed correctly, the black snake was summoned by him, and the purpose was to test the perception range of Naruto and others. As early as when he first met Naruto and the others, he realized that these three people might have perception abilities, because he did not make any noise when chasing them, but the other party was able to discover him in advance. Later, in several battles with Sasuke and Sakura, he also discovered that whenever he used the substitution technique, Sasuke and Sakura would immediately lock onto the location of his hidden body, as if his whereabouts were clear to the other party. So after escaping the attack of Sasuke's large energy bomb, he immediately retreated 100 meters away, ready to observe whether Naruto and the others could discover him. The result was obvious, Naruto and the others could not sense him even though he was 100 meters away. So he came up with a plan and ordered the black snake to move forward from another direction to find out the more specific perception range of Naruto and the others. At the same time, he can also launch an attack when the black snake attracts the opponent's attention, implanting the curse seal into Sasuke's body, making him unable to move. I didn't expect the plan to change so much, he thought to himself. In his original plan, he wanted to implant the Heaven's Curse seal into Sasuke to stimulate his desire for powerful strength and make him throw himself into his arms. But unexpectedly, Sasuke's strength was far beyond his expectations, and the effect of the Heaven's Curse seal on shocking the opponent would be greatly weakened. More importantly, the other party has now been taught by the mysterious figure Sun Wukong and has acquired considerable strength, so why bother going far away to join him? Next we need to find a way to implant the curse seal and take Sasuke away. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Although he had failed to implant the cursed seal just now, he didn't think Sasuke could escape from his grasp again. He was not afraid that after Sasuke was abducted by him, the subsequent Konoha collapse plan would be affected, because he had plenty of ways to prevent the old man from terminating the Chunin exam. Just when he made up his mind and was ready to act, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Without even thinking, he suddenly turned his head 180 degrees backwards, and at the same time, he took out the Kusanagi sword he had hidden and stabbed it fiercely at the unknown person behind him. Kang! However, what made his pupils shrink suddenly was that there were two fingers in front of him that firmly clamped the Kusanagi sword he was stabbing with, making it impossible for him to move at all. Faced with this situation, although he was shocked, he was a man who had experienced many battles after all. He reacted after only a moment of shock and controlled the Kusanagi sword to grow wildly, trying to use this method to give the opponent a surprise attack. However, what he didn't expect again was that the opponent just turned his head slightly and avoided the lengthened Kusanagi sword. Then the fingers holding the sword suddenly loosened, and he lightly flicked the sword with the back of his fingers. He felt an unimaginable force coming from the sword, causing his head to tilt suddenly. Then the Kusanagi sword flew out of his mouth uncontrollably. Faced with this unexpected change, he didn't have time to think too much. He raised his hand and released the unique ninjutsu he had prepared long ago. Latent Shadow Snake Hands. I saw several big snakes shot out from his sleeves, and bound the opponent's body in a flash, and then the snakes opened their mouths to bite the opponent. But at this moment, the opponent's bound arms stretched slightly, and the big snakes immediately felt a sharp pain in their bodies, as if they were about to break, so they hurriedly let go of the opponent and shrank back. Whoosh! Seeing that his moves were easily broken by the opponent again and again, Orochimaru finally stopped trying to defeat the opponent, and then suddenly stepped back with a rare solemnity on his face. Who are you? End of this chapter. Chapter 49 You are Sun Wukong. Chapter 49 You are Sun Wukong. In the forest, Orochimaru stepped back several meters and looked solemnly at the uninvited guest in front of him. At this moment, he felt a little confused, a little puzzled, and a little shocked. What confused and puzzled him was that he had no idea how the person who just came appeared or when he came to his side. You have to know that with his strength, no one can get close to him so quietly. Even the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who once mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection, had to cast the Flying Thunder God technique on his body or some object around him before he could appear beside him without a trace. But now he clearly sensed that there was no such technique around. What shocked him was the strength of the person who came. Whether it was the ease with which he caught the Kusanagi sword with two fingers, or the overwhelming force that made him lose control of the Kusanagi sword with a light flick, or even caused the big snake to let go in pain, it was enough to prove that the newcomer was very powerful. Who are you? Orochimaru asked slowly as he looked at the strange man with a crab-like haircut and orange clothes in front of him. The man in front of him was not wearing a forehead protector and his dress did not look like a ninja at all, making it impossible for him to guess who he was. But he was sure of one thing, that was that the other party, like him, was definitely not a candidate taking the Chunin exam. After hearing his question, the man answered without hesitation, "My name is Sun Wukong." Then he leaned forward again, and asked curiously, "Are you a human or a snake? Why can your head turn like this? Also, why is there a snake in your mouth? Won't it choke your throat? How do you eat?" This series of questions almost made Orochimaru's brain crash. Fortunately, he had also experienced big situations, so he recovered in an instant and ignored the other party's questions. Instead, he looked at the other party and laughed softly. Hehe, so you are Sun Wukong. I have heard of your name for a long time. Hey? Do you know me? But I don't know you. Wukong scratched his face. My name is Orochimaru, you know me now. Orochimaru licked his lips and said. Without waiting for Wukong to reply, he asked sinisterly, So, Sun Wukong, what is your purpose in coming here? Do you want to protect those three little guys? After knowing that the person in front of him was Son Goku, he immediately concluded that the other party appeared here to protect Naruto and the others, otherwise how could the timing be so coincidental? Ah, so be it. After hearing his question, Wukong remembered why he was here and his face became serious. You are not here to take the exam, are you? I can sense that your ability far exceeds that of the people here. Hehe, and then what? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. I have no objection to you fighting Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, but their current strength is far inferior to yours. How about you wait until their strength improves a bit and then come fight them? Wukong said seriously. As early as when Naruto and his friends started fighting with Orochimaru, he had sensed the situation here and knew that Naruto and the other two were probably no match for Orochimaru. However, he was enjoying his meal at that time, and thought that nothing would happen in the short term. So he could let Naruto and the others try to fight, so he did not come over immediately. Then he ate while paying attention to the situation here, and found that the energy of Naruto and the other two was constantly declining, while Orochimaru didn't change much. So after finishing his meal, he took advantage of the time when Orochimaru and Naruto were pulling away from each other and instantly moved over, ready to quietly persuade Orochimaru to leave. The reason for doing this is that he doesn't want Naruto and the others to become dependent on him and form a habit of asking him to take action whenever they encounter a strong enemy. He, so you are planning to use me as a whetstone? After hearing what Goku said, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little angry. As one of the three most famous ninjas in the ninja world and a powerful man who is also ranked among the best in the ninja world, how could he be used as a whetstone one day? What if I don't agree? He said sinisterly. There were still a few breezes blowing on the field, but after these words were spoken, the breezes suddenly disappeared, as if they were frozen by the suddenly stagnant atmosphere. But after a while, the wind suddenly appeared again, and the atmosphere on the field was no longer frozen. Is that so? That's a bit of a headache, ha ha ha. After staring at Orochimaru for a while, Goku suddenly scratched his head and smiled with some headache. What a strange man. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru felt a little sweaty. Then a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Haha, forget it, I have something else to do today, I won't let them go so easily next time. Although Goku acted foolishly, he didn't believe that if he continued to attack Naruto and the other two, the other party would remain indifferent. This can be seen from the fact that the other party came here to stop him. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the other party's mysterious sudden appearance and the extraordinary strength revealed in a flash made him feel fearful. Faced with such a powerful person with unknown information, he, who has always been cautious, would not act rashly. He has decided that after leaving the Forest of Death, he must find Danzo as soon as possible and get the specific information about Sun Wukong. Otherwise, he will feel uneasy. So, after saying this, he withdrew quickly without waiting for Wukong's reply. Have they gone? After sensing Orochimaru's energy moving quickly in the opposite direction of Naruto and the others, Goku crossed his arms and smiled. This saves much trouble. Although he also wanted to fight with this creature that was neither human nor snake, the other party was coming for Naruto and his friends after all, so he decided to leave it to Naruto and his friends to deal with. Well, Naruto and the others are getting angry. I have to retreat. Swish! In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the spot. A few seconds later, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura arrived here and looked at the traces around them with some confusion. So was there someone fighting with Orochimaru just now? Sakura asked uncertainly, looking at the hole in the tree next to her that seemed to have been pierced by some sharp weapon. It should be correct. There are traces of two people here. Sasuke confirmed as he looked at the two shallow footprints on the ground. After avoiding Orochimaru's sudden attack, they urgently made a plan, preparing to blind the opponent with the Sun Fist and then deliver a fatal blow when the opponent attacked again. For this reason, Naruto, who was most familiar with the Taiyang Fist, condensed his energy in front of his forehead in advance, just to blind Orochimaru at the first moment. Then, while they were waiting, they heard some noise coming from the forest and thought it was Orochimaru trying to make a feint to the east and attack in the west again. So they became more vigilant, but also more excited, because they believed that this time they could definitely let Orochimaru see how powerful they were. But they didn't expect that. They waited and waited, but Orochimaru never came. And the original feeling of uneasiness suddenly dissipated, making them wonder if Orochimaru had already left. After the three of them reached a consensus, they rushed to the place where the noise was heard. Because they felt that if Orochimaru really left, something must have happened, and the place where the news came from was very likely to have clues. Thanks to Kashust and Menguikyunswan Zanehi for their monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Is Wukong Teacher Hungry? Chapter 50 Is Wukong Teacher Hungry? Please read. This footprint. Sasuke came to a footprint and opened his Sharingan to observe it carefully. At first he took a quick glance and didn't notice anything unusual, but a few seconds later he suddenly realized that this footprint seemed a little different. You have to know that the style of shoes worn by these ninjas are basically the same, so the marks left behind are pretty much the same. But this footprint was not that kind of mark, but another kind of mark that he felt somewhat familiar with. Soon, he curled his lips and said, "I know who made Orochimaru retreat." Hearing this, Naruto and Sakura looked at him curiously. Who is it? Teacher Wukong. He gave the answer with great certainty. What? Teacher Goku? Sasuke, how did you know? Naruto shouted. Just look at this footprint. The shoes that Wukong wears are very different from the rest of us, so the footprints he left behind are very special. Only he could leave this footprint. Now that you mention it, it does seem a little different, but I still can't tell that he was left here by Sensei Goku. Naruto approached the footprints and observed them carefully. Haha, don't forget that I have the Sharingan. My observation skills are unmatched by you. Sasuke said disdainfully with his hands folded. Tisk, what's so great about having the Sharingan? Naruto rolled his eyes. Okay, stop arguing. Sakura interrupted, if it was really Master Goku, why didn't he just leave without meeting us? There was only one sign of one person leaving here. In other words, after Goku asked Orochimaru to leave, he also left. The way he left was naturally by teleporting. The three of them fell into deep thought. Soon after, Naruto's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. I see. Teacher Goku must be hungry, so he hurried off to eat. After hearing his ridiculous answer, Sasuke and Sakura's eyes twitched and they subconsciously wanted to refute it. But the next moment they reacted and smiled unnaturally. Hehe, if it's Master Goku, then it seems possible. They all knew that Wukong was a pure foodie, especially when he was hungry. His desire for food was incomparable to that of ordinary people. When they were training before, they saw Wukong picking fruits and eating them from time to time, and roasting the hunted animals. He almost ate all the fruits and large animals in the area. But there is a possibility. Although he somewhat agreed with Naruto's answer, Sasuke came up with another more reasonable answer. That's because Master Goku wants us to avoid becoming dependent on him. If we knew that he helped us defeat a strong enemy, we would probably think of asking him to help us the first time we encounter a strong enemy in the future. Over time, we will develop a kind of dependence, that is. When he said this, Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Sakura. Sakura already knew what he wanted to say, so she took the opportunity to continue the conversation. That is, when we encounter a strong enemy, we want to retreat and ask Master Wukong to help us. At this moment, the two teams collided not far from them. Hey, what scrolls do you have? Inyazuka Kaiba put his hands in his pockets and smiled defiantly at the three otanin in front of him. Behind him, Abarame Shino had a blank expression on her face and Hyuga Hinata was slightly nervous. Konoha's genin. We don't want to fight you, please clear the way for us. Among the sound ninjas on the opposite side, a scary man with his head almost completely wrapped in bandages and only one eye exposed looked at Inyazuka Kaiba and the others coldly. He is Toss, and he and his two teammates named Sak and King are all under Orochimaru's command. This time they were sent by Orochimaru to take part in the Chunin exam, and their only mission was to kill Sasuke in the exam. What they didn't know was that Orochimaru gave them this task in order to make them bait in order to test the strength of Sasuke who had been implanted with the Heaven's Curse Seal. Although Orochimaru failed to successfully implant the Curse Seal, he did not inform them because they were just insignificant pawns and he did not care no matter what happened. This is undoubtedly a tragedy for little people like them. That won't do. Unless the scroll you carry is not what we won't give way. Inyazuka Kaiba responded very firmly. What are you afraid of? Just fight them. I can take care of these bastards in a few minutes. Seeing Inyazuka Kaiba's arrogant attitude, the always warlike Sak couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go up and meet Inyazuka Kaiba. However, Toss raised his hand to stop him. Don't delay, the mission is urgent. After saying that, he took out the scroll from his arms and presented it to Inyazuka Kaiba and the others. Oh? It's the Book of Earth. Isn't this a coincidence? We are in need of this. After seeing the scroll in Tiss's hand, Inyazuka Kaiba's eyes lit up. The scroll their team was carrying was the Book of Heaven, and they just happened to need to collect a scroll of the Book of Earth. It seems that this battle has to be fought. After hearing his words, Toss narrowed his eyes. Hey, we don't have to fight. All you have to do is hand over the scroll to us obediently. Inyazuka Kaiba curled the corners of his mouth. Ah! Following Toss's cold laugh, the atmosphere on the field quickly solidified, and a murderous aura began to spread. Pat! A squirrel in the tree accidentally dropped the hazelnut in his hand, and it made a slight sound on the ground. But not only did it not go down to pick it up, it ran away without a trace. Beast Mimicry Ninja Technique, Four-Legged Technique. On all fours, Inyazuka Kaiba, simulating a beast form, pounced fiercely at Toss. And Toss was not afraid at all, he moved forward to meet him. Bang! After the sound of the collision, Inyazuka Kaiba felt his head sink, and then he discovered that he had lost hearing in his right ear. You, what did you do to me? He felt that he could not control his balance, so he knelt on one knee. Haha, what do you think? After Toss sneered, he attacked him. Since the other party insists on fighting with them, they might as well leave their lives here. Woof! Seeing that Inyazuka Kaiba was in danger, the ninja dog Akamaru roared and pounced on him. But he was knocked away the next second. Woo! Akamaru! Inyazuka Kaiba was furious when he saw his beloved dog was injured. He struggled to stand up and wanted to continue attacking Toss, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Let me do it. Abarame Shino pushed up her sunglasses and said. Hinata then stood up and said with a firm face, and me. You guys, be careful. There's something strange about that guy. After fighting with him, I lost hearing in one ear. Seeing his two teammates standing up, Inyazuka Kaiba struggled for a moment and then said unwillingly. He knew very well that in his current state, it would be difficult for him to display his full potential, so he could only remind his teammates. Although there's nothing wrong with Toss fighting 2 against 1, I don't want to just stand by and watch. Seeing that the remaining 2 opponents had already entered the battle, Sak was unwilling to be left out, so he stepped forward, pointed at Hinata and shouted, "Hey, I'll be your opponent." In the original novel, everyone frantically reported the details of their own moves during the battle, fearing that the opponent would not be able to find their weaknesses. This seemed quite stupid, so the author made some minor revisions so that these people would no longer foolishly report the details of their own moves during the fight. Thanks to book friend 201907052032044249 for the monthly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Orochimaru is crazy? Chapter 51, Orochimaru is crazy? Bang! Hinata. Are you okay? Inyazuka Kaiba shouted. On the field, Hinata and Seiku exchanged a few moves, and suddenly, as if hit by a huge monster, his body flew backwards and hit the giant tree heavily. Ahem, I'm fine. Hinata wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up from the ground. Haha, it seems your strength is just this. Not far away, Sak, who knocked her away, said with disdain. His hands have been modified so that they can emit powerful air-slashing waves. Hinata was hit by this move just now. This air-cutting wave is invisible and is emitted by controlling ultrasonic waves and air pressure, so Hinata had no time to react and was hit by it. On the other side, Toss noticed that his companion had the upper hand, and sneered at his opponent, Abarame Shino, and said, "It looks like your other companion is going to lose as well. All three of you should just accept your death." After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Abarame Shino. But just when he was halfway through his charge, a teasing voice suddenly sounded from the side, causing him to subconsciously pause his attack and look towards the source of the voice. "Yay, why are you so embarrassed?" "Haha. I saw three figures appearing on a big tree nearby, and one of them was looking at Inyazuka Kaiba and smiling. It's you." Inyazuka Kaiba, who was leaning against a tree because of dizziness, looked in the direction of the sound and immediately found that it was Naruto who spoke, and Sasuke and Sakura were beside him. "Hehe, yay, didn't you say before that you were very powerful? Why do you look so pale now?" Naruto jumped down from the tree and came to him with his head in his arms. "Humph. I was careless. And the opponent's moves were too weird." He, who was always arrogant, blushed and looked away awkwardly. "Oh? How weird is it?" Naruto asked curiously. "The moment I fought with him, one of my ears suddenly became deaf, and then my head became dizzy and I couldn't control my body balance," Inyazuka Kaiba said solemnly. At this time, Xiaoying, who had also jumped down from the tree, looked over and said thoughtfully, "From his description, he must have been hit by something, causing the eardrum to rupture. And the semicircular canals of the inner ear are also affected, so the body balance cannot be controlled." As a top student, she also has some knowledge of this. "Wow! Sakura, you are so awesome! You know all this?" Naruto was amazed after hearing her explanation. At this moment, a cold voice interrupted, "It's you, we are looking for Sasuke among you." Toss no longer paid attention to Shino Abarame in front of him, and turned to walk towards Naruto and the others. Sak did the same, no longer paying attention to Hinata, and walked over with his teammate Jin. "Find me." Sasuke, who had been silent the whole time, was a little confused. He didn't know the other person at all, so why would he come to him? However, when he saw the sound ninja forehead protectors worn on the three people's heads, he had a guess in his mind. "You are Orochimaru's men, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Naruto and Sakura's eyes narrowed, and they both remembered that after Orochimaru revealed his true identity, he was wearing a forehead protector with the sound ninja symbol on it. The three people in front of him were also wearing sound nin forehead protectors. Most likely related to Orochimaru. "How did you know?" When their true identities were suddenly revealed, Toss and the other two's pupils shrank, their faces filled with disbelief. "You know, their identities are top secret, how could outsiders know?" "You don't need to know this," Sasuke said calmly. After a moment of silence, Toss calmed down, looked at Naruto and the other two and said coldly, "In that case, I'll just kill you all." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of his teammates Sak and Jin also turned cold. After sensing the murderous intent emanating from the three people opposite, Sasuke curled his lips. "Ha, let's give it a try. Another fight, that's really good." Naruto stretched out his fist, looking like he was itching to do something. The previous battle with Orochimaru made him very frustrated, and having a punching bag at his doorstep was just what he wanted. "Well, to be honest, I really want to rest now, but you all accepted the challenge, and I can't fall behind." After Sasuke and Naruto responded to each other, Sakura also responded. After the previous 2 months of training and the life and death struggle just now, she is no longer the cowardly little girl in the original book who was faced with a battle. With the three men's unyielding response, the atmosphere between the two sides became tense and it seemed that a battle was about to break out. At the side, the members of Inuzuka Kaiba's team, who were ignored by the 6 of them, looked at each other in confusion. It was originally their battle, so how come they suddenly became spectators? Naruto. Hinata quietly looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure, murmuring softly. Suddenly, her eyes focused and she clenched her fists at the scene in front of her. "Naruto, you must win." On the field, Toss and his 3 companions moved together and took the lead in attacking Naruto and his companions. Among them, Toss found Sasuke, Seika found Naruto, and King found Sakura, who was also a woman. "Die, Sasuke." Toss came in front of Sasuke and raised his right fist to hit Sasuke. "Hey, after this move you'll just have to accept your death," he thought to himself. This punch may look ordinary on the surface, but it actually contains his ultimate killer move. On his forearm, there is a special device called porous armor, which can create invisible sonic attacks and paralyze the opponent's auditory nerves. It was with this move that he ruptured Inuzuka Kaiba's eardrum, affecting the semicircular canals of his inner ear and causing him to lose most of his combat effectiveness. But just when he was full of confidence, his pupils suddenly shrank, because Sasuke in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye, and then a cold voice sounded behind him. "Your speed is no different from a turtle's speed to me." Sasuke came behind him at some point and kicked him hard. Bang! In an instant, Toss flew out like a rabbit out of control and slammed into a tree. On the other side, Sak raised his hands, pointed his palms at Naruto, and blasted out the sky-slashing extreme wave at him. This move is an enhanced version of the sky-cutting wave, which can release an even more powerful invisible impact. Boom! After a loud bang, the trees behind Naruto were blown into pieces and fell down like flowers from the sky. But strangely, Naruto's figure disappeared, as if he had evaporated on the spot. "No! I missed!" Sak's pupils shrank into needles in an instant, and he felt a great sense of alarm in his heart, feeling that danger was approaching, so he prepared to jump away without thinking. But he still took a step slower. Naruto suddenly appeared beside him and kicked him in the face. Bang! With blood splattering from his nose, Sak flew backwards for a distance and fell to the ground unconscious. At the same time, Sakura avoided several senbon attacks launched by the blonde, cleverly came behind the opponent, and hit the opponent's neck hard with a hand knife. Snapped! In an instant, Jin felt a black screen before his eyes, and then his body fell forward, also unconscious. "Ahem, you, how can you be so strong?" Toss, the strongest of the 3, barely retained consciousness after being kicked by Sasuke. He watched his companions fall down, and a great sense of absurdity arose in his heart. Such a person also came to participate in the Chunin exam. Lord Orochimaru sent people like this to carry out assassination missions. Are they crazy or is Lord Orochimaru crazy? Thanks to Zhang Feiyu, Wei Wuyud, and XUHAO1016 for the monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. The scrolls are complete and the exam is passed. Chapter 52. The scrolls are complete and the exam is passed. Please read on. We admit defeat. This is for you. Please let us go. After being confused and shocked, Toss realized that the three people in front of him were powerful opponents that they could not afford to provoke, so he surrendered quickly. Humph, forget it this time. Go back and tell Orochimaru that I will fight him one day. Sasuke took the Book of Earth handed to him and looked at him seriously. What? It's not you, it's me. Naruto was unhappy when he heard that Sasuke only talked about himself, and quickly ran over to correct him. He also wants to wait until his strength increases before having a good fight with Orochimaru. Okay, I see. After hearing the two's declaration, Toss broke out in a cold sweat. Even if they are very powerful, they will still be frustrated when facing someone as terrifying and powerful as Orochimaru. They actually wanted him to provoke the other party with such words. He had already made up his mind that he must not mention these words to Orochimaru, otherwise Orochimaru would vent his anger on them. Thinking of this, he forced himself to stand up, carrying his two unconscious companions, and quickly left. After they left, Inuzuka Kaiba looked at Naruto and the others with mixed feelings and said, I didn't expect you guys to become so powerful. Especially you, Naruto, you have become so strange to me now. When he was in school, Naruto was always the last in the class and never won in a sparring match. But now, Naruto's strength has increased drastically to a level that he could not imagine. He defeated the guy who injured Hinata with just one move. Hehe, didn't I tell you that I must get first place in this exam? Naruto touched his head and laughed. Being praised always makes people feel good, and he is no exception. Hey, maybe it's possible. Inuzuka Kaiba chuckled, but immediately changed the subject, but I won't admit defeat obediently. Before we actually fight, I will never admit that you can beat me. Even though he felt that Naruto might be stronger than him, he was never one to give up easily. Okay, I'll wait. Naruto responded cheerfully. Well, we have collected all the scrolls. Why don't we go to the tower right away? At this time, Sakura asked Naruto and Sasuke. After getting the Book of Earth from Toss, they have completed the task of collecting scrolls for this exam. All they need to do next is for the three of them to arrive at the tower at the same time, and they will have successfully passed the second exam. Inuzuka Kaiba and the other two, who had come for the scroll, had no objection to them getting the Book of Earth, nor did they propose to compete with them. After all, except for Abarame Shino, one of them was slightly injured and the other had lost most of their combat effectiveness. There was no way they could defeat the other side. Okay, I've been in here long enough. Naruto supported without hesitation. Okay. Sasuke glanced at the sky and nodded, at our speed, we should be able to arrive by sunset. He also didn't like this place full of bugs and was more than happy to leave as soon as possible. After the three of them reached a consensus, they waved goodbye to Inuzuka Kaiba and the others. Let's go, haha. Yay, you have to pass this test, otherwise you won't even stand a chance against me. And Hinata and Shino, you guys should also work hard. Naruto grinned and said goodbye to everyone. Humph, of course. Inuzuka Kaiba raised the corner of his mouth. Okay, Naruto. Hinata, who had been silent all this time, blushed when she saw Naruto point at her, and whispered softly. As for Abarame Shino, she nodded coldly in response. After Naruto and the others left, he looked at Naruto's receding back, and his eyes flashed under his sunglasses. Naruto, you have changed a lot. In the first exam, when Naruto released the Sun Fist, apart from Sasuke and Sakura who were prepared in advance, he was also not affected because he was wearing sunglasses and saw all of Naruto's operations. It's just that he has never been a talkative person, and he also saw that Ibiki, who had realized the truth, concealed it, so he never mentioned it to anyone else. After seeing Naruto's impressive strength, he put the two things together and couldn't help but become curious about Naruto. What on earth did Naruto go through to have such a change? Hey, our luck has finally changed for the better. We got the Book of Earth so quickly. On the way to the tower, Naruto said with a beaming face. After exploring the reason why Wukong did not show up, they randomly chose a direction to see if there were any other teams nearby that had the Book of Earth. Unexpectedly, they had only been walking for a while when they heard the sound of fighting not far away, so they followed the sound and found out what had happened before. Yeah, I hope everything goes well from now on. Sakura agreed. Although they had only been in the Death Forest for a few hours like the other teams, what they experienced was much more dangerous and exciting than that of other teams. Just talking about the encounter with Orochimaru, most of the other teams would have been defeated in the first encounter, but they were able to hold on for so long, and even had a hope of seriously injuring the opponent, that's what they thought, but they were intervened by Master Goku. Of course, they didn't complain about Wukong, because they felt that Wukong must have his reasons for interfering. Moreover, it takes 3 of them working together to hold on against Orochimaru, which is really too embarrassing. Goku's intervention would give them time to improve their strength so that he could fight Orochimaru alone in the future. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 3 sounds of breaking through the air came from far away. Another blind man has come. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, "I'll leave it to you this time. I'm too lazy to do anything." In his perception, the person coming was not moving very fast, so he was probably not an opponent worth fighting. What he wanted to fight was an opponent who could help him improve his strength. Tisk, lazy guy. Naruto complained and went to greet the 3 uninvited guests who were right in front of him. It just so happened that he hadn't fought enough before, and he hoped that these 3 people in front of him could give him a good fight. Bang bang bang. Clap clap clap. Not long after, Naruto and the other 2 were no longer there. There were only 3 extras with pig heads lying on the ground, looking as if they were doubting their lives. He is so young, how can he be so strong? Have no idea. Is he treating us like sandbags? That should be the case. Otherwise, with his strength, he should have defeated us long ago. Why did he do this? Doesn't he know that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated? That's it. Then you 2 go chase him and let him kill you. Forget it, I think being a genin is fine. I'm quitting this exam and won't come again in the future. Yes, I second this. ×2. Naruto left, unaware that the blow he had just dealt had caused tremendous psychological trauma to 3 candidates who had taken the exam multiple times but failed, and they were ready to remain as genin for the rest of their lives. At this moment, he, Sasuke and Sakura were rushing towards the tower. After they had been walking forward for more than half an hour, the tall tower finally came into their sight. Here we are. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day, and my girlfriend said to me, "Honey, let's go on a date. I've already booked a room." I resolutely refused. No. The readers are still waiting for me, how can I let them down? You go on a date by yourself, I need to write. My girlfriend slapped me and said, "Just keep typing and live with your readers." Brothers, after all I have paid, can you give me some more money to comfort my wounded heart? End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Meeting between Orochimaru and Danzo. Chapter 53, Meeting between Orochimaru and Danzo. In a dark basement in Konoha village, 2 cunning men were communicating about something. "Orochimaru, why are you looking for me at this time?" Danzo looked at Orochimaru who had just arrived with an expressionless face. Although he and Orochimaru have collaborated a lot, this does not mean that they have a good relationship. They only come together for their own interests, and their usual cooperation is to exploit each other. If we put aside their interests, they are just strangers going their separate ways. Haha, Danzo, the Konoha collapse plan is about to start. It's normal for me to come to you to discuss matters. Orochimaru licked his lips and revealed a sinister smile. He knew that it would not be easy to get information from Danzo, so he did not speak directly, but beat around the bush. "Oh? Is there anything else you want to discuss?" Danzo asked calmly, but in his heart he began to guess Orochimaru's real purpose. He didn't believe that Orochimaru suddenly came to him for this matter. After all, the general plan had been discussed before. Even if there were still some minor things that hadn't been finalized, there would be no need for Orochimaru to come in person to discuss them. "Haha, Danzo, you don't have to put in any effort for this plan. You just need to reap the fruits in secret. Unlike me, I have to fight to the death with the old man and the fourth Kazekage. It's really easy, just think about it," Orochimaru said sinisterly. "So? I have already promised to provide you with a large amount of experimental resources and funds so that you can get the rewards you deserve. What else do you want?" Danzo narrowed his eyes and thought to himself while responding. This guy, could it be that he thinks the promise he made last time is not enough and wants to ask for more? When he was making the plan before, he had promised Orochimaru that as long as the plan resulted in the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and he became Hokage, he would provide the other party with experimental funds and various living resources as corresponding rewards for the other party's efforts in this plan. However, despite this promise, he actually didn't want to do it. The reason for making this promise was to stabilize Orochimaru and allow the plan to proceed smoothly. But his real idea was, it would be best if Orochimaru could die together with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then he could receive all of the other party's experimental data and make his body transformation go more smoothly. "I need you to give me some funds in advance," Orochimaru replied. "How much do you want?" 20 million taels. Impossible. After hearing this number, Danzo was almost sick from anger. His Shimura family is not a big family. How could they have so much money to give to the other party before he became Hokage? What's more, even if he had, he wouldn't give so much at once. "Don't even think about the money. I won't give it to you until your plan succeeds. Besides, you have no use for the money now, so why do you need it?" "Hehe, of course I am useful, and it is for our plan." Seeing that Danzo had fallen into the trap, Orochimaru began to bring the topic to the point. "For the plan? Yes, I will use this fund to investigate someone who may affect our plan." "Who?" "A man named Sun Wukong." "Okay." After hearing Orochimaru's answer, Danzo narrowed his eyes, his brain worked rapidly, and he figured out the real purpose of Orochimaru's visit in almost an instant. It turns out that all the twists and turns before were for this. The other party obviously guessed that he had information about Wukong, so he came to him. The reason why he didn't ask directly was because the other party knew that he would not give it easily. After all this preparation, it would be difficult for him not to give it. If he was really shameless and refused to give it, or put forward conditions before giving it, then the other party would have a rift with him, and what would he do if the plan didn't go according to plan? The other party's experimental resources and funds can be gathered slowly, but he can't wait even for a day for the position of Hokage. After staring at Orochimaru for a while, Danzo said to a capable subordinate beside him, "Go and get the intelligence information about Son Goku." "Yes, my lord." Orochimaru looked at this scene and smiled lightly, and said nothing more. After all, his goal had been achieved, and it would be bad if he said anything more and Danzo refused to give him the information. Not long after, when he finished reading the information and left where Danzo was, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Even Danzo can't find out his origins. "Sun Wukong, who exactly are you? It seems that the whole plan needs to be changed." On the other side, in a room in the Death Forest Tower. "This is the situation, Hokage-sama." The examiner of the second exam, Hongdu, said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Just like in the original story, several Chunins patrolling around the examination room discovered the 3 dead Kyuzagoku ninjas and reported them to Red Bean. Hongdu, who arrived shortly afterwards, immediately determined that the reason why the faces of these dead people disappeared could only be caused by the facial erasure technique. The only one who knew this ninjutsu was its inventor, her former teacher, the traitorous ninja Orochimaru. So she immediately went to the Death Forest to find him, and prepared to die together with him. While she was searching, Orochimaru, who had retreated from Goku, also wanted to look for her, so naturally the two met each other. After teaching his former student a lesson, Orochimaru threatened her that if she did not stop the exam, he would destroy Konoha. The reason he did this was because his plan to kidnap Sasuke failed. If you want to kidnap Sasuke successfully later, the best time would be when the Konoha collapse plan is launched. Okay, I understand. The exam will proceed as normal. I will order people to keep a close eye on Orochimaru's movements. After hearing Red Bean's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while and then spoke slowly. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Why did he feel soft-hearted and let Orochimaru go back then, which led to trouble for Konoha now? Is he really too old and no longer suitable to be Hokage? Just as he was thinking about something, Hongdu beside him suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, are the candidates this year so fast? These little brats actually finished the exam too." In front of her, there were several surveillance screens, monitoring all movements below the tower. As long as there are candidates arriving here, their records will be kept. Prior to this, 2 teams had arrived here and passed the test, both breaking the fastest records of previous years. At this moment, the 3rd team that arrived also broke the record, which amazed her. Are the candidates this year a gathering of the best? They are all so amazing. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and looked at the screen. After seeing the 3 people on the screen clearly, his brows that were originally furrowed because of Orochimaru's matter relaxed and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's Naruto and the others. I saw in the comments that some readers said that they thought the protagonist was Naruto after seeing the title and didn't want to read it, but only started reading it after finding out that Goku was the protagonist. Some readers also said that they wanted to see Naruto learn chi and then show off and get slapped in the face. So, I am quite curious, are people reading this book for Goku himself, or for Naruto's learning how to slap others in the face? If you are here for Wukong, please deduct 1 in the comment section. If you are here to slap Naruto in the face, please deduct 2 points. If it is for other reasons, please tell me what it is. I hope you will leave more comments. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, The Upcoming Preliminaries, Goku's Meeting with the Third Generation. Chapter 54, The Upcoming Preliminaries, Goku and the Third Generation's Meeting. Hey! We are actually the 3rd to arrive. Damn it! I thought we could get 1st place. Inside the tower, Naruto shouted loudly after learning from Red Bean that 2 teams ahead of them had passed the exam. Humph, don't be ungrateful, little brat. It's amazing that you can pass the exam so quickly. You should know that the previous fastest record was 4 hours, and you only took more than 2 hours. Hongdu, who was standing by, crossed her arms and said unhappily. So who was number 1, and how long did it take them? Naruto stared at Anko, eager to know who had taken his 1st place. It's us, Naruto. It took us an hour and a half to get here. Before Red Bean could answer, a voice suddenly sounded from above. Naruto looked up and immediately saw a familiar figure. Thick eyebrows. It's you. In the corridor on the 2nd floor of the tower, Rock Lee and his teammate Niji appeared there every day. Pat. Rock Lee flipped over and jumped down from above, came to Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. Naruto, what I said before was correct, wasn't it? The 1st place doesn't necessarily belong to you. Look, didn't we take the 1st place in the 2nd exam? Tisk. Thick eyebrows, don't be so proud. This time it was an accident. Naruto said unconvinced. If they hadn't met Orochimaru, they would definitely have been the 1st place. Since there are still many teams struggling to collect scrolls in the Forest of Death, and the second exam lasts for 5 days in total, the exam will not end before the deadline, so Naruto and his friends stayed in the tower and waited for the end of this exam. 5 days later. Because too many people passed the second exam, an additional preliminary round is needed before the third exam begins. Inside the tower, the sickly-looking Moonlight Gale, the examiner of the third exam, announced to the 21 candidates who had passed the exam. There were a total of 28 teams participating in the second exam, but now there are only 7 teams left, namely Kabuto Yakushi's team, Gaara's team, the Nameless Rain Ninja team, and the 4 teams of the 12 Little Strong Men in the original work. It is worth mentioning that in the original work, there were also 7 teams that passed the exam, but the Rain Ninja team was not among them, but the Toss team under Orochimaru passed the exam. But this time for some unknown reason, Team Toss did not pass the exam, while Team Rain Ninja, which was supposed to die at the hands of Gaara, luckily passed the exam. When will the preliminaries start? The Rain Ninjas among the candidates asked loudly. They had just finished the second exam and were extremely tired. They were now looking forward to the preliminary round starting later. However, things often turn out that what you fear will come true. Moonlight Gale glanced at them and replied, "There are many distinguished guests coming to watch the competition, and most of them have already arrived in the village. Time is urgent, and we can't let them wait too long. Therefore, I declare that the preliminaries are now officially open." What? The 3 Rain Ninjas were struck by lightning when they heard that. In addition to them, Shikamaru, Inyazuka Kaiba and others who had just passed the exam also had their eyelids twitching. Hey! You have to be kidding! Shikamaru had dead eyes and felt very tired. He even wanted to give up the competition. But when he thought about the consequences of giving up the game, he had to give up the idea. No matter if it's a preliminaries or not, I'm going to win as long as it's a competition. Unlike these people who sigh, Naruto is full of fighting spirit. He has rested enough these days and can't wait for the game to start. Soon after, just like in the original novel, Do voluntarily gave up the competition, so the number of examinees became 20. So this preliminary round is a 2-on-2 match between 20 people, and the 10 winners will enter the final. As the names on the big screen randomly jumped, the list of the first match was born: Uzumaki Naruto vs Kankuro. The first match is Naruto. Who is the guy he's fighting? Kankuro. Looking at the list on the screen, Sakura in the viewing stand looked around, trying to see who was Naruto's opponent. Hey, it's me. A cold snort suddenly sounded, and Kankuro stood up, looking at the big screen with a gloomy expression. His luck is so bad that he meets this tough guy so soon. Pfft! It's you. Sakura covered her mouth and laughed. No wonder she felt the name was familiar, it turned out to be the guy who had had an unpleasant experience with them before. Although the other person's name was called out once at that time, she had long forgotten about this person, so she didn't react when she saw the name at first. Hey, you clown, you're not scared, are you? Come down and fight me. At this time, Naruto, who had already landed on the competition field, looked at the viewing platform, pointed at Kankuro and shouted. He was very happy that he could have his first battle, because he couldn't wait to show his strength in front of everyone, so he urged Kankuro at this moment. Humph! Stop looking down on me. I will let you see my true strength in this battle. After being provoked by Naruto, Kankuro's face turned dark and he quickly jumped into the venue. At this moment, he has decided that he must teach this arrogant guy a lesson and let him know that he is not someone to be trifled with. Just as the two stood in the arena, waiting for the chief examiner Yu Guangjifeng to give the order to start the competition. Swish! On the viewing platform, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Sakura and Sasuke. Hey, looks like I've caught up. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the game on the field that hadn't even started yet. Because whether to hold the preliminary round will be known after the second exam is over, it is impossible to know in advance. So when he learned that this competition was going to be held, he immediately rushed back to the village to tell Wukong. After all, Goku is Naruto and the others' teacher, so he cannot be absent at this time. Wow, haha, you two aren't on yet. Goku ruffled Sakura's hair, patted Sasuke's shoulder, and smiled foolishly at Naruto in the field. It's not our turn yet, Goku-sensei. Sakura responded first, and then slapped Goku's big hand away, angrily saying, "Also, Goku-sensei, can you please stop rubbing my head so much? You're messing up my hairstyle." Her hair was fixed with a forehead protector, and Wukong's rubbing caused the forehead protector to move a lot. "Haha, sorry. Goku said embarrassedly, touching his head. The reason why he ruffled Sakura's hair was because Sakura looked very similar to his granddaughter Xiao Fang. Not only are they about the same age, but their personalities are also very similar, so much so that every time he sees Sakura, he feels like he sees the shadow of his granddaughter and can't help but rub her hair. "Ahem, Mr. Wukong, you are here too. How are you these days?" At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who noticed Goku's appearance, walked over with a kind smile on his face. He is the one who knows Goku the best in Konoha, except for Kakashi, Naruto, and others who have a good relationship with Goku. The more he understood, the more he valued Wukong. Especially after knowing what happened a month ago, his attention to Wukong reached its peak, and some of the little thoughts he had hidden before disappeared completely. "I am testing the waters today. I beg all the big guys to support me in the next few days, especially next Tuesday. Whether I can advance to the next round depends on the data next Tuesday. Please support me. How far this book can go depends on you. P.S. If you want to read the book, just stay on the page for about a minute and then scroll to the bottom." End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Naruto is going to lose? Chapter 55 Naruto is going to lose? Please read. "Ha, it's you, Mr. Sarutobi." After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's greeting, Goku turned his head and responded with a smile. He once followed the local customs and called Kakashi Hokage-sama just like Kakashi did. But about a month ago, the other party suddenly said that he was a foreigner and there was no need to call him that like everyone else, so he should just call him Mr. Sarutobi. Although he was a little surprised at first that the other party wanted to change the address, he never took these things to heart, so who cares? Just shout whatever the other party says. "Haha, Mr. Goku, you are here to watch Naruto and the others match, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen came close to Goku with a smile on his face. "Who is this guy? Why does it seem like the Hokage is very polite to him?" From a distance, Koji saw this scene and asked curiously. "I don't know, maybe some VIP." Shikamaru glanced at him casually and said lazily. Next to them, Asuma took a look at his father chatting and laughing with Wukong, thinking to himself, "Old man, is this the mysterious person with super strength you mentioned to me?" "Haha, okay, let's watch it together." After confirming that Goku was here to watch the game, Sarutobi Hiruzen ended the chat in time because the game had officially begun. Ahem, the first qualifying match begins. On the field, after explaining the rules of the game, Moonlight Gale announced the start of the game. "I'll let you know what happens if you underestimate me." Kankuro casually put the long object on his back on the ground and said viciously to Naruto. "Okay." But Naruto on the opposite side ignored his harsh words, but looked at him in confusion, then looked at the long object wrapped in bandages on the ground. Why is there no air in this guy, but there is air in that strange thing? In his perception, there was not a single fluctuation of energy on Kankuro's body, but there was a fluctuation of energy in the long object placed on the ground, which made him very puzzled. You know, Wukong told him that as long as it is a living thing, there will be chi in its body. Could it be that the Kankuro in front of him is not a living person? And there is a living thing hidden in that long object. His guess was not wrong. The Kanjuro in front of him was indeed not a living person, but a puppet in Kanjuro's appearance. The real Kankuro was currently hiding in the long object, controlling his puppet named Crow to confuse Naruto. When the time comes, he will use it to give Naruto a fatal blow. Hey, are you scared? Seeing that Naruto did not attack immediately, but kept looking at his main body, Kankuro felt nervous and provoked him. For him, taking the initiative is not the best strategy. The most labor-saving and best way is to let the opponent take the initiative and then launch a surprise attack when he comes into close contact with his puppet. But now, this method doesn't seem to work very well, because the other party seems to have discovered something strange about him. Damn it, there's no way he could have realized that my real body is hiding here, Kankuro cursed inwardly. His disguise is flawless. Only someone who is extremely familiar with him, or someone whose puppetry is more advanced than his, would be able to find something strange in some of the stiff parts of the puppet and detect his true form. The guy opposite is neither of those two types of people, so he shouldn't be able to notice it. What he didn't know was that Naruto had a very strong sense of chi. No matter how he tried to hide it, his chi was like a guiding light, completely exposing his whereabouts. Humph, I was just thinking about how to defeat you. At this time, Naruto, who had been suspicious for a long time, came up with an idea. No matter what strange thing it is, as long as we blow up the long object emitting gas, we will know what is hidden inside. Thinking of this, he quickly condensed a gas bomb in his hand, and then raised his hand. Whoosh! The gas bullet shot straight towards the long object on the ground like a bullet. What's this? Looking at the incoming energy bomb, Kankuro's pupils shrank. Because the two were not far apart, and the air bullet was flying very fast, it was too late to control the puppet to carry away the main body. So his true form had to emerge from the bandages and quickly move to the side. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the gas bomb immediately blasted a small hole half a meter wide where he was originally. Hey! Luckily I didn't rashly let the crow resist. After seeing the power of the energy bomb, Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he had also thought about letting the crow puppet resist. But in this way, the crow puppet might be damaged, and as a puppeteer, his strength depends on this one puppet. If the puppet is damaged and cannot be controlled, how can he win the game? There were many people on the sidelines who were also shocked by Naruto's energy bomb. What kind of ninjutsu is this? When did Naruto learn this trick? Inyazuka Kaiba subconsciously asked his companion. I don't know, but he didn't make any hand seals, so this shouldn't be a ninjutsu. Abarame Shino replied. That's not right. Some ninjutsu don't require hand seals. They are called no hand seal ninjutsu. The ninjutsu Naruto used should be this kind of ninjutsu. On the side, their instructor, Zahihong, made a correction, and at the same time, she was a little confused. Is this the Raise Nan of the fourth Hokage? Why does it feel a little different? Not far away. Is this chi? Its fluctuations are somewhat similar to chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the vibrations of the energy bomb explosion and thought to himself. Although he had heard of the existence of chi from Kakashi a long time ago, he had never felt it up close. This was the first time he truly felt this energy. On the other side, seeing Kankuro being forced to reveal his true identity so quickly, Temari couldn't help but frown and became worried about her brother. But soon her frown relaxed, and she smiled slightly as she looked at the field. This time Kankuro will definitely win. On the field, after Kankuro revealed his true form, Naruto pointed at him and his crow puppet and said in surprise, Wow, so you were hiding in here. And what about this you? Both the ordinary clones and the shadow clones have a certain amount of chi on them, but Kankuro's crow puppet does not have any of it, making it impossible for him to tell what it is. Humph, I didn't expect you to find out. Then let it say hello to you. With a cold snort from Kanjuro, the crow puppet suddenly revealed its true form, then opened its arm joints and shot a black marble at Naruto and his left and right sides. Hey, what is this? Naruto was still curious about the crow puppet's true form when he saw these three inconspicuous things shooting towards him. After feeling that there was no threat at all inside, I just felt a little confused. What are these three things for? Bang, bang, bang. Before he could think about it, three marbles came in front of him and on his left and right sides and exploded with a bang. Is this poisonous smoke? On the viewing platform, Sakura grabbed the railing fiercely, her eyes wide open as she watched three balls of purple-black smoke suddenly appear on the field. She was just wondering what the three black bullets were for, but she didn't expect them to be this kind of thing. This despicable guy, he can't beat him, so he resorts to dirty tricks, right? After she came to her senses, she said, gritting her teeth. Sakura, real ninja battles are so unpredictable. Not to mention releasing poisonous smoke, it is also common to smear poison on weapons. Kakashi, who was watching the scene on the side, said solemnly. As long as it can win, no matter what shady or tricky trick it is, it's a good trick. I saw everyone's comments yesterday. It seems that most of them came here for Goku. Of course, there are also a large number of people who came here for Naruto's growth. I think it's pretty good because the protagonist of this book is Wukong. If it weren't for him, this book would definitely have failed. In addition to Goku, Naruto's growth is of course also a significant point of attention, so there will be a lot of parts about him. The general direction of the current plot can be said to be the same as the original, with the Chunin exam taking place, but the details are definitely different, such as the failure of Orochimaru to cast the curse seal that I wrote about earlier. Therefore, the specific plot of the Chunin exam and the subsequent Konoha collapse plan will change, so everyone can look forward to it. After this, the plot is completely different from the original, so you can also look forward to it. Finally, please keep reading, keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Wukong, it has to be you. Chapter 56, Wukong, it has to be you, please read on. Naruto, is he poisoned? On the viewing platform, Sakura looked at Naruto, who had not yet emerged from the poisonous smoke, and said with a worried look on her face. With his speed, even if the poisonous smoke had covered an area of more than 10 meters, it would only take a moment to break through. How could he not be able to get out for so long? Don't worry, Naruto is very smart and won't fall for it so easily. Beside her, Wukong crossed his arms and looked at the field with a smile. On the field, Kankuro showed a triumphant expression when he saw Naruto being enveloped by his own poisonous smoke. Hehe, after inhaling my poisonous smoke, no matter how strong you are destined to be defeated by me. He smiled smugly and controlled the crow puppet to open its mouth. You can see that in its mouth, several ominous green poisonous needles are ready to fire. When you come out, I'll give you a few more poison needles. I guarantee you'll wail in pain and beg for mercy right there. He stared intently at the area around the poisonous smoke, ready to deliver a fatal blow if the other party escaped. At this time, inside the poisonous smoke, Naruto pinched his nose and looked around at the poisonous smoke with his big eyes. This guy actually used such a trick. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and didn't breathe a single breath. Although he did not feel any danger from the poisonous smoke bomb just now, he still became alert secretly. After all, the other party would not use any useless tricks. So after the smoke bomb exploded, he immediately held his breath and did not inhale any poisonous smoke. After ensuring his own safety, he did not rush out, but just stood quietly in the poisonous smoke. Teacher Wukong said that chi has many uses, one of which is to transform it into a physical force and attack outward. That time when he was dealing with Cardo's men, Master Wukong used this move to knock them away. Then, I can also use this move to disperse the poisonous smoke, and even send it back to Kankuro, so that he can taste what his own poisonous smoke tastes like. The reason why he didn't rush out was because he suddenly came up with this idea. Instead of being chased around by the opponent's poisonous smoke, it is better to return all the opponent's tricks and give him a taste of his own medicine. Thinking of this, he curled the corners of his mouth and began to increase his energy, preparing to attack outward instantly when it reached its peak. Outside, Kankuro, who had already prepared his second attack, began to wonder, could this guy have been knocked unconscious by the poisonous smoke? He clearly remembered that the effect of his poisonous smoke was not that strong. Could it be that this guy's actual strength isn't that great, and he was just hallucinating before? He looked at the referee Moonlight Gale and found that there was something strange on his face, but he did not intend to announce the end of the game, so he could only turn around and continue watching Du Yan. At this moment, a low shout suddenly came from the poisonous smoke. Ha! Next moment. Boom! The poisonous smoke suddenly boiled up and spread rapidly in all directions like some ferocious beast inside. If someone is directly above the poisonous smoke at this time, he will see a blank spot like an eye of the storm suddenly appear in the center of the poisonous smoke. And at the blank spot, Naruto's figure appeared, emitting white aura. Call. The poisonous smoke spread rapidly under the influence of the powerful airflow that inexplicably arose at the center, and soon arrived in front of Kankuro. What? Kankuro looked shocked. Could it be that his opponent could use wind escape technique? As he was shocked, his body retreated rapidly. As the creator of this poisonous smoke, he knew how powerful it was. Although it would not kill people, it would cause people to stay in the hospital for a while. What a messy guy! Moonlight Gale on the sidelines saw the poisonous smoke spreading in front of him and swung his sword. Call. Part of the poisonous smoke was instantly concentrated by the airflow from the swinging sword and rushed outside the tower, but a large part of it still lingered in the venue, rushing towards the people watching the battle. Kakashi, who was on the viewing platform, saw the poisonous smoke spreading and wanted to use wind escape to blow it away. But there was someone next to him who was faster than him. Hey! Wukong took a deep breath and blew it out suddenly. The next moment, a strong airflow suddenly arose, sweeping all the poisonous smoke in the field out of the tower at lightning speed. So Kakashi stopped making hand seals instantly, looked at Goku and said jokingly, "Goku, it has to be you." He had never seen anyone else use this simple and crude operation except Wukong. Haha! After being praised by Kakashi, Goku touched his nose with a smile. After the poisonous smoke in the arena dissipated, Moonlight Gale glanced at Wukong, then looked at Kankuro who had retreated to a blind spot and was barely avoided by the poisonous smoke. Poisonous smoke is prohibited in the next game, unless you can guarantee that it will not affect other people in the arena. If this were an open-air venue, the poisonous smoke could be used and dispersed quickly. But this is a relatively closed venue with only one door connecting to the outside world, and the poisonous smoke is difficult to dissipate. Once affected, such as the airflow just released by Naruto, the poisonous smoke will spread rapidly in the field, and if not handled properly it will easily affect other people. Hey, got it. Kankuro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied impatiently. Just now he almost thought he was going to inhale the poisonous smoke, but fortunately someone came to blow it away. But at this moment he didn't care who helped him. To him, this kind of help was a shame. How could a poisoner almost be poisoned by his own poison, and moreover, it was because of his opponent? You bastard, I must kill you! He was furious as he watched Naruto stand there and make a V gesture to the spectators without even looking at him after the poisonous smoke dissipated. Is this guy looking down on him? As new and old grudges piled up together, his anger reached a peak, so he controlled the crow puppet to attack Naruto fiercely. Secret black technique, kunao in the mouth. Whoosh whoosh. As the crow puppet was charging, it suddenly sprayed out groups of 3 kunao from its mouth at a high frequency. These kunao made a sound of breaking through the air, not only flying towards Naruto, but also blocking the space for him to dodge on both sides. Where are you going to run? Kankuro curled his lips. But his smile froze the next second. Naruto was seen bending his legs suddenly when he realized his attack was coming. Bang! His body flew into the air like a rocket, perfectly avoiding all his attacks. Then, Naruto swooped down like an eagle, approaching the crow puppet at an extremely fast speed. When he reached above the crow puppet, he suddenly raised his right foot and chopped down with full force towards its head. It all happened so fast that Kankuro didn't have time to react before he saw Naruto's attack land on the head of the crow puppet. Boom! The crow puppet was knocked to the ground by Naruto's attack. The next second, several cracking sounds were heard, and several cracks appeared on the crow puppet's hard head, and then the cracks quickly spread and expanded. Wow! After a while, the crow puppet's head broke into dozens of pieces, just like Kankuro's heart, and scattered all over the ground. Hey, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. This stuff is not enough for me. Naruto scratched the tip of his nose with his thumb, his face showing extraordinary confidence. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Naruto, Sakura, is there sand in your eyes? Chapter 57 Naruto, Sakura, is there sand in your eyes? Damn it! This is my treasure, how dare you break it? Seeing his beloved treasure being destroyed by Naruto, Kankuro's eyes were bloodshot. That was the first puppet he used. Although it was not made by him, he put a lot of effort into it and it can be said to be his most precious treasure. I didn't expect that I would be killed today. Hehe, sorry, I used too much strength. Naruto touched his head and said with sincere apology. After interacting with Wukong for a long time, he unknowingly developed these infuriating expressions and movements. You're just apologizing. Kankuro lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, as if he was so angry about the destruction of his puppet that he could hardly control himself. But as he lowered his head, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he silently completed the second half of the sentence in his mind. It's not enough. Whoosh! The crow puppet in front of Naruto suddenly moved, and a retractable spike from its broken head stabbed towards Naruto at lightning speed. The pointed cone reflected a green light and was obviously coated with poison. Humph! It was only at this moment that Kankuro raised his head with a smug smile on his face. Even though his crow puppet's head was kicked and smashed, it doesn't mean that it can't move. Faced with this sudden attack, Naruto's body tensed up. He really didn't expect that this thing could still move after its head was broken. Without any thought from his brain, his body moved on its own and narrowly avoided the attack with the most convenient evasive method. At this moment, Goku's training in dodging their stone throwing begins to show results. Damn it, he actually dodged it. Seeing Naruto dodge his attack again, Kankuro clenched his fists unwillingly. In order to make the attack successful, he deliberately made himself more angry in order to confuse Naruto. But he didn't expect that even if the opponent was confused by him, he could still avoid his sure win attack this time. Phew! It's so dangerous. Naruto dodged the sudden attack and put some distance between himself and the crow puppet, breathing a sigh of relief. You are such a nuisance. I don't want to play with you anymore. Originally, he wanted to slowly learn from the opponent and see what moves he could learn from the opponent, but he didn't expect that the opponent only used these poisonous tricks, which were completely unnecessary for him to learn. It is worth mentioning that the reason why he wanted to learn from each other slowly was because of something Wukong once told him. This sentence is, Naruto, the purpose of fighting with others is not only to determine who is better, but also to learn from others and make ourselves stronger. Only in this way can we continue to improve and fight with more powerful people. After recalling this sentence, Naruto thought to himself, Teacher Goku, I really don't see anything I can learn from this guy, so I'd better not waste my time. After thinking about it, he kicked with his right foot and shot towards Kanjuro like an arrow. When Kankuro saw him attacking, he quickly controlled the crows to block in front of him. Damn it! If the poison needle launcher hadn't been broken, he would have been unable to avoid it just now. Kankuro was still upset about the failure of the attack just now. In his opinion, if the poison cone attack just now was replaced by a faster and more covered poison needle attack, Naruto would definitely not be able to dodge it. Boom! Just when he was a little distracted, Naruto blasted the crow puppet away with an energy bomb, and then kicked him away when his pupils suddenly dilated. Bang! With the help of his enormous strength, he drew an arc in the air, then slammed into the wall, his head tilted and he lost consciousness. Kankuro. Upon seeing this sudden change, Temari hurried down to check on Kankuro's body and was relieved to find that he was just unconscious. Then Gekko Heiate came over to check on Kankuro, and after discovering that he had lost his ability to fight, he announced, in the first preliminary match, Uzumaki Naruto wins. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto raised his hands high and shouted happily to Goku and the others, "I won, ha 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 ha." Although the opponent was not strong, this was his first battle and was of great significance, so he was very happy. "Not bad, Naruto, you got off to a good start." After he jumped onto the viewing platform, Sakura praised him with a smile. "Hehe, it's all thanks to teacher Wukong's good teaching." He looked at Wukong and grinned foolishly. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi beside him started coughing violently as if he had asthma. Seeing Sakura winking at him frantically, Naruto asked in confusion, "Sakura, is there sand in your eyes? Why do you keep blinking?" Snapped. Sakura slapped her forehead, looking helpless. This guy sometimes looks very smart, why is he so stupid now? After the match between Naruto and Kankuro ended, the names continued to jump on the big screen, and the list of opponents for the second match was soon determined. Tien Tien vs Rain Ninja Armor. Your teammate? I'd like to see her strength. Naruto thought to himself as he looked at Rock Lee, who was talking to Might Guy not far away. Rock Lee had said before that his teammates were all very strong, so at this moment he was very curious about Tenten's strength. Soon, the game began. Under the overwhelming attack of ninja tools summoned by Tien Tien from the scroll, Yu Ninja Armor was covered in wounds in a short while and shouted that he surrendered. This method of attack is quite interesting. Wukong crossed his arms over his chest and watched Tianation's attack with interest. Really? But I think it's so boring. It's more interesting to fight with fists. Naruto said with a frown. He thought that Rock Lee's teammates also had good close combat capabilities, but he didn't expect that they were controlling ninja tools for long-range attacks the entire time, which made him very disappointed. After Moonlight Gale announced Tianation's victory, the big screen continued to draw the list. Rock Lee vs Ken Misumi. Wow, it's Thick Eyebrow's turn. Naruto's face lit up with excitement when he saw the list. He hasn't fought with the opponent since the last fight more than half a month ago. He wondered how much the opponent's strength had grown at this time. Beside him, Goku was also looking forward to the match. Burn your youth, Xiao Li. Yes. Teacher Kai, I will definitely burn my youth well. Pat. After a passionate conversation with Might Guy, Rock Lee easily jumped onto the field and raised his thumb to his opponent not far away. A man wearing round-rimmed glasses with his lower half of his face covered, showing his big white teeth, and said, "I'm Rock Lee, and I look forward to competing with you." Opposite him, Ken Misumi, who was a spy planted in Konoha by Orochimaru and was determined to prove that she was stronger than Kabuto, was also looking forward to this game. However, what he was looking forward to was not a fight with Rock Lee, but to winning the game and then showing his skills in the final, so that Lord Orochimaru would recognize his strength and the fact that he was stronger than Kabuto. At this moment, looking at the strange-looking guy with a watermelon head and wearing green tights in front of him, he felt very disdainful. Can such a grandstanding person become a ninja? Thinking of this, he looked at Rock Lee and smiled coldly. "Rock Lee, right? Are you ready to be defeated by me? I was writing the writer's words yesterday, so the update was late. I will send it to everyone early today. Then tomorrow is an extremely important day. Tomorrow's follow-up reading data is related to whether this book can be recommended in the next round, so I beg everyone to follow up reading tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Wukong exclaims. Chapter 58, Wukong exclaims, please read on. This guy is quite arrogant, but I don't know if his strength can match it. On the viewing platform, after hearing Ken Michin's big words, Suzuki, who rarely spoke before, curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. As an opponent who had fought Rock Lee on equal terms, he would not allow anyone to speak so arrogantly unless the other party really had the ability to do so. On the field, Rock Lee felt the strong disdain in Jian Michin's words, but he didn't care. For him, this kind of verbal attack is meaningless, because the real result can only be achieved through real actions. I declare the third qualifying match officially open. Moonlight Gale gave the order from the sidelines. Whoosh! The moment he finished speaking, Ken Misumi rushed to Rock Lee as fast as a leopard and punched him. Hehe, this is called striking first, a rookie like you wouldn't understand. Jian Michin sneered in his heart. Faced with this sudden attack, Rock Lee was not at all flustered. He simply swung his fist, ready to fight back. Snapped. However, the expected fist bump sound did not occur, but instead a sound somewhat like high five was heard. This is... Rock Lee's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw something incredible. Just as Jian Michin's fist was about to touch his fist, her entire arm suddenly became longer and softer, and then quickly wrapped around his arm like a snake. Because this scene was so unexpected, his mind went blank for a moment. By the time he reacted, Jian Michin had already pressed her whole body against his back, with her limbs wrapped around his body like a snake. One of the limbs even wrapped around his neck, trying to break it. Hehe, kid, you didn't expect that my limbs can soften and stretch freely. It's easy to deal with a newbie like you. Perhaps because she saw that she had the upper hand and there was no way she could lose this match, Jian Michin showed off her physical characteristics with some complacency. After being suppressed for so long, he finally got to show off in front of other people. After showing off, he began to threaten, hurry up and admit defeat, otherwise I will continue to increase my strength, and don't blame me if I accidentally break your neck. In his opinion, after hearing his threats, Rock Lee would certainly beg for mercy with a look of fear on his face, and he could then happily appreciate this scene and enjoy the rare joy in his life. However, unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, Rock Lee did not move at all, as if he did not care about his intimidation at all. So he got angry. He thought he was kind enough and did not even think of breaking the man's neck immediately, but instead gave him a chance to admit defeat. Even if his mercy was only because he didn't want to expose his identity as a spy by killing a ninja from his fellow village. If that's the case, then go die. Seeing that his kindness was ignored by the other party, he became mad and immediately increased the strength of his arms, trying to break the other party's neck. However, what he didn't expect was that no matter how hard he tried, the other person's head couldn't be twisted at all. It was harder than a solid iron stake. How can this be? His face was filled with shock. How could the opponent be so strong that he could block his movement? At this time, Rock Lee, who was entangled by him, finally spoke up, "Is this all the power you have?" When he was entangled at first, he was a little flustered and secretly cursed himself for being so careless. But when he felt the weak power coming from the other party, his panic disappeared instantly. I thought the other party was very powerful, so he was so confident, but I didn't expect it to be just like this. So he didn't rush to break free, and prepared to wait until the other party used all his strength. Afterwards, he felt the power from the other party slightly increased, reaching a level that could barely be called normal. And then there was nothing else, only the other party's shocked words. "Damn it, I just don't believe it can't be twisted." After hearing Rock Lee's question, Ken Michin felt deeply humiliated, and felt that there was endless sarcasm hidden in the other party's words. So he gritted his teeth and used all his strength, and finally managed to move Rock Lee's head 1 millimeter. At this point, Rock Lee didn't want to play with him anymore. His arm, which was originally entangled and unable to move, suddenly exerted force and began to move little by little. What? Jian Michan was shocked and wanted to suppress the other party's actions, but found that it was of no avail. He could only watch the other party raise his arms and grab the limbs that were wrapped around his neck. Rock Lee pulled at the limbs on his neck, stretching them further. After stretching it to a certain length, he used force to lift the other person's limb away from his neck. Then, as the restraint on his neck was gone, his right hand could move freely, so he suddenly turned his elbow and hit Jian Michan, who had her eyes wide open behind him. Bang! Snap! Jian Michan, who didn't have time to react, was hit hard in the face by the attack. Then, as the glasses broke into many pieces, his eyes suddenly went black. Then there was a click. His body returned to normal and slid limply off Rock Lee's back, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. After seeing this scene, Moonlight Gale immediately announced, "Rock Lee wins the third game." Haha, I knew people with thick eyebrows couldn't lose. Naruto said with a smile while looking at Sakura on the viewing platform. Just now, when Rock Lee was entangled by his opponent, Sakura was a little worried that Rock Lee might fail, but she firmly believed that it was impossible. And now this result proves that his judgment was correct. This guy's body is a bit like Buu. Looking at Ken Misumi, who was carried off the stage, Goku said with interest, holding his chin. The changes in Ken Misumi's limbs just now reminded him of Buu, who could also make various changes to his body. However, Ken Misumi was far inferior to Buu. Who is Buu, Master Goku? Naruto asked curiously. He is a very powerful guy. Wukong smiled slightly. After the match between Rock Lee and Ken Misumi ended, the next match was between Aberame Shino and Konoha Spy Akadokai. After seeing a large number of bugs coming out of Aberame Shino's body and attacking his opponent, Goku exclaimed, "Wow, why are there so many bugs on his body?" Although he was not afraid of insects, he still got goosebumps when he saw such a dense swarm of insects emerging from one person. Haha, Mr. Goku, this is the secret technique of the Aberame clan. You can use your body as a nest for insects. And then fight others by controlling these insects in your body. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side explained to him with a smile. Use your body as a nest for insects. Wukong shuddered, unable to imagine his body filled with insects. Hiss. I am going bald from writing this storyline recently. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 1 Breaking All Laws with Force. Chapter 59, Breaking All Laws with One Force. Please read on. Soon, Aberame Shino defeated her opponent with the parasite and won the fourth qualifying match. Then, in the fifth qualifying match, Koji defeated the unworthy Rain Ninja Otoko with his signature move, the Meat Bomb Tank. After seeing Koji use this move, Goku thought of Buu again, but this time he thought of Fat Buu who had merged with OOB. As the fifth qualifying match came to an end, the big screen continued to draw the next match list, and soon the new list appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Sasuke vs Temari. Is it finally my turn? Seeing his name finally appear on the list, Sasuke curled his lips. After waiting for so long, he felt like his body was almost rusting. But who is this Temari? He looked around, eliminated those who had competed, and fixed his eyes on a woman. So it was her. Interesting. At this time, Temari on the other side fixed her eyes after seeing the battle list. Uchiha Sasuke, I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Ever since Kankuro suffered a loss at the hands of Naruto, they have been secretly investigating Naruto and his teammates, and learned that one of Naruto's teammates is a member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Sasuke. Temari, be careful of the opponent's Sharingan that may appear. Maki on the side warned her. From the intelligence they collected, they only knew that the other party was a member of the Uchiha clan, but they didn't know whether the other party had opened the Sharingan. Yeah, I know. Temari nodded. Although she had never seen Uchiha's Sharingan, she had heard that it was a pair of extremely terrifying eyes that could make people fall into illusions without anyone noticing. However, although they had made sufficient preparations, they did not know that compared to the Sharingan, Sasuke's most powerful reliance was the use of ki. Swish! Soon, Sasuke and Temari came to the field and stood facing each other. Although you are a girl, I will not show any mercy. Sasuke spoke first. Humph, even though you are quite handsome, I won't let you off easily. Temari retorted unyieldingly. After the two of them finished their verbal battle, Moonlight Gale announced the start of the game. Come on, Sasuke, beat her down hard. Sakura shouted loudly on the viewing platform, her eyes showing no disguising her hostility towards Temari. The reason for this hostility was that she saw a faint blush on Temari's face when she said those words to Sasuke. As a woman, she of course knew what was going on, so she exploded immediately. At this moment, she really wished she was Temari's opponent. What's wrong with Sakura? Sasuke looked at Sakura in surprise, wondering why she was so hostile towards Temari. Could it be that because the other party is Kankuro's teammate, he also dislikes him? The thought only flashed through his mind for a second before he focused his attention on the opponent in front of him. At this moment, Temari took off the giant fan behind her and held it in her hands. Is this your weapon? Sasuke asked with interest as he looked at the giant fan. He had seen many ninjas using kunao, senbon, shuriken, etc., but this was the first time he had seen one using a fan. Yes, its name is 3-star fan. As soon as Temari finished her introduction, she rushed towards Sasuke with the 3-star fan. When he reached Sasuke, he jumped up and hit the opponent hard with the handle of the fan. Bang! Facing her attack, Sasuke dodged it with an easy jump, then looked at Temari who was slammed to the ground with a curled mouth. Is this your strength? If this is the case, you can't even hit me. Then you will taste my blow. After the first attack failed, Temari did not continue to attack Sasuke, but instead unfolded the 3-star fan with a rustling sound. Then he slapped Sasuke hard. Ninjutsu, Kamaitachi. Ho ho! A violent storm suddenly arose, raging towards Sasuke in front of him with a whistling sound. Wherever it passed, sand and gravel flew up, leaving terrible marks on the ground made by invisible wind blades, which made people afraid. Faced with this attack, Sasuke dodged to the side without thinking. Although he felt that with his current physical condition, he would probably have no problem taking this blow. But he has always been cautious and will not take risks unless he is absolutely sure that he will not be harmed. However, he didn't expect that Temari could use this move continuously. You can't avoid it. Seeing him dodge, Temari immediately waved her fan and sent out several sickle weasels, blocking all the places where he could dodge. Ho-ho! The attack range of Kamaitaki's move was not small, and after several attacks were released in succession, Sasuke was immediately forced into an unavoidable dead corner. Of course, this blind spot is only a blind spot for normal people, but it is not a blind spot for him. As long as he jumps into the air, he can easily avoid the attack in front of him. But when he is in mid-air, the opponent can still attack him. If he wants to dodge, then he will expose the fact that he can fly. In this case, let's break all the laws with one force. Thinking of this, Sasuke's eyes suddenly focused, white flames emerged from his body, and then he kicked his feet hard, and his body rushed into the raging wind in front of him like an arrow. Oh! Seeing Sasuke charging headlong into her attack, Temari thought the other party was making a desperate effort and a smile of interest appeared on her face. But then her smile froze, and her face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Sasuke's body was as fast as lightning and he rushed out of the range of the strong wind almost in an instant. But this was not what shocked her. What shocked her was that the other person did not have a single scar on his body. What's even more outrageous is that there isn't even a trace of being cut by the wind blade on his clothes. It's time to finish. While she was shocked, Sasuke had come behind her without her knowing and tapped her neck lightly with his knife. After such a blow to her vulnerable part, Temari's eyes went dark and she passed out. When Maki on the viewing stand saw this, he immediately came to the field and hugged Temari, who almost fell to the ground. Then he glanced at Sasuke, and without saying anything, he returned to the viewing stand with Temari in his arms. Ahem, I declare that Uchiha Sasuke wins the 6th qualifying match. After the pale moonlight Gale coughed several times, he announced the result of the competition to everyone. Great! That's how you should defeat the opponent. Seeing Sasuke win the game without any delay, Sakura was overjoyed and slapped Naruto happily. Hiss! It hurts, Sakura. Naruto felt a burning pain on his back and couldn't help but glare at Sakura. Although he was stronger than Sakura, it was still extremely painful for him to be hit like this when he was caught off guard. What's more, they are now wearing weighted wrist guards, so the force they exert is much greater than usual. Hey, sorry. Sakura also realized her mistake and put her hands together to apologize to Naruto, which calmed his anger. After his anger died down, Naruto looked around at the players who had yet to play and asked curiously, "We have 10 matches in total, and now that Sasuke is done, there are 4 left. I wonder who you will be matched with, Sakura." Okay, today is another early day. Speaking of which, it was really sad when Fat Bu and OOB merged into one, especially when seeing Satan's helpless expression and that old yellow dog's name. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Sakura vs Gaara? Chapter 60 Sakura vs Gaara? Ahem, I declare that Hinata Hyuga wins the 7th qualifying match. On the field, Hinata pulled up Ino, who was knocked down by her, and said with an embarrassed look, "I'm sorry, this is a competition, I must do my best to defeat you." "It's okay, I understand." Ino, who was pulled up, looked dejected, and sighed in her heart that she had to stop here. She looked at her best friend and rival in love, who was also looking at her on the viewing platform in the distance, and said to herself, "Xiaoying, it seems that I have no chance to fight you this time." Sakura also had mixed feelings at this time. Although she knew that with her current strength, Ino could not be her opponent, she still hoped to have a fight with her in this exam because this was their previous agreement. But now it seems that the duel they agreed on will be postponed again. At this time, in an unknown cave outside Konoha. "Lord Orochimaru, why did you ask us to assassinate Sasuke?" Ta said in a deep voice while looking at Orochimaru in front of him, while King and Sak beside him also looked at each other in confusion. "Of course I want you to test his strength." "Test his strength? But he is so strong, we can't test his depth at all. Besides, he and his teammates now know that we are your subordinates." "Haha, I didn't expect him to be so strong. As for knowing your identities, don't worry about it. It has no effect on our plan." After a moment of silence, Sak spoke up, "Lord Orochimaru, so in your plan, what mission are we going to carry out?" Before, Orochimaru only told them his overall plan to attack Konoha, but did not assign them corresponding action tasks, which made them very confused. Now that the plan was about to start, he, who was always impatient, couldn't help but ask. "Hehe, I know you all want to know your mission, especially you, Sak. You really want to prove yourself to me. Don't worry, you will have the opportunity to prove yourself as my qualified subordinate in this mission." Orochimaru licked his lips, with a smile that actually showed some concern. "I certainly will. Lord Orochimaru." After seeing Orochimaru's eager gaze, Sak blushed and said with determination, "Well, I will tell you about the mission in a few days. You should stay here for the next few days and don't go out, so as not to be discovered." After saying this, Orochimaru turned and left. And after he turned around, the concerned smile on his face was gone, replaced by a sinister and terrifying look. Hehe, being able to become a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation is enough to prove that you are qualified to be my subordinates. How magical! The shadow can actually move. In the Chunin exam preliminaries arena, Goku was surprised as he looked at the scene on the field. At this time, the game was between Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kaiba. Shikamaru first designed to knock out Inuzuka Kaiba's ninja dog Akamaru, and then quietly controlled his own shadow to stretch rapidly, so that it was connected with Inuzuka Kaiba's shadow. Haha, Mr. Goku, this is a secret technique called shadow mimicry technique. You can control other people's bodies with your own shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been acting as a commentator, explained to Goku again. Using shadow to control other people's bodies, it's really a unique skill. Wukong pinched his chin thoughtfully. If he had this skill in his previous world, would enemies like Frieza and Cell be easily defeated? While he was thinking, Shikamaru controlled Kaiba Inuzuka to crash into the wall, causing him to fall into a coma, thus winning the game smoothly. There are only 3 opponents left. I wonder which one Sakura will face. After the match ended, Naruto curiously observed the 3 players who did not play except Sakura. Well, this one is from the Rain Village. His companions are all pretty weak, so he himself shouldn't be much better. This is the teammate with thick eyebrows. I think his name is Niji. He has an unusual aura. He must be a master. This is the teammate of that annoying guy. He always exudes a murderous aura and looks equally annoying. He muttered quietly as he observed. What are you mumbling about, Naruto? Sakura couldn't help feeling a little strange when she saw him looking around and mumbling something. Hehe, I'm predicting who your opponent will be. After being asked by Sakura, Naruto touched his head and smiled foolishly. Oh? Then who do you think it is? Well, I hope your opponent is that annoying-looking guy so you can beat him up. Naruto pointed at Gaara. Ha ha ha, Naruto, we can't always be so coincidental with them. You and Sasuke encountered people from their team before. It's impossible for it to be the same when it's my turn. Sakura smiled and covered her mouth. But she soon stopped laughing, because the big screen on the field showed the match list for the 9th qualifying match. Hyuga Niji vs Rain Ninja C. In this way, the only contestants who have not yet entered the game are her and Gaara, which means that the final match will be between her and Gaara. This is too weird. Why are our opponents all guys from that team? Teacher Kakashi, this list couldn't have been manipulated manually, Sakura said with a look of doubt. Before Kakashi could answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, there is no human control. All the results are random. I can only say that you two are destined to be together. With the Hokage's endorsement, Sakura suppressed her doubts and began to think about why they were so destined to each other. While she was thinking, the game on the field started and ended. Soft fist technique, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Pa pa pa. After a series of smooth operations, Niji's opponent, Rain Ninja Bing, fell stiffly and could no longer move. 9th qualifying match, Hyuga Niji wins. Wow, this guy is really strong. Seeing Nisi deal with his opponent so quickly and efficiently, and feeling the strong aura in him, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he had the urge to compete with him immediately. It's finally my turn. I didn't expect that I would be the last one to compete. It feels a bit boring. At this moment, Sakura finally came to her senses and curled her lips when she looked at her name on the big screen. After waiting for so long, she felt sleepy. As the saying goes, the last ones are always the best. Seeing that she was not in high spirits, Kakashi said half jokingly and half encouragingly. Go ahead, Sakura. Goku patted her shoulder with an expectant smile on his face. Hey, Sakura, you have to beat that annoying guy up. Naruto came over and said to her happily. And Sasuke nodded at her as encouragement. Seeing that everyone was supporting her, Xiaoying smiled brightly and felt her body regained its energy. Hehe. Thank you everyone, I will do my best. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Can't Break the Defense? Chapter 61 Can't Break the Defense? Is it the guy from that team again? Kankuro, who had woken up at some point, stood on the viewing platform, looking at Sakura on the field with a gloomy face. But then he revealed a pleased smile. Hehe, if you meet Gaara, you are doomed, woman. Gaara is the strongest and most terrifying person in their team, and he has never seen anyone survive at Gaara's hands. Like in the second exam, Gaara slaughtered 3 teams of candidates, leaving no trace of them. Such a ferocious power would terrify anyone who saw it. She is indeed dead, but that's okay, since Gaara can help us get revenge. Temari, who also woke up, said expressionlessly. She and Kankuro were both defeated by the guys from the same team, which made them feel very embarrassed. And now Gaara, the strongest man, meets someone from the opposing team and can help them avenge their hatred. On the field, Gaara crossed his arms and said to Sakura in a cold tone. The people I wanted to fight were Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't expect to meet a woman like you. On the other side, after hearing his words, Sakura raised her eyebrows in surprise. So you wanted to fight Sasuke and Naruto, what a pity, they matched your 2 teammates and defeated them both. The guy in front of her was giving off an evil aura that made her uncomfortable, and his words seemed to show contempt for her, so she was sarcastically responding. I'm not comparable to them. Gaara said calmly. Then let's try it. Sakura curled the corners of her mouth. Ahem, I declare that the last qualifying match officially begins. Seeing that both of them were ready, Moonlight Gale announced. Whoosh! After the game started, Sakura took the lead and came in front of Gaara and threw a heavy punch. Snapped! However, what she didn't expect was that her fist was blocked halfway. This is... She opened her eyes wide, only to find the scene before her somewhat unbelievable. Right in front of her, a solid wall of sand blocked her fist and caught her attack steadily. Hey, this person can actually control sand. On the viewing platform, Goku was also somewhat surprised when he saw this scene. From the first qualifying match till now, he felt that his eyes had been opened. He saw people who used their bodies as insect nests, people who could control their shadows, and now there was a person who controlled sand. Where does this sand come from? On the field, after Sakura's attack failed, she did not continue to attack, but stepped back for a distance and looked at a ball of sand floating in the air and Gaara behind it. Soon, she noticed that the gourd on Gaara's back had been opened at some point. It turned out to be in a gourd. After knowing the source of the sand, she must have thought, control the sand to defend against attacks? I want to see if you can defend against all of them. Thinking of this, she rushed forward again and launched continuous attacks from all sides of Gaara. But no matter how hard she punched or kicked, they were all blocked by Gaara's sand. Hehe, this sand shield is Gaara's super defense, it can defend without blind spots, how can a woman like you hurt Gaara? On the viewing stand, after seeing Sakura continuously attacking but unable to hurt Gaara at all, Kankuro's smile continued to grow. In his opinion, Sakura's death is getting closer and closer. After she is exhausted from multiple attacks, Gaara can easily kill her. This sand is really hard to deal with. On the field, after several unsuccessful attacks, Sakura stopped attacking because it was meaningless to continue attacking like this and it would only waste her energy. Then she had an idea, it seems that it is time to unload the burden. They had removed the weights when they met Orochimaru before, and after Orochimaru left, they just sealed them in the scrolls and didn't wear them again. But when they arrived at the tower and finished the second game, they put them on again. They have not been removed until now with the qualifiers. In order to prevent Gaara from suddenly attacking her when she was removing the weight, she jumped away for a distance to stay safe, and then began to remove the weight from her feet. What is she doing? Except for Naruto and his group, no one else in the venue knew what Sakura was going to do at the moment. Hehe, I didn't expect this guy to force Sakura to let go of the burden. Naruto said carelessly as he watched the scene, his undisguised voice spreading around. Waits? Why do I have to carry such a troublesome thing? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes with a look of rejection. Is this thing really useful? Inyazuka Kaiba folded his hands, looking puzzled. Weight-bearing? It's probably just a few dozen pounds at most. What's the use? Whether you wear it or not, you can't hit Gaara. Kankuro was disdainful in his heart. But then his expression changed. After Sakura removed the weight from her feet, she did not put it down gently, but deliberately lifted it to the level of her shoulders and then suddenly let go. Bang! After a loud bang, the ground was covered with dust and two large pits covered with cracks appeared. This is... Kankuro's eyes widened, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. How heavy a weight did this woman have to wear to smash the ground like this? But the shock he received was not over yet. After removing the weight from her feet, Sakura also removed the weighted wrist guards on her hands, and with two bangs, the big hole that had been made earlier deepened a bit. Hehe, you are all surprised, right? After removing the weight, Sakura looked around at the onlookers and felt a little proud when she saw the shocked looks on their faces. Originally, she didn't want to make a big fuss, but it was these people who pointed fingers at her. If she didn't let them know how exaggerated the weights she was wearing were, how could she be worthy of her hard training these days? Humph, even if the weight you're carrying is a little beyond imagination, you can't break Gaara's defense. After a moment of shock, Kankuro calmed down. He admitted that this woman was somewhat unusual, but he still didn't think she could cause any harm to Gaara. This is the conclusion he came to after watching Gaara grow up. There were very few people in the venue who were not surprised by Sakura's weight, and Gaara was one of them. When Sakura took off the weight, he kept his hands on his chest and stood quietly there. Even when the weight hit the ground with a loud noise, there was no fluctuation on his face. You look like you don't care. Sakura couldn't help but ask. Why should I care? Gaara asked expressionlessly. Aren't you afraid that I can break your defense? Ah! Gaara didn't answer, just sneered. This sneer was filled with his strong confidence in his own defense and deep disdain for Sakura. Sakura didn't say anything more and planned to tell the other party with her actions. She could definitely break his defense. It's short and weak, I'll scold you first. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Gaara the Sandbag, Sakura's Giving Up. Chapter 62, Gaara the Sandbag, Sakura's Giving Up. Whoosh! After the two sides stopped communicating, Sakura moved suddenly, came in front of Gaara in a flash, and kicked hard with her right foot. So fast! Gaara's pupils shrank, and his body was unable to react at all. He could only watch the kick coming at him. Bang! Just as the kick was about to hit him in the face, his guardian sand arrived in time and narrowly blocked the blow in front of him. Can you still block it? Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Sakura narrowed her eyes and without any hesitation, she flashed to the other side and launched an attack. Bang! 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 Rapid and intensive collision sounds continued to ring out, and Sakura's figure kept flashing around Gaara, launching one attack after another, at such a fast speed that many afterimages appeared, making it look like there were many of her attacking collectively. Come on, you're kidding! On the viewing stand, Inyazuka Kaiba opened his mouth so wide in shock, as if he could swallow a few eggs. At this moment, he only felt that his previous doubts rebounded back and turned into a large hand slapping him in the face. Hey, is this really a speed that humans can achieve? Shikamaru's dead fish eyes opened completely at some point, reflecting how surprised he was. Xiaoying, you have really become much stronger, so much so that I can't even see your shadow now. Ino clenched her fists as she watched this scene, feeling extremely uneasy. Although she had noticed that Sakura had become much stronger before the written test began, she never expected that it would be so much more than she could catch up with. Snapped. Suddenly, a collision sound different from the previous one came from the field, causing many onlookers to open their eyes wide. Did you hit Gaara? This time, Sakura's attack was no longer blocked by the sand, but hit Gaara solidly, knocking him away. Phew, I finally hit it. The defense speed of these sands is really fast. Sakura withdrew her hand, breathing slightly, and thought to herself as she watched Gaara fly backwards and hit the wall. At this moment, she was emitting white aura all over her body, indicating that she was in the stage of explosion. That's right, after removing the weight, her speed increased a lot, but every attack was still narrowly blocked by Gaara's sand. So she started to explode, increasing her speed to a higher level. And with her even more astonishing speed, Gaara's sand had no time to resist and could only watch the attack fall on Gaara. But why does it feel a little wrong? She muttered softly. When she hit Gaara just now, she felt that what she hit was not a person, but something hard. But according to her aura perception, the other party was indeed a human. Click click click. At this moment, a voice not far away made her eyes move. After Gaara came down from the wall, he saw that his forehead suddenly cracked for no apparent reason. This is... this is Gaara's absolute defense. On the viewing stand, Kankuro's mouth curled up when he saw Sakura's surprise. Although he was also shocked by the speed displayed by Sakura just now, he was not too worried because he knew that in addition to the outer defense of the sand shield, Gaara's body was also covered with the sand armor defense. This sand armor controls the sand to cover the entire body, completely blocking all attacks and making itself unharmed. But, you have enough to be proud of yourself as a woman for being able to push Gaara to this point. Although he hated Sakura, he couldn't help but feel a little admiration for her, because he hadn't seen Gaara being forced to use the sand armor in a long time. On the field, after seeing that the crack on Gaara's face was actually a layer of armor made of sand, Sakura was a little surprised and speechless. Is there a second layer of defense? That's too stupid. She really didn't expect that the other party had such defense. After Gaara's sand armor was broken, a crazy and evil smile appeared on his face. How long has it been? It had been a long time since someone broke through his sand shield and hit him. He admitted that he had made a mistake. The woman in front of him had the ability to arouse his interest. So he looked up at Sakura and said in a suppressed excited voice, "It's not enough, is this all you can do?" After hearing his provocation, Sakura sneered, "Then as you wish, let me show you how to break your turtle shell." After saying that, her figure suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared next to Gaara, kicking him in the head with a whip kick. Bang! This time, Gaara still couldn't react and was knocked away by her attack. But it's not over. After Gaara flew out, Sakura disappeared again, and the next moment she appeared in front of another wall that Gaara was about to hit, and kicked him hard again. Bang! 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 In the following time, Sakura showed everyone present what lightning speed meant. Every time she kicked Gaara away, she would always kick him somewhere else before he hit the wall. During this process, Gaara had no power to resist and could only passively accept Sakura's continuous beatings. From east to west, from south to north, he was kicked in all directions by Sakura like a sandbag, but he never fell to the ground or hit the wall, which made many people watching the fight look sideways. It's so scary. Shikamaru was so frightened that he shuddered and dropped the potato chips in his hand without even realizing it. Is this Sakura's current strength? I didn't expect that she would have such a drastic change after only 2 months of training with Goku. How much will the strength of Naruto and Sasuke change if they become stronger? Kakashi thought to himself. Although he went to watch Naruto and the others training from time to time, Naruto and the others were always wearing weights, so he couldn't see their true strength. Now that Sakura has unleashed all the burden, she can truly display all her strength. Bang! After kicking Gaara away again, Sakura's eyes narrowed. The sand armor on Gaara's face, which was already covered with cracks, could no longer hold up and was mostly shattered by her kick. Correspondingly, Gaara also had a few more bruises on his face. Hey! Is the turtle shell finally broken? Sakura panted, wiped the sweat from her face, and looked full of complaints. She didn't expect that Gaara's turtle shell was so strong. It took so many kicks from her to break it. Bang! During her pause, Gaara slammed into the wall, creating a big hole in it. In the cave, Gaara's eyes became more and more crazy. He, is this what pain feels like? He touched his face and felt waves of pain he had never felt before, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. But suddenly, his smile froze. In front of him, several gas bombs came one after another with fierce momentum. After sensing the threat, he felt that the guardian sand might not be able to withstand it, so he quickly controlled the other sands to gather in front of him into a sand wall that was harder than steel. Boom! 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 Several gas bombs exploded on the sand wall one after another, creating dents in the sand wall. It was not until the last gas bomb hit that a hole was finally blown through the sand wall with a loud bang. Then, the energy bullet, which had shrunk significantly, attacked Gaara's face. However, because its speed slowed down a lot when passing through the sand wall, Gaara had time to leave the hole in the wall and narrowly avoided its attack. Boom! I saw the gas bomb explode at the edge of the hole in the wall, making the hole wider. After seeing the power of this attack, Gaara knew that if this attack had hit him in the face, he would most likely have suffered considerable damage as he had lost the protection of the sand armor. As a result, the bloodthirsty desire in his heart grew stronger, and he was ready to do whatever it took and use a move that he had only used after the Konoha collapse plan was launched. But unexpectedly, just when he had this thought, Sakura's voice suddenly came, causing his brain to go blank for a moment. I admit defeat in this match. I won't play anymore. Sakura's strength is comparable to that of Lee in the original work, and the reason why she gave up will be mentioned in the next chapter. A side note, when I write this, I don't know why, maybe because of the foreshadowing in the previous parts, I really want Sakura to win. But if she wins, the previously set plot outline will be completely messed up. So after thinking it over again and again, I decided to follow the original plot outline. Well, I don't know if you will find this unpleasant to watch, but in order to bring out the strength comparison between Sakura and Naruto, including some subsequent plots, it has to be arranged this way, and there will be no such plot later. End of this chapter. Chapter 63, If you haven't played enough, I'll play with you. Chapter 63 If you haven't fought enough, I'll fight with you. Inside the venue, after Sakura said she gave up, except for people like Goku and Naruto who were easily angry, everyone else had different reactions. This woman. Kankuro was still shocked that Gaara's defense was broken, and was suddenly stunned by Sakura's declaration of surrender. Why do you want to admit defeat, Sakura? Isn't the situation good now? The guy on the other side has no power to fight back. Ino was extremely puzzled when she saw her best friend admit defeat. No, take a good look at the current status of both parties. The usual lazy look on Shikamaru's face was no longer there, and he was analyzing the situation on the field seriously. Although Sakura always had the upper hand, she didn't do much damage to Gaara. And when she attacked Gaara, it was obvious that she consumed a lot of energy. Look, she is breathing heavily now, and her face is much paler than before. Hearing this, Ino took a closer look and found that the situation was just as Shikamaru said. Sakura now looked much uglier than before the game started, and she couldn't even straighten her back, obviously looking very tired. Then look at Gaara. Although he was constantly being hit, the sand defense on his body helped him offset the damage. Although his defense was broken by Sakura, he only suffered a little damage, which is not a big deal for him. Comparing the two, Sakura doesn't actually have the upper hand, unless she can defeat her opponent in one fell swoop. Just like those energy bullet attacks she launched at the end, they were supposed to knock out the opponent with one blow, but unfortunately they failed. After Shikamaru's eloquent analysis, Ino finally understood why Sakura had to admit defeat, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. If Sakura had met another opponent, she would have won by now. However, what they both didn't know was that although Sakura's surrender had a lot to do with physical exhaustion, there was another more important reason, which was, what a pity! Sakura has used up too much energy. If she continues to fight, not only will she not win the match, but she will also become exhausted and pass out. Sasuke crossed his arms and glanced at Naruto, who was standing beside him with an unwilling look on his face. Okay, I know. Naruto replied muffledly. If he hadn't known this situation, he, who always believed in never giving up, would have yelled at Sakura, angry at her for not fighting back. That's right, the most important reason why Sakura gave up the competition was that the energy in her body was no longer enough for her to continue fighting. As for why her chi was insufficient, apart from the fact that her chi explosion consumed a huge amount of energy, the most fundamental reason was that she did not have much chi in her body. Once the explosion is activated, the energy in her body will drop drastically. If she cannot defeat her opponent before her energy drops below the safety line, she will have little hope of defeating him. Unless she is ready to die and fights even at the cost of all her energy, she will have a chance of winning. But now it's just a game, why should she go to this extent? On the field, Gekko Hayate, the examiner, did not expect Sakura to suddenly admit defeat, so he confirmed again, "Are you sure?" Sakura nodded, "Yeah, I'm sure." "Okay, in that case, I declare." Moonlight Gale was about to announce the result of the competition when he saw something unexpected happen in front of him, so his voice stopped abruptly. Gaara realized that Sakura was going to admit defeat and had a crazy murderous intent on his face. He controlled the overwhelming sand to sweep towards Sakura. "I haven't fought enough yet. Wait until I kill you, then you can admit defeat." His words were full of cruelty. This guy. Seeing this attack coming, Sakura was a little surprised. Is this guy so relentless? She gritted her teeth and tried to avoid the attack. Even though her body was exhausted now, she was confident that she could avoid the opponent's attack. Whoosh whoosh! But before she could dodge, several air bombs suddenly shot from above, blasting the sand all over the sky. She looked back and saw Naruto standing on the railing on the viewing platform, pointing at Gaara and shouting, "If you haven't fought enough, I'll fight with you." Beside him, Sasuke raised his lips, "If it's not enough, there's still me, but I don't think I'll be needed." On the other side, Rock Lee was unwilling to be left behind and raised his hand to signal, "Me, and me. Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, you guys." Sakura looked at them, her face full of emotion. But the person being accused does not feel the same way. I saw Gaara's face twitching a little, and he was very angry that someone was hindering his attack. In his opinion, Sakura should be crushed by him, and then he could let his mother, who had turned into sand, taste the blood that he thought was extremely delicious. But all of this was obstructed by people, and there were more than just one or two people who wanted to obstruct it. Seeing this, an idea that he had not implemented before came to his mind again. He was ready to transform it into a complete form and turn this place upside down. But at this moment, swish swish! 3 figures suddenly appeared beside him. "That's enough, Gaara, don't forget our plan." Maki glanced around and made sure that there was no one else nearby before growling in a low voice. "Gaara is the key to their plan to attack Konoha. If this is exposed, the whole plan will be ruined. Gaara, look at me and listen to me. You can kill these people when the day comes to implement the plan. There is no need to rush now. Temari boldly pressed Gaara's shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. Yes, yes, Gaara, please be patient for a few more days. Kankuro didn't care about being afraid of Gaara in this state anymore, and he agreed again and again. I don't know whose words among the three of them worked, but the madness in Gaara's eyes gradually disappeared. After a while, he calmed down completely, no longer showing any signs of cruelty or bloodthirstiness. I will kill them. After saying this without any fluctuation in his tone, he turned and left. Seeing this, Maki winked at Temari and Kankuro, signaling them to follow, and then he came to Gekko Heiei to apologize. Sorry, Gaara gets carried away easily when fighting with others. I have already criticized him just now. Do you want to watch this game? There is a rule in the competition that states, after one party admits defeat, the other party may no longer attack him. He was afraid that Gaara's move just now would cause the examiner to judge that he had violated the rules of the competition and thus would not be able to advance to the finals. Even though Gaara did not advance, it did not hinder their plan to release the one tail in the final venue on the day of the final. After all, anyone could enter as a spectator. But except for Gaara, all the people who were going to take the Chunin exam had been eliminated. If even Gaara was eliminated, they, the Sand Village, would be left with nothing. Not only would it be embarrassing for their own Kazekage to come to Konoha, but they would also be laughed at by other ninja villages when the news spread. Even if their plan to attack Konoha succeeds, it will not affect this. After hearing his apology, Gekko Heiei did not respond to him immediately, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, he looked at Maki and said, since we are allies, I can allow Gaara to make a mistake once, but only this time. I have seen some readers say that the strength of Naruto and others is not evenly distributed, but in my setting, they will not be evenly distributed. Careful readers will find that I have mentioned the inconsistency of their strength in some places. For example, the weights carried by Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke are different. In my setting, Sakura is the weakest among them, which is consistent with her personality, because she was originally the weakest, and her training was not as hard as Naruto and the others. In this case, it would be far-fetched if her strength was equal to Naruto and the others. As for the amount of chi she possesses, she is also not as good as Naruto and the others. This has something to do with their physiques, which will be discussed later, so I won't go into details here. However, although she is not very strong, she has a good talent for controlling energy, so she is the first to sense the chi, the first to learn how to explode the chi. There is a correction in the first person who mastered the explosive chi in Chapter 18, and the first to learn other moves, which is also in line with her original character. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, The First Martial Arts Tournament in the Ninja World? Chapter 64, The First Martial Arts Conference in the Ninja World? Cheers! In a restaurant, Goku, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi raised their drinks and clinked glasses together. After the preliminaries came to an end, they came here to hold a celebration party to congratulate Naruto and Sasuke for successfully advancing to the finals. Even though this result was expected. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are awesome. Sakura congratulated them happily. Then, she sighed softly. Alas, it's a pity that I'm still too weak and couldn't make it to the finals with you guys. If I were stronger, I could defeat him. Although she voluntarily admitted defeat, it doesn't mean she was really willing to do so. As long as she has a chance of winning while ensuring her life's safety, she will never give up easily. It's okay, Sakura, you're already very good. Your growth in the past 2 months has amazed me. Kakashi comforted her with a smile. Yes, yes, if it weren't for the opponent's turtle shell, Sakura, you would have won long ago. Am I right, Sasuke? Naruto said loudly. Ah, yes, Sasuke replied. Is that right? Of course, the three said in unison. Okay, thank you for your comfort. I'm just a little unwilling about not being able to enter the finals. You know, this is the first time I failed an exam. Sakura looked depressed. Not making it to the finals meant that she had failed the Chunin exam. In the past, she had always had good grades in school and never failed any exam. Unexpectedly, this Chunin exam would bring a stain to her academic career. Well, one failure is not a big deal. Think about it, when I first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I failed to win the championship. After clinking glasses, Goku, who had been busy eating, looked up after hearing this and spoke seriously to Sakura. The world's #1 martial arts tournament? What is this? Naruto's eyes lit up. #1 in the world? It sounds very exciting. The others also became curious and looked at Wukong with sparkling eyes. This one. Seeing that everyone was looking at him curiously, Wukong finished eating the fragrant meat leg in his hand in one breath, and put down the clean bones that would make a dog run away in tears. The world's #1 martial arts tournament is a competition where all the strong men gather together to determine who is the best in the world. All the strong ones gather together to compete? Become the best in the world? Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Kakashi couldn't help but think of the beautiful scene of the strongest cage from the 5 villages, and even the ninjas from each village competing and dueling in the arena. Hiss! Don't dare to think! Don't dare to think! If they really get angry, the 4th Ninja World War might break out. After being stunned for a while, Naruto looked excited. The world's #1 martial arts tournament, just thinking about it makes me excited. You say, how great it would be if we had such a competition in the ninja world. If I can win first place in the competition, I will definitely be the Hokage. Well, since it's the Ninja World's Martial Arts Conference, how about calling it the Ninja World's #1 Martial Arts Conference? By the end, he had even thought of a name. The first martial arts tournament in the ninja world? Hey, interesting. Sasuke curled the corners of his mouth. If there is such a competition, I won't give you the first place. I don't need you to give in. I can defeat him with my strength. Naruto pointed at him confidently. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Sasuke crossed his arms across his chest, equally confident. Tsutsuizi. The two men stared at each other, and there seemed to be sparks of electricity flashing in their eyes, colliding violently between them. Hey, this isn't even happening yet, you two shouldn't be so excited. Sakura held her forehead with her hand, her face full of helplessness, but the slight curl of the corners of her mouth still revealed her true reaction. After being attracted by the martial arts tournament that Goku mentioned and the fight between Naruto and Sasuke, she had already forgotten the unpleasantness of the exam and felt a lot more relaxed. Humph! ×2. Seeing that Sakura's face looked much brighter, Naruto and Sasuke snorted coldly in unison as if they had a tacit understanding and turned their heads away. Then, Naruto turned around and looked at Goku, who had resumed eating without knowing when, and asked curiously. Hey, Master Goku, you said earlier that you didn't win the championship when you first participated in the martial arts tournament. So what place did you get? After being with Wukong for such a long time, he has already fallen in love with this great teacher, or friend, who is cheerful all day long, powerful, humble, and teaches them carefully. As for this man who was both his teacher and friend, he was very curious about his past and wanted to know how he had trained step by step to his current super strength. Well, after hearing his question, Wukong, with his cheeks bulging, quickly chewed the food in his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp and said with a silly smile, this, second place, haha. Wow! The second place is amazing! Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth. In her opinion, being able to get second place among so many strong people is already a great achievement. If this happened in the ninja world, wouldn't it be equivalent to defeating 4 cages? Ha ha ha! In response to her compliment, Wukong gave a silly smile. And when he smiled, a hint of memory flashed in his eyes. To be honest, at that time, he had been deceived by Master Roshi for a long time. If Master Roshi hadn't let the cat out of the bag at a dinner party later when he was drunk, he really wouldn't have known that the champion who defeated him that time was actually Master Roshi himself in disguise. "Hey, Teacher Goku, did you ever win the championship later?" Naruto continued to ask. "Yes, well, let me think about it. I think I won the championship on my third participation. It took a lot of effort to win the game at that time." Wukong touched his nose and smiled. It took a lot of effort, so the fight must have been intense, Kakashi thought to himself. What he didn't know was that the effort Goku was talking about was more than just intense. In that battle, Goku's limbs were broken and a big hole was shot in his chest. In the end, he defeated his opponent by relying on his head and delivering a header from the sky. "Wow, Teacher Goku, you are so awesome!" When Naruto heard that Goku won the championship, his eyes were full of admiration for Goku. At this moment, he made a secret decision in his heart. In the future, he must hold the first martial arts tournament in the ninja world, invite all the strong men in the ninja world to participate, and then he will beat everyone and take first place. At the same time, in the hotel arranged by Konoha for Sand Village. Half a month later, Garo looked expressionlessly at Maki who had just returned in front of him. "Well, in half a month, the final competition will begin, and then our plan can be officially implemented. During this period, you should behave yourself and avoid conflicts with the Konoha ninjas. When the day comes when the plan starts, you'll have the chance to kill as many people as you can." In the original book, the final match was to be held a month later, said to be to wait for the VIP to come. This book has made some changes. It mentioned in the front that the VIP has arrived in Konoha and is waiting in Konoha. The 15 days are mainly for waiting for the Kazekage to arrive, the time it takes for the message to be transmitted plus the time it takes for the Kazekage to travel. End of this chapter. Chapter 65 Look, this is the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 65 Look, this is the Kamehameha wave. After the preliminaries, Naruto and his friends returned to their daily training, waiting for the final competition to begin in 15 days. Rock Lee, who had already returned to his original team, joined them again and trained with them. On this day, Wukong did not let them do their daily training, but told them that he would teach them a new move. "What's that move, Master Goku?" Naruto's eyes lit up. The Chi Bullet and the Sun Fist that he had been taught before had helped him a lot, so when he heard that there were new moves to learn, he was extremely excited. Sasuke, Sakura, and Rock Lee also looked at Goku with curiosity. "Hey, this move is called Kamehameha Wave," Wukong said with his hands on his hips and grinned. "Kamehameha? What a unique name!" Sakura recalled the Taeyang fist she had learned before, and could guess a hint of the move's characteristics from the name, but she couldn't figure out the name of the Kamehameha wave at all. "This should be an attacking move," Sasuke said, pinching his chin. His intuition told him that this should be a move more powerful than the air bomb. "Yes, this is a very powerful attacking move." Goku confirmed his guess. After hearing what Goku said, Naruto could no longer hold back and came to Goku and said anxiously, "Teacher Goku, please teach us this move quickly." He became extremely excited at the thought of learning a powerful move that would help him improve his strength. "Hey, then you guys watch carefully." After saying this, Wukong bent his legs slightly, assumed a horse stance, and then placed his hands on his waist in the shape of a calyx. Kame, Ka, Pi, Mi, Chi, Ha, Gong, Mi, Wave, Ha. Suddenly, a blue ball of light appeared in the palms of his hands. Then, as he finished speaking, he pushed his hands forward, and the blue ball of light was launched, with a meteor tail, straight forward. Boom! After a loud bang, Naruto and the others looked at the scene in front of them with question marks on their faces. That's it! In front of them, a 4 or 5 meter high rock that had been peaceful and never caused any trouble was blasted into pieces by the sudden Kamehameha wave. Although it looks quite powerful, it is quite different from what they imagined. Teacher Goku, is this the maximum power it has? Naruto scratched his head. For him, such powerful moves are certainly good to learn, after all, they are much more powerful than gas bombs. But he had thought that the power of this move would be stronger than what was shown now, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been dazed for a moment, came to his senses and thought of a reason. No, Master Goku should have suppressed its power. Didn't you notice that there was no fluctuation in the energy on Master Goku's body? If it's very powerful, the chi should fluctuate. His analysis made sense, but he didn't know that even if the Kamehameha wave was 10 or 100 times more powerful, it would not be able to cause the slightest fluctuation of chi in Goku, who had been suppressing his chi since coming to this world. Haha, Sasuke is right, I do have suppressive power. After all, I was just demonstrating it to you, and there's no better target around here. Wukong rubbed his head and smiled. The area where they were training had nothing to serve as targets except for some scattered rocks. Although there are woods around, you can't ask him to shave the woods. After all, this is Konoha's territory, and as a guest, he shouldn't do anything to destroy other people's things. Of course, this is what he would only think of when he is relatively calm. If he were fighting with someone right now, and the fight was quite intense, then this piece of forest might not be able to be saved. Ah, I'd really like to see how powerful this move is in the hands of Master Goku. After knowing that Goku deliberately suppressed his power, Naruto frowned. If the ninja world could transform into humans at this moment, they would definitely grab his collar and curse him angrily. Well, how about this? Let's go train outside. This place isn't really suitable for you to practice the Kamehameha. Goku frowned and thought for a while, then came up with this good idea. Outside? Do you mean outside the village? Correct. That's great. I haven't been outside the village for a long time. Naruto agreed with both hands. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Sakura and Rock Lee both hesitated and said, I have to talk to my parents/teacher Kai. Well, no need to bother. Wukong waved his hand, then raised his sword finger and placed it between his eyebrows. Next moment, swish! The whole person disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, 3 question marks slowly appeared above Sakura and the others' heads. What is Teacher Wukong doing? In Kakashi's bedroom, the sunlight from the window was shining directly into the room, shining on Kakashi who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He was very sleepy this morning because he watched the new version of Intimate Paradise too late last night. I wanted to watch Naruto and the others train, but I ended up sleeping so hard that I couldn't wake up. Swish! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside his bed by the window. It was Wukong who moved over instantly. Hey, are you still sleeping? Seeing Kakashi sleeping soundly, Goku scratched his head in a worried manner. He came to Kakashi now to use him as a tool, that is, to ask him to help tell Sakura's parents and Might Guy the news that they left the village for training. But he didn't expect Kakashi to still be sleeping, and he didn't know whether to wake him up or not. Fortunately, before he could make a choice, Kakashi woke up on his own. Who? Kakashi suddenly turned over, pulled out a kunai he carried with him, and shot it at the person who came without even looking at him. At this moment, he was covered in cold sweat. As a battle-hardened ninja, his alertness is outstanding among many ninjas. Even when he was sleeping, he could sense if someone was approaching him. But he didn't expect that he would be touched by someone today without even realizing it. If the other party hadn't woken him up with his voice, he would probably still be dreaming those indescribable dreams. Snapped! Goku reached out and took the kunai firmly in his hand, and smiled at Kakashi who was facing a formidable enemy. It's me, Kakashi. I heard the familiar voice and saw the familiar orange clothes. Kakashi squinted his eyes to adjust to the light, and finally felt relieved. He exhaled deeply, his face full of black lines. Wukong, if you keep showing up like this, I'm going to have a heart attack one day. In the past, whenever Wukong needed help from him, he would appear out of nowhere like this, often scaring him. Although he got used to it later, he was still not used to someone coming to his door while he was sleeping. Ha ha ha, sorry. Wukong touched his head and said embarrassedly. Hey, forget it. Shouldn't you be training Naruto and the others now? Why did you suddenly come to me? Kakashi was tired and stopped dwelling on the matter. After all, Wukong had apologized to him before, but nothing changed afterwards, so he still had to be scared. Kamihaha, have you been looking forward to it for a long time? End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Danger. Death. Chapter 66 Danger. Death. Well, you guys need to go train outside the village. After learning about Goku's purpose, Kakashi fell into thought. During this period, because the Chunin exam was jointly organized with Tsunagakure and several small ninja villages were invited to participate, the number of foreign population in Konoha increased dramatically, and it was unknown how many spies lurked in. Naruto and his friends are training in the village. If they make too much noise, they might be spied on by these spies. And the dangerous man Orochimaru has also lurked in, and who knows what kind of trouble he will cause. Although with Goku around, nothing will happen to Naruto and the others, but the presence of these potential dangers still makes people feel uneasy. So before the final game begins, it would be a good idea for Naruto and the others to follow Goku to avoid all these messy things and train outside with peace of mind. I will tell Sakura's parents and Kai, you can go without worry. Well, also, you should just fly away from the back mountain, so that some people with ulterior motives won't know that you have left the village. Kakashi spoke after a moment of hesitation. He knew that some people in the village had been keeping an eye on Wukong and his friends. Although these people acted extremely secretly, he could still find some traces, and for Wukong, there was no way to escape. It's just that these people didn't do anything out of line, and Wukong didn't care about them at all, so he ignored them. Ha, that's what I thought too. Wukong said with a grin, he was referring to the matter of just flying away. As for who cares and who doesn't, he never thought about it at all. I'm leaving. After arranging the tool man to convey the message, he did not stay any longer and used instant teleportation to leave Kakashi's house. Hey, what a troubled time. As one of the former three ninjas, Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do in Konoha this time? After Goku left, Kakashi looked out the window and sighed. He didn't know that Orochimaru had approached Naruto and the others during the Chunin exam. Because Naruto and the others never told him at all. After guessing that Goku wanted to keep the fact that he helped them solve their problems a secret, Naruto and the others tacitly agreed not to mention the matter again and kept it in their hearts. They plan to reveal this matter when they defeat Orochimaru in the future to prove to Goku that they are getting stronger. Forget it, these are not my concerns. The one who should be worried is Hokage-sama. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi put these things behind him. Instead of thinking about it, why not read a few more pages of Intimate Paradise and see how wonderful it is? Just as he took out his Intimate Paradise and prepared to reminisce the wonderful parts he saw last night. Well, I better report to Hokage-sama about Naruto and the others training outside the village. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the only offspring of the fourth Hokage, Naruto has always been the focus of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If someone finds out that Naruto has suddenly disappeared from the village, he might be scared to death. Kakashi also didn't consider at all whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would agree to Naruto leaving the village for training. After all, he knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards Goku was now. And he knew that the other party would never refuse such a thing. Shift your gaze to Wukong. After explaining things to Kakashi, Goku returned to Naruto and the others. I have already told Kakashi, he will tell anyone you want to tell about your training trip. Goku said to Sakura and Rock Lee with a smile. It is true. Sakura smiled sweetly. Not long after Wukong left, she guessed what he was going to do. Is that so? That's no problem then. Thank you, Teacher Wukong. Xiao Li bowed very seriously. Yoshi. Let's set off without further delay. Naruto said impatiently. So soon, the five of them soared into the sky and quickly left Konoha. However, no one in Konoha noticed this. Every time I fly in the sky, I feel that this feeling is really great. Naruto was like a bird that had escaped from a cage, constantly changing directions in the air and running around everywhere. Yeah, this feeling of flying freely is so wonderful. Sakura looked at the blue sky and white clouds so close at hand with a look of fascination. I heard from Kakashi-sensei that the current Tsuchikage is the only one in the ninja world who can fly in the air. And now, in addition to him, there are us, which is exciting to think about. This feeling is like they have become the shadow of a village, which makes people feel a little dizzy. About half an hour later, Wukong's eyes lit up when he saw a place in front of him with several huge mountains. Let's train here. After saying this, his figure fell rapidly. And seeing this, Naruto and the others followed suit and went down. After a while, everyone landed, and Naruto asked curiously, Teacher Goku, why did you choose this place? Wukong put his hands on his hips and said with a smile, there should be a lot of delicious food here, so we don't have to worry about being hungry. Bang! Everyone fell down. Could this be the reason? After getting up from the ground, Naruto thought of something. Teacher Goku, now you can let go and demonstrate the power of Kamehameha to us. There are many things around that can serve as targets, like a huge rock not far away, which is more than 10 meters high and is much better than the previous targets. At worst, you can always use the mountains as a target. The mountain is so majestic, so making a small hole in it is no big deal, right? Yeah, I want to see it too. Sakura agreed enthusiastically. Although Sasuke and Rock Lee did not speak, they were looking at Goku with anticipation in their eyes. Well, let me give you a little demonstration. Seeing that they all wanted him to show off his skills, Wukong readily agreed. This is a wilderness area, so he doesn't have to worry about whether destroying things will affect others. At most, he just needs to be careful not to hurt innocent people. Looking around, he quickly locked his target on a rugged mountain with little vegetation in the distance. Watch this! Goku struck a pose. Yeah. Naruto and the others nodded in unison. Turtle. School. Chi. Gong. Wave. Whoosh. The blue ball of light reappeared, streaking across the ground like a meteor, and headed straight for the mountain that was hundreds of meters high. Naruto and the others watched intently, waiting to see what kind of mark the Kamehameha wave would leave on the mountain. Boom! When the Kamehameha wave hit the mountain, a loud earth-shaking noise suddenly rang out. Soon after, the entire mountain was covered by billowing thick smoke. After a while, the smoke cleared, and Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Rock Lee looked at the scene in front of them and said in unison. Degree. You must be kidding. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stammered at the scene before him. The other three either swallowed their saliva or opened their mouths wide to express their inner shock. All they could see was what was in front of them. The hundreds-meter-high mountain that had previously blocked the view disappeared out of thin air, as if it had never appeared in this world. However, they knew that the mountain did not disappear out of thin air, but was wiped out by Goku's Kamehameha, as simple as gently brushing off the dust on one's body. Teacher Goku, please teach me quickly. I must learn it. After the shock, Naruto excitedly came to Goku and shouted. Well, of course the Kamehameha has to show off when it makes its first appearance, and here it is. As for using a star explosion to show off, I have thought about it, but Goku would never make such a big fuss. It's okay to let him blow up a mountain to demonstrate, but it's totally inconsistent with his character to explode a star to demonstrate. I don't remember him exploding a star in Dragon Ball. Moreover, blowing up a mountain is enough for now. After all, it is a mountain of several hundred meters. For Naruto and others at this time, it is a miracle. End of this chapter. Chapter 67, Orochimaru wants to explore Goku's secret. Chapter 67, Orochimaru wants to explore Goku's secret. Please read more. Ka, me, ha, me, ha. In front of a huge rock, Naruto imitated Goku's posture and tried to release the Kamehameha wave. However, just as he pushed his hands forward, the blue ball of light in his palm suddenly dissipated like foam. Damn it, failed again. Seeing that the Kamehameha wave failed again, Naruto frowned. Of course, it wasn't just him. Sasuke and Rock Lee not far away also frowned. They have been practicing for a whole morning, but still haven't succeeded in mastering the Kamehameha wave. The key point of Kamehameha wave is to gather and concentrate the energy of the whole body and then release it at the same time. It sounds similar to the principle of gas bombs, but it is much more difficult. Even though they have been practicing non-stop, they still haven't mastered it completely. We're back. At this time, Sakura holding a pile of firewood and Goku carrying a huge tiger on his shoulders fell from the sky. It's time for lunch. Goku said to them. Wait a minute, Teacher Goku, I want to practice for a while longer. Naruto said through gritting his teeth. He wanted to practice a few more times. Maybe after these few times, no, maybe after just one more time he would be able to master the Kamehameha wave? Sasuke and Rock Lee had the same idea as him and said to Goku in unison, me too. However, Wukong did not agree with them and said to them seriously, have you forgotten what I once said? We should train well when it is time to train, and eat and rest well when it is time to eat and rest. This way, our practice will be more effective with less effort. In the past, Naruto and his friends often wanted to train more, except for a few times when he felt that they had not really reached their limits and allowed them to train more. Other times he would let them rest well and recharge their energy before training again. Today, Naruto and his friends have been practicing continuously for the entire morning. Both their mental and physical strength have reached their limits and they need to take a good rest. Not to mention that it is now time for dinner, and replenishing the body's energy is essential. Yes, yes, you all should listen to Master Goku, come here and prepare to eat. Sakura persuaded Naruto and the others as she set up the grill and started a fire. After hearing what they said, Naruto, Sasuke and Rock Lee looked at each other, then gave up the idea of continuing training and walked towards Goku and the others. Really, Sakura, you are talking without any pain in your waist. Naruto yelled as he walked. If you haven't mastered Kamehameha like us, I don't believe you won't want to continue practicing. Before that, Sakura also practiced Kamehameha with them. But it must be said that his talent in energy control is indeed higher than theirs. After only practicing for half a morning, she successfully mastered the Kamehameha wave. Hehe, I'm not like you three who are all training maniacs. If I can't train well, I will definitely listen to Master Goku and eat and rest obediently. Sakura smiled and then raised her fist to encourage him. Okay, let's eat first. I'm sure you can master it this afternoon. After cutting the big tiger into pieces, the grill was suddenly filled with large pieces of fragrant barbecued meat. It's so delicious. This is my first time eating tiger meat. Naruto praised the meat as he ate it in big mouthfuls. After 2 months of hellish physical training, his appetite now far exceeds that of before. To compare it to Ichiraku ramen, he could only eat 1 bowl at a time before, but now he can eat 6 bowls at a time. Apart from him, the other 3 also had a huge increase in appetite. Sakura was once worried about whether she would become fat from eating too much, but it turned out that her worries were unnecessary. With their high-intensity training, she not only did not become fat, but she even lost some weight. Beiji, Beiji. Everyone devoured the food, their mouths full of oil. In the end, with Goku taking 99% and Naruto and the other 4 taking 1%, the whole big tiger was eaten up. Ha! I'm so full. Now it's time for a nap. After rubbing his stomach, Wukong didn't care whether the ground was dirty or not. He just lay down and fell asleep with his hands on his head. Naruto and the others were already used to this, so they had no reservations and just lay down and started sleeping. Soon, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Zzz. Zzz. Not long after they fell asleep, a grey leopard walked out of the nearby woods, looking at these unsuspecting humans with fierce eyes and salivating. But when it saw the huge bones scattered around the crowd and the huge tiger head thrown aside, its neck suddenly shrank and it ran away with its tail between its legs. Damn it, damn it, damn it! This tiger is the boss of the nearby forests, yet it was eaten by this group of humans. A small shrimp like it actually dared to set its target for lunch on these humans. Isn't it like an old centenarian eating arsenic and getting tired of living? Just as Goku and the others were taking a peaceful nap, in a secret experimental base within the Land of Fire. At this moment, Orochimaru looked at the experimental sample in front of him and frowned rarely. This sample was taken from the giant snake that was killed by Naruto and his 2 companions before. More precisely, it was taken from the part of the snake that was hit by the air bomb. When he was fighting with Naruto and the others that day, he discovered the energy in the opponent's attack that was different from chakra fluctuations. So afterwards he promptly cut off the flesh of the snake that still had a trace of that energy left, preparing to study this unknown energy. But to this day, he still hasn't figured out what this energy is. It has some similarities with yin-yang escape, but there are other differences as well. What are these things? He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. For him, he has a certain understanding of all the energies in the ninja world, including natural energy, which is something that very few people understand. But now, a kind of energy that he had never known before suddenly appeared, making him confused and itchy. I am really becoming more and more curious about you, Sun Wukong. He licked his lips and his frown gradually relaxed. If this kind of energy appears in Naruto and the others because of the man named Son Goku, then this man must be hiding a big secret. So the question is, does he have a chance to explore this secret? Hey! The gentle wind blew across the earth, and also blew across the 5 humans who were sleeping soundly. A pink and blue butterfly flew slowly from a distance, circled above Wukong and the others for a few times, and somehow landed on the tip of Wukong's nose. Well! Wukong wrinkled his nose subconsciously. The butterfly was also startled by him, and in an instant it started dancing again and flew away into the distance. After it flew away, Wukong woke up from his sleep, sat up and stretched. Ha! I slept so comfortably. And the moment he sat up, Naruto and the others woke up at the same time and stretched in the same way. After a while, Naruto stood up first and said energetically, Yoshi! I will definitely be able to master the Kamehameha wave this afternoon. Thanks to everyone for following along, this book has made it to the 2nd round. Please continue to support it so that it can make it to the 3rd round. Go, go, go. Then let me update the issue. Now it is in the recommended period, so I can't update it frequently. When it is released, I will update it a few more times to make everyone enjoy it. Finally, please read. Important things should be said 3 times, especially the reading next Tuesday. Whether you can make it to the 3rd round depends on the data of that day. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 Naruto's Kamehameha Wave. Chapter 68 Naruto's Kamehameha Wave, please read. Concentrate your mind, gather your energy, and control it to concentrate it. In front of the huge rock, Naruto bent his legs slightly, placed his hands on his waist in a calyx shape, and concentrated on gathering his energy. Tsitsaizi. Soon, a blue ball of light the size of an apple appeared out of thin air in his palm. The moment it appeared, Naruto's expression became more serious. The last few times he failed in the morning were at the moment when the Kigong wave was launched. At that moment, he failed to stabilize the energy, causing it to dissipate, and the Kigong wave launch failed. Hey! Hold on, hold on! As long as I hold on, I will succeed. He exhaled lightly, tried his best to control the energy in his hand, and then pushed his hand forward with the belief that he would succeed. Whoosh! Boom! I saw a blue ball of light suddenly launched, dragging a long tail, and hitting the huge rock directly. After seeing this scene, Naruto was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he jumped up excitedly. I did it! I did it! Not far from him, Sasuke and Rock Lee, who were gathering their energy, were affected by him and couldn't help but stop and look at him. Damn it, was someone overtaken? Rock Lee said unwillingly, clenching his fists. Humph, Naruto, you're really something. Sasuke curled his lips, then silently distanced himself from Naruto and continued to concentrate on practicing the Kamehameha wave. This time, he also wants to succeed. That's great, Naruto, you come and rest. No, you don't need to rest. Sakura, who was watching Naruto and the others practicing, was about to call him to take a break after seeing that Naruto had also successfully released the Kamehameha wave. After all, this move would consume a lot of energy. Like this morning, after she released a Kamehameha wave, the energy in her body was close to the safety line. But she suddenly remembered one thing, that is, Naruto had much more ki than her. Once, when they were practicing with ki bullets, she had to stop after firing dozens, but Naruto was still full of energy after firing hundreds in a row. And now, in her perception, Naruto's energy was only slightly reduced, far from the point where he needed to rest. Hehe, I'll practice Kamehameha a few more times before taking a rest. Naruto scratched his head and grinned. Sakura held her forehead when she heard that. As expected, people are more irritating than others. She was about to die after launching a Kamehameha, but Naruto was still full of energy after launching one, and even had no problem launching a few more. Is this fair? Although she mastered the Kamehameha wave before her opponent, what's the use? Boom! Just then, another loud noise was heard. Everyone looked and found that most of the huge rock in front of Sasuke was shattered. Apparently, he had also successfully mastered the Kamehameha wave. Sasuke succeeded too, that's great. Seeing this scene, Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and eating a fruit, admired it. Oh, this move is really powerful. After sending out the Kamehameha wave, Sasuke looked down at his hands and thought to himself. It's almost there. It's almost there. If I continue to improve like this, I will be able to defeat you soon. Itaki Uchiha. A week later, Naruto and the other three had already mastered the Kamehameha wave. And the firing time was no longer as long as before. It is worth mentioning that after their experiments, they found that under the premise of not fainting, the energy in Naruto's body can support him to launch 6 consecutive Kamehameha waves. Sasuke did it 3 times, and Rock Lee and Sakura did it once, but the remaining energy was not as close to the safety line as the others. Yoshi! Let me try to see how much energy I can gather. In front of a mountain wall, Naruto said eagerly. Although the conventional Kamehameha wave is to gather all the energy in the body, in fact, it is already formed and can be launched after the energy reaches a certain level, and there is no need to consume all the energy. Otherwise, how could he fire Kamehameha waves 6 times in a row? What he wants to do now is to gather more energy and improve the quality by increasing the quantity, that is, to increase the power of the Kamehameha wave. Of course, this is obviously more difficult than usual because it requires compressing more energy and greatly increases instability. This is why he is only ready to give it a try now. Come on, Naruto! Sakura encouraged him. Remember to stabilize your energy. Goku crossed his arms and looked at Naruto with a smile. As for Sasuke and Rock Lee, they also stood aside, watching Naruto doing the experiment intently. Then I'll start. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto performed the movements he had already mastered by heart, and then began to concentrate on gathering energy. Tsitsaizi. In less than a second, a blue ball of light formed in his palm. But this is just the beginning, the next step will be the real test for him. After the blue ball of light took shape, he continued to add concentrated energy into it. Then the blue light ball continued to grow bigger and bigger, and the dangerous aura it emitted was also increasing. Hoo! Due to the increase in energy, the surrounding air was also slightly affected and began to generate strong airflow. Under the influence of airflow, strong winds arose all around, and sand and gravel on the ground kept bouncing up and down. What a powerful force! Sakura said solemnly. This level of Kamehameha wave is already much stronger than what she can emit, and it is still improving. Yes, it's close to the attack that Sasuke launched before. Rock Lee said seriously. Sasuke had already done this experiment before Naruto started it. The result of Sasuke's experiment was that he could condense the energy of 3 regular Kamehameha waves at once. That is to say, on the premise of not fainting, he can condense 3 regular Kamehameha waves into one. The power of this attack is far beyond his normal capabilities. Naruto. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Just a little more, a little more. On the field, Naruto gritted his teeth and beads of sweat continued to flow down his forehead. Controlling so much energy at once was stressful and challenging for him, but it also made him excited. Because now he can feel how powerful his attack is, this power is obviously greater than Sasuke's previous attack. Finally, after feeling that he had condensed the energy of about 5 regular Kamehameha waves, he realized that his control over energy had reached its limit. If he continued to inject energy, he would not be able to stabilize himself and this Kamehameha wave would definitely fail. So he decided to quit while he was ahead, and threw his hands forward while shouting, Kamehameha! Whoosh! The blue ball of light in his hand suddenly blasted straight towards the mountain wall in front of him like a cannonball. Next moment. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the mountain walls continued to collapse, countless rocks rolled down, and thick dust obscured everyone's vision. When the thick dust cleared, what came into view was a huge spherical depression with a diameter of about 20 meters and scattered with countless pieces of gravel. In the setting of this book, the safety line of chi is 10% of each person's popularity. Secondly, how much strength one can exert is linked to the strength and amount of chi one possesses. In terms of current strength, it is probably Naruto greater than or equal to Sasuke equals Rock Lee Sakura, greater than or equal to, means slightly greater. In terms of the number of possessions, it is obviously Naruto Sasuke Rock Lee Sakura. So the difference in strength is obvious. It only refers to the comparison of the above 2 aspects, not including other aspects. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 Bulma's Revelation. Chapter 69 Bulma's Revelation. Before we knew it, there was only 1 day left until the final round of the Chunin exam. At Sakura's reminder, everyone returned to the village that day to prepare to recuperate for tomorrow's competition. It seems that the training results these days are very good. At Goku's house, Kakashi saw Naruto and the other 3 looking very energetic and couldn't help but joked. Hey, Mr. Kakashi, we learned a great move this time. Naruto held his head proudly. Ultimate move? I see. It looks like Goku has taught you something good again. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, curious about the ultimate move Naruto mentioned. You have to know that the moves that Goku taught Naruto and the others were all extraordinary. For example, the Ki Bomb looks very similar to the Raise Nan, but its maneuverability is much greater than that. Another example is the Sun Fist. Although it has no actual offensive power, once the light comes out, anyone who is unprepared will be blinded for a long time. During this period, even a ninja with a strong sense of perception would find it difficult to accurately sense his own location when his eyes were stinging. At this moment, it is a perfect opportunity for our side to launch a sneak attack or escape. So in Kakashi's opinion, this move is even more useful than the energy bullet. Seeing Kakashi's curious look, Naruto deliberately kept him in suspense. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I won't tell you what this ultimate move is for now. I'll see if there's a chance to use it tomorrow to open your eyes." "Yes, Mr. Kakashi, you can look forward to it." Sakura also echoed. Sasuke and Rock Lee also looked at Kakashi with smiles on their faces. "Hehe, you guys have learned to keep people in suspense now." Kakashi curled the corners of his mouth. "Since you said so, Naruto, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow." Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Sun's home?" Goku, who was lying on the sofa quietly listening to the conversation between Naruto and Kakashi, instantly became alert when he heard the voice and rushed out the door. Naruto and the others were also delighted and followed him out the door. In the courtyard, Wukong opened the door and said happily to the middle-aged man outside, "You are finally here, I am almost starving to death." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, sorry, I was delayed because I went to buy some new equipment and new ingredients." After saying that, he walked into the courtyard, took out 2 storage scrolls, and then started the ritual. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with all kinds of cooking utensils and a wide variety of ingredients. "Pull yourself up and start working. This is our first project. We must complete it well and satisfy our guests." The middle-aged man clapped his hands and spoke loudly to the dozen or so men who were following behind him with solemn expressions. "Yes." After the subordinates responded in unison, they immediately began to process the ingredients and cook the food. After seeing his men move quickly, the middle-aged man looked at Wukong and said with a smile, "Mr. Sun, you and the other guests should go inside and wait. The dishes will be served soon." "Hey, okay." Looking at the food scattered all over the floor, and smelling the delicious aroma of the few, Wukong could only feel his saliva flowing wildly. According to their usual habits, they should have eaten and drunk at a restaurant in the village. But today, Wukong suddenly thought, is it possible to ask the restaurant staff to come to the house and prepare the dishes? The reason he thought so was because Bulma often held grand banquets at her house in the past, which left a deep impression on him. As soon as they heard his idea, Naruto and the others were shocked, because in their knowledge, they had never heard of asking restaurant chefs to come to the house to prepare dishes. After careful consideration, they all felt that it was feasible, so they went to a restaurant they frequently visited and communicated with the owner, the middle-aged man in front of them. After learning that the price could be increased by 1.5 times, the middle-aged man immediately made a decision that they would accept the order and would make sure that the customer would be satisfied. Hence the present scene. "Come on, Master Goku, let's go in and wait." Sakura glanced at the chefs who were working hard in the courtyard, then pushed Goku into the house. What a pity, according to what teacher Wukong described, they should be waiting for dinner in the courtyard now. After all, dining in the courtyard is more romantic than dining indoors. But the courtyard at teacher Wukong's house was not big enough. After putting all these ingredients and utensils, there was no space left for them to eat. Just as Goku and his friends were enjoying the delicious food at home, an important guest arrived outside the gate of Konoha village. "Your Excellency the Kazekage is welcome to our Konoha. It's been a long journey, and I'm really sorry for your hard work." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had received the news long ago, stood in front of the door with a smile and greeted the 4th Kazekage Raza who had come from afar. "Haha, Mr. Hokage, you have been waiting for us here for a long time. Thank you for your hard work." Luo Sha also responded with a smile. "Let's go, Lord Kazekage." It is not the right way for us in Konoha to let you stay here. We have prepared a dinner for you, and invite you and your men to attend. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with his hand. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. On the other side, in a dark basement, after receiving the news that Luo Xie had arrived in Konoha, Danzo frowned in confusion. Why did Orochimaru come here so early? Isn't he afraid of exposing his identity? In the plan he and Orochimaru conspired, Tsunagakure was just a pawn in their plan to collapse Konoha. In order to control this chess piece, they decided to assassinate the fourth Kazekage Raza before he arrived in Konoha, and then have Orochimaru take his place to watch the Chunin exam. By doing so, it can ensure that the other ninjas of Tsunagakure will proceed according to the plan, and avoid the situation where Raza and Sarutobi Hiruzen reach an agreement and then destroy the plan. He can also approach Sarutobi Hiruzen openly, trap him and kill him after the plan starts. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Since Raza was assassinated, Orochimaru could not arrive in Konoha early. Because there are still ninjas from the Sand Village in Konoha. Once they learn that their Lord Kazekage has arrived in Konoha, these people will definitely go to meet him. During this process, if a sand ninja who is familiar with the Kazekage finds something wrong, then the fact that Orochimaru replaced the Kazekage would be exposed. By then, let alone the smooth implementation of the plan, it is not certain whether Orochimaru can escape from the joint siege of Konoha and Tsunagakure. Therefore, Danzo is now very confused. According to their plan, Orochimaru should arrive before the final match starts tomorrow, so as to avoid contact with the sand ninjas and ensure that his identity would not be exposed to the greatest extent. But why did Orochimaru arrive in Konoha now? End of this chapter. Chapter 70, Final Round begins, List of matches revealed. Chapter 70, Final Round begins, List of matches revealed. The next morning. Have you heard? Today is the final round of the Chunin exam. 10 very powerful ninjas have already been selected, and these 10 ninjas will fight again today. It feels like it will be very exciting. Hey, I know everything you said, and I also know something you don't know. Oh? What is it? It is said that many ninja villages have joined forces to participate in this Chunin exam. And now among the 10 ninjas participating in the final round, there is one from another ninja village. I heard that he is very powerful. Is that so? Then I must go and watch this game today. Come on, let's go buy tickets quickly. It will be too late if we don't buy them now. Conversations like this occurred everywhere in Konoha village this morning. When many villagers heard that the Chunin exam, which only takes place once in several years, would be held today, they all wanted to go and watch. After all, there is a lack of entertainment activities in their daily lives. It's a rare opportunity to have a competition like this, so of course we can't miss it. In a huge open-air venue, Wukong, sitting in the VIP seat, looked at the audience pouring in and exclaimed, "There are so many people." In his memory, only the later World No. 1 martial arts tournament, which expanded its audience seats, could match the audience number here. Haha, it's all for generating revenue. Kakashi responded casually. If we don't make some money from this rare competition, it would be worthy of the trouble we have taken to invite other ninja villages to take the exam together. Goku-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, they seem to be starting to draw lots. At this time, after seeing the situation on the competition field, Sakura reminded them. At this moment, in the center of the competition venue, Moonlight Gale, who did not discover the conspiracy between Kabuto and Maki and was not killed by Maki as in the original book, was drawing lots for the 10 contestants in front of him. I'm number 6. Naruto was the first to take out the paper ball from the lottery box. After opening it, he found that he was number 6. Which competition is number 6? Uncle Examiner, he asked Moonlight Gale curiously. A black line appeared on Moonlight Gale's forehead. He is only 23 years old, and this damn brat actually calls him uncle. Resisting the urge to beat up the brat, he said expressionlessly, "You'll know in a moment." And while he was talking, Suzuki stepped forward and drew. "Number 9. He said to a chunin next to Gekao Heiate, who was holding a small notebook and recording something. Just after Naruto reported his number, this chunin started recording something in a small notebook, which made him immediately guess that the other party was recording Naruto's number. Afterwards, Rock Lee, Niji, Gaara and 8 other people also came forward and drew their own numbers. After everyone had finished drawing, the chunin who was recording something stopped writing and handed the small notebook to Gekao Heiate. "Ahem, let me see." Moonlight Gale took it, looked at it, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "This matchup list is interesting." After muttering to himself, he turned the notebook over so that the 10 players in front of him could see the list of matches recorded in the notebook. "Watch out! These are your next opponents." After hearing this, Naruto quickly moved forward and looked at him carefully with wide eyes. "Let me see, number 1 Rock Lee versus number 2 Hyuga Niji. Hey, thick eyebrows opponent is his teammate." After Naruto finished speaking, he turned to look at Rock Lee behind him. At this time, Rock Lee had a look of surprise on his face, obviously having heard what Naruto said. But soon, his surprise turned into excitement. "Ninkai! I can finally have a formal competition with you." He looked at Nisi with tears in his eyes. He had been looking forward to this match for who knows how long. The reason he was looking forward to it so much was not only because Niji was a goal he had wanted to surpass a long time ago, but more importantly, he wanted to tell him after he defeated him. Everyone's destiny is in their own hands and can be changed by themselves. "Xiao Li, I'm looking forward to competing with you." Niji smiled gently. Although he always felt that fate could not be broken, this did not prevent him from having a certain amount of respect for his teammate who had been training hard and believed that he could surpass genius through hard work. During this period of time, he could feel that the other party's strength seemed to have improved a lot, which also made him look forward to it. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no one among his peers could be his rival. The second match is between Tenten and Koji. The third battle between Gaara and me. When Naruto saw the list of opponents for the third match, his eyes lit up. Isn't it a coincidence that his opponent turned out to be Gaara, with whom they had conflicts before? Ever since this annoying guy tried to harm Sakura, he has been wanting to give him a good beating. However, Teacher Kakashi said that the other party had come from far away to take the exam, and it would not be appropriate to cause trouble to him outside of the exam. Only then did he give up the idea of going to the other party to compete. "My opponent is Uzumaki Naruto." Gaara also saw the list of opponents for this match. Although his face showed no expression, his body began to tremble with excitement. To him, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others have long been on his kill list. Now that he has the opportunity to kill one of them first, he will of course be excited. "Haha, Sasuke, your match is actually the last one, and your opponent is Shikamaru." When Naruto saw that Sasuke's match was ranked last, he couldn't help but tease him. For them, the sooner their game starts, the better, because they will be bored to death if they wait too long. Whispering sound. Sasuke pouted at this. "My luck is so bad." As his opponent, Shikamaru had a worried look on his face at this moment. "Oh, this is so annoying. Why is my opponent this guy?" When they were still in school, Sasuke had always been the best in practical combat in their grade. And in the preliminaries half a month ago, the strength displayed by Sasuke made him dumbfounded. Under Temari's terrifying wind-style ninjutsu, Sasuke was not only able to resist it with his body, but he was also unscathed, leaving him with a great shock. And now, his opponent turned out to be such a scary guy, he might as well just kill him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Raza arrived together on the highest viewing stand in the venue. "Mr. Kazekage, are you used to living in Konoha as you did yesterday?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Very good, the climate here is pleasant. I would like to stay here for a while. I wonder if Your Excellency Hokage would agree. A gleam of light flashed in Luosha's eyes. Haha, why not? After the exam is over, Mr. Kazekage can stay in Konoha for a few more days. With the attitude of making his allies feel at home, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed without giving it much thought. Oh? Thank you very much. Luosha chuckled and thought to himself. Hehe, after today, you will probably want to kick me out as soon as possible. I have been asking you to read this for the past 2 days. Especially tomorrow, whether we can make it to the 3rd round depends on tomorrow's data. I would like to thank all the big guys here. Then let's talk about the issue of chi. I personally think that chi has a comparison of quality and quantity. Quality refers to the strength of chi, quantity refers to the amount of chi possessed. If there is no comparison of these two things, how can we judge whether someone's chi is strong or not? After all, strong is just a concept without any basis. The old bird didn't explain it, probably just because it was troublesome, but in fact, according to some plots, it can be seen that there is, for example, the fusion of namekians is a quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Secondly, I personally believe that the amount of chi that each life has is basically constant and depends on their talent, and training is mainly to increase the strength of chi and tap into the hidden chi in one's body. For example, Gohan has a lot of chi hidden in his body that has not been developed, and then it is developed and guided out by old Kai and he becomes stronger in an instant, but if you replace it with Krillin, even if you develop it for him, he will definitely not be as good as Gohan. This is the talent gap. Finally, why is the ranking of chi possession, that is, talent, determined as Naruto, Sasuke, Rock Lee and Sakura? Because Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, and has more vitality than many people, so I think he should have the most chi, and Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, although he is worse than Naruto, he should be stronger than commoners like Rock Lee and Sakura. Finally, comprehensive strength is definitely not just about judging whether the chi is strong, but also about whether the moves are powerful, whether the combat awareness is sufficient, whether the control of chi is proficient, and other factors. The above, if you still don't like the quality, just treat it as a second setting. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Destiny Can Be Changed, Niji. Chapter 71 Destiny Can Be Changed, Niji. Dear guests, fellow villagers, thank you for coming to watch the final match of our Chunin selection exam. Now I declare the competition to begin. In the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was like a loud bell, making everyone in the venue hear his voice. Is it finally going to start? It's really exciting. Sakura looked at the competition venue with burning eyes. To be honest, I'm looking forward to it too. I want to see what ultimate move you, Goku, will teach them. Kakashi's eyes also showed anticipation. Haha. Wukong touched his nose, said nothing, and looked at the field with a smile. I declare that the first match, Rock Lee vs Hyuga Niji, officially begins. After Gekko Hayate's announcement, only Rock Lee and Niji were left on the field. Ningji, I have been looking forward to this fight for too long. But before this fight begins, I have something to say to you. Rock Lee did not rush to fight, but prepared to say something to Niji first. Oh? Go ahead. Ninkai said calmly. Do you remember? I was once laughed at as a loser because I didn't know ninjutsu or genjutsu. At that time, I vowed that even if I only knew taijutsu, I would definitely become an excellent ninja. I still remember you laughed at me and said that I would never succeed in this goal. So I got very angry and wanted to fight you, but you easily knocked me down. Rock Lee looked at Niji with burning eyes and told him these old stories. And then? What do you want to say? Niji narrowed his eyes slightly. What I want to say is that I want to prove that people without talent can surpass geniuses through hard work. And you are the genius I want to surpass. Rock Lee's two thick eyebrows stood up sideways, and his whole body seemed to be filled with a blazing flame of fighting spirit. Is that all? Xiao Li. After hearing Rock Lee's declaration, Niji remained very calm. Because Rock Lee wanted to surpass his goal, and he knew it long ago. No, there's more. Just when he thought their pre-match communication was over, Rock Lee suddenly said something that made his pupil shrink. I still have to prove one thing to you, that destiny can be changed. Niji. Rock Lee stared at him closely and said to him the words he hated to hear the most. Are you kidding me? He clenched his fists in an instant, his expression no longer calm. Everyone's destiny is determined when they are born, and no one can change it. As a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family, he was cursed with the suffocating caged bird mark by the main family since childhood. After being engraved with this curse, his life and death will be controlled by the clan, and he will need to protect the clan for his entire life. It can be said that his fate in this life was determined in this way. Coupled with the death of his father later, it made him even more convinced that a person's fate is fixed from the moment he is born and can never be changed. I'm not kidding, Niji. Rock Lee said firmly. Although he didn't know the specific reasons why the other party held such a conclusion, he firmly believed that it was wrong. Destiny is in his own hands and can be changed by himself. If someone like me, who used to be a loser, can defeat someone like you who has always been called a genius, doesn't it mean that fate can be changed? After hearing his solemn words, Niji was silent for a moment, then sneered. Xiao Li, although I admit that your current strength has greatly improved, you are underestimating me. And talking big is not your style. If you want to prove it, then come and defeat me first. After saying this, he assumed the starting stance of the soft fist technique. Obviously, he didn't want to waste any more time talking to Rock Lee. Okay. Rock Lee said no more and also took the starting stance. After all, only by truly defeating the opponent can he convince the other party. Players waiting area. They are finally going to start. They take so long. Naruto couldn't help but complain when he saw that the two of them were finally going to start fighting. And the teammate with thick eyebrows is too pessimistic, saying something stupid like fate is predetermined. I never believed this. He thought about how he used to be a loser with no friends and no one caring about him, but now he has a lot of friends and his abilities surpass many of his peers. This guy must be carrying something on his back. Sasuke folded his arms across his chest, remaining silent. Brother Ninkai. Hinata looked downcast as she watched this scene. She knew why Niji thought this way, but she was powerless to change it, even though she was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Xiao Li, Ninkai, both of you must work hard. As teammates of the two, Tian did not favor one over the other and sent blessings to both of them. Just as they were all staring at the field, Rock Lee and Niji on the field finally moved. Whoosh! Rock Lee was as fast as the wind and appeared in front of Niji in the blink of an eye. Konoha Tornado. Although he had learned a lot of fighting skills from Goku, he had practiced the Konoha whirlwind to the point where it became part of his body memory, and he would use it subconsciously whenever he made a move. Blind eyes. Veins bulged at the corners of Niji's eyes, indicating that he had used the bloodline limit of their Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. After activating the Byakugan, he can have a panoramic vision with almost no blind spots, making most of the opponent's attacks invisible to him. Therefore, Rock Lee's attack was nothing to him and he took it easily. After taking it, he moved closer and pointed his finger at Rock Lee. Rock Lee quickly stepped back upon seeing this, causing Niji's attack to miss. Want to use acupressure? He looked at Niji solemnly. As Niji's teammate, he knew very well what moves the opponent had just used. In addition to expanding the field of vision, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can also observe the meridians and acupoints in the human body. The acupressure technique that the opponent had just used was to block the flow of chakra in his body by pressing the acupuncture points on his body. If he succeeds, his body will normally lose strength and become unable to move. I wonder if this kind of acupressure will suppress the qi. He thought as he was on guard. Although the qi fills the whole body, it does not rely on the meridians to circulate, and it is not the same kind of energy as chakra. Logically, it would not be a big deal even if the acupoints were pressed, but what if there would be some impact? What? You don't dare to fight me in close combat. Seeing that he stopped attacking after retreating, Ningji curled the corners of his mouth. No, I'm just thinking about how to break your acupuncture technique. Rock Lee smiled and immediately began to untie the weights on his body. After thinking about it, he decided to suppress the opponent with speed and not give him the chance to hit his acupoints, thus avoiding all risks. Oh? Just based on your weight? Niji didn't take it seriously. He knew that Lee had been training with Naruto and the others during this period, so the other party must have been carrying similar weights as Sakura. But he didn't feel anything. The speed that Sakura had shown in the preliminaries was astonishing, even someone as strong in physical skills as him could not match her, but don't forget that he has the Byakugan, which has extremely strong insight. With the insight of his white eyes, no matter how fast the opponent is, he cannot escape his capture. Please read it again tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 Beyblade Fist? Niji's confusion. Chapter 72 Beyblade Fist? Niji's confusion, please read on. Ninkai, Rock Lee has grown far beyond his past. If you are careless, you may be easily defeated by him. Seeing that Niji didn't care about Rock Lee taking off the burden, Might Guy thought to himself on the viewing stand. This disciple of his has always been very proud in his heart, because he has never been defeated since he was a child. He is the best among his peers and is even dubbed a genius. For this reason, when his third team was just formed, Rock Lee, who was at the tail end of the team, was not in the other team's eyes. It was not until he saw Rock Lee's inhuman training day after day and felt his extraordinary willpower that the other party recognized Rock Lee. And now, even if the opponent regards Rock Lee as an opponent who can fight, he still has some contempt deep in his heart. Bang! 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 After putting the weight aside, Rock Lee moved his joints. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Naruto and the others took off their weights for a while after meeting Orochimaru, but he didn't. Since he put on the weights more than a month ago, he has never taken them off completely. Sorry for the waiting. After stretching a few more times, he got into the starting position and looked at Niji with energy. Bring it on! Niji waved without further ado. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Rock Lee suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only an afterimage that slowly dissipated on the spot. Behind. Ningji was always paying attention to the other party's movements, and quickly captured the other party's position after the other party's figure disappeared. So I turned around without thinking. Swish! Suddenly, Rock Lee appeared behind him and kicked him hard. Bang! He raised his hand to block, and although he took Rock Lee's attack, his body inevitably took a step back. What a power! Feeling the tremendous power coming from his hands, his pupils suddenly shrank. Although the opponent was strong before, he was not as strong as him. Unexpectedly, after removing the weight, his strength surpassed his. After Rock Lee's attack failed, he disappeared again and flashed to the other side to attack again. Bang! Niji turned and blocked again. Then, bang, 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 bang. The two of them continued to attack and defend for more than 10 moves. On the viewing stand, the Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hayashi was a little surprised to see Niji at a disadvantage. How can this be? He knew Niji's strength. Even though he was not taught the powerful physical skills that only the main family could learn, his physical skills were still the best among the new generation of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's physical skills are the strongest in Konoha, and in close combat, it can be said that no one can match them. But at this moment, Niji was suppressed by a genin who was of civilian origin in close combat, which surprised him. But before he could be stunned for long, the scene before him surprised him again. But this time, the target of his surprise was not Rock Lee, but Nisi. How can he do this move? On the field, under Rock Lee's violent attack, Niji clearly felt his body numb. This was because his opponent was stronger than him and attacked faster, causing his body to not have enough time to resolve the discomfort every time he received an attack. This can't go on any longer. After blocking another attack, Niji thought to himself. If he continues to endure this, his body will sooner or later become sluggish due to numbness. At that time, let alone counterattack, he would most likely be hit by Rock Lee's attack because of his body sluggishness. And if he was hit once, with the opponent's current strength, he would definitely suffer considerable damage. After this, defeat is only a matter of time. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and his eyes focused when Rock Lee attacked again. Return to heaven. Suddenly, a large amount of chakra was released from his whole body, and then his body suddenly spun like a top, instantly deflecting Rock Lee's attack. Ah, this move! On the viewing platform, Goku blinked and scratched his head after seeing Nisi's move. This move is very similar to the Beyblade fist he created when he was a child, both of which use the body's high-speed rotation to fling the opponent away. The only difference is that his move relied purely on the body, while Niji's move also used the energy in his body. Wow, this is an interesting trick. I wonder what it's called. In the contestant waiting area, Naruto raised his eyebrows as he watched the Kaiten move. It's called Bagwazang Huishin. Tenten answered his question and introduced it to him. This is Niji's defensive move. It can use the rotation of the body and the large amount of chakra released to rebound all attacks from the opponent. It can be said that this is an absolute defense stronger than Gaara's. As she said the last sentence, she glanced at Gaara who was standing alone in the corner. But Gaara seemed not to have heard her words, and there was no change on his face. Is that so? Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then continued to look at the field. After Niji used Kaiten, Rock Lee was caught off guard and flew away. But he did not panic. He held his legs and spun in the air for a few circles before landing steadily on the ground. Return to heaven. He did not continue to attack, but instead recalled the Kaiten that Nisi had just used. As Niji's teammate, he knew very well how powerful the Kaiten move was. In the past, when he activated the 8 gates to fight with his opponent, he was bounced away by this move and was completely unable to break it. But now, he felt confident that he could crack it. In the final analysis, Kaishin is nothing more than a move that uses the insight of the Byakugan to sense attacks in advance and then defend in time. But no matter how good its defensive effect is, it is inseparable from a premise, that is, the body can defend in time. In other words, as long as your speed is so fast that the opponent has no time to react, it will be useless even if the opponent can sense the attack in advance. While he was thinking, Niji also did not attack, but took the opportunity to recover his body and let the previous numbness dissipate. Xiao Li, your strength. As he recovered, he looked at Rock Lee with a complicated look. It was not until now that he finally understood why the other party had said those words to him before and why he had said so confidently. Because with the opponent's current strength, there is real hope of defeating him. But even so, I won't give up easily. Although he understood that the other party might be able to defeat him, it was only a possibility. He will never admit defeat until the final outcome is decided. When they had made up their minds, the momentum of the two men grew stronger. The next moment, Niji took a stance, ready to use his ultimate move on Rock Lee who was inside his Bagwa. Bagwa and 64 palms. But before he could use it, a fierce white flame suddenly burst out from Rock Lee's body. Then, swish! With lightning speed, at the moment his pupils dilated, he was kicked hard in the abdomen. Puff! He only felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood spurted out. At the same time, his body flew backwards uncontrollably and crashed into the wall at an extremely fast speed. But just when he was about to collide, Rock Lee suddenly appeared behind him and caught him steadily. "Xiao Li, you!" Barely retaining a trace of consciousness, he looked at Rock Lee in front of him in a daze and confusion. Has he completely lost? End of this chapter. Chapter 73, Even the last one can defeat a genius. Chapter 73, Even the last one can defeat a genius. Please read on. I actually lost, and what kind of energy is this? On the viewing stand, a look of shock appeared on Hinata Hayashi's face. Only a small part of this shock came from Niji's defeat, but more of it came from the white energy on Rock Lee. At this moment, he had already rolled his eyes. From his Byakugan observation, it was obvious that the energy in Rock Lee was not chakra, but another kind of energy. What's even more strange is that he couldn't see this kind of energy in the other person's body at all. It was as if this energy had no roots and appeared out of thin air. How can this be? Faced with this unreasonable scene, even though he was the head of the clan, he couldn't help but feel a little disturbed. On the other side, on the highest viewing platform, Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. Is this an illusion? As a ninja who possesses a bloodline limit and can use it to perfection, he understands the fluctuations of chakra better than many people. So at the moment when Rock Lee exploded, he felt that there was something wrong with the energy fluctuations on the other party, and it did not seem like the fluctuations emitted by chakra. However, due to the long distance and the fact that Rock Lee's explosion lasted only a few seconds, he could not confirm this, so he became somewhat suspicious. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked Sarutobi Hiruzen inconspicuously. Hokage, your Konoha is truly full of talented people. There is actually someone who can defeat the Hyuga clan members who are known for having the strongest taijutsu in terms of taijutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was an experienced man. After hearing what the other party said, he knew that the other party wanted him to introduce Rock Lee to him. But not to mention that Rock Lee's importance in his heart has skyrocketed, there is no way he would reveal his personal information to outsiders. Even if it was not very important, as the Hokage of Konoha, he would not casually reveal the information of his own ninja to the so-called allies. So he responded with a smile. Haha, our Konoha has always been like this. When the old leaves begin to wither, new leaves will continue to sprout and grow. Faced with his flawless and meaningless answer, Luo Sha's eyes twitched slightly and he cursed him in his heart as an old fox. Haha, Mr. Hokage is absolutely right. While the two old foxes were talking, several medical staff quickly arrived at the competition venue below and examined Ninkai. After a while, one of the medical staff said to Moonlight Gale, who was standing nearby, the internal organs were shaken and there was a small amount of bleeding, but it's nothing serious. As long as you receive treatment and recuperate in the hospital for about a week, you will recover. Okay, I get it. Moonlight Gale nodded, and said to Rock Lee, who was relieved, now you can rest assured. Yes. Thank you, Examiner. Rock Lee bowed to him. When he kicked Niji just now, in order to defeat the enemy with one blow, he directly increased the output power of his chi to the maximum. In other words, this is called extreme explosion. In this case, the rate of chi consumption will rise to the extreme, but correspondingly, both physical strength and speed will have a qualitative leap. So even though he subconsciously held back when he kicked Niji just now, the force involved was still beyond what most people could imagine. For this reason, he quickly caught the opponent to prevent him from suffering secondary injuries, and hurriedly asked Moonlight Gale to call medical staff to check on him, fearing that he would be seriously injured by his attack. At this time, Ninkai, who had been in a trance for a long time, finally came back to his senses, looked at him and pulled the corner of his mouth. Haha, Xiao Li, you look down on me too much. Although the speed of your attack was beyond my imagination, and I couldn't even move. But I can still concentrate chakra in my body to resist. If he had not gathered some chakra for defense at the last moment, his injuries would have been much more serious than this, not to mention that he would still be conscious. After saying that, without waiting for Rock Lee to reply, he continued, I didn't expect that I would really lose. Little Lee, can fate really be changed? He never thought that one day he would be defeated by this former last-place finisher. After all, in his opinion, the last one is the last one. No matter how hard he tries, he can never catch up with the genius. This is the predetermined fate of the last one. But today, his concept was broken. Rock Lee proved through his actions that even if you are the last one in the class, you can surpass the genius through hard work and break the so-called predetermined fate. Of course. Rock Lee looked at him and said in a firm voice. Destiny can definitely be changed. So Niji, please don't hold that pessimistic view anymore. If you are not satisfied with your current fate, please work hard and devote all your youth to fighting for it. I believe that if you work hard, you can definitely change your destiny. After that, he silently said in his heart, well, hard work may also need a little luck. If he had not learned Qi, he would not dare to guarantee that he could defeat the opponent at this moment. It can be seen that in addition to hard work, luck is also an indispensable factor. But he definitely won't tell the other party this now. After hearing this, Niji fell silent, and Gecko Hayate at the side interrupted and said, okay, if you want to chat, let's do it later. Others still have to compete. After that, he signaled the medical staff to carry Niji away. Sorry. Realizing that he was occupying the competition venue, Rock Lee hurriedly apologized and then helped the medical staff carry Niji off the field. After the two of them left the field, Moonlight Gale announced to all the spectators, ahem, the winner of the first match is Rock Lee. Ah? Is this a win? What? I didn't even see what happened just now. Many viewers were confused after hearing the outcome of the first game. To them, Niji's figure was still visible. After all, the opponent had been passively taking a beating in the same place. But Rock Lee was different. His lightning-fast speed was completely beyond their visual capture ability. From the moment he started to attack, they could only barely see a tiny shadow of him. Not to mention the last moment, they didn't even know what happened. They just felt that in the blink of an eye, Niji flew out, and then the medical staff came on the field, and then the game was declared over. They were the only ones left in the audience, making noises. Ha! That last move of thick eyebrows was really fast. Sasuke, can you take it? In the waiting area, Naruto grinned and turned to ask Sasuke as he watched Rock Lee and the medical staff leave the competition venue directly. Humph! What's the big deal? Can't you take it? Sasuke crossed his arms, curled the corners of his mouth confidently, and asked back at the end. Hehe, if you can take it, I must be able to take it too. Naruto said with a smile. On the side, after hearing their conversation, Tenten, who was still shocked by Niji's defeat to Rock Lee, looked at them suspiciously. Do they really have this ability or are they just exaggerating? End of this chapter. Chapter 74 On and Off the Field. Chapter 74 On and Off the Field. Outside Konoha village, in a hidden forest. A woman with fiery red hair was reporting something to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, all the ninjas from the Sound Village have arrived. Now we are waiting for the people from the Sand Village. Hey, those people are so slow. Before Orochimaru could say anything, a feminine man with green lipstick on his face said angrily. Haha, don't be impatient, Sakan, there's still plenty of time. Orochimaru glanced at him with a sinister smile on his face. Then, he said to the woman with fiery red hair, Teiwa, you will be in charge of those people for now. Don't let them make any noise. We still have to wait for our allies. After saying that, he licked his lips and looked towards the direction of Konoha with a sinister look, as if he saw Raza who was waiting inside to cooperate with him. Fourth Kazekage, you have managed to save your life this time, but you must make this a big deal." A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. According to the original plan, he should assassinate Raza on his way to Konoha, then disguise himself as him and sneak into the Chunin exam, kill Sarutobi Hiruzen when the Konoha collapse plan was in progress, and complete the plan he had conspired with Danzo. But there is a prerequisite for doing so, that is, he can ensure that Sasuke is in his pocket. After all, in his opinion, obtaining Sasuke is far more important than completing the plan he and Danzo conspired. Especially since Sasuke had that mysterious energy in addition to the power of the Sharingan, he wanted to get Sasuke even more desperately. However, not only did his initial deception plan fail, his subsequent plan to forcibly abduct the other party also failed, because the other party was protected by the Sun Wukong, whose strength was unknown. If he still wanted to continue to abduct the other party by force, he would have to fight with Sun Wukong. In that case, the noise of the battle would attract other ninjas in Konoha, and he would be surrounded. Even though he boasted of his great strength, he would not be so confident that he and his men alone could withstand the siege of Konoha. So in the end, he gave up his plan to conspire with Danzo, and instead sincerely joined forces with Tsunagakure to implement the Konoha collapse plan. He hoped that Tsunagakure could help him attract more attention during this plan, and then he could take advantage of the situation and kidnap Sasuke. Even though he was discovered by Wukong during the operation and had to fight with him, he was not afraid because he had prepared his trump cards. In the final match, after the match between Rock Lee and Niji ended, the match between Tenten and Koji was now underway. Concealed weapon combo. The rich woman opened her sealed scroll every day and threw a barrage of hidden weapons at Shikamaru. Koji's chubby body kept running back and forth to dodge, but after a while he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. So he stopped running. Meat bomb tank. His body suddenly swelled rapidly, and his head and limbs retracted inward. Then, completely ignoring the hidden weapons shooting from the sky, he rolled straight towards Tian like a ball. Crackling. In this form, all those hidden weapons lost their effectiveness and were bounced back by his body. So this time, it was Tian's turn to run away. Puff. Sakura, who was watching this scene from the viewing platform, found it very interesting and couldn't help laughing out loud. But she immediately stopped smiling and felt a little melancholy. After all, they made it to the finals. What right does she, who can only watch the game in the audience, have to laugh at them? What's wrong, Sakura? Seeing her smiling and sad face at times, Kakashi, who was feeling a little bored, couldn't help but ask. After hearing Kakashi's voice, Goku, who was watching the game with great interest, turned his head and blinked in confusion at the two of them. It's okay, haha, I was just wondering when Naruto and Sasuke would show up. Sakura didn't want to let her negative emotions affect the mood of the two teachers, so she laughed and changed the subject. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't ask any more questions and replied casually, it should be soon. There are only 5 games in the first round. It's the second game now. There are at least 2 of the remaining 3 games. At this point his voice stopped abruptly. Since the match list has not been announced to them, they don't know who will play against whom in the match. He was about to say that at least 2 of the matches would be between Naruto and Sasuke, but he suddenly remembered that if Naruto and Sasuke became opponents, then there would only be 1 match. Probably not. Sakura cleverly guessed the reason why he left his words halfway through, so she pulled the corners of her mouth with some sweat. It would be really bad luck for Naruto and Sasuke to become rivals so soon. While they were communicating, the game off the field was also decided. When bombarding Tenten with the human bomb chariot again, Koji suddenly changed into his original form after Tenten dodged, and used the arm doubling technique to hit Tenten unexpectedly, knocking her unconscious on the spot. Ahem, the winner of the second game is Koji Akimichi. Gekkou Hayate announced the result of the game. Oh! What a great fight! That's right! This is a hearty battle. This time, the audience cheered very enthusiastically. Because only this kind of down-to-earth battle that they can see clearly can make them enjoy the show. In the players' waiting area. Hey, it's finally my turn. Naruto rubbed his hands together, looking eager to try. If he hadn't had the chance, he would have wanted to beat up Gaara a long time ago. And today, luck was on his side and he got what he wanted. How could he not be very happy? Humph, hurry up and finish the job. Don't delay my game. Seeing how excited he was, Sasuke curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Among the other 9 people in this competition, besides Naruto and Rock Lee, only Gaara could arouse his interest, but the other party was snatched away by Naruto, which made him very unhappy. Hey, don't worry, Sasuke. I'll fight slowly. Seeing his unhappy look, Naruto felt happy, and deliberately moved closer to him in a mean manner, emphasizing the word slowly. Then, without giving the other party a chance to reply, he flashed out of the waiting area. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he thought that if he met Naruto in the next game, he would definitely beat him up. Whether it can be done is another matter. At this moment, his eyes suddenly moved and he glanced to his right. Okay. Gaara, who had been staying in the corner, suddenly came within 1 meter of him, staring straight ahead. And said calmly, "Don't worry, I will deal with him quickly, and then I will deal with you." After saying that, Gaara walked towards the competition venue on his own. Looking at his back, Sasuke raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth curved up. Hee, interesting. Suddenly I thought of something bad. Did everyone go to play Black Wukong yesterday? End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Naruto vs Gaara. Chapter 75 Naruto vs Gaara, times. Look, it's Naruto. In the VIP seats, Sakura cheered when she saw Naruto appear on the competition field. It's finally his turn for the 3rd match. I wonder who his opponent will be, but I hope it's not Sasuke. After cheering, she clasped her hands together again, praying that Naruto's opponent would not be Sasuke. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. Hee, I knew it wouldn't be Sasuke. Wait, this person is not. Because she was praying that the next contestant would not be Sasuke, she became excited when she saw that the figure was not Sasuke, and completely ignored who the person was. It was not until she looked carefully that she realized that the person who came out was actually her rival Gaara from some time ago. Oh! She blinked, and after being stunned for a few seconds, she stood up, waved her arms, and shouted loudly, "Come on! Naruto! Beat him up for me!" Because Gaara was full of evil spirit, she didn't like him when she first met him. And after Gaara showed obvious murderous intent towards her the last time she admitted defeat, she felt even more disgusted with him. She was so surprised to see that Naruto's opponent turned out to be him that she had to cheer for Naruto no matter what. Naruto on the field also heard her voice and looked at her. "Don't worry, Sakura. I will avenge you." After saying that, he made a big yeah gesture. Oh! Come on! Fight well! The one carrying the gourd, don't lose your momentum. The vast majority of the audience were unaware of their grievances and just joined in the cheering. Some even took the initiative to cheer for Gaara when they saw that no one supported him. However, Gaara didn't appreciate it at all, and glanced coldly at the audience who were cheering for him. "Shut up. Okay, that's a scary look." After feeling his gaze, the audience member felt a chill all over his body, cold sweat broke out all over, and he dared not say anything more. On the highest viewing platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene and asked Luo Sha with a smile, "I heard that this boy is the child of Lord Kazekage." At this time, Luo Sha was staring at Gaara expressionlessly. After hearing his question, he looked away and replied with a smile, "Yes, he is my 3rd child, named Gaara." "Oh? It's true that a good father will have a good son. Your son is very powerful now." No, he still has a long way to go. On the surface, Luo Sha seemed to be somewhat happy about Sarutobi Hiruzan's praise, but in his heart he was thinking coldly. It's just a failed work. If he fails to play the role he should in this plan, it will prove that he is a complete failure and is not worthy of being my child at all. Hey, are you done yet? Hurry up and announce the start of the game. Inside the competition venue, Gaara spoke coldly to Gecko Hayate, who was repeating the rules of the competition. Haha, you are really impatient. Moonlight Gale raised an eyebrow and without further ado, announced, the third match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Gaara, officially begins. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the gourd on Gaara's back opened. Immediately afterwards, sand gushed out of the gourd and swept towards Naruto fiercely. Ha! Not bad. Seeing the sand suddenly coming towards him, Naruto was not panicked at all, and even had time to grin. Then, when the sand was about to wrap around him, he did several backflips and easily avoided the attack. Then he kicked hard again and moved quickly to the side, preparing to avoid the sand and attack Gaara. However, although he was very fast at this time, Gaara's sand was faster than him. When he was still 2 or 3 meters away from Gaara, the sand moved back to Gaara's front, blocking his attack. First, test the hardness of the sand. Naruto's eyes flickered, but he continued forward even when he saw sand blocking his way. Because he wanted to see how much of a defensive effect these sands had. Bang! He punched the solid wall of sand hard, instantly creating a hole in it. It seems that's all. After testing the defensive effect of the sand wall, he felt relieved and quickly withdrew. But Gaara would not let him retreat so easily. He immediately controlled the sand to wrap around him. Hey, take some of my air bullets. This time, because the sand was too close, he retreated while condensing several energy bombs in each of his hands and blasted at the surrounding sand. Boom! 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 In an instant, most of the sand was blown away. Although the remaining small group continued to surround Naruto, he easily avoided them. Hey! What moves do you have? Use them all. Don't come out again, I'm going to defeat you. After retreating a distance, Naruto untied the weight on his body and challenged Gaara. When he is wearing the weight, his speed is not even as fast as the sand. After taking off the weight, the sand will not even be able to touch his shadow. After hearing his provocation, Gaara pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Then he raised his hand and gathered the sand that had just been scattered. Next moment, whoosh whoosh! I saw a large number of cylindrical sand bombs fired at Naruto densely and rapidly like a machine gun. This is Gaara's continuous sand grenade, which is powerful enough to turn the rock into a sieve. Seeing this scene, Naruto, who had just taken off the 2 weighted wrist guards on his hands, brightened up. Instead of dodging to the side, he stood in place and concentrated on waiting for the sand bullets to hit him. When the sand bombs come near, swish swish! Either leaning sideways, lowering the head, making an S shape, or other weird postures, all the incoming sand bullets can be avoided. Oh! Great job! Seeing Naruto so dangerously avoid all of Gaara's sand bullet attacks, the audience cheered loudly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Naruto is really... Sakura held her forehead helplessly. Although she knew that Naruto would most likely not be hit by these sand bullets with his strength, she still couldn't help but sweat. Can't he just use his strength and defeat the opponent in no time? Why does he have to do these terrifying operations? After the helplessness, the next step is to complain. He obviously has the ability to quickly deal with his opponent, but he insists on dragging his feet and doing some fancy moves. I really don't know who he learned this from. Ah, sneeze! On the side, Wukong touched his nose curiously, his face full of confusion. Why did he sneeze out of nowhere? On the field, seeing Naruto avoiding his continuous sand sheeter in this way, Gaara's eyes twitched and he felt greatly insulted. The other party's strange postures seemed to be making faces in front of him and mocking him. Loyalu, is this all you have? You can't even hit me. End of this chapter.